The Elemental War. Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 5. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Graham Halstead.
Chapter 1. Liam. Son, you need to open your eyes. Everything ignited. The landscape around me dipped and folded. Each tree and plant had been demolished to cinders. There was nothing left around me but an empty desert that went on for miles and miles, far past the horizon. The ground was cracked, raw, and devoid of life except for the ashes that littered the area. Blackened, charred ground met with an orange-yellow sky. The smell of smoke and fire was everywhere, surrounding me and closing in. It was suffocating me, and my throat gasped for air. Breathe. I needed to breathe. It's okay, son. Hands reached out and steadied me through the blazing darkness. Once they touched me, the smoke scattered and dispersed in columns that went rushing upward. The harsh sunset illuminated a tough face and a grim exterior. My entire body quivered with relief as I recognized the stern expression and familiar features that were so much like my own. "Dad!" I choked out. Relief rushed through my veins like a harsh stream. I never thought I'd see him again. Ancestors, I missed him so much. I reached out for him, but my hand glided straight through his spirit. He could touch me, but I couldn't touch him. Horror grew in my lungs, and I took a breath to let out a scream. The twilight welled, and the temperature shot up several degrees. We were standing at the cusp of the ancestral lands, and he was on a plane of existence I couldn't reach. Because I wasn't dead. Why wasn't I fucking dead? Dad reached out and put his hands on my shoulders. "Listen to me," he said roughly. "There isn't much time. You need to get Sophia to a safe place." "Where?" I asked. "Where is safe anymore?" "She has to come first now. Do you understand?" Dad's eyes bored into mine with an intensity that I'd never seen before. "You protect her with everything you have. You need to be her leader and guide. If you don't, everything's at risk. Your whole life has come down to this." "I'm trying," I pleaded. "I'm trying so hard." "I'm sorry, but you don't have time to fall apart," Dad growled. "Your family is counting on you. Be there for them, Liam. They're your responsibility." "I don't know what you mean," I stuttered. "What am I supposed to do?" Dad said nothing more, just vanished. I stumbled forward, and his spirit melded into the colors of the sky, a grizzly bear running with the vibrancy of the wind. "Dad? Dad!" My voice grew into a panic as I searched for him. "Dad, don't leave me! I need you!" It was too late. He was gone again. I had to find him. I was nothing without him, without his guidance. I couldn't face this world alone. I couldn't be the man of the family. That was his job, not mine. I started running. I bolted through the desert as fast as I could. My body couldn't labor me here. I was merely spirit energy, so I didn't feel any pain. But no matter where I ran, it seemed like I remained in the same spot. The ground beneath my feet began to split. Large cavernous holes opened up in the earth, and lava bubbled at the bottom. I looked down and saw with a horrible fall of my stomach that the pits beneath were 500-foot drops, and they were growing around me, leaving me nowhere to go. I wasn't in the ancestral lands at all. I was in Araya, the mighty darkness, the Hawkeye's literal hell. I'd been sentenced here because I'd failed to save the people I loved. My ancestors had turned their backs on me. I had committed too many sins. I was no longer worthy to join them in the afterlife. A wretched screeching caught my attention. A red baby dragon, no longer than my forearm, was running from the caverns opening up in the ground. He slid as the rocks tilted backward, chirping for someone to save him. My heart plummeted. Julian had been damned along with me. Ancestors, what had I done? "Julian, come here!" I called out to my dragon. Julian spotted me on the edge of one of the caverns and gave a cry of relief. Julian ran, avoiding the gaping holes in the earth that were threatening to swallow him whole, and leapt into my arms. The newborn dragon shook as he cuddled against my chest, burying his head in my jacket. "It's all right," I forced out as I stroked the dragon's back, but I was certain it was a lie. The lava pits were closing in, and any second now I'd tumble into them, sending Julian and I headfirst into eternal torment. We had to move. There were small round platforms of earth around 5 feet across that I could jump to in order to escape the caverns and get to the other side safely. I leapt from platform to platform, avoiding the lava and keeping Julian close to my chest. I didn't want him getting hurt. I needed to get him out of here. If I couldn't save myself, there had to be a way to save my dragon. I wouldn't let him suffer because of me. Finally, I reached solid ground, and I staggered away from the bubbling pits. Eventually, Julian and I made it back to somewhere, and the lava pits behind us disappeared. I trembled as I clung to Julian. Water. I wanted water. Just a drop. I wanted to use my powers again, one last time. I wouldn't get it. I was being punished. I'd never be able to use my element again. I'd be stuck in this horrible world of flame, constantly scared and uncomfortable as I was beaten down and tortured by my opposite element. "Liam!" A deep voice interrupted my alarmed thoughts, and I spun around. Fear pierced my chest as I saw Jonah on his knees, his hands and ankles bound with Noxite cuffs. True fear shone in his eyes as he cried out for me. No, this couldn't be happening. I couldn't have dragged my friends down here with me. "Help me!" Jonah cried. "Why aren't you doing anything?" I completely froze. Julian scrambled in my jacket, his nails tearing at my shirt. Jonah struggled as he tried to get out of his cuffs, but he couldn't break free. "We need you!" Another voice broke into my mind. Imogen had appeared beside Jonah. She, too, had Noxite cuffs binding her limbs, and she couldn't move. I glanced behind them and saw the lifeless bodies of Squeaks and Sassy. The hippogriff and fox lay immobile, bodies broken and shattered as they stared out into the endless night. Jonah and Imogen hadn't noticed their familiars had been killed. All they had eyes for was me. I still couldn't move. I was too afraid. I was a coward, and that's exactly what had gotten us down here. It was all my fault. "You're supposed to be our leader! Do something!" Jonah barked. Their faces tightened with rage as I remained passive. I couldn't. I was wholly incapable. I couldn't be the leader my father demanded I be. I wasn't half the chief he was. Helpless felt like a term of strength compared to how weak I was in that moment. It was then that 2 spears came flying out of the black clouds. The first one pierced Jonah's neck. It severed his spine and punctured his throat, ending all hope of life. He fell to the side, and his body landed with a sick thud. The second spear sliced Imogen's chest. She gave a few ragged breaths, and tears of blood fell from her eyes as she stared up at me hatefully. "You've killed us, Liam," Imogen whispered in a dying breath. Then she slunk forward. The spear stuck out of her back as she collapsed forward and didn't move again. I'd killed them. I was a murderer. I had to get out of here. I ignored the wild protests from Julian inside of my jacket as I sprinted, trying to get away from this nightmare. As I did, I passed mountains of bodies. Mom's face stared out at me in a blank expression. Her body was draped over Maddie's and stuck full of arrows, as if she'd been trying to protect her. Maddie was already gone, her throat cut and insides opened up. A cockatrice fed on her remains, its beak dripping blood as it gave me an ominous warning to stay back. I could hear my other siblings crying somewhere, but no matter which direction I turned, they weren't there. I didn't see Katie, Christian, or Jackson, though they screamed for me relentlessly. The scariest thing of all was that I could neither see nor hear Ezra. I searched everywhere for him, but I couldn't find my little brother. I didn't know what had happened to him, and the fear of what he could be enduring broke me. Without warning, the mountains of bodies vanished. All the corpses disappeared, and I was left by myself in the twilight desert landscape, only the smell of death for company. Julian? I looked inside my jacket, but he was gone too. He'd been stolen away from me. A lump grew in my throat at the prospect of being totally alone in this land forever. Death was a total ending, and here I was. I'd earned every bit of it. Liam! My heart simultaneously leapt with hope and clenched in fear as I heard the most beautiful voice in the world behind me. It was Sophia who had shouted my name. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her stomach. Her face appeared horrified, a torturous reflection of my own terror. Essus wasn't with her. I had no idea where he'd gone, but I hoped he was safe. I didn't want Sophia here with me, didn't want her to experience this world, but at least I hadn't been abandoned completely. Pawi, I wept. I surged forward and wrapped her in my arms. I held her tightly and rocked her back and forth as I cried. Sophia hugged me back and rested her head on my shoulder, a light smile on her lips. She didn't smell like herself. She didn't feel like herself. It was like I wasn't even touching her, though she was right here in my arms. Something was way off. Sophie, you need to get away from me, I begged. I forced myself to let go of her, and although it was painful, it was the right thing to do. I'm no good for you. If you stick with me, you'll end up like everyone else. It's going to be okay. We'll make it through this together, she insisted. She put her forehead to mine and brushed the hair back from my face before she took a step back. I have something to tell you, she began. She never got the words out of her mouth because an axe came swinging downward. The blade wasn't held by anyone or swung by anything, but it met its target. It sliced through Sophia's neck, decapitating her and severing her head right off her shoulders. Her blood splashed onto my face, and I gave a wailing cry of grief. I fell to my knees as her headless corpse crumpled against the ground. I watched as her head went rolling away, coming to a stop several feet away. She still wore a shocked expression, mouth open in surprise. I put my head in my hands and rocked back and forth. I didn't want this to be real. It couldn't be real. This isn't real, a low, kindly voice growled. You need to wake up. I knew that voice, like I knew the sound of my own. I refused to raise my head out of my hands, but I felt a wet nose nudging at me and saw black fur from between my fingers. Liam, you don't have time. The task force is coming. Your family is in danger, Neshoma growled. Wake up! I was aware of someone's hand on my shoulder, shaking me awake, and the sound of my name as the hellish landscape faded from my sight. As my eyes opened once more, I took in a gasp of breath. Reality crashed upon me like a wave, but what I'd experienced stuck with me as I came back to the land of the living. I was afraid of hell, but it was already here.
Chapter 2. Sophia. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the tent and startled me awake. I shot upright in my sleeping bag, my heart hammering. It took me a second to realize the scream had come from Liam, who lay beside me. "Liam!" I cried. "Liam, wake up!" My stomach plummeted to my toes as I shook Liam to get him to awaken. Heavy tremors rocked his body, and his eyes moved rapidly behind his lids. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. No matter how hard I shook him, he wouldn't wake. Essis scurried on top of Liam's chest, working his healing magic. My familiar's face knitted together in concentration. At Liam's feet, Julian, the baby dragon who'd hatched last night, spun around in circles and let out a high-pitched wail. "Imogen! Jonah!" I yelled. My voice cracked as I called out my friends' names. Jonah had already kicked his sleeping bag off and knelt at my side. His broad shoulders blocked my view as he crouched beside me.
"Liam!"
he gasped.
"Bro, wake up!"
Jonah shoved Liam hard in the shoulder, and Liam's eyes shot open. He sprang upright, sending Essis flying off of him. Essis landed on top of Julian, and the two rolled into the side, colliding with Squeaks, who insisted she had to sleep with us in the tent last night, even though it left us with no room. Liam's chest rose and fell rapidly. He stared straight forward as if his vision was blurred. Across the tent, Imogen lunged for my bag, her short, strawberry blonde hair flying in all directions. She scurried over the sleeping bags, nearly squashing Sassy, and shoved Liam's inhaler in his direction. "Breathe, Liam!" she demanded. Liam grabbed the inhaler, but he didn't get it to his lips before his face paled.
"What's wrong?"
Jonah started, but he was interrupted by Liam flinging his arm out and pushing him out of the way. Liam lunged forward and grabbed for the tent zipper. He opened the tent so fast it sounded like he ripped the fabric. Liam stuck his head out the door and began retching. The smell of vomit filled the tent. Jonah, Imogen, and I all shared a look of concern. This wasn't good. I inched forward toward Liam and pressed a hand to his back to let him know we were all here. I grabbed his water bottle and handed it to him. Liam groaned and lifted his head. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. When he looked at us, his eyes had cleared and color had returned to his lips. He wore an expressionless mask, but it wasn't fooling any of us. If he thought he could convince us he was fine, he was dead wrong.
"We have to move,"
Liam said before taking another swig of water. "Wait, Liam," Imogen insisted. "You're not feeling well." "Yeah," I agreed. "We should at least get you breakfast before we go." Liam's lips tightened as he placed the cap back on the water bottle.
"There's no time. The task force is coming."
With that, Liam stood and stepped out of the tent. He was shaky on his feet, but I could tell he was trying not to let it show.
"Hold up!"
Jonah called after him.
"How do you know that?"
Liam ignored the question.
"Let's hurry up."
Jonah lowered his voice.
"It's not like he's a Natterai. He probably just had a nightmare or something."
"It doesn't matter. I'm not taking any chances," Imogen said. She quickly began gathering our sleeping bags, and Jonah started helping her with our things. Sassy and Squeaks joined in. I stood and followed Liam out of the tent. It was early morning, and the sun was just cresting over the horizon. Liam had gone to the other side of Jonah's truck where I couldn't see him. When I stepped around it, I found him sitting on the ground, his head between his knees. "Liam?" I asked, as I cautiously stepped toward him. The sound of crunching leaves came from behind me as Essis and Julian followed.
"I just need a minute, Pawi,"
Liam whispered. I ignored his request. Instead, I sat beside him and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Essis and Julian both came up to him. He sat straighter to cradle them both in his arms. "Liam, I need to know you're going to be okay," I said. "I know we can't go back to Kinpago, but we need to find some way to get your meds." Liam stroked Julian's scales.
"Don't worry about it, Pawi. I'll be fine without them. It was just a bad dream."
My lips tightened. Liam, we agreed not to lie to each other anymore. Don't tell me you're fine when you're clearly not. Liam finally lifted his gaze to meet mine.
I don't want to lie to you, Soph.
Then what happened in this dream? How do you know the task force is coming? I asked. Liam took a deep breath.
Because Neshoma told me.
My eyebrows knitted together. Liam had been sleeping. He could have just imagined the whole thing. Ancestors knew we'd been through one hell of a night. But I also knew that ancestors sometimes visited in dreams, and I wasn't willing to take the risk that this was just a conjuring of Liam's imagination. If Neshoma had really come by to warn us, we needed to listen to him. The sound of the doors opening on the other side of the truck startled us both. We could hear Imogen and Jonah shoving supplies into the back seat.
Chop chop, people,
Jonah called. I sighed and rubbed Liam's back. I won't question Neshoma. Let's go. I helped Liam to his feet, and we climbed into the back seat together. It was crowded with all our supplies, since we didn't have a chance to put anything away properly. But it didn't matter. Esses and Julian both insisted on sitting on Liam's lap. Squeaks climbed into the bed of the truck, and Jonah quickly tied down a tarp over the top of her to keep her hidden. He left her head uncovered, but she ducked down low so she couldn't be seen. Liam, lie down, I encouraged. He was really freaking me out. I'd seen him sick before, but this was different, in a way I couldn't explain. He groaned, but he eventually caved and leaned against the pile of sleeping bags. Within minutes, we were all packed up. Jonah put the truck in reverse and drove backward until the trees had cleared enough that he could turn around. Imogen stroked Sassy's red fur and turned around in her seat. Is anyone going to explain what just happened? Liam sounded irritated when he answered.
Neshoma came to me in a dream, okay? I don't want to talk about it.
Liam pressed his hand to his forehead and closed his eyes. Imogen frowned. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Liam's condition isn't going to get any better, considering we don't have all his meds. We need to figure out what to do about it. Agreed, I stated firmly. What all does he have? Imogen asked.
Guys,
Liam protested. He tried to sit up, but I pushed him back down onto the sleeping bags. Rest, Liam, I demanded, before turning back to Imogen. We have his inhaler, his blood pressure meds, and his lung pills. Imogen frowned. Which means we're missing the painkillers, digestive medication, and antidepressants. We can stop somewhere to get the painkillers over the counter, I suggested. Liam scoffed, though he didn't open his eyes. What? I asked.
Good luck, he grumbled. I need more than ibuprofen.
It should help, I argued. Esses chittered and pointed to his chest. And Esses can help too, I added.
We can get meds when we stop for gas,
Jonah offered. Liam caved. It was like he didn't have the strength to argue his needs weren't important.
Fine, Liam said. I'll take whatever you want me to.
I groaned. Come on, Liam, don't do that.
It's not like it's going to help anyway,
he said under his breath. I wanted to say more, but it wasn't going to help right now. We were all still on edge after everything that happened last night. Truth be told, I didn't have the best dreams either. I couldn't get the images of the Battle of Orenda Academy out of my mind. How my grandparents had been gutted right in front of me. I probably never would. Just thinking about it made my chest feel hollow and heavy all at the same time. Tears rose in my eyes, and I wanted to cry again, but we'd already cried far too much in the past 2 days. I could grieve once we got to a safe place. The silence in the car was deafening, but no one dared to break it. Eventually, we made it out of the forest and back onto the road. I held Liam's hand and watched out the window, keeping close watch for the task force. I saw nothing. Hours passed, and no one spoke. Imogen kept shooting me these skeptical glances. I could tell we were thinking the same thing, that maybe Liam's dream was just that, a dream. Part of me hoped so. Another part of me worried about him if that were the case. Finally, Jonah spoke.
Guys, Squeaks needs to stretch her wings. We're going to have to stop somewhere.
Imogen looked out over the landscape. We were far away from home, and the snow-capped mountains of Kinpago were far behind us. Still, dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the terror of the previous night's battle had come to follow us. We weren't taking the main highway, in an effort to lose the task force, so there was nothing but empty road ahead of us. I think it should be safe to stop, Imogen said. We haven't seen any sign of the task force, so we must have lost them. I saw a sign back there for a rest stop ahead.
Okay,
Jonah replied.
We'll stop there.
A few minutes later, Jonah pulled off into a rest stop. It was quiet, and the bathroom facilities looked a little run down. There weren't any other cars around, so we wouldn't be seen with our familiars. As everyone piled out of the car with their familiars, Liam stirred from where he slept beside me, though he didn't wake. Imogen and Jonah took the familiars to the edge of the parking lot to go to the bathroom, while I went inside to use the restroom myself. When I stepped back outside, I stopped in my tracks. My heart lurched into my throat as a black SUV tore into the parking lot, and the tires squealed to a halt behind Jonah's truck. Jonah was ushering Squeaks back into the bed of the truck, and Imogen was climbing into the passenger seat with Sassy in her arms. Inside the vehicle, Liam shot upright in his seat. Esses and Julian perched on the middle console. Everyone froze at once as 4 task force members jumped out of their vehicle. They wore their usual black uniforms and helmets, and each of them held a Noxite gun. I gasped. The task force pointed their guns toward Jonah.
Put your hands up where we can see them,
one of them shouted at him. I had no intention of my friends being captured. They hadn't seen me yet, so I threw my hands outward, intending to throw a fireball at each of their heads and catch them off guard. But no fire came out of my palms. What the hell? Jonah took a step back and slowly raised his hands. He glanced around and noticed me standing far behind him. His gaze darted from me to the truck, as if trying to tell me to make a run for it.
Hey, we don't want to cause any trouble. We just want to...
Jonah swiped his hands through the air, and a bolt of lightning came down from the sky at his command. It cracked against the pavement, and the deafening sound of thunder boomed over the rest area. At the distraction, Jonah ran for the door. Noxite darts shot toward him, but I thrust my arms out and willed my Anichi force field to protect him. The darts slammed into my invisible shield and fell to the ground just as Jonah jumped inside the truck. The engine roared to life, and I sprinted toward Imogen's open door. I jumped inside just as Jonah threw the truck into reverse. I was crammed in the front seat with Imogen and Sassy, but we managed to get the door shut as Jonah pressed on the gas. Esses and Julian scurried to the back seat beside Liam. The earth rumbled beneath the car, and the pavement cracked as dirt upheaved around us. Imogen screamed and used her powers to reduce the impact. Rain came pounding down hard on the car from the Toaqua task force members. It was so thick that we could hardly see out. Jonah tore out of the parking lot and back onto the road. Liam gritted his teeth as he pushed the water away from the truck with his magic. The vehicle began to shake violently as air rushed past us. If Jonah's truck weren't so heavy, the air magic might have knocked us straight off the road. Esses squealed. "Jonah!" Imogen screamed.
Fuck! He cried. I'm driving here!
Squeaks lifted her head in the bed of the truck. Wind whipped through her feathers, and she opened her beak in a scream as she tried to control the air around us, but the car continued to shake. I tried to push my force field outside the truck to block the wind, but my heart was pounding so fast that I couldn't concentrate. When I'd protected Jonah earlier, it was in the heat of the moment. Now, I couldn't get outside my own head to push my force field outward. "Jonah, do something!" Imogen screamed.
I can't drive and use my element,
he yelled back. "Then let me drive," I cried, my pulse quickening. Jonah let go of the wheel, and I leaned over to take it. Jonah kept his foot on the gas, but he closed his eyes and took his focus off driving, while I steered for him. Imogen pushed me off of her, and I had to climb over the middle console to sit on Jonah's lap. My grip tightened around the steering wheel. I could barely see out the window past the dirt flying past and the heavy rain. Jonah gritted his teeth.
Hang on. They're getting close,
Liam shouted. I glanced in the rearview mirror to see the SUV was following close behind, just outside of the air tunnel whipping past our vehicle. Liam used his water magic to push back the rain onto the task force's car. They swerved, like they couldn't see out their window. Liam gasped, like the effort to use his magic was draining him. He hadn't had enough time to recover last night, and now his powers were weak.
Get ready,
Jonah warned. Ready, she replied.
Now,
Jonah shouted. He thrust his arms outward, and the air around us split in two directions in an instant, clearing a path for us up ahead. At the same time, I heard the squeal of tires behind us. My eyes darted out the back window. I gasped when I saw a tall wall of earth behind us. The pavement had been heaved up from where Imogen had controlled the earth to create a barrier. All I saw was the top of the task force's SUV stopped behind it. Pavement crumbled and flew in all directions as the Navita task force tried to flatten the wall of earth, and failed. The air and rain stilled, but Imogen's face was contorted in pain. She fought against the task force to keep the wall steady so they couldn't pass. Jonah sped so fast that we soon reached the range of Imogen's powers, but it was enough to get away. With a look behind, I saw that the task force hadn't followed. The four of us breathed a collective sigh of relief.
I've got this, Boo.
Jonah grabbed the wheel again, and I climbed into the back seat, my heart rate finally slowing. Jonah took another turn, and he didn't slow until we couldn't see the task force anymore. Liam slumped in his seat.
I think we lost them.
He looked more tired than ever. I knew using his magic must have taken a lot out of him. Imogen pushed the hair out of her eyes. How did they find us?
Better yet, why are they wasting their resources on 4 fugitives?
Jonah pointed out.
There's enough going on in Kinpago right now. Isn't it obvious?
Liam said harshly.
They're afraid of us. Oleander only kept us alive as long as he did to keep an eye on us. He must have thought we were more used to him alive than dead.
Yeah, until he decided to execute you and Sophia, Imogen cried.
We outlived our usefulness,
Liam said.
Oleander hadn't learned anything about the prophecy from watching us, so he decided we were better off dead. Now I bet he's scared we might be planning to retaliate. Fuck,
Jonah breathed.
I just want to live.
Agreed, I stated, before turning to Liam. I get Oleander's scared of us because I'm still the chosen one, but it's kind of dumb that he's being this persistent, isn't he?
You don't get it. You're still the prophesied one. People think you're special,
Liam said.
You stood up to Oleander when I was about to be executed. People will follow you if you ask. You've become a symbol of rebellion, Soph. Oleander can't let you live. It gives people hope.
My mouth gaped. But I don't want to be a leader.
It doesn't matter. You're still a threat.
Liam countered.
That means the task force isn't going to stop hunting us until we're dealt with. That still doesn't answer Imogen's question. How'd they find us?
Jonah asked. Oh my gosh! Imogen yelled, as if she'd just realized something huge. Jonah, your phone! His face went pale.
Do you think they have hackers? They must. Nothing else makes sense,
Liam said quickly.
Fuck this shit!
Jonah dove a hand in his pocket, then tossed his cell phone out the window. I watched as it shattered on the side of the road.
Phew,
Jonah said.
Crisis averted.
Hardly, Imogen grumbled. Now they're close enough to tail us. We can't go to my house now. Jonah glanced to her.
What do you mean?
She was still trying to catch her breath. It's supposed to be our safe house. We can't risk the task force following us there.
Where else are we going to go?
Jonah asked, sounding a little peeved. I don't know, Imogen snapped back. But we have to throw them off our trail somehow before we head there. We could go to my parents' house in Utah, I suggested. The words slipped out before I really considered the offer. Imogen turned in her seat and furrowed her brow. But your parents aren't there. Right, I said. My stomach sank as I thought back to the letter Amelia had left for me after we found her apartment raided. She said she was with my parents, but I had no idea where they'd gone. My teeth gritted as I thought about how they'd left me behind. How they'd left all of us behind. Imogen's family had done the same. They said they'd come back for us when it was safe, but it never was safe. Maybe they were never coming back. I tried to keep my voice steady as heavy emotions settled in my gut. The house is still there, though, or I assume. Fuck, if my parents sold their house, I didn't know what we were going to do. Imogen bit her lower lip. Well, I guess it would throw the task force off.
I think it's our best option,
Jonah said. All eyes turned to Liam. We needed his leadership at the moment, like we were all waiting on his approval. But Liam was slipping, and it was clear to see. He considered it a moment, then said,
I agree. We can't go to Imogen's right away. We'll stop at a hotel tonight, then go to Sophia's parents. Once it's safe, we'll head to Imogen's house.
Once it's safe. The words echoed in my mind. We were fugitives. We must have been wanted for at least a dozen crimes. We'd just escaped execution. We'd never be safe. Liam, you need to eat. I held out a piece of pizza to him. Our order had come to our hotel room an hour ago, and he still hadn't taken a bite. Liam shook his head. He'd barely moved since we'd arrived. He lay on his stomach on the bed with his face pressed into the pillow. It was like he was trying not to scream. I'd managed to convince him to take some ibuprofen we'd picked up at the gas station earlier, and Esses had done all he could. He and Julian were even massaging Liam's back. And still, Liam wouldn't move. His body shook with painful tremors as he clung to the pillow in agony. A rock settled in my stomach. I felt totally helpless. This was why I didn't want to leave Kinpago. I knew Liam wouldn't be able to handle being on the run. We'd only been on the road for a day, and already it was taking its toll on him. No one spoke much. Imogen was curled up with Sassy on the opposite bed, her eyes staring blankly at the wall. Jonah was outside, looking for a place to hide squeaks in the nearby woods for the night. The TV was on, but that was the only sound in the room. It was more or less on to make noise. The more I watched Liam, the tighter my chest became. I'd never felt so stressed in my life, and it was giving me a horrible headache. But I didn't care because nothing I felt right now even compared to how Liam felt. I closed my eyes and rubbed my temples, but all it did was bring back horrible images. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the flames consuming Orenda Academy. I saw the lifeless look in Luanu's eyes. I heard Alric's screams as he was burned to death by Doya's magic. I saw my grandmother's intestines being ripped from her abdomen by Raynar's cockatrice, and the blood spilling from my grandfather's chest. I tried to push the images out of my mind, but the more I pushed, the quicker they came rushing in. I hadn't had a chance to cry since everything happened. I'd held it in all night in the tent, and the entire ride in the car. But seeing Liam suffer like this, it was the last straw. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped up from the bed and ran to the bathroom. I barely held myself together before I'd shut the door behind me. Once I was in the privacy of the bathroom, I slumped to the floor and buried my face in my hands. Tears streamed down my cheeks and sobs bubbled up from my chest. I bit down hard on the sleeve of my shirt to keep from making any noise. I didn't want my friends to worry. A light knock came at the door. "Sophia?" Imogen asked gently. "I'll be out soon," I told her, but my voice cracked. I couldn't hide it any longer. An audible sob bubbled out of my chest. "Sophia, I'm coming in." The doorknob turned, and Imogen opened the door a crack. She peeked inside. Her face fell when she saw me sitting on the floor. She didn't say anything as she stepped into the bathroom and sat on the cool tile beside me. I leaned my head against her shoulder. Tears slid down my face and onto her shirt. Imogen immediately placed her arm around me and pulled me closer. "I get how you feel, Sophia," she whispered. "I feel the same way." That only made me sob harder. "Imogen, why did they leave us? Why didn't our families take us with them?" Imogen swallowed. "I keep asking myself the same thing." Imogen and I sat there for at least 10 minutes without saying anything, just holding each other. We could hear Sassy and Esses scratching outside the door, but we didn't let them in. We just sat there, sobbing, as we took in the heavy weight of the last few months. It was unbearable. Finally, I drew away and wiped my eyes. "Imogen, I have to tell you something." She reached over to the toilet paper roll and pulled off a few squares to blow her nose. "What is it?" I glanced down to my open palms. "Something happened back at the rest stop. I tried to summon fire and I couldn't." She tilted her head to the side, looking confused. "Does that have anything to do with being away from Kinpago?" I asked. I shuddered at the thought. We had to be able to defend ourselves from the task force. She shook her head. "Your magic should act the same no matter where you are, unless—" She pressed her lips together thoughtfully. "Unless what?" I asked. Imogen took a deep breath. "Unless you didn't want to summon fire." The words felt heavy, but they hung in the air. I blinked a few times, contemplating what she'd said. "I did summon my force field. I used my spirit magic, just not fire. So my powers must still be working." I closed my eyes, and the fiery images of Orenda Academy returned. "You might be right, Imogen. Fire's just so destructive. I don't. I swallowed the lump in my throat as I looked down at my hands. I hated how much damage they could do, how many people they could hurt. It was like my grandfather had said, fire was made of anger and deep emotions. My Anachi power, on the other hand, was made of peace and protection. "I don't want to be Coigny anymore, Imogen," I admitted. I hadn't realized it was true until I said it out loud. Imogen furrowed her brow. Sophia, you can't just stop being Coigny. I don't care, I said. I don't want to be associated with fire anymore. There's more to me than that. You mean... Imogen trailed off as she looked down to my hands. A bright, white glow came off of them as a sense of peace settled in my heart. I realized what I had to do now. I sat up straight and held my glowing hands out in front of me. I'm going to find my parents, Imogen, and I'm going to become a real Anichi. Imogen and I snuck our familiars into our coats, and we headed into the forest behind the hotel where Jonah was hiding Squeaks. Julian had stayed behind with Liam, who hadn't even responded when we told him we were leaving the room. Jonah! Imogen hissed through the darkness. A light breeze brushed through my hair, and I turned in the direction of it. Jonah, is that you? A loud squawk came from 20 yards away. Shh! Jonah hissed at Squeaks. At the sound of Squeaks' voice, Essis jumped out of my coat and bounded over to her. What are you two doing here? Jonah whispered through the dark as we met up with him and Squeaks. They were both sitting on the ground, looking like they were having a personal conversation. Sophia wants to work on her Anichi magic, Imogen announced. We didn't want to disturb Liam. Jonah sat up straighter. Well, have at it. I'd like to see these powers in action. Imogen sat sassy on the ground, and she went over to Squeaks and Essis to cuddle up with them. Imogen sat beside Jonah and faced me. I could barely see them through the darkness. Okay, Sophia, let's see what you've got. I stood in front of them and swallowed. I wasn't sure I was ready to present my powers yet, but I needed to practice them if I was to master them, just as I had with my Coigny lightning. My guts sank. Coigny lightning. Everything the Coigny made was destructive. I didn't want that anymore. I wanted beauty and light in my life when everything else felt dark. I cleared my throat. What do you want to see first? What's easiest for you? Imogen asked. Light, I answered automatically. Imogen nodded. Okay, then we'll start there. I lifted my palm and conjured my Anichi light, but it was dimmer than any light I'd conjured before. It was nothing like the glowing light I'd created in the bathroom minutes ago. It was dim, like the light of a dying flashlight. I could feel the block within me, like my peace was waning. Whenever you're ready, Jonah said. My shoulders fell. I'm trying. The more I tugged at my magic, the more my Coigny heat flared in my bones. I pushed that aside and buried it deep down within me. I didn't want to feel that anymore. It was just a reminder of all the pain and suffering I'd gone through the night the fire consumed my home at Orenda Academy. I pushed those images aside and tried to focus only on the peaceful soul magic flowing through me. But the more I tried to connect to it, the dimmer the light became. Imogen popped up from the ground and took my hands. The light faded completely. What are you thinking about, Sophia? My magic, I said. And what are you feeling? She questioned. That was a tougher question to answer. I couldn't put a name to the heaviness in my stomach. I feel heavy, I admitted. I feel blocked and tense. It's like every time I try to forget about what happened, it makes it worse. Maybe don't try to forget about it, she encouraged. Face it and work through it. Face it? I balked. Imogen, thinking about what happened isn't going to bring me any sense of peace. Imogen shot a look at Jonah, like she needed help explaining what she meant.
Well, you just...
He shrugged, unable to find the words.
Think of man butt?
Imogen elbowed him in the side. She turned back to me with a sigh. Okay, let's try something else. 2 nights ago, we lost everything. Imogen, I protested, not helping. She held a hand up. Hold on, I'm not done. Look, I get it, Sophia. I feel like I've lost everything too. Kinpago isn't the home it used to be. Orinda Academy burned to the ground. My family left ancestors nowhere without me, and I don't even know if they're alive anymore. Hot, heavy tears rose to my eyes as she reminded me of all the horrible things we'd recently faced. Imogen squeezed my hands, and her voice cracked. But despite all that, I'm blessed. I am so blessed. And so are you. I blinked a few times, shocked by her words. Blessed? Imogen, my grandparents died in front of me. If anything, I'm cursed. No, Sophia, she pressed. You think you've lost everything, but you haven't. See, you still have me. You still have Jonah and Liam and Essis. All of us and our familiars are alive. And your grandparents, they're gone. But you know what? I bet they're in the ancestral lands right now looking down on you and feeling proud. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I guess you have a point. I mean, at least I got a chance to get to know them. But no buts, she said firmly. Focus on me, Sophia. The rest is in the past and can't be changed. But I'm here right now. Jonah is here. Be grateful for that because I'm so grateful that I still have you guys. You two are my best friends in the whole world. And by the ancestors, if we can stick together through this, we can stick together through anything. Jonah sniffled, and it was the first time I'd noticed he'd stood up. He pressed his hand to his heart.
Ancestors, are you trying to make us all cry?
A sob broke out of my chest, and I gestured for Jonah to come closer. Get in here, guys. Jonah scooped Imogen and I into a tight hug. Soon, our familiars all came to surround us, and I was packed into the middle of the biggest, tightest group hug of my life. The only one thing missing was Liam. Ancestors! Imogen gasped. I had my eyes squeezed so tightly shut that I didn't see what she was talking about at first. Jonah dropped us both, and I took a step back. I gasped when I lifted my palms. Inside my right palm was a tangible, glowing orb, the size of a baseball. It hovered above my hand like a fireball, only it was made of spirit magic. Oh my God, I breathed. I did it!
What is it, though?
Jonah asked, stepping closer to get a good look. I poked it with my left hand. It was solid and warm, but I didn't know its purpose. My grandfather had never mentioned this when he gave me lessons on the spirit totem. I don't know, I admitted. Imogen? She stared down at the orb in awe. It was so bright it lit up her entire face. I have no idea either. But whatever it is, keep it, Sophia. I closed my palm, and the orb disappeared inside of it. My chest filled with a bright sense of hope. I will. Well, Imogen said, it's getting late, and we told Liam we wouldn't be gone long. We should probably head back. Jonah didn't move.
Squeaks and I are going to camp out here for the night.
Are you sure? I asked. There's a nice warm bed up in our hotel room.
Squeaks is too big to sneak in, and I don't want to leave her alone,
Jonah said.
We'll walk you to the tree line, though.
We started back toward the hotel. I'm really proud of you, Sophia, Imogen said while we walked. Sassy strolled alongside her. I think you're going to do really great things with your Anachi magic. Thanks, Im, I said, snuggling Essus closer to myself in my arms. I feel a lot better now. Jonah grabbed me and Imogen by the shoulders and dragged us behind a tree just as we reached the edge of the hotel lawn. My pulse quickened as he placed his index finger to his lips. He pointed toward the parking lot, and my stomach plummeted to my toes. A black SUV sat parked near the entrance. 4 men in black moved quietly like shadows through the night toward the door. Shit! The task force was back, and Liam was all alone.
Chapter 3. Liam. I liked the quiet around me. I hadn't been alone in days, and I needed time to just settle. I remained face down in the pillow, trying not to lose it. Leaving those painkillers behind was a heavy blow. The sensation of 1,000 tiny knives pricking my body, slowly slicing off my skin and muscles layer by layer, was agonizing. It hurt to have anything touch me. Even lying in bed felt like I was extended on a row of spikes. Every part of me was sore, like I'd just completed a triathlon and then had the shit beat out of me at the end of it. With a fucking hammer. When I moved, my eyes watered, so I tried to stay as still as possible. Julian was on my back. The hatchling was curled up at the base of my spine, and his body gave off a warm glow. It was almost like he was trying to act as a heating pad. One of the reasons I'd kept my face in the pillow was because I didn't want Sophia to see me like this. We all knew I wouldn't last on the road, and she'd been right, but this was worse than we'd all expected. The fact that I hadn't had time to pack my pills, hadn't gotten any rest, and we'd been constantly forced to move every few hours after I'd barely escaped execution and survived one of the biggest battles of my life equaled total chaos for me. As a result, my body decided to give a giant fuck you and decided to make me slow down one way or the other. Even if that resulted in me feeling like someone was punching me over and over and wouldn't stop. Maybe a bath would help. I forced myself to get up, though it felt like my joints were being ripped apart as I did so. Julian slid off my back. He hopped off the bed and followed me as I staggered to the bathroom. I began filling the tub up with water. As the tub became halfway full, Julian squealed. He perched on the edge of the tub and jumped in, splashing water everywhere. His wings spread out on the surface to keep him afloat. His tail sent water droplets flying as his tiny paws paddled around the tub. He made small growling noises, like he was thrilled to have his own personal pool. "Hey, jackass, this bath's for me, not you," I countered. He dove down, scooped up a bit of water in his mouth, and shot it on my face. I laughed and wiped off the water with a nearby towel. "You're such a little shit," he peeped in response. I couldn't help grinning. At least Julian could make me smile. Smiling itself felt weird. It didn't seem right to smile when I knew what was going on back home and how many people were suffering. It didn't feel okay to crack a grin when my family was out there somewhere, not sure if I was dead or alive, or if the opposite was true, and I was the only one left. I didn't like smiling when my dad was dead. It felt wrong. Julian wailed. He didn't like it when he didn't have my full attention. I reached out and stroked his scales, running my hand over the spines on his back. He cooed and arched in the water. Well, despite all the bad shit that had happened, I was still glad to have Julian. I didn't think I'd be lucky enough to have another animal companion after what happened to Neshoma. I didn't think I was worthy. Still didn't. But Julian had chosen me, which meant I was going to spend the rest of my life taking care of him in every way he deserved. He was a dragon. He deserved respect and care. No matter the reason he'd imprinted on me, he needed me just like I needed him. Julian was my second chance. I'd never thought I'd get one, and this time I was determined not to mess it up. Julian screamed again. I shushed him and grabbed the soap on the cusp of the bath. I began washing his scales. If you don't shut up, we're going to be found out. Then I'll have to explain to a bunch of humans why dragons exist. He gave a shrill cry, and I said, "How did this turn out to be for you?" The dragon's eyes half closed in relaxation as I bathed him. It felt good to focus on Julian. I hadn't had a familiar to tend to in so long, and it gave me a distraction from the pain. For once, I felt like I had a creature who could help share my burdens, and Julian was there. He was strong enough to take them all. I hoped we made it to Imogen's house soon, and that she'd been smart enough to buy a place that was secluded as fuck. Julian was going to get really big, really fast. He'd be big enough to ride by the fall. I didn't know where we were going to hide him. I didn't think he'd be a small dragon like Aisha or Irakari. Sophia had told me dragons of his type grew monstrous within a year of hatching. Fuck, it was a good thing we had somewhere to go. I was so grateful we had Imogen. If she hadn't been smart enough to purchase a safe house for us months ago, we'd be totally fucked. Julian's head went sharply up and he became alert. In his throat was a low growling that didn't seem friendly. He was trying to warn me about something. I paused and listened. There were voices outside. I heard several males speaking in low tones, and my blood ran cold. The sound of wood breaking shattered the room. The door was busted open, the lock blown to bits by elemental magic. Damn it! How did they find us? I wasn't sure how they knew which room we were in, unless they'd watched us come in and out. 4 task force members stormed into the room, Noxite guns raised. I spun around, and Julian leapt out of the bathtub. He bared his fangs beside me and hissed as the task force approached. "Hands up!" one of them shouted. "Or we'll shoot!" I didn't make a move to obey. Would we ever be rid of these assholes? "Where are the others?" another demanded. "Cooperate, and we'll spare your life." That was a fucking lie. No way was I going to tell them where Jonah, Sophia, and Imogen were. Through clenched teeth, I said, "I'm not telling you a fucking thing. You can go to hell." "This is your last warning. Where are they?" the cop threatened again. My last nerve finally broke. I didn't feel well, my family was missing, and I'd lost the only home I'd ever had. I hadn't had a spare moment to grieve the father I'd lost, and I couldn't sleep because every time I did, the dreams I had always became nightmares and ended with Sophia losing her head. And it was all because of the task force. Now they wanted to cause even more trouble. I'd had enough. I was officially pissed off. Fuck how I felt. It was time to kick some ass. You've messed with the wrong Toaqua. Before anyone could fire, I shot out my hand. 4 streams of water came out of the tub behind me and knocked the Noxite guns out of their hands. The water wrapped around the guns and drew them backward, behind me and out of their reach. One of the task force reacted. A fireball formed in his hand, but I quenched it with my magic and delivered a kick to the face. My foot hit his helmet, and he went staggering backward into the nearby wardrobe, where he slammed against it and slumped to the floor. The wardrobe itself tilted, making a smashing sound as it crashed onto its side. The others reacted. Another cop attempted to blast me backward with air magic, but the water created a shield around me, protecting me. The Yapluma cop ran forward, intending to break through my defenses. I made ice daggers out of the shield and shot them like bullets at high speed toward the police. All the others ducked, but the Yapluma caught the daggers in the chest. They pierced through his armor, and blood splattered everywhere. He went down, clutching at his injuries as blood poured out of them. "Sergeant!" his teammate replied. He was Toaqua and lifted a hand to combat my water shield, but his magic was pitiful next to mine. Even with how weak I was, he couldn't break through my powers. I formed the rest of my shield into water whips and shot them out at the Toaqua cop. He put his arms in front of his helmet to protect himself while I began a relentless assault. I knocked over a lamp and bashed the TV sideways before a side table near one of the beds went crashing to the floor. The Coigny in the corner was slowly coming around. He noticed the Yapluma was down and crawled toward the sergeant. He lifted the man onto his back and began retreating out of the room, crying, "Fall back!" The Toaqua followed, glad to get away from my magic. The last task force member was huge in stature, probably a Navita, and he wasn't going to give up, even if it meant disobeying orders. He ran through my water whips like it was nothing, and I barely had a chance to get my shield back up again before he put his hands on me. The Navita was inches away. To protect me, Julian gave a scream and charged at the remaining task force member. He sank his teeth into the man's leg, and the cop gave a scream of pain. He kicked Julian off, and my dragon went rolling to the floor, gasping as he landed on his wing. Rage boiled inside me when I saw that the Navita had hurt Julian. Nobody touched him. My water shield fell to the floor, soaking the carpet as I raised my hand and channeled every inch of fury and frustration I had felt over the past few days into the Navita's body. The Navita didn't even have time to cry out. He slumped to the floor in a pile and didn't move again. The other 3 task force members had gotten away, but this one wouldn't follow. He was already dead, I knew. I'd felt and savored the feeling as his heart stopped beating. I immediately rushed to Julian, who was curled up on the floor and whimpering. "Jules, you okay?" I picked him up and he cooed. I checked his wing. He'd landed on it wrong, but it was fine. He'd be okay. I cradled him to my chest. That had been so scary, and not because my life was on the line. I had worried that Julian would get hurt. More footsteps approached. I readied myself, preparing to kill whoever walked through that door, but my hand dropped when I saw that it was just Jonah, Sophia, and Imogen. Esses was curled up in Sophia's arm, but Sassy and Squeaks were nowhere to be found. Their faces drained of color as they took in the mess around the room. "Liam, what the hell happened here?" Sophia asked, her jaw dropping open. "I'm done, Sophia. I'm just so fucking done," I raged. I held Julian closer. I thought taking my anger out on a couple of goons would help, but apparently all it did was make my wrath worse. "There's blood all over the place," Imogen shouted. Jonah cringed and stepped around a puddle of red the Yapluma cop had left behind. Everyone's eyes fell to the corpse on the floor. Sophia's hand covered her mouth. "Liam, did you—" "I killed him before he could do the same to me," I snapped. "It was self-defense." Sophia didn't say anything more, but her expression appeared vaguely sick. Esses jumped down from her arm and put his paws on the task force member like he thought he could heal him. Didn't work, obviously. Esses's face contorted. I don't think he grasped what death was. Such a thing seemed impossible for him. In a rage, Imogen began rushing around the room in an aggravated fashion, straightening things out that had been knocked over in the fight. "Liam, this is a crime scene. We have to clean this up." "Easy." I lifted my hand, and the blood that stained the carpet, the beds, and the walls lifted up. I levitated the blood to the tub where I dumped it and turned on the water. All the evidence went rushing down the drain like it was no problem at all. I had trouble getting blood out of the carpet last semester, but it was easy now. Something had changed in me over the past few days. I was afraid of the dark side of me before, but I fucking welcomed it now. Blood and gore no longer scared me. I'd accepted that it was part of my life. I was no longer worried about becoming a monster and losing myself. It was worth it to protect the people I loved. Jonah righted the wardrobe by himself before Imogen picked up the lamp and Sophia straightened out the TV. Imogen began shoving the few things we had into Sophia's backpack, while Jonah stooped down beside the corpse of the task force member. With a grunt, he hefted the body over his one shoulder and stood. "What are you doing?" I asked. "We have to get rid of the body," Jonah shot back. "We can't just leave it here." Fair point. Jonah gestured toward the door and said, "You guys cover me." "I can't believe we're really hiding a body," Sophia mumbled under her breath. The three of us clustered around the door. Imogen, Sophia, and I kept watch while Jonah slipped outside into the hall, then carried the body down the stairs, which were only supposed to be used for an emergency exit. Sophia used her Anichi light to shine into the cameras as we passed so they wouldn't catch Jonah getting rid of the evidence. We slipped into the woods outside the hotel. Jonah walked as far as he could until he was out of breath. He slipped the body to the ground and breathed, "Here." We didn't even have to discuss this. It was just what had to be done. And it was fucking freaky. Imogen waved her hands over the earth, and the dirt began moving of its own accord, piling up and creating a hole 6 feet deep. From the shadows, Sassy and Squeaks emerged. Their eyes were wide and glinting, like they couldn't believe we were really doing this. I couldn't believe it either. This was a first for the reject team. When had we gone from making stupid jokes and dancing in the commons like idiots to covering up a murder? A murder that I had committed. Not the first one, either. And if I was being honest with myself, it wasn't completely an act of self-preservation. I could have defended myself without taking the task force member's life. I just didn't want to. "Help me, man," Jonah said. He grabbed the cop's ankles, and I moved to take his wrists. We threw the task force member into the hole. Imogen moved the dirt back over the body, and Julian gave a low note from my shoulder. It was quiet for a long moment. The wind whistled by, and the darkness seemed harsher than what it was a second before. We stood over the freshly turned earth and stared at what we knew was beneath it. "Should we say something?" Sophia asked quietly. "Say something. He tried to kill me," I spat. I crossed my arms and held myself tightly. I don't think he deserves any words. "I know, and that's terrible, but—" Sophia trailed off. "Don't you think he has a family too? Just like us?" I made a scoffing noise. "Yeah, well, if he didn't want to be separated from his family, he shouldn't have gotten involved working for the elders." "Maybe Oleander forced him." "He could have stood up and said no. This is on him." The bitterness was evident in my tone, but I didn't care. Jonah was sending me a disapproving look that I ignored. After a few minutes, it became clear that no one was going to say anything, so we just left. We got in the truck, and Jonah drove for a few more hours to get the task force off our trail before we stopped for the night. We set up the tent. By the time I collapsed beside Sophia in my sleeping bag, I was almost out of it. Julian curled up against my chest, and I put an arm around him as I closed my eyes, ready to dissolve into another fit of nightmares. The night passed. My dreams were full of death and horror, but this time the task force member we'd buried was in them, and I'd killed him over and over. Sophia's head went rolling off her shoulders, and I'd watched my friends die over and over, all in equally horrible ways. I woke up the next morning feeling sick, but at least I didn't throw up again. As we started packing up, Sophia shoved Essus into my arms. "Liam, you need a treatment," she demanded. "You're barely staying on your feet." I noticed Jonah and Imogen eyeing me. I took Essus into my arms, though it elicited a jealous squeak from Julian, who was sitting in the bed of the truck. Essus put his paws over my heart, and his blue eyes narrowed in concentration, but as his healing powers worked, I only felt a small twinge of fatigue ebb away. Essis's teeth gnashed together as if he was frustrated. He returned to Sophia's arm, chattering away sounds that seemed like swear words. "Did it work?" Sophia asked hopefully. I shook my head. She gave an angry noise. "Why aren't Essis's powers working like they used to?" Sophia asked in frustration. "Soph, you've asked him to do a lot in a few days," I pointed out. "Everybody's magic has its limits." "Yeah, he basically restored Liam's skin in seconds after you toasted it off," Jonah subbed in unhelpfully. "And Esses did a lot of healing besides that. His powers aren't unlimited." Thanks, Jonah, for bringing that up. I'd tried to put the memory of Sophia burning me out of my mind forever. It was my own fault that she'd had to do it, but still. Sophia's eyes watered, and she whispered, "I'm sorry. I wish I could take that back." "You had to. It was the right decision," I responded monotonically. "I don't hold it against you." She looked away. "I know Esses needs time to recover his powers, but we can't wait that long. If one of us gets hurt, I don't even want to think about it." Esses's ears drooped, like he was afraid of letting Sophia down. I reached out and scratched his head. "It'll be okay, Soph. We're almost to your parents' house, and there we can take a break. We just have to learn not to rely on him so much." Wasn't easy for me to say. I depended on Esses for survival. "Well, I'll just have to figure out this healing thing then," Sophia said stubbornly. "So it's not all on Esses." "We've already tried that, and it didn't work," I said. "I can develop my Anachi powers. I've been practicing," she countered. "I'm sure I can figure it out soon." I frowned. "Don't get your hopes up." Sophia's expression dropped. She turned away from me, clearly hurt. Normally something like that would bother me, but it didn't. I worried I was losing the ability to feel anything at all. I didn't want to be unsupportive, but also I didn't want to give false hope. I didn't want Sophia to face one more disappointment. "Let's go," Imogen said. Squeaks climbed in the back, and Jonah covered her up before he took the driver's seat, and we headed off. After a half an hour, Jonah spoke up through the silence. "You know, this isn't all bad," Jonah started. "We did talk about taking a road trip this summer." "This is hardly my idea of a vacation." I slumped against the seat and stared out the window. Julian sat on my lap. He was playing tug-of-war with Esses. The two of them had a cloth between them, Julian holding in his mouth and Esses with his paws, and were tugging it back and forth. Sophia watched them and giggled. Julian gave a final tug, but he stumbled forward and Esses yanked. Esses won, holding the cloth like a victory flag. Sophia, you should take that away from him," Jonah started as he glanced back. "That thing's been used for some, unmentionable activities." "Ew, gross, Jonah," Sophia squealed. She pulled the cloth out of Esses's hands and tossed it on the floor, kicking it under the seat. "Just how many guys have you had in here?" "I like to keep that information classified," Jonah replied. Sophia wrinkled her nose. "That's just great. My familiar had a jizz rag all over his paws." "How do you think I feel? It was in Julian's mouth," I grumbled. Just then, Julian crawled up my shirt and licked my face. I gave a disgusted noise, and everyone else laughed. "Jonah's right," Imogen added. "We can make this fun. We've got to stop to get gas and let the animals run anyway. Let's pick up some snacks and make this the best escape for our lives trip ever." "Please." I needed to go to the bathroom and wash my face. Stat. We dropped the familiars off by an empty rest stop near the woods so they could stretch their legs in the trees and hunt for food, while Jonah took the rest of us to the gas station a mile up the road. It was risky with the task force on our trail, but we didn't have much of a choice. I worried about Julian, but the older familiars would keep an eye on him, and they knew well enough to make sure they weren't seen. Imogen, Jonah, and Sophia stormed into the gas station and began snatching snacks off the shelves. Jonah grabbed a large coffee, complaining loudly they didn't have pumpkin spice, even though it was the start of summer, before snagging a bag of cookies, 3 boxes of cupcakes, fruit-flavored rainbow candies, and an apple for Squeaks. Imogen's arms were piled high with pretzels, small chocolates, and chips that had flavors like salsa, pizza, and hot wings. Sophia got Esses 2 hamburgers and held on to a giant blue raspberry Slurpee for herself. She had a basket full of popcorn, licorice, and peanut butter cups. Peanut butter everything, actually. She had 3 different types of candy that had peanut butter in it. Going a little overboard with the peanut butter, aren't we? I asked as I peered in the basket. I just have a craving. She looked at my hands and made a face. Liam, that is not appropriate college road trip food. I had jerky and a wrap for Julian, along with trail mix and protein bars for myself and a water. What? I said defensively. This stuff is good for you. Sophia laughed. Well, at least you're eating something. If you haven't noticed, my tastes are pretty particular, I said. Believe me, I've noticed. She rolled her eyes. Feeding your picky ass after we get married is going to be the biggest challenge of my life. I'm not that bad, I objected. I just don't like preservatives. They're gross. Come on, there has to be one thing that's bad for you that you like, Sophia objected. My eyes wandered. I broke down and said, okay, I might have a weakness for cheese puffs. And nachos. You know, those chips with the really nasty processed melted cheese on them. Done. Sophia shoved the basket toward me, then grabbed a bag of cheese puffs before she poured cheese from a machine onto a tray of chips from the concession. Imogen paid for the items, and we were on our way. I didn't feel relief until Julian was back in my arms again. Squeaks gave a happy buck when she saw Jonah coming with the apple. She and Sassy had been hunting, but she was excited about the treat. She jumped up and snagged it out of the air as he tossed it to her, while Sassy wagged her tail as she chowed down on the hot dogs Imogen had bought. Julian practically sang when I showed him the wrap. He scarfed it down in seconds, then chewed on the jerky while eyeing Esses's hamburgers. Which didn't last long, by the way. Esses snatched them out of Sophia's hands and gobbled them up quickly. Sophia laughed and tickled Esses's chin, and he chortled happily. As we got back on the road, I begrudgingly ate the nachos and took down half the bag of cheese puffs, which were so good, by the way. I hadn't allowed myself to have them in years. A little bit of my sickness abated. Though my nausea pills were gone, I knew part of the reason I felt so shitty was because I hadn't eaten much and was refusing food. Sophia watched me carefully. I think she felt relieved I was taking down anything at all. We need some music up in this bitch, Jonah announced, and he turned on the radio. Imogen gave a happy scream, and Sassy barked as Jonah cranked the stereo to full blast. Sophia smiled, and my heart felt a little lighter. Already, some of the heaviness from the previous night was fading away. This felt normal, like we were actually taking a fun road trip instead of fleeing for our lives. Didn't last long, though. A few hours later, we'd crossed over the Utah state line, and I was this close to losing my mind. Is there anything on this playlist that isn't Taylor Swift? I shouted as I scrolled through Jonah's music player. It was connected to an auxiliary cord that went to the stereo and had been blasting nothing but mindless pop songs forever. I was at my wit's end. That playlist is golden. Sophia and I made it ourselves, Imogen objected. Julian chirped and danced on the seat between Sophia and I with S's, jiving to the beat. How about we play something we all like? I objected. My ears are starting to bleed. Hey, nobody wants to listen to your music, Sophia objected as she chewed on a licorice strand. It's all punk rock emo bands and alternative West Coast songs about California with a bit of screamo thrown in. And what's wrong with that? I asked. Babe, I love you, and I get that My Chemical Romance is your favorite band, but if I have to listen to Helena one more time, I'm going to scream, Sophia objected. Esses bobbed his head enthusiastically. It's good music, I objected. Yes, you listen to good bands, but we're trying to feel happy, not remind ourselves that life sucks, Jonah argued. It's all about the mood. I'll give you a mood, I growled. Oh my gosh, Sophia literally wouldn't stop singing this when you guys broke up, and you totally got back together. So lame, Imogen said, as yet another boppy breakup song blasted through the speakers. So sue me. Sophia threw a licorice at Imogen, and she squealed. Esses darted to the front seat, nabbed it where it had landed, and started chewing on it. We finally pulled into Sophia's hometown late that night. By this time, it was dark, which was a good thing because I didn't want us to be spotted. We parked the truck in the garage, and Squeaks was able to wiggle out of the bed. Sophia used a key hidden in a toolbox in the garage to open the door. After a bit of shoving, we managed to get Squeaks inside before the rest of us walked in ourselves. Since the Henleys were missing, I had been dreading a gruesome scene inside like when we'd walked into Amelia's apartment. But that wasn't the case. The house was clean and spotless. There was no evidence of foul play or even a sign that anyone had been here in months. The electricity didn't work, so we figured it must have been shut off. Sophia found flashlights in the closet for us to use as we swept the house, checking for task force members hiding in the dark. We surveyed the kitchen, but there was no food in the fridge or even any canned goods in the cupboards. Everything had been cleaned out. There was a thin layer of dust on the furniture and a book placed haphazardly on the shelf, but besides that, there was no indication that whoever had lived here had been in a hurry to leave at all. That meant the Henleys' absence was planned. It had been their choice to leave Utah. Good news, but confusing. Most of my parents' clothes are gone, along with a few other things they wouldn't have left without, Sophia said as she returned from their bedroom. It doesn't look like anything's been stolen. I think this is evidence your parents weren't taken. They left of their own accord, I said as we were done sweeping the house. Okay, but where? Where did they go? Sophia asked. Hopefully the same place my family and Liam's went, Imogen responded. This is good news, Sophia. It means your family and Amelia are probably in a safe place. Sophia nodded grimly. You're right. She dropped her voice to a whisper before she added, I just wish they would have told us where first. Squeaks and Sassy were in the kitchen. They dug through the cupboards looking for clues, while Esses opened and closed the fridge over and over, obviously upset there was nothing to eat. Julian gnawed on a chew toy that had been left behind by one of the familiars without a care in the world. So, where are we crashing? Jonah asked. I'm beat from driving all day. Liam and I can sleep in my parents' bedroom. You and Imogen can decide between mine and Amelia's, Sophia suggested. Imogen and Jonah eyed each other. Reluctance was in their gazes. I knew what they were thinking. Despite this being a hopefully safe place, we still didn't know if the task force was nearby, and therefore didn't want to separate, even if it was in rooms that were just down the hall. I think we'd all prefer to stay together, I offered. Squeaks chirped. She had a blanket in her beak that she'd found on the floor, and Sassy had dragged in a pillow from another room. Sophia smiled. Well, I guess we can crash out here. Sleepover! Jonah cheered. Sophia gave him an affectionate look. We began piling the cushions from the furniture onto the floor. The familiars brought the pillows and blankets from the other rooms into the living area, and soon we had one big pile. Jonah jumped into it with a whoop. Squeaks circled a few times before she lay down, and Sassy plopped down next to her, lying a head on Squeaks's hoof. "Are you sure you don't want to take the couch?" Sophia questioned me, eyes narrowing in concern. "I'll be fine, Pawi." I wasn't taking the couch when everyone else was sleeping on the floor. "I'm surprised you're not bitching about this," Imogen said, with a wayward look at me as I climbed onto the pile and pulled a blanket over me. "I've seen enough of you people. This is no longer weird." I yawned. Everyone needed to shut up so we could get some sleep. "I'm not cuddling, though." "You'll cuddle with me," Sophia said as she snuggled up to my side. Esses lay next to my head. Julian curled up beside him so they could share body heat. Of course. I put an arm around her and pulled her to me. I buried my face in her hair and inhaled. As much as I hated to admit it, sleeping together like this made me feel safe. And having Sophia close to me was the safest feeling in the world. "This is like the elemental cup, except a lot more comfortable," Imogen said. "Yeah, and I'm not freezing my balls off," Jonah protested. "Also, that burrito I had earlier isn't going down well, so sorry in advance." Sophia giggled. She ran her fingers down my chest, and I shivered as she said, "Good night, you guys. I love you." "I love you too," Imogen piped up, and Sassy gave a loud snore. "Love you more, bitches," Jonah chimed in. "Good night, you crazy assholes." A slight grin managed to creep its way onto my face as I tucked Sophia to my side and went to sleep. I was the first to get up the next morning. The sun hit my face through the open window, breaking through my nightmares, and I stirred. Sophia was still tucked closely next to me, her breathing gentle and at ease. Esses was still sleeping, but Julian stared at me with bright eyes, his tail wagging. I stared at Sophia for a moment, watching her sleep. She looked so peaceful, something I'd missed over the past few months. I allowed my fingers to drift through the tendrils of her hair. When I touched her, she smiled and moved closer to me in her sleep, like she could sense I was near and my presence was what she needed to maintain a quiet night's rest. I loved her so much. I'd live for her. I'd die for her. There wasn't a single thing on earth I wouldn't do for this woman. I knew the task force was after us because of her, but I didn't care. I'd fight the whole fucking world if it meant giving her one more day. She was my everything, and I needed to protect that. On the other side of her, Jonah and Imogen slumbered on. Jonah had Imogen wrapped in his arms and was squeezing her tight. Imogen clung to Jonah, her mouth in a frown and eyes shifting behind her lids, like she was experiencing some kind of bad dream. Squeaks's head rested on Jonah's hip, while Sassy lay on her back and whimpered, waving her legs as she dreamed of chasing rabbits. I got up slowly so as not to disturb anyone. I whispered to Julian, and he jumped into my arms as I started toward the kitchen. I checked the clock. It was already noon. We really were exhausted from our trip. I rummaged through the cupboards one more time and found coffee grounds, but we couldn't make any because the coffee maker wouldn't work without electricity, and the gas had been shut off to the stove as well. I hoped the water would still be running so we could grab showers, but when I tried, it was a no-go. We couldn't stay here long. We didn't have the needed amenities. A few days, at most. A half an hour later, the others began to stir. They came into the kitchen just as I'd finished searching through the cupboards for medicine and found nothing. "So, guys, how long until we throw the task force off our trail?" Sophia yawned and rubbed her eyes. Esses copied her, appearing a particularly sleepy baby. 2 days should be enough," Imogen suggested. If we leave on the 9th and nothing happens until then, I think it's pretty safe to say we've lost them. Well, we need to eat something. We're out of supplies and there's nothing here, Jonah pointed out. I don't suggest we use the car, Imogen said. It should stay in the garage so there's a lesser chance it'll be recognized. We can go to the grocery store later. It's not far from here. We can walk, Sophia suggested. Maybe tonight, I offered. But I don't think it's a good idea to spend more than an hour outside the house until we know for sure we haven't been followed. Sophia stroked Essis's ears. The coffee shop down the street sells sandwiches and we can get them to go. You remember it, Liam? We met up there the night you took me to Orenda Academy. I vaguely recalled the place. Jonah patted his stomach. So, what are we waiting for? Let's get some eats. It'll be safer if we go together. We risk attracting attention, but it's not for long, Imogen said. Nobody liked the idea of leaving the familiars at the house, but it wasn't like we had a choice. We walked down the street to the coffee shop, keeping our eyes open. We jumped every time a black SUV passed us by or a loud noise sounded off, but nothing ever came of it. We were totally on edge, but it was pointless. It was obvious the task force hadn't come here, to a small town outside Salt Lake Valley. This seemed like a safe place to stay for now. The smells of coffee and baking bread hit my nose as we walked into the shop. I observed the green walls and wooden tables with a slightly prompted familiarity. Now I remembered. I'd been sitting at a table and checking Sophia out when she'd walked in. If I could go back in time and tell myself what would become of Sophia and me, the old Liam wouldn't have believed me. If I had told him Sophia and I were engaged, he would have scoffed and said I was nuts, even though he was secretly hoping for everything I now had. I could still recall the thoughts I had the first time I set eyes on her. Holy shit, that's her? She's the prophesied one? She's the sexiest fucking girl I've ever seen. She's gorgeous. Ancestors, I hope I don't look like shit. I probably look like shit. Why is she so damn beautiful? I'd barely composed myself in time to tell her what I'd been sent to do. We'd come a long way since then. 2 years wasn't a long time, but so much could happen in that short span. It was mostly empty inside the shop. They were having a slow day. Sophia went up to the counter and placed our orders. Jonah kept his eyes on the window, scanning for task force members, and we clustered around the delivery area as we waited for our food to arrive. The bell chimed as the door opened, and someone else walked in. He was definitely a human, gangly and tall with a long face and a pinched nose. He had short hair and acne peppered around his chin. He was probably our age. I didn't consider him a threat, so I ignored him. Sophia's eyes contracted. Oh no. She ducked behind me. Her head lowered, and she stared at the floor. It was like she was trying to hide. She pulled on Jonah's arm, trying to get him to block her too, but he was oblivious, so he didn't notice. Her cheeks were tinged with embarrassment. What's wrong? Imogen asked when she noticed Sophia's cowering. She looked at the guy with a weird expression. It's Blake, Sophia hissed. I didn't recognize the name, but Imogen's gaze soured. She knew him, apparently. Who? The tone in my voice made it obvious she needed to answer me. I turned to face her, and she moved so I was blocking her again. I told you about him, she mumbled. That first night at the waterfall. I pieced things together quickly. Wait a minute. This was the prom guy? The fucking asshole who'd assaulted Sophia in the back of a limo in high school? I'd prayed for a chance to meet this motherfucker one day. Looks like the ancestors had acknowledged at least one of my requests. I couldn't wait to pound this dickhead into the dirt. There weren't enough names on Earth I could call this scum. My knuckles cracked as I bunched my hands into fists. Sophia saw. Liam, don't do anything, Sophia pleaded. Let's just hope he doesn't notice me. But he did notice. He caught the sound of Sophia's voice and looked up. A nasty grin spread across his ugly mug. I noticed he had crooked teeth. Honestly, Sophia had been into him? I was starting to doubt how I looked when I saw what her type used to be. "Hey, Henley," he said. "Haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been all this time?" Sophia forced a polite grimace. "I'm in school. I transferred to a university in California." She shrank several inches as Blake's eyes roved over her. He had the audacity to let his eyes linger on her breasts for a moment. I would have pummeled him right then and there if Imogen hadn't grabbed the back of my shirt and yanked it as a reminder to behave. Jonah didn't know what was going on, but he noticed Sophia was uncomfortable, so he pressed in behind her for support. "California, huh? That's pretty far." He frowned. "But not so far away we can't keep up. You haven't been responding to my texts. Why'd you ghost me?" "Sorry, I don't have a phone anymore," Sophia shrugged. "It's not allowed at my school." "What kind of lame-ass college do you go to?" Blake laughed. "That's kind of a shitty excuse, Sophia. Everyone has a phone. If you don't want to hang out with me, you don't have to lie." "I didn't lie," Sophia snapped. "Those are just the rules." "Yeah," Blake scowled. "Okay." He was checking her out again, which was unfucking acceptable. I put my arm around Sophia's shoulders, and Blake noticed. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. "Yeah, back off, douchebag. She's mine." "So, you back for good, or—" Blake's voice trailed off. He definitely noticed I'd been giving him a death glare. "We're in town visiting my family," Sophia lied. "We had to tell them the good news." Sophia flashed her engagement ring. Blake's mouth opened, and Sophia said, "Blake, I'd like you to meet Liam. He's my fiancé." She looked up at me, and I was pleased to see a gaze of adoration crossed her features. Blake's eyes widened. He glanced at me before giving a short, harsh laugh. "Are you kidding me? You're engaged to this guy?" "Yep, we're getting married," I said loudly before Sophia had the chance to respond. Blake frowned. "Don't take this the wrong way, but he doesn't really seem like your type." His attention drifted to Imogen and Jonah. "New friends, too? Not your usual crowd." Disbelief and a bit of resentment echoed in his voice. Sophia raised her voice and said, "Actually, they are. I found out I'm part of an indigenous tribe. That's why I go there. It's a college on the reservation." "Ah, that's probably why I haven't heard of it," Blake quipped. His words implied that the school we went to was shit. "But I always thought you'd go to a good college, you know? You're too smart to go to a school on a reservation." I wasn't the only one struggling to hold it in. Imogen was fit to bursting, and Jonah stiffened behind me. Sophia let his words roll off of her and said, "I'm glad I'm native. We're a proud people, and we have a strong history." "Come on, Sophia. You're totally white," Blake snorted. "You can obviously see that these guys are, not our people." His gaze locked on mine. Oh, great. He was racist, too. How predictable. Sophia's tone hardened as she said, "I'm not the same person I was in high school. I know that's hard for you to believe, but maybe you didn't know me as well as you thought you did." "That's not true," Blake countered. "We haven't talked since graduation, and we used to talk every day. What changed?" "I grew up," Sophia said harshly. "I stopped being a little girl who needed attention." Blake threw back his head and gave a cruel laugh. "Really, Sophia? You always needed attention, and you loved it when I gave it to you. And everyone at school eventually found out what a slut you are." I started forward, but someone held me back. Jonah had put a hand on my shoulder to stop me from murdering Blake. I remained on the spot, but it took all my free will to do so. The only thing holding me back from kicking the crap out of Blake was the fact that we were on the run and we couldn't afford drawing attention to ourselves. Otherwise, this guy would already be a bloody mess on the floor. "That was all you, Blake. You started those rumors," Sophia seethed. "You know I didn't touch you." "Yeah, but I touched you, didn't I, baby? Does your fiancé know that?" Blake said lowly. "Don't react," Jonah pleaded from behind me, but I barely heard him. I was seeing red right now. I almost thought I'd turned coigny for all the rage boiling underneath my skin. "As a matter of fact, he does. He knows everything about me. I've told him more about myself than you will ever know," Sophia responded coolly. "That's not an accomplishment, sweetheart." Blake's tone dripped with indignation. He'd lost Sophia, and he obviously wasn't getting her back, so he held nothing but contempt for her in response. "Too bad you don't realize you lost your chance with a real man." "Let's face facts, Blake. You didn't give a shit about me. All you cared about was getting in my pants," Sophia snapped. "Now you're trying to do it again, and I'm not interested. I never will be. So you can go fuck yourself." Wow, the Sophia I knew would never talk like that. Blake shook his head, like a woman swearing was some horrible thing. "You really have changed." "You're damn right I have. So leave me alone." Sophia's voice shook, but she was serious. She was just as close to losing her temper as I was. I couldn't let her endure a second more of this. It was my job to protect her, and even though Blake was as big a threat as a wet noodle, he was making her upset, which was a no-go in my book. I stepped in front of Sophia and blocked her from Blake's view. "You need to fucking leave," I said. I made it clear I wasn't playing around. "Yeah? And what the hell are you gonna do about it, you drunk Indian?" Blake snarled. I hit him. I fucking hit him. My fist collided with his cheek, and he went down. The employees behind the counter screamed. Our food had just arrived, and they'd seen me punch Blake just as they were putting it on the delivery table. Jonah hurried to grab the sandwich bags as I stood, panting over Blake. He looked up at me in total fear, like he couldn't actually believe I had the balls to hit him. His one hand was clapped over his face, and a trickle of blood leaked through his fingers. "Liam, come on, let's go." Sophia yanked on my arm. I came back to reality, and we hightailed it out of the shop. We ran all the way back to Sophia's house. Jonah put the food on the table, and Sophia locked the door behind us. We drew the shades and clustered around the kitchen, trying to catch our breath. The familiars watched us from the living room, heads tilted as they tried to figure out what we were running from. "Did anyone see us?" Jonah breathed. "No," I gasped. Fuck, that was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. It wasn't worth the risk, but still, it was satisfying all the same. "Do you think he'll show up here?" Imogen asked. She was practically shaking in fear. "No, he knows where I live, but he's a total wuss," Sophia replied. "He'll be too scared to bother me again, now that Liam put him in his place." Sophia's words shone with gratitude, but Imogen stepped forward. She quivered in anger as she shouted, "Liam, that was totally unacceptable. We can't risk you getting arrested on an assault charge." "Blake won't report it to the police," Sophia objected. "He's had a few bad run-ins with the cops. We don't have to worry about him." "Okay, so what if he goes around town saying that Sophia Henley's boyfriend punched him in the face? Don't you think that'll get the attention of the task force if they show up here?" Imogen spat. "That would make him look like a little bitch," Jonah argued. "He won't." "We don't know for sure." Imogen slammed her palm on the table. She rounded on me. "I get that he deserved it, and this situation was hard." "Everything about this situation is hard, Im," I threw my arms wide. So what if I just couldn't take one more thing? I can't stop the elders, but at least I could teach that fucker a lesson. Liam, I'm sorry your dad died. Imogen's eyes beaded with tears. And I'm sorry we're in this situation, but you can't lose your temper anymore. It risks exposing us, and if the task force finds us again... Imogen trailed off as she noticed my expression. When she mentioned my dad, my throat got tight and my eyes burned. I wasn't sure I could argue further without breaking down. Being hurt was tough. Being angry was easier. I rolled my eyes and turned my back on her. Whatever. I won't do it again. I sure the hell hope not. You can't go around punching people, Imogen snapped. I ignored her. I headed to the backyard to get some space and slammed the door behind me. I took deep breaths, trying to calm down. Soft mews were at my feet. Julian had followed me through the dog door. We were exposed, but there was a fence around the property and nobody was around, so I didn't care. I bent down and picked up my dragon. He nuzzled against my neck and licked my cheek with his forked tongue. Good thing you weren't there, huh, Jules? I asked lowly. You would have roasted him. Julian growled in agreement, though he wasn't sure who I was talking about. The door opened and shut behind me. It was Jonah. I resisted the urge to bite his head off and asked, "What?" Jonah took a deep breath. Dude, I'm sorry, but you're being a fucking prick. What did you just say to me? I whirled on Jonah. Julian hissed, but Jonah didn't flinch. You're not gonna like this, but you need a reality check, Jonah whispered. He was keeping his voice low so the girls didn't hear us. You've been acting like the world is against you since we left, and it's not helping. Look around you. The world is against us. We can't catch a break, I replied. I know, it's frustrating. I'm right there with you, Jonah replied. But you're supposed to be the boss, and you're falling apart. As far as your leadership goes, you're getting an F. I seethed. Maybe I don't want to be a leader anymore. Doesn't matter. You don't have a choice. No one holds the group together like you do, Jonah countered. I've been trying, but this isn't my forte, man. Jonah, do you realize I don't know what I'm doing? I used my free hand to rub my eyes. I can barely keep my head straight. It feels like I'm underwater with no way up. I'm sorry you feel that way. I know it can't be easy with you being sick. And I miss your dad, too. Jonah's voice broke. But we gotta focus on the people we've still got. And you've gotta start taking responsibility and stepping up, bro. We can't have you out for the count like this. We're never gonna last. Is it too much to ask for a few days of reprieve? Yes. There's no time for it. Jonah shrugged. I don't know what else you want me to say. You're acting like your old self, and to be honest, it's kind of pissing me off. I thought you weren't going to go back there. That stung, and he knew it. I'm sorry I disappointed you, I replied. I'm not giving excuses, but try to put yourself in my shoes. Look, bottom line, we need you to start giving orders and start taking control around here. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but nobody knows what to do if you're not in charge. Jonah's words were full of disgust as he continued. It didn't help that you acted like a sociopath after you killed that guy. You showed no remorse at all. You acted like you enjoyed it. I wanted to reply with, so what if I did? But that really would make me sound like a sociopath, and Jonah had a good point. I didn't like the man I was becoming. Not one bit. I just need a break. My dad's been gone for 3 days, I argued. I'm worried about Maddie, and I don't know where Ezra is or if Mom got the rest of the kids out. We're all worried, But you and I need to stay strong for the girls. Imogen puts on a brave face, but she's slipping, Jonah argued. Sophia is obviously looking to you for guidance, and you're fucking failing her. Nothing he could have said would have hurt me more. He delivered a harsh blow right to the core of me. But that was Jonah. He was my best friend, and he knew me better than almost anyone else. He knew what to say to get me to wake up. I was silent. Jonah clapped me on the shoulder and said, "Just think about it, man. The team really does need you." Jonah left me alone. Julian chirped, and I felt a sinking feeling in my gut. As much as this situation sucked, Jonah was right. No matter what I was going through, I couldn't afford to fall apart now. Not when other people were depending on me. I went back inside and climbed up the stairs. I saw Sophia in her bedroom, sitting on the edge of her bed. She was going through a scrapbook that she'd found. Esses sat on her shoulder, brushing her hair. I sat down beside her. Julian crawled onto a pillow. The corners of her lips turned up as she said, "Hey." "Hey," I replied. I leaned in to look. The scrapbook was full of photos of her and her sister. "Missing Amelia?" "Yeah, I miss her so much." Sophia closed the scrapbook and held it to her chest. "I wish she was here right now. Maybe she could tell us what to do. Being here, in this place with so many memories, I don't know how to handle it." My heart twisted. Jonah had been spot on. Sophia really did feel lost. "We know what we're going to do. We'll go to Imogen's house and figure out what to do from there," I replied. "Our families can't be lost forever." "I hope so." Sophia set the scrapbook aside and faced me. "Thanks for sticking up for me back there," Sophia said quietly. "I know it wasn't the right thing to do, but it made me feel a little better to see Blake get some payback." "You don't have to thank me. I'll always be there for you." She leaned forward and placed her head on my chest. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tightly. Esses grumbled that I was messing up Sophia's hair. Sophia sat backward. I pulled her onto my lap, and I leaned against the wall as she curled into me. "Do you think they're still out there?" she whispered. "That they're even alive?" "They have to be," I murmured back. "We'll find them, Paui. I promise." I hoped that wasn't yet another promise I'd be forced to break.
Chapter 4. Sophia. Returning home was a painful reminder of my family. Though I didn't let it show, they hovered in the back of my mind every second of the day. I knew Amelia had said in her letter they were safe, but I wouldn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. Liam had tried to reassure me by pointing out that my parents obviously left on purpose. But it didn't help. All that did was open up this gaping hole in my chest that reminded me they'd left me behind. I woke the next morning on the living room floor, Liam's arm draped around my middle. Esses and Julian were curled together at our feet. A terrible sinking sensation entered my gut, but I couldn't pinpoint why, until the dream I'd just woken from came rushing back. I stood in the Great Hall at Orenda Academy. The tapestries around me burned, filling my lungs with choking smoke. I held my hands up and tried to control the flames, but the more I struggled to subdue them, the worse they got. Shadows blurred across my vision as 3 figures walked down the grand staircase. A horrible sense of dread overcame me when I realized it was my parents and Amelia. Their familiars were nowhere to be seen. "You have to leave!" I shouted to them. "Oh, honey," Mom said gently, reaching her hand out to me. "Don't you realize? We already have." A burst of flames shot up from the floor and they disappeared from view. I screamed, But when the flames died, my family had vanished completely. My stomach dropped as panic set in. I whirled around, looking for my friends, looking for anyone. I longed to hear the cry of Essus echoing down the hall. But I was all alone. I curled in on myself as I replayed the dream in my mind. It wasn't real, I told myself. And yet, everything the dream made me feel was real. I had my friends, but without my family, I didn't quite feel whole. Beside me, Jonah was snoring, and Imogen was still as a log. Liam was sound asleep, so he didn't notice when I pushed his arm off and tiptoed out of the room. I went to my parents' bedroom and crawled under the covers. Tears pricked at my eyes, and I buried my head into my mom's pillow. I took a deep breath and inhaled her scent. It still smelled like her. The knot in my belly tightened. I wasn't sure whether to miss them or be mad at them. It was a little of both. As I wiped my eyes, an unexpected thought cut through. My real parents would never do this to me. I felt sick the second I thought it. How could I be so mad at my parents when I was so worried at the same time? And how could I really know if my birth parents wouldn't do this? They'd given me up. There was no way to know for sure unless I found out who they were and asked them. But it wasn't like I had a birth certificate lying around that listed their names. I sprang straight up in bed. Holy shit. I had to have a birth certificate. It could tell me who my real parents were. I threw the blankets off myself and scrambled over to my parents' closet. I tried not to make any noise as I pulled the door open and began rummaging through the boxes inside. Please let it be in here, I whispered under my breath. I found nothing, but I went through it again to be sure. When I didn't find anything, I started pulling open their drawers, but they were mostly empty, except for a few articles of clothing left behind. I gritted my teeth. The more I looked, the more frustrated I got. My parents were liars, and right now I hated them for it. They lied to me about being adopted. They never told me I was elementi. They wanted to keep me out of Orenda Academy. They never admitted who my real parents were. They'd just repeated the same lie my grandparents had. They left and didn't tell me where. What else were they hiding? And why? I went out into the hall and started throwing open drawers in the computer desk. Where is it? I mumbled. Heat flared in my cheeks. I couldn't find it. I'd never figure out who my real birth parents were. Fuck my parents. Fuck my grandparents. Fuck everyone who lied to me. I kicked the computer desk drawer closed, and it slammed shut with a loud bang. Ancestors! Imogen cried as she startled awake. It's okay, guys, I called down the hall. It's just me. Liam stumbled into the hallway. He gasped as he tripped and caught himself on the wall. He looked startled and out of breath. Liam! I screamed. He landed on the floor, inhaling deep breaths.
Pawi, you okay? I thought...
I'm fine, I assured him. I leaned down and helped him to his feet. I knew how shitty he felt in the morning and how stiff he got after he slept. For him to get up that fast, especially without his meds, was nothing short of a miracle. Essus and Julian came rushing behind him. Jonah poked his head into the hall. He only looked half awake.
What's going on?
We're fine, I told him, before turning back to Liam. You should lie down. Jonah rubbed his eyes and headed back to the living room. Liam sucked a sharp breath as he took a step down the hall. He tried not to let it show, but I could see he was in pain. Let's go to the bed, I suggested. You'll be more comfortable there. Liam followed me into my parents' bedroom. I helped him down onto the bed and then sat beside him. Essus and Julian jumped beside him and cuddled close. Liam groaned, but it was mixed in with a pleasant sigh, like he was happy to lie down on a comfortable mattress again. I wish I'd insisted he sleep there the last few nights. He'd probably feel a lot better by now. Then again, he still didn't have his meds, so it could have been just as bad. I worried it wasn't just messing with his body, but seriously screwing with his mood. Is this the real Liam? The one who murders task force members and punches ex-boyfriends in the face? Was I only in love with the drugged-up Liam? No, I told myself. I refused to believe that. He was just under a lot of stress. We all were. Hell, I'd done a lot of shit I wasn't proud of recently, too. I'd burned him for ancestors' sake. Liam took my hand in his.
What's on your mind, Pawi?
I shook my head. Nothing. Liam frowned.
No lies, Soph. Remember?
It seemed like we were always reminding each other of that. I just meant nothing you need to worry about. Liam didn't look convinced.
What were you doing in the hall?
I hesitated a moment. For some reason, I couldn't tell him how mad I was at my parents. It made me feel guilty just thinking about it. I couldn't say it out loud. I was trying to see if I could find my birth certificate, I admitted. Liam sighed.
Soph, they probably took it with them, along with all their other important files.
My shoulders fell. Of course they took it with them. Why would I think otherwise?
Sophia, if you want help finding your birth parents, I'll do whatever you need to help.
Shh. I silenced him by placing a hand on his chest. I told you, Liam, it's nothing you need to worry about. His brow furrowed like he was offended.
Why wouldn't I worry about you, Pawi?
He lifted my hand to show me the ring.
You're going to be my wife. I'm allowed to worry.
The knot in my stomach eased a little when he called me his wife. It was the one good thing in this whole mess. It's not a big deal, I lied. You have bigger things to worry about.
Oh, yeah?
He challenged.
Like what?
I bit my lower lip. I knew this was Liam's way of saying I was the most important thing to him, that there was nothing worth worrying about more. But he was also waiting for a real answer. You need to worry about yourself, Liam, I whispered. Pfft, he said, leaning his head back against the pillow.
You do enough of that for the both of us.
Do I? I replied, harsher than I intended. I quickly softened my tone. Liam, I can't help you if you don't want to be helped. His jaw dropped, like he was really offended.
What makes you think I don't want help, Pawi? I've been going to therapy every week since we got back together. I haven't missed a single session.
Yeah, I said, but that was before... He raised an eyebrow.
Before?
I swallowed the lump in my throat. Before the Battle of Orenda Academy. Before you lost your meds. His lips tightened.
Soph, that was only days ago. I've barely had a second to grieve.
Because you're not letting yourself, I burst. My guts sank when I said it. I was one to talk. I hadn't faced anything that happened that night either. I was still a walking shell of a being. Like I was trying to convince myself it never happened and my grandparents were still waiting back in Kinpago for me. I was stupid. I took a deep breath. Liam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean... Liam yanked his hand away from mine.
You don't think I'm trying?
Tears welled in my eyes. I just wish you could talk to me about it. We haven't talked about your dad at all. Liam pushed himself to a sitting position, but I could tell by the way he winced that it hurt.
Soph, you don't get it. I'm not like you. I'm not in touch with my emotions in the same way. Talking about things just makes it worse, so I deal with it on my own. I don't do it to offend you or because I don't love you, I just need time.
I sniffled and wiped my nose. We all do. I wish we could do it together. I'm just worried you blame me. His eyes widened.
Blame you? Pawi, why would I do that?
Well, because... I choked up and couldn't get the words out. Because I kept you from saving your dad to save the rest of us. But I couldn't say it out loud. What I'd done was horrendous. He should have broken up with me on the spot after what I did to him. The tension in the air was palpable. I was sure he could feel what I was about to say, but he didn't push me. So instead, I said, because I didn't pack your antidepressants. Liam wrapped an arm around me and pulled me close to him.
Soph, we left in a rush. That's the furthest thing from your fault. I'll be fine without them.
Will you? I drew away to look him in the eyes. You're not acting like yourself lately, and I know you've been having nightmares. You haven't said a thing about them to me. Liam looked on the verge of tears.
I can't, Sophia. Every night in my dreams, I see you.
He shook his head like he couldn't stand to picture it.
It's not something I want to think about when I'm awake. Because when I'm awake, you're here and you're real. And I thank the ancestors every damn second that you weren't killed on that execution block. You're still here with me, and that's what matters.
I was so touched by his words, but at the same time, I knew it was his way of sidestepping the issue and pushing the conversation in a new direction. I'm grateful for that too, I said. But maybe I can help. I wanted to. I wanted to help so badly. But I felt bad even suggesting it. I was the one who'd been having recurring nightmares since the New Year's riots. And though they'd slowed down, I hadn't gotten rid of them completely. I was a total hypocrite. But I really, really wanted to help Liam.
You want to know the truth, Sophia?
Liam asked bitterly. I was taken off guard by his tone, but I nodded anyway.
The truth is, each night I find myself in Araya,
he admitted. The mighty darkness? I whispered. You mean, like, hell? He nodded solemnly.
Each night, I'm faced with losing you again. Over and over. And Soph...
His eyes glistened with tears.
I'm so afraid I'm going to.
I pressed a hand to the side of his face. No. The ancestors haven't separated us yet. They wouldn't let that happen.
But it's going to happen eventually, Pawi.
A heavy weight landed on my chest. What do you mean?
Sophia, you're such a pure and kind-hearted soul,
he began. I resisted the urge to snort. I was a sinner just like him.
It's obvious you're going to end up in the ancestral lands,
Liam said.
But me? I'm already damned.
I gasped. How could he believe that? He was being absurd. Liam couldn't be damned to hell. He was kind and sweet. He loved harder than all of us and always put others first. That was the last kind of person that was going to hell. My hand shook as I squeezed his tighter. You're not damned. He stood and began pacing around the room, even though I could tell the last thing he wanted to do right now was walk. It was like his way of punishing himself.
I've killed people, Pawi,
he reminded me. In the name of something good, I shot back. What happened with that task force member? You did it to save us.
But I should have.
Liam balled his hands into fists. You can't change what you did, I said, stopping him. But you have to understand that you're not a bad person for it. You have a good heart, Liam. And that's why the ancestors would never damn you.
You don't know that,
Liam said quietly. Neither do you, I snapped. Is this why you won't take care of yourself anymore? He raked his fingers through his long, dark hair.
I told you I'm trying.
But you haven't shown me, I emphasized. Liam, it's gotten so bad even Essus can hardly heal you anymore. We agreed that when you got out of the hospital, you'd do better. He scowled at me.
A lot has changed since then.
I know, I said softly. I stood from the bed and reached out to him. I half expected him to pull away, but he didn't. Instead, he relaxed into my embrace. Our lives have changed so quickly. If we're going to get through this, then we need to change too. Together. Liam pressed his nose into my hair and took a deep breath. For a moment, I thought he wasn't going to say anything. Then he whispered,
Okay, Pawi. We will.
Liam and I both meant it when we promised each other we'd work through our issues together. But it was like there was an unspoken agreement between us that we'd start as soon as we felt safe and not a second before. Everyone was still on edge, as if waiting for the task force to burst into my parents' home and attack us again. By the time Thursday arrived, though, nothing had happened. I think it's safe to say that we lost the task force, Imogen announced that morning, as she handed out breakfast sandwiches she and Jonah had gone out to get. We should be safe to leave.
Yeah, and I'm dying for a shower, Jonah said as he sniffed his armpits.
Imogen twisted her nose up at him. Yeah, seriously, you stink.
I guess we should pack up,
Liam suggested. While everyone worked on packing the bedding and Imogen raided the bathroom for toiletries and other supplies, I went to my bedroom. I'd lost almost everything that was important to me when we fled Orenda Academy. But there were a few things at home I didn't want to leave behind. I took a few pictures of Amelia and my parents off my bulletin board and gathered some of my old clothes. While I was digging through my dresser, I found something I'd forgotten I had. My friends Emily and Leah had given them to me for my 16th birthday as a gag gift. I never thought I'd be the kind of girl to use them, but the thought had me excited. Finally, a bit of good news. I slipped the gift into my bag where Liam wouldn't see. I wanted to surprise him. Finally, I went into Amelia's room and pulled one of her hoodies from her closet. I still had her jeans she'd given me, but the hoodie smelled like her. It wrapped around me like a warm hug. It was hard to stay mad at her when I missed her so much. Essus tried to crawl into one of her shirts, but it drowned him. I giggled and curled him in my arms, then went over to set him on the bed. If you want something to wear, buddy, try this. I reached for one of the bears in Amelia's endless stuffed animal collection and pulled the rainbow t-shirt off it. Essus put it on, and it fit him perfectly. He ran over to the mirror and modeled, looking pleased. I snickered. He brought me so much joy.
Sophia?
Liam called down the hall, his voice filled with concern. He barely let me out of his sight these days. In here, I shouted back. Liam poked his head into the room, and Julian peeked past his feet.
You ready to go?
I grabbed my backpack and swung it over my shoulder. Ready as I'll ever be. The drive to Imogen's house was long. The house was located in Southern California, and we still had to get out of Utah before we crossed the rest of the state. We had to stop for the night, but nothing happened like last time. I think all of us wondered if the task force was fucking with us, or if we'd really lost them. But by the time we got to Imogen's house the next day, it felt like we could actually breathe. I gasped when we drove into Imogen's driveway. Her house was nestled between the mountains, next to a national forest. Evergreens bordered the property on all sides, and though she had a couple of neighbors, they'd never see anything past the tall fence at the front of the property. The house itself was small, nothing more than a little cottage, but it looked cozy and safe. The outside was painted a light green for Navita. "Imogen," I breathed. "It's gorgeous." "I know," she blushed. "Wait until you see the inside." Jonah drove to the back of the house where we couldn't be seen. When we stepped out of the car, the air was nice and warm, and I could hear the sound of water trickling through the mountains.
Water! Liam cried. I feel water!
Imogen chuckled. "I knew I couldn't buy a property without water. There's a river behind the house." Liam rounded the car and looked down into the ravine behind the driveway. A rocky little creek cut through the trees and twisted around the back of the property.
Thanks, Im,
he said.
"You're the best."
She shrugged. "I try. So, who wants the grand tour?"
"Girl, I've already started,"
Jonah said from the deck. He and Squeaks were already investigating. Essis jumped out of my arms and hurried up the stairs to join Squeaks. She nudged at something I couldn't see, until I climbed the stairs and saw there was a hot tub on the porch. She was trying to slip the top off to climb inside. "Imogen!" I cried. "You have a hot tub?"
"What?"
Liam asked. His eyes brightened suddenly. He came up behind me with Julian in his arms, and the little dragon leapt out of his arms to land on the hot tub cover.
"Oh, this is sweet. I call dibs."
Imogen rolled her eyes as she passed. Sassy hurried to the back door and scraped on the glass with her paws. "You can use it after you shower. Besides, it hasn't even been turned on yet."
"Turn it on! Turn it on!"
Jonah jumped up and down. Imogen pointed a finger at Jonah. "You're definitely getting a shower first. I don't need your nasty ass contaminating my hot tub." Jonah's shoulders fell.
"Fine."
Imogen unlocked the door, and we all followed behind her. Inside, the house was decorated like an old country cottage. I never thought that'd be Imogen's style, considering the white walls and light-toned accents. I was expecting more bright colors and flashy posters, but it actually suited her well. Downstairs was a living room with a fireplace, a fully stocked kitchen, a laundry room, and a bathroom with a walk-in shower. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms. Imogen pointed Liam and me to the one with the queen bed, while she and Jonah took the room with 2 twins across the hall.
"Ugh,"
Jonah groaned.
"I thought you promised me a full-sized bed, Im. I'm too big for that thing. You expect Squeaks to sleep on the floor?"
Imogen placed her hand on her hip. "Do you want to know how much this place cost? Because if you wanted to contribute the entirety of your cup winnings, we could have upgraded a few hundred square feet and gotten you a full-sized bed." Jonah's shoulders fell.
"I hear you, Im. This will do."
Jonah went into his room to set down his bags, but Liam stopped in the hall.
"Thanks for doing this, Imogen,"
he said.
"We all really appreciate it."
She shrugged. "Yeah, well, it's the least I could do. Who wants their clothes washed? Sassy and I are going to do a load of laundry." "You can take mine right away," I said. "I'm going to take a shower." Imogen pointed to the closet in my room. "There's a robe for each of you in there when you're done." "Thanks, Em," I said. As soon as she went back downstairs, I turned to Liam. "You're invited to join me." His face remained passive.
"Maybe another time, Soph."
"Come on." I tugged on his hand. "There's no bath for you to relax in. I can help you wash up." Liam sighed.
Okay,
he agreed reluctantly. We changed into our robes. Our familiars stayed behind in our room as we went downstairs to put our clothes in the wash, then got into the shower. I like Imogen's place already, I said. I think we're going to be happy here. Liam took my hand and squeezed it to his chest.
Wherever you're at, Pawi, is where I'm home.
I hadn't been lying when I said we'd be happier at Imogen's, but over the next 2 weeks, it felt like we were playing some sort of charade. Everyone was quiet and worked on their own things to occupy their minds. Liam and I had promised each other we'd work through our issues together, but it was like neither of us wanted to bring it up. Like we were worried talking about our problems would shatter this beautiful, perfect picture we had, where we were safe and comfortable. The nightmares continued to assault me, and though Liam tried to hide it, I was pretty sure he was still having them too. I was back inside the burning castle, but instead of my family walking toward me down the grand staircase, it was my grandparents.
Sophia!
My grandfather called.
You must come with us!
But the fire! I screamed back. We have to put it out! There's no time, my grandmother insisted. Before I could blink, Essis squealed at my feet as a large winged creature swooped out of the air. It was a cockatrice, and its razor-sharp talons were aimed straight at my grandparents. No! I screamed, but it was too late. The cockatrice's claws sliced straight through the two of them in a single swipe. Their bodies crumbled to the ground, and they fell down the stairs, organs peeling out. They came to a stop at my feet, their lifeless eyes staring up at me. I threw my hands over my mouth and started crying as my knees buckled beneath me. Grandma! Grandpa! I shook the both of them. I didn't expect them to move, but a second later, my grandfather's eyes shot open. I jumped back.
Sophia!
He strained.
Sophia, you have to come back!
My eyes shot open, and a horrible nausea slammed into my gut. I jumped out of bed and raced down the stairs, stomach reeling. I barely made it to the bathroom before last night's dinner flew out of my mouth and landed in the toilet. I gagged for a few minutes longer before I finally stopped retching. Ugh, I groaned as I sat down. I was already starting to feel better now that I'd thrown up. I hated to admit it, but the stress was really starting to get to me. Essis ran into the room behind me and jumped into my lap. He pressed his paw to my face and the nausea subsided. I sat there for a few seconds longer until I heard the sound of soft footsteps padding in the hallway. I looked up to see Imogen and Sassy at the door. Imogen pushed it open a little wider, revealing the sullen look on her face. You okay, Sophia? I swallowed, though it tasted horrible. I'm fine. Just a bad dream. Imogen sighed and stepped into the room. Sassy nudged my hand with her nose until I moved it aside and let her snuggle into my lap with Essis. Imogen crossed her arms and leaned against the vanity. Sophia, I know I haven't said anything, but I'm really worried about you. Don't be, I told her. It's nothing. That's not true, she said. You've been having these nightmares all year, and they've gotten worse since we left Kinpago. Don't you remember what Hattie said? The tarot card reader? I asked. Honestly, I hadn't really thought about the tarot cards since we'd gotten that reading. Imogen nodded and knelt on the floor so we were at the same level. Remember? She drew the devil for you. Imogen, those were just cards, I argued. They didn't mean anything. But they did, Sophia, she said. The Miriamic Coven has magic, and witches use tarot cards to show the way. Hattie is half witch, so what she said has to be true. She said that to move on, you have to face your demons. Are you facing them or ignoring them? Silence hung in the air for several seconds. I dropped my head because what she said hit too close to home. It was stupid, because this was exactly what I told Liam he had to do, and I couldn't even do it myself. How was I supposed to help him if I couldn't help myself? I wouldn't say I've been ignoring them, I said, but I could hear the lie in my own voice. Imogen sighed. Look, it's going to be hard, Sophia. But if you let me, I want to help. I don't think you can. Just let me try, she begged. I contemplated her words for a few seconds. It would be nice to stop feeling this way all the time, like I was trapped in my own body and couldn't even breathe. Finally, I nodded. What did you have in mind? I thought we could talk about it before the guys wake up, she suggested. I really didn't want to, but Imogen was right. I had to face my demons at some point. And if I tried helping myself before helping Liam, maybe it'd go smoother when we finally opened up to each other. We can try, I agreed. Imogen took my hand and helped me to my feet. She led me into the living room and told me to lie down on the couch. Essis and Sassy curled up by the fireplace, even though there was no fire going. Imogen sat in the chair next to me and crossed her legs like she was a therapist or something. Sophia, she said calmly, I want you to close your eyes and think back to the night of the riots. You mean the night at Orenda? I asked. No, she replied. Return to the night of the New Year's powwow in the Kinpago town square. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Fire flashed behind my lids, and my heart started to race as I saw images of lifeless bodies all around me. I could still hear the crunch of bone as Ben and Marcy were dropped out of the sky. I winced. Imogen touched my shoulder. It's okay. I'm right here. I grabbed her hand and squeezed it tight. She gasped, but I didn't loosen my grip. When I thought back to the riots, images started assaulting me from all angles. I saw the manticore above me as it tried to kill me, and the blessing tree alight in flames. I saw the task force ripping mine and Liam's spirit art in half. I saw the great hall crumbling to pieces, and Chiefess Annette shoving an arrow into Luanu's heart. I heard the cries of Alric as he was burned to flames, and saw my grandparents being torn to pieces in front of me. No! I shouted, shooting to my feet. Water dropped from my face and onto my nightgown. I didn't even realize I was crying until then. Imogen's face paled. Sophia, I'm only trying to help. I wiped the tears from my eyes. I know, I'm just not ready yet, okay? She stared at me, shell-shocked. Sophia, I'm only trying to get you to face what happened. It's a part of your life that you can't keep shutting out. You need to find a way to accept it so you can move on. I stared at her, trying to keep the lump in my throat at bay. I will, just not now. The stairs creaked above our heads, and Jonah came into view. He stretched and yawned really loudly.
What's going on down here?
I put on a passive face and said, nothing. I scooped Essis up and went straight for the back porch, where I could cry by myself and didn't have to admit to anyone that I still didn't have it together.
Imogen, you have the best taste in houses, Jonah said one morning while Imogen and I were eating breakfast on the deck. We sat on the patio furniture, a pan of scrambled eggs and bacon between us on the table. Jonah was sitting in the hot tub with his arms up on either side of him. Squeaks looked like she wanted to get in too, but she was too big. Julian and Sassy stood on the edge and splashed in the water, but Essis stayed put at my side. I think he was scared of the water since he couldn't swim. Liam was upstairs sleeping. He did that a lot these days. I know I have great taste, Imogen said proudly as she popped a bite of toast in her mouth.
It's who I am.
Yeah, but this hot tub, these trees.
Jonah gestured around him, then closed his eyes and inhaled deeply.
This air.
I know. It's great, Imogen said. You better enjoy it while it lasts.
While it lasts?
Jonah asked.
I'm staying here forever.
I snorted. No, you're not. There aren't enough hot guys around willing to screw you. Jonah chuckled.
True that.
We were all getting cabin fever. We'd left a few times to buy food, but we tried to keep our trips into town as minimal as possible. Imogen had been working on fashion projects to occupy her time, or trying to help me with my issues, though it hadn't helped much at all. Jonah had spent most of his time practicing his soccer kicks in the driveway with our familiars, working out or watching sports. When Liam wasn't sleeping, he was weaving baskets from supplies he found in Imogen's craft room or reading. I spent a lot of time soaking in the hot tub, studying up on photography, or practicing my Anichi magic. As nice as this was, it was starting to get boring. I poked my food on my plate, but Essis snuck up between my arms and snatched a piece of toast off me. He ran away and stood at the steps and shoved it in his mouth. At least he was eating. I didn't have much of an appetite this morning. Speaking of leaving, I began. How long do you think we'll be here? Imogen took a long, contemplative breath. I'm not sure. We've been here 6 weeks already. Eventually, we're going to have to go looking for our families. Jonah climbed out of the hot tub and wrapped a towel around his waist.
This again? We don't even know where to start.
But we have to try, she snapped. Jonah sat down beside us and started filling an empty plate with scrambled eggs. Jonah's right, I said. We have no idea where to begin, and we can't go back to Kinpago and wait for them. Not when the task force is swarming town and wants our heads. Imogen bit her lip. I know. I'm still working things out. I pushed my plate away from me. While you work on that, I'm going to practice my magic some more. Essis, do you want to help me? Essis looked up to me with an expression of complete guilt. His cheeks were stuffed so full that crumbs were falling out of his mouth. I stepped off the deck and stood in the driveway. It was completely bordered by a forest of thick trees, so I never felt unsafe when I practiced my Anichi powers outside. That was the one good thing about having so much free time at Imogen's house. I'd had lots of time these last few weeks to practice my powers. It was really helping to calm me, too. I took a few deep breaths, then tugged on my Anichi magic and brought it to the surface. I thought of Liam, and 100 memories flashed through my mind. The day he took me up the mountain to teach me of my heritage. The time we screwed in the Tawakwa dorms when we'd gone bungee jumping. Amidst all the chaos since I'd learned I was Hawkeye, there'd been some really good times. I settled on the memory of fooling around in the Commons, when our relationship was still forbidden and Ezra almost caught us. It was before everything in our lives took a shit. Looking back on it filled me with warmth. Light glowed in my palm, and I swirled my hands around each other until the light formed a solid ball. Last week, Jonah had suggested I try throwing it to see what it'd do, but every time I tried, it just fizzled out. This time, I'd get it. I aimed my focus on a nearby tree and then shot the ball of light outward. It flew through the air, but it only made it halfway to my target before it disappeared.
Whoa! Jonah cried. Sweetheart, not so close to the truck.
Imogen ignored him. You're doing better, Sophia. Essis jumped in front of me and clapped. I bent down to his level and ran my hands across his horns, which were so big by now it was hard to think of him as a baby anymore. He'd kind of bulked out, too. I had a sneaking suspicion he'd been watching Jonah work out and was trying to copy him. Last week, I saw him helping Jonah pile wood for the fireplace. It was funny, watching him pick up tiny sticks and little logs, but he did his best to help. "Why don't you give it a shot, buddy?" I asked. "Grandpa said you should be able to do it, since you're Anachi. You can heal, so you've got to be able to produce light, too." Essus chittered proudly and reached out his paws to me. Nothing happened. He glanced down at them like he was shocked. He shook his head and clapped his paws, like banging on them would make them work. I chuckled. "We'll work on it, buddy." The sound of the sliding glass door met my ears, and Liam stomped onto the deck. Jonah opened his mouth to say something, but Liam breezed right past him. His eyebrows were knitted together, and his lips were tight. In his hand, he held a notebook. My stomach dropped.
Why didn't you tell me about this, Sophia?
He demanded, shoving it in my direction.
I thought we weren't keeping secrets anymore.
I took it from him, but I'd otherwise totally frozen up. "We're not," I replied. How did I even begin to explain this to him? Imogen rushed over to us. "What's going on?" I ignored her and looked to Liam. "What were you doing going through my stuff?"
I was double-checking to see if I had any meds left, he said. It fell out of your bag.
"And you just thought you'd read it without asking?" I huffed.
The pages fell open,
he snapped back. I tried not to get mad, but I wasn't sure I believed him. It was like he was purposely snooping through my stuff.
What's in it?
Jonah asked. He reached out for the notebook, but I snatched it away. Silence settled over the yard for a few moments. Everyone looked at me for an explanation.
I'm not mad you want to do this.
Liam's tone softened.
I'm mad you didn't tell me, Sophia. So why'd you hide it from me?
My shoulders fell. I didn't try to hide it. I just know it's never going to happen.
What is it?
Jonah begged. He couldn't stand not knowing.
What's not going to happen?
I sighed and turned to him and Imogen. Before we left Kinpago, I came up with this plan, that we were going to get the kids out of those camps. I wrote down estimates on how many kids I thought were in the camps, how many task force members there would be guarding them, and how many people we'd need to break them out, along with some other stuff. I thought that after we left with Liam's family and were safe for a while, we could get a team together and save the kids. But then the whole execution happened and we had to leave. I know we can never go back and save them, but... Liam's features softened. It was obvious he could tell how much this bothered me and understood why I hadn't shared it with him. Not when we'd lost hope. He stepped forward and pulled me into a hug.
Don't say that, Pawi.
Say what? I asked.
That we can never save them,
he stated. I let out a breath of disbelief. But we can't. I don't even know where to start anymore. We don't know what's been happening in Kinpago these last few weeks. Liam took a deep breath.
I don't know how we're going to do it, Sophia. But if you want to break those kids out, we will. It might take some time, but we'll get to them, no matter what.
Tears pricked my eyes. You mean it? Liam nodded.
I mean it. I know this is important to you. I'll make it happen no matter what.
I was so happy and elated at his vow. It gave me hope that maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed, and we could turn things around. But just at that moment, a wave of nausea rolled over me. I held up a finger. Thanks, Liam, but if you'll just excuse me a second. Liam didn't have a chance to respond. I ran into the house. I swung the bathroom door shut behind myself and knelt over the toilet, gagging. I wanted to puke, but nothing came out. Shit, What was with these nausea spells hitting me all the time lately? And not just when I was stressed. It was when I was happy, too. It wasn't like I had freaking morning sickness. My body stilled as the thought crossed my mind. Instantly, I started doing the calculations in my head. No. No. I hadn't been tracking my period since we'd left Kinpago. With everything else going on, it was the last thing on my mind. But I must have missed it by now. Or maybe I'd missed it twice? Fuck! I knew I always wanted a baby, but not now. Not when we were on the run. What would happen to a baby if the task force found us? I couldn't bring a child into this world right now. Not when my world was on the brink of collapse. Don't jump to conclusions. It's just the stress, I told myself. I knew that could happen. Back in high school, my friend Emily had missed her period once when her parents were going through a divorce, and she was still a virgin. But I had gone off my birth control after the pharmacy refused to fill Bayami prescriptions. Then again, maybe it had something to do with the hormones. They must have been all over the place now that I wasn't taking my pills. Not to mention I'd been completely freaked out these past few weeks. That must have been it, because we all knew Liam was sterile. I knew I'd never have kids. So what was I worried about? Nothing. I had nothing to worry about. This didn't even warrant a pregnancy test because there was no chance in hell I was pregnant. I closed the toilet lid and sat on it. My hand settled on my belly. A warm sensation settled in my heart when I thought of the possibility of carrying a child, but I quickly shut it down. I couldn't do this. I couldn't work up hope only to be crushed by utter disappointment. I wouldn't be heartbroken again. Liam and I couldn't have babies. I'd already had to accept that. I couldn't go back to thinking it might be a possibility, because it would only crush me all over again when I realized the truth. I'd never be a mother. I had to let that dream go. A light knock sounded at the door, and Liam's voice came from the other side of it.
You okay, Pawi?
I wiped my nose with a tissue I pulled from the counter. Yeah, I will be. And it was true. Whatever happened next, I was ready for it. I had to be. I didn't have any other choice.
Chapter 5. Liam. I needed space, even from my friends. Being trapped in this little house was really starting to wear on me, and though I hated to admit it, I needed space from Sophia. Early the morning of May 18th, I walked beside the river until the house was mostly shielded by the trees and I felt like I could breathe. Julian soared behind me, diving around trees until I came to a stop at a wide expanse of the creek. He perched in the branches above and looked down in interest as I started manipulating the water. I played with it, absent of thought as I created thin streams that twisted in the air. I didn't know how I was going to keep my promise to Sophia that we were going to save those kids. What she didn't know was those camps bothered me just as much as they did her. It was probably the cruelest thing the elders had come up with. If I couldn't stop this war, I at least wanted to set those kids free. But I didn't know how. I felt useless. I was just one man. What could I do against an all-powerful government, one that was willing to hurt the people I loved in order to suit its agenda? I'd always promised myself growing up that if something terrible happened in the tribe, I'd do everything in my power to stop it. But I didn't realize what it would actually be like once the situation arrived. Most things were out of my hands. Anything I could do something about would most likely get me killed. I needed help. Others needed to rise up. But Kinpago never would. We'd relied on the people of the tribe to protest and get involved before things got this bad, but nobody did anything. The Deforti had sat back and watched as Bayami were tortured and sacrificed. Nobody had made a stand, and things couldn't change unless people were willing to sacrifice everything for what they believed. I didn't know if I was willing to do that anymore. Fuck the Hawkeye. They deserved what they got. When I heard someone calling my name, I sighed and returned to the house. In the kitchen, Jonah was making breakfast. All he was wearing were bunny slippers and tight-ass boxers with purple hearts on them that didn't fail to show everything. He hummed as he poured batter into the waffle maker and turned over the bacon like some 1950s housewife. Jonah walking around mostly naked was something we'd all long gotten used to, but it didn't make it any less annoying. Squeaks lay on the kitchen floor, a collection of beer cans around her hooves. I scowled as I saw Jonah down a Budweiser. "Do you really need a beer at 10 a.m.?" I complained. "It's a holiday, man. Party's gotta start early. Imogen, we need more beer," he called out around the corner. "I just bought a 12-pack. Imogen's indignant voice could be heard from a room down the hall, and Sassy gave a bark. "Guess what day it is?" Jonah wiggled his eyebrows at me. "I don't care," I grumbled. "Happy Ancestors' Day!" Imogen cheered as she entered the kitchen. She seemed chipper this morning. She squeezed Sassy in her arms, and the fox gave a yip. Julian flew to one of the kitchen chairs and perched on it, waiting for me to sit down. Sophia shuffled in. Essis sat on her shoulder, rubbing her neck. There were bags under her eyes. She looked really tired. "Jonah, please put some clothes on." Sophia rubbed her face in exhaustion as she came into the kitchen. She sat at the kitchen table and put her head in her arms. "No can do, baby cakes," Jonah replied. He sat a full stack of waffles on the table. "Eat up." Jonah cooked most of the time, with Sophia and Imogen occasionally subbing in to give him days off. Squeaks dug into her stack of 12 waffles, while Sassy politely chewed on one. Jonah and Imogen seemed more than happy to chat and get excited about all the Ancestors' Day traditions they still intended on following, but it was clear Sophia and I weren't in the mood to celebrate. "Jonah, these waffles are amazing," Imogen sang. "You're the best cook ever." "Perks of having shit parents who make you fend for yourself," he replied with a full mouth. I fed Julian bits of my waffle. He snapped them up, accidentally biting my fingers in the process. "Ow, watch it," I told him. He gave a sorry coo and snuggled into my neck. I laughed under my breath. I loved him. Halfway through breakfast, Sophia got up and opened the fridge. She rummaged through it before her face fell. Essis's eyes widened like he could sense an impending storm. "What's wrong?" I asked. There's no orange juice left." Sophia's lip wobbled. I saw tears dotting the corner of her eyelids, and all I thought was, what the fuck? "We can get more," Imogen offered, but it was too late. Sophia broke down into sobs. Imogen and Jonah's mouths dropped open in shock as they watched her bawl. Julian's wings sagged. "Pawie." I got up and wrapped her into my arms. She cried into the front of my shirt. Ancestors, she was acting like not having enough juice in the house was a major crisis, even though I knew that wasn't what this was really about. I just can't take one more thing," she wept. She tore out of my arms, running out of the kitchen and onto the deck. I beckoned to Julian, and he flew off the chair and landed on my arm. "What's with her?" Jonah thumbed in the direction Sophia had gone. "It's just stress," I mumbled. I followed Sophia. Essis frantically wiped away her tears as she bawled. "Sophie, it's time to calm down." I rubbed her back, but the tears didn't cease. She'd gone over the edge. I know. I'm being so irrational for no reason. She wiped at the tears on her face with the palm of her hand. It's just, my emotions are everywhere lately. You've been through a lot. It's okay. Though random crying spells aren't exactly reassuring me you're stable, I thought. I don't want to be like this. She sighed, and Esses patted her cheek. I know it's hard, but you've got to stop this. You've been making yourself sick. You throw up whatever you take down. Don't think I haven't noticed, I said. She took a few deep breaths. I know. It's over the top for sure. You need a distraction. How about we work on your energy powers? Anything to get her to stop crying. Sophia took a few quick breaths. That sounds like a good plan. Her tears slowed, and she walked off the deck. I followed her into the woods, and she set Esses on a nearby branch as she faced me. Julian flew off my shoulder and perched next to Esses, where the two snuggled up close. They were best buds already and practically inseparable. I can expand my shield pretty far now, Sophia said. Watch. She raised her hand, and out of her palm bloomed a transparent shield that slightly shimmered in the spring sunlight. It grew until it encompassed the entire area, even the house. It had to have a circumference of 50 feet. How long can you hold it? About 5 minutes. She let the shield drop. Though I'm still having trouble enclosing my shield around other things. She focused her attention on a boulder around 20 feet away. A shield wrapped around the rock, but it only held for a moment or two before it wavered and faded completely. Her shoulders dropped. I just can't get the hang of this. You've been practicing every day. It's not for lack of effort. Think of what you could do when you were just learning your coigni powers. You could barely sustain a flame. You've only been working with your energy powers for a few months. It takes time. I reached up and took Esses down from the branch, and Julian growled. Maybe we should practice healing. Watch. Esses laid his paws on my middle. I felt his warm magic work its way through my body, and the stiffness in my muscles ebbed as the pain gradually resided. The cough that had settled in my lungs this morning eased, and I visibly relaxed. Sophia came close. You seem better lately. I've been feeling a lot better since we got here, I said. I've had some time to rest, and Ess's powers are finally strong enough to start working again. Now you try. I extended a hand. Sophia took it, but when she tried channeling her spirit into me, all I felt was a tingling sensation lingering at the top of my skin. It was like what I felt when Esses began the healing process. You're getting better. I can feel your magic trying to change my body, I encouraged. I can't seem to get farther than that, she scowled. It's not like coigni magic. The fire just does whatever I tell it to. With spirit, I can feel your water magic fighting against mine, and I can't get past the barrier. Healing's the most difficult magic there is. It's beyond complicated to manipulate a supernatural's body system. You do it. You can stop someone's heart. She dropped my hand and looked up at me. It's easy to destroy things. It's infinitely harder to repair the damage after it's been done. I shrugged half-heartedly. My water has to overpower another person's magic by brute force. Healing isn't done that way. It's supposed to be gentle. I guess you're right. I just need more practice. I can do this, though. Sophia conjured a ball of light, then threw it. It sailed around the area in an arc before it returned to her hand. She tossed it at a nearby tree, and the light sailed through it, sending splinters flying as it made a baseball-sized hole in the center of the trunk. Impressive, I noted. Esses was wiggling to get out of my arms. I set him on the ground and said, Do you think Esses has other energy powers too? That's what I've been wondering. We've been working on it. Sophia stooped down to the earth. Okay, buddy, show Liam what you've got. Ess's little face scrunched up in concentration. He rubbed his paws together and focused. A tiny ball of light, no bigger than an inch across, formed in his paws. His eyes lit up in delight, and he gave a warrior cry as he chucked it. It landed pitifully on the ground with a plop and vanished. "Good job, Essis," Sophia cheered. "That's farther than he's ever gotten." "You're doing good, little buddy." I reached down and scratched him behind the ears. Apparently this was too much for Julian, because he leapt down from the trees and pinned Essis to the ground. The two of them wrestled back and forth, Julian slashing with his claws and Essis trying to choke him out. Julian opened his mouth and revealed his baby teeth, plunging downward to grab Essis's ear. But before Julian could bite him, Essis fucking vanished before our very eyes. Julian froze, his tiny eyes darting this way and that as he looked to where Essis had gone. "Essis!" Sophia screeched. "Ancestors! What happened to him?" "Holy shit! Where did he go?" I shouted. I turned on the spot, and Sophia frantically started rifling through the leaves. Just as I was about to wonder if both of us were going nuts, Essis reappeared again, waving. "What the hell?" I asked. Sophia ran forward and snatched Essis up. She snuggled him affectionately, though he shrugged like he didn't get what the big deal was. "What did he just do?" I asked. As if in response, Essis vanished once again so we couldn't see him anymore. Sophia's eyes widened. "I can still feel him. He's in my arms. We just can't see him," Sophia said. Essis reappeared again and flipped Julian off from where he sat. Julian hissed and stuck out his tongue. "Invisibility must be an Anachi power," I marveled. "Soph, if you could do that, it would really help us." "Why did Essis never disappear before?" she asked. "There were plenty of situations where invisibility would have helped him stay safe." "Maybe he couldn't. He must be growing up. The older familiars get, the stronger they become," I pointed out. "That must be it." She bit her lip. "How'd you do it, little buddy?" Essis chattered as if giving instructions. He scurried up her shoulder. Julian, who was being a baby and wanted attention, wailed at my feet. I bent down and picked him up as Sophia tapped her chin. "There has to be a method for it," I offered. "All elemental magic has steps to follow." "Give me some time to think." She paced around the clearing, her brow furrowing in thought. Julian wanted to beat Essis up again, but I held him tightly so he couldn't move. He gave a few whiny puffs of smoke before he looped around my neck and shoulders. After 5 minutes, Sophia's expression cleared. "I wonder—" It was then she disappeared. Her entire body dissolved into thin air as if she'd just slipped into a different pocket of reality. I knew it was coming, but I was still shocked. I staggered backward as I witnessed Sophia vanish entirely. She was still there, though, because Essis was still there. It looked like he was floating in midair as Sophia became invisible. If I looked very closely, I could see the thin outline of her form shimmering, like her shields did, but if I didn't know what to look for, I could be fooled like she wasn't there at all. Sophia reappeared moments later. A huge smile spread across her face. "I can't believe it! I did it!" "How did it feel?" I asked curiously. "It's hard to explain. It's like I'm here, but I'm not. I feel weightless, warm, and at peace, sort of cocooned by my light. I don't know if I really disappear. More or less just control the light around me so you can't see me." She moved Essis to her hands and nuzzled her nose against his. "Thanks for showing me, buddy. You're so smart." "How'd you figure it out so fast?" I asked. I was surprised she'd managed to do it at all, and on her first try, too. "I don't know," she admitted. Light is an energy power, so all I did was take control of the light and bend it around my body. You made it look so easy. She scuffed her shoe on the ground. I just had the thought that I really wanted to disappear. Forever. Well, I didn't like that. A smirk spread across my face. You want to put that invisibility magic to good use and play a prank on Jonah and Imogen? She gave a devilish giggle. Would I ever? We approached the house, keeping quiet. Julian and Esses settled. Imogen and Jonah were on the porch. Imogen had gotten into the hot tub with Sassy, and Jonah had finally put on clothes. He was lifting weights while Squeak sang obnoxiously to the music blaring from the speakers sitting on the table. Sophia snickered. She disappeared. I saw footsteps appear in the dirt as she approached the patio. Jonah put the weights down and stretched. So anyway, for the cabaret costumes, I'm thinking black and green, or maybe red and black. Ancestors, was he still talking about that stupid cabaret? We were in hiding. It was never gonna happen. Red and black, definitely, Imogen said. It'll fit the theme better. Jonah went to reply, but before he could, Imogen screamed. Water had come out of nowhere and splashed her in the face. Jonah gasped. Seconds later, his workout shorts dropped to his ankles like someone had yanked them down. I knew it was Sophia. I had to put a hand over my mouth to keep from dying as Jonah stood gaping in his boxers. Squeaks leapt to her feet in alarm, and Sassy floundered in the tub. Holy crap, this place is possessed, Jonah wailed as he bent down to pull on his shorts. The realtor didn't say anything about the place being haunted, Imogen complained. Well, they definitely lied to you. It's obviously haunted with a pervert who wants to fuck us, Jonah shot back. His expression changed. On second thought, I haven't gotten any in a while. He turned back toward the house and cupped his hands over his mouth. Hey, ghost, if you're willing, I'm DTF. Sophia reappeared. She doubled over, laughing, tears streaming down her face. Esses and Julian gave happy cries as they ran onto the porch. I had to grab onto the banister at the porch stairs to keep from falling over in laughter. Sophia, what the hell was that? Imogen asked in astonishment. She drifted to the edge of the tub. Jonah made a double knot in the ties around his shorts, like he was worried she'd do it again. I've got invisibility powers, she forced out between laughs. Esses showed me. It's an energy power. Watch. Sophia vanished and reappeared again. Imogen clapped in delight, while Jonah seemed stunned. Sophia, that's great, Imogen squealed. Do you realize how we can put this to good use? Wow, and you thought a good use of your new fancy magic would be to expose me to the entire world? Jonah shook his head, though the corners of his mouth switched. Nice one, guys. Invisibility is easy for me. It's way simpler than other forms of energy magic, Sophia said. It shouldn't take me long to learn how to sustain it for a long time. I swear if you prank me again, it's gonna start a war, Jonah warned. Sophia hissed with laughter. Sophia practiced her invisibility until dinner time. I watched her, sitting on the deck and working on a complicated basket pattern while Imogen and Jonah prepared the complicated holiday meal. By the time they called us in for dinner, Sophia appeared accomplished. Her face was flushed, but her eyes were bright, which I hadn't seen in a long time. I think learning invisibility is going to help me with my other energy powers. It gives me a better understanding, she said as we entered the kitchen. That's good, I replied, but my mind was on other matters. My eyes lingered over the setup Jonah and Imogen had made. There was salmon with pine nuts, bread made with mesquite powder, shellfish, steamed acorns with berries, and a buckwheat cake. All the traditional Ancestors' Day food was here. It was just like my mother used to make. It kind of made me sick to look at. We sat in silence. The familiars gathered around the table with us. Julian perched on my chair, and Imogen looked at Jonah. "Would you like to do the honors?" "Of course." Jonah took Sophia and Imogen's hands to begin the prayer. Imogen and Sophia extended their hands for me to take, but for some reason, I didn't. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I felt frozen and angry, very, very angry. Sophia noticed the pause. Her eyes were pleading with me to go along with it and not make this difficult. Esses tilted his head and chittered, while Squeaks and Sassy both gave hurried noises, as if telling me to hurry up and say the holiday prayer so we could eat. Julian sensed my hesitation and gave a supportive nudge of his head to my chin. "Liam, come on," Jonah said, when I hesitated to join hands. "Let's pray." When I still didn't move, Imogen added, "We need to thank the ancestors before we begin the meal. It's tradition." Tradition. That one little word set me off. I didn't want to ruin this meal that Jonah and Imogen had worked so hard on, but at the same time, there was something in me that was at an impasse. I just couldn't do this. I shot up from the table. "No," I said indignantly. "No, I'm not going to thank the ancestors for something they should have provided in the first place. You want me to be grateful for this? No way." "We should be thankful," Imogen insisted, and she pulled her hand out of Jonah's. "We have food, a safe place to stay, and each other. Do you know how many Bayami would kill to have that right now?" We have this stuff because you made sure we did. The ancestors had nothing to do with it. We should be thanking you, not them," I spat. "We should thank them. They helped me do this," Imogen shouted. "They gave me the foresight to know we needed a plan, and I followed it." "And what about all the other Bayami out there, huh? Why aren't they worthy to have shelter or safety or something to eat? Why aren't they worthy? Why do the ancestors favor us and not them? Why are so many of them dead, and why are we still alive?" I crossed my arms. "I'll tell you why. Because we got lucky, and you were smart enough to be prepared. That's the only difference." Sophia didn't say anything. I could see in her eyes that she didn't want to upset me further, but that she agreed with Imogen. Jonah was still holding her hand. He gave it a supportive squeeze, as if telling Sophia he was sorry for how I was behaving. It just pissed me off more. "This isn't the ancestors' fault, or the Great Spirits," Jonah said. "They didn't cause the elders to do what they did. But they had to have seen it coming. They could have intervened, but they did nothing," I insisted. "Maybe what's happening is necessary," Jonah said lowly. "Necessary?" I gave a laugh that almost sounded insane. "You think it's necessary for children to die?" "I didn't say that, but the tribe was at a point it needed to change. Maybe this was the only way," Jonah argued. I refused to believe that. My voice was full of spite and hate. "Look, you guys, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but I can't participate. Not this time." "You don't have to, but we don't need to hear you rant on a day like today," Imogen insisted. She didn't need to tell me she thought I was ruining this, because I could see it written all over her face. But the floodgates were already open. Now that the dam had broken, everything came welling up and tumbling out. I think I'm finally seeing the light. Religion has caused a shit ton of problems for everybody in this world, including the Hawkeye. Maybe it's time we just did away with our faith altogether. Look how the elders use the ancestors to get the Hawkeye to believe them. It's just a tool to control people. "You think someone like Oleander has a spiritual bone in his body?" Imogen's voice began to rise. "He doesn't give a shit about the ancestors or the Great Spirit, only what their name can do to bolster his power." "Exactly," I shouted. He said the ancestors were on his side, and clearly they are, because he's still running the show. I'm not going to blame a bunch of deities for something the Elementi did, something the Elementi chose to do. Jonah's eyes narrowed. How do we even know the Great Spirit is even real? I've never seen him. Have you? My tone was accusatory. Liam, we see our ancestors all the time. They arrive when we summon them. We have proof of our spirit guides, Imogen said with a wayward glance at Jonah. Now she was making it sound like I was totally nuts. We have proof that magic exists. That's it. How do we know the rest of it isn't some big illusion, some power we've tapped into to bring back memories of the past? I questioned. At this point, Sophia let go of Jonah's hand and slowly began to rise. Liam, I know you're having questions, and it's okay to doubt. She took a deep breath. But you're saying things you don't mean right now. I gave a disgusted noise and shook my head. I need some space. I hurried out the door. Julian flew behind me. I let the screen slam on the way out. I went to the river. When I got there, I shot out my hand, and a burst of energy caused the water to splash over the sides and slam against a tree. It made me feel a little better, but ultimately did nothing. It wasn't until I looked at Julian, who appeared worried at my feet, that I realized what was really bothering me. I was angry at Neshoma, and that was a weird feeling to have. He was an ancestor. He could have intervened in all this. He could have saved us, stopped my dad from dying. But he chose to stand by and watch. Maybe he was mad at me because I had Julian now. Maybe he thought I replaced him and didn't need him anymore. That had to be it. There was no other explanation. I collapsed by the river and sat there for a while, watching the water rush by while Julian sat in my lap and cooed. When it grew dark, I heard the sound of leaves crunching beside me. Sophia sat by my side. She'd left Esses behind. She remained at a distance as she asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" "No," I scoffed. "Do I ever?" "I think you should. You really hurt Imogen and Jonah's feelings." My stomach dropped. I was such a prick. "I know," I said regretfully. "I'm sorry." "What set you off?" Her voice was full of concern. "It's just a prayer." "It's not that. It's the intention of the whole thing." I didn't know if I was explaining myself well. "It helps me when we pray at dinner. My grandparents used to do that before we ate. It helps me feel close to them." I could hear the plain grief in her voice as she spoke. My voice dropped. "Yeah, well, my family used to do that too. But you know what? Praying hurts. It just reminds me that my dad is gone and I have no idea where the rest of my loved ones are. I have no idea if I'll ever see them again. And I can't sit there and do something my family used to do together while having it shoved in my face that the ancestors see all of this and do nothing. That can't be true. There must be a bigger plan." "Open your eyes, Soph. The Great Spirit abandoned us. I hardly believe he or the ancestors ever cared at all." The hopelessness was evident in my voice. Fuck, I sounded like such a sad sack. I needed to get it together. "You can't give up. That's not the Liam I know," she objected. "Then maybe you don't know me at all." I didn't mean to say that. I didn't even think it was true, but for some reason it slipped out. Sophia got to her feet. Her face had turned slightly red, and her knuckles turned white as her hands became fists. "I can't fucking believe you," she snapped. Great. She'd gone from gentle to totally pissed in 2.5 seconds. I couldn't handle this. I got up too. My temper was already sparking. "I know we're close, but you can't deny there's distance between us now. There's a wedge, and it's because—" "Say it," she snapped. Fucking say it. No, I refused to say what we were both thinking out loud. Then I will. You're angry at me because I burned you. You think if I hadn't stopped you, your dad would still be alive. A bitter tear ran down her face. Well, let me tell you something. I wonder if I should have. Maybe I should have let you open that door, and the elders would have killed us all. Maybe then we would have died where we belonged, in a place we loved. It doesn't matter. We're here now. We can't go back and change the past. But you wish we could, Sophia snapped. I didn't know if I made the right decision, but I had seconds to decide. And in that moment, you had left me no choice. I either had to hurt you or I had to hurt all of us. It was an impossible decision, but I did the best I could. We could have fought back. We could have saved him, I shouted. I'm sorry, Liam, but you're in denial. There was no saving your dad, Sophia pleaded. If we had intervened, we were all going to die, and he told us to run. He knew he was going to die. He sacrificed himself for you to give us time to escape. I couldn't hold back anymore. I'm sick of people dying for me. Maybe if you had practiced your shield magic more. Her face went pale white, and I regretted saying the words the minute they were out of my mouth. That's what we're resorting to now? This is all on me. No, that's not what That's exactly what you meant, she snapped. She gave an angry noise. You know what, Liam? If that's what you think, you can just take the ring back. A horrified feeling caused my stomach to plummet. Are you serious? What, so you don't want to get married now? She gave a hollow laugh. Well, when your husband blames you for the death of his father, it doesn't say much for your marriage, does it? I don't want to blame you. I don't want to be angry with you, I shouted. Logically, I know it's not your fault. You did the right thing. But your heart tells you otherwise. You don't have to deny it, Liam. It's all over your face, she seethed. You've barely touched me since we've been here. It's like you can't stand to look at me. That's not true. I just need time, I offered, strained. You withhold from me when you're hurting. It's what you do. I can't deal with you acting like I'm not alive. She turned away from me and put her face in her hands. Julian looked between us, not understanding what we were fighting about. He curled inward and sucked his wings to his body. He was acting like the argument was his fault, and I felt guilty about that too. Soph, you use my body as an escape, and I'm fine with that, but you can't expect me to jump whenever you say so, I objected. That's not the point. It's not about sex, Liam. I can deal with not getting sex, but I can't deal with you constantly pushing me away when you're hurting. I can't be ignored by you. You withdraw when you're upset. You run away and hide. Sophia took a step away from me. You shut yourself off from me, and then the intimacy is just gone. It's like when we make love, you're not even there anymore. You're somewhere else. I can see it in your eyes, and you won't open up and tell me what's wrong. That's how I deal with shit. I keep people at a distance and learn to process. It's the only way I know. This whole argument made me feel like she blamed me for everything, and it really fucking sucked. Sophia scoffed. You put everything into a box until you self-destruct. Then everyone around you has to deal with the implosion. And though you're trying to protect everyone, all you're doing is hurting the people you love most. That stung. Julian crept against the ground and rubbed against my ankle like he was trying to get me to forgive him. The move broke my heart. Stop acting like I'm the problem. We promised each other to work on our issues, and we haven't done a thing since we've gotten here. Sophia shook her head. I don't even know if you want to. I'm not the only one putting it off. You say I'm on edge? Look at you. You're a complete mess. My voice was starting to rise, but I dropped it. I could argue with Sophia, but I wouldn't full-out scream at her. That wasn't okay, no matter how angry we were at each other. Sophia noticed the change in the argument. She stiffened, then took a few steps back before she said, "Maybe you're not the one who needs space. Maybe it's me." Soph. She disappeared. I turned on the spot, looking everywhere for her, but she turned invisible and left. She'd just walked out on me. I never thought she'd do that. She wasn't that kind of person. But apparently she was. We'd said some pretty awful stuff we couldn't take back. The worst part of it was all the truth. Both of us were being honest. At least it was out in the open, and we didn't have to hide it anymore. At least she hadn't taken her ring off and thrown it at me. Julian made a weeping sound. I picked him up and hugged him. "I'm sorry, Jules. Maybe this is all my fault." He purred and nuzzled into my neck. I heard the sound of footsteps. My heart leapt, hoping Sophia had come back, but it wasn't her. It was Imogen and Jonah. Both of them looked miserable. "We could hear you two all the way from the house," Jonah said solemnly. "Yelling at each other isn't okay. You guys gotta work out your shit, man." I sighed. "Yeah, I know we do." Imogen took a step closer. In her hand, she held a small bundle of white leaves bound with a red thread and a deerskin bag. "This is all the white sage I have," Imogen said, and she pressed it into my hand. "You need it to perform the invoking ceremony and summon your ancestors. I don't have enough for all of us. You deserve it, Liam. It's yours." "No, Im. You keep it." I tried to put it back in her hands, but she refused to take it. "You lost your chance on Ancestors' Day to talk to Anna last year. You need to do this," Imogen insisted. She closed my fingers over the white sage before giving me the deerskin bag. "When you're done, come back and make things right with Sophia. We'll be waiting." "Aren't you guys going to stick around?" I asked. "This is something you need to do for yourself." Imogen gave me a hug. "We love you, Liam. Please do this for us." Jonah and Imogen left. By this time, it was growing dark. I reached into the deerskin bag and found flint. I made a small fire, then looked around for a flat rock I could use as an altar. I found one and carried it beside the fire. I took a small bowl out of the bag. I drew water from the river, then placed it onto the altar. I lit the white sage and swept it around the area to cleanse the space before I placed it on the altar beside the water. You were supposed to have something from one of your ancestors to place on the altar, but I didn't have anything. I'd lost it all when we fled Orenda Academy. Something personal could sub in its place, but I didn't have that either. Julian tugged on my arm. I looked down and saw that he was offering up one of his own red scales. "Thanks, Jules." I placed the scale on the altar, then sat down and crossed my legs. Julian scrambled onto my lap. I closed my eyes and tried to open my heart up to the spirits, but it was hard. I really didn't want to do this, but I'd promised Jonah and Imogen. I couldn't let resentment get in the way. I cleared my soul out as best I could and tried to remain open as I uttered the summoning prayer. "I summa Anna Cedric, andi au I anichi, un ama hak ina bian I yokwa amnaadu, es I di tihode, au inavita, and sokwa am hadiple di hasinkri alatione." I summon Anna Cedric, blood of my spirit and mother who existed before me. I seek her guidance as I journey the path of my life and ask she fill this sacred gathering. When I opened my eyes again, a figure emerged from the trees. a long-legged white she-wolf, her form shimmering and transparent. She was beautiful to observe, like she was made of nothing but starlight and colors. The she-wolf sat by the fire, directly across from me. The wind rustled as a woman took her place. A beautiful, brown-skinned girl with a kind face and 2 long black braids sat parallel to me with a welcoming expression. It struck me then just how young Anna was. She died so early, in her 20s. Would that be my fate? Would I be dead before I hit 30? When speaking with your ancestors, it was best to communicate in Hawkeye if you knew how. I abandoned English and turned to the language of the tribe. Welcome, Anna. I am open to your knowledge and what you have to say. Anna's eyes glimmered. She seemed even more alive than I was. I greet you, Da'ahi Maito Anachi, son of my blood. Do you know why I volunteered to be your spirit guide? I suppose the answer was obvious. You were sick, like me, I offered. She gave a hearty laugh. I was a lot like you. I am here to prevent you from making the same mistakes I once did, Anna said kindly. Can you tell me more? I leaned forward. The shadows flickered off of Anna's face as she smiled. My death was preventable. I did not have to pass so young, but the consequences are of my own design, she began. I did not accept that I was unwell. I fought against what I had, but in the wrong way. I did not tend to my body and my spirit, and it led to my downfall. So you didn't take care of yourself? No. I did not want to admit I was not like the others in the tribe, though my father tried to change my mind. I did not want to accept I was unwell. That did sound a lot like me. So even the Anachi couldn't do anything about our condition. Yes, even the most powerful healers in the tribe could not heal me if I refused to heal myself, Anna stated. I passed from an influenza that swept through the area. It was devastating, but preventable. I would have lived on if I had accepted I needed more care. But I did not, and I left my son stranded as an orphan. You nearly made the same mistake mere weeks ago. Her situation sounded a lot like the pneumonia I'd had. I'd been lucky to get over it. So you ask that I take care of myself. More than that, you must accept your path. I know it isn't easy to live on in this way, but being angry that you are what you are will only destroy you, she said gently. You must come into the full of it and let your anger go. Your condition is a part of you, and fighting against it instead of learning to work with it is a battle you cannot win. It is not something I can explain until you experience it for yourself. How can I accept this? I asked. How can I come to terms that I'm not getting any better? Your condition has improved your life in more ways than you know, Anna said. It has brought great pain and great sadness, but it has improved your capabilities as a leader. It has caused you to be more compassionate and understanding. Can you say with certainty that if you had not lost Neshoma, if you had not gotten sick, you would have been able to help Sophia with her journey? Would your friends be the same? Would your life? I thought about it. If I wasn't sick and I still had Neshoma, I'd still be in the running for chief. I'd probably still be stuck in a miserable relationship with Mia. I never would have gotten close with Imogen and would have eventually had to put Jonah at a distance. I probably would have gotten swept up in the DeForti business with the elders. Hell, I might have even become one of them and started hurting people for the good of the tribe. And I never would have gotten the chance to love Sophia, which was the biggest consequence of it all. Your illness is a great pain that has brought great joy. I failed to see this when I was alive, Anna stated. Your illness is not the end of your life, but a new beginning. One that you can even argue has changed your life for the better, even at the result of your suffering. Suffering is far from the worst thing we can experience in this world. It can even lead to good and be a gift. The true agony is missing out on our calling, our true destiny. What would you have missed if you did not suffer? Shit, I would have missed a lot. Doing treatments, being ill, feeling like crap all the time wasn't easy, but it had brought me closer to the people I loved. When you were sick, you didn't have time to fuck around. What was important and what wasn't became instantly clear. Having a condition that could kill you didn't leave any room for keeping people at a distance, no matter how hard I'd tried. Being sick had forced me to become vulnerable, and it had forged an unbreakable bond with my friends. So, what do you advise? Where do I go from here? You must learn to be at peace with your illness and allow it to become a part of your life once and for all. Not allow it to become who you are, but let it become something that is, she said gently. Then you will finally be free. But I don't know what to do. Jonah wants me to be strong, but Sophia wants me to open up. I can't do both, I said. Yes, you can, Anna insisted. You must be. All of us have decisions to make in this world. There is a time to be strong, and a time to be open. I'm scared of making the wrong decision, I confessed. It felt like I was messing up everything in my life lately. We will never always make the right decision. Even the best one will always contain consequences. If I had not given life to my son, the disease would have died with me, Anna shrugged. But then you would not exist, and neither would hundreds of others. Each crossroad on the path we take in our life affects so many. I dropped my gaze in defeat. I just feel so alone. I know you understand how I feel, but no one else does. No one knows what it feels like to carry a burden like this. You are not the only one. There are other Tawakwa out there like you. What? I started. Julian nearly fell out of my lap. You mean there are other people living with my disease? Yes, you will find them soon. Anna's expression was warm like the sun. You will not have to endure this alone for much longer. My heart beat so frantically I thought it was going to burst. This couldn't be real. There were other people out there like me. It was wholly incomprehensible. I'd been suffering by myself for so long, I thought I was the only outlier, a freak of medical science. Anna's form began wavering against the night. My time with you is up, my son. Do not repeat the mistakes I made. Find the good in what's been given to you. Then the war inside yourself will finally end. Anna faded away. The white sage had burned out. Julian peeped in my lap. I sat completely still. That experience had affected me on a profound level. I started scrambling for things. I shoved the remaining items in the deerskin bag and put out the fire before I raced back to the house. Julian followed, his wings beating frantically as he tried to keep up. I couldn't wait to tell the others what I'd experienced. I flung open the door, but froze when I saw Sophia standing in the hallway. She'd been waiting for me to return. She was leaning against a wall and hugging herself nervously. When we saw each other, we didn't even need words. Our earlier argument was forgotten and kicked to the side. I tossed the bag to the floor. Sophia ran into my arms, and I embraced her like I never had before. Julian curled around our legs, and Esses chirped happily from Sophia's shoulder. "I'm so sorry," Sophia murmured. "I never should have threatened to give the ring back. I went too far." "I forgive you. I said some things I didn't mean either." I rubbed her arms before I bent down to give her a kiss. "Shit happens. We'll get through it together." Sophia lifted her head. "Did you talk to Anna? Imogen told me she gave you the sage." "I did." I took Sophia's hand. "I need to tell you guys everything." We entered the living room. Imogen and Jonah were watching a fashion show, but looked up when we came in. Both of them looked relieved at the sight of Sophia and I holding hands. The two of us sat on the couch, while Imogen leaned forward impatiently. "So, what did she say?" Imogen asked. She said there were people like me out there." I said the words in a breathless rush. It felt foolish to say them out loud. "What? You mean with your illness?" Sophia's eyes widened. "Yeah. Apparently there are other Tawakwa alive with combined magical suppression syndrome. She says I'm going to meet them soon. I mean, I feel bad for them because they have it, but at least I'm not alone, right?" I sounded so excited. It felt strange to feel something other than sadness again. "Dude, that's great news," Jonah said. "I'm so happy for you." I was happy for myself. Even though I didn't know them yet, the thought that there were people out there who could understand what I was going through was so insanely comforting to me. I had hope again things could get better. For the first time since we'd left, things started to feel right. Another week and a half passed. The end of May arrived, and things started to feel different in a way I couldn't explain. For the past few weeks, we'd been hiding. But after talking to Anna, hiding didn't seem like enough anymore. I had the itch to do something that I always got before the group went out to accomplish something important, and I couldn't shake it. Sophia and I were washing dishes when Imogen and Jonah arrived, carrying grocery bags that they set on the table. Imogen looked thoroughly upset. Her face was white, and her eyes were calculating. Sassy gave a curious peep as Imogen shakily sat down while Squeaks rifled through the bags for alcohol. "What's wrong now?" I asked as we finished up the last of the dishes. Imogen remained silent. "Im's card was declined at the store," Jonah said. "It's the first time she's used it since we've been on the run." "I know I have enough money in there," Imogen burst. "I put enough away to get us by for at least a year after we left. I've budgeted it all." "Okay, maybe it was a mistake," Sophia said. Imogen shook her head. "No, I think this was on purpose." "You mean?" I put two and two together. "Oleander's probably shut down all Bayami bank accounts." I frowned. "Yes," Imogen burst. "I can't get access to our funds because I'm betting the bastard closed my account and took the money." "So what do we do?" Sophia asked. Squeak sat on the floor and grumped there was no beer. "We have enough cash to get us by for a few more weeks," Jonah offered. "After that, I don't know." There was silence for a moment. I decided to take charge. "Guys, I've been thinking. We've been here for almost 2 months now. We have to start making a plan," I said. "I know we needed time to recover after what happened at Arenda Academy, but it's time to pull together. Our families are somewhere out there. We need to begin searching for them." "Are we ready?" Sophia asked. "I mean, we just lost all our money." "Maybe that's a sign we should start taking action," I suggested. "We can't stay here forever." "Looking for our families feels too much like hunting prophecy pieces," Imogen whimpered. "I don't want to fail at that, too. I'm afraid of what we'll find." I walked across the room and squeezed her shoulder. "I know you're scared, Im. I'm worried about what we'll find, too." The thought of figuring out the rest of my family was dead made my heart skip a beat, but I continued. "But what if they need our help? We need to find them. Liam's right. We should do something, Jonah said. If Oleander shut down all Bayami accounts, he's closing in. Sophia nodded. I'll follow wherever Liam leads. Plus, if our families are in a good place, they can help us. Imogen looked up. She seemed conflicted as she said, I'm with you. I just hope this is the right decision. Then it's settled. We'll have one more day of rest, then tomorrow we'll start searching for our families, I confirmed. That night felt good. It was nice to have a sense of direction once again. It was almost like we'd been lost ever since we'd recovered the air piece and didn't know what to do next. We clustered in the living room together to spend our last night of recovery. Jonah sat on the carpet, leaning against Squeaks and watching a sports game. Imogen worked on hand-stitching the dress she was making, while Sassy slept at her feet. Julian and Esses wrestled on the floor. I sat on the couch, weaving a basket. Sophia had her legs thrown over mine and was working on a sketch. We didn't talk, but it was nice to be together. The team finally had a goal. We were unified on this. After so long, our lives finally felt normal. An explosion rocked the house. The right wall blew out. Flames ignited and roared, claiming the drywall for its own. Sophia and I were blasted off the couch and sent flying. Both of us smacked painfully against the opposite wall, and we cried out in unison. Imogen had been knocked from her chair. Sassy yelped in fear as the flames encroached around us, spreading faster than any normal flames had the ability to do so. Julian and Esses were sent tumbling, embers skidding sideways. Jonah screamed in unbearable pain. I looked up through my dazed stupor and was repulsed to see half of his face had been burned off in the explosion. He'd been closest to the wall and had taken the brunt of the hit. Beside him, Squeaks's body smoldered, several patches of her flank singed. She cried out in agony as the flames enclosed on us from all sides. Esses darted across the room and laid a paw on Jonah's chin. His face healed and knitted back together, but not before we had a chance to run. As Esses worked on getting Squeaks healed, a battalion of task force members charged into the room. They ignored the flames enclosing in on the area and raised their hands, elements glowing within their curled fingers. Unlike the last brigade, all of them were coigni, a demolition force. "Shoot, damn you!" one of the task force growled. Elements started firing everywhere. Imogen screamed. She ducked as Sassy changed into a kitsune and began lashing out with her vines. I wanted to help, but there was no water available. Jonah was just now helping Squeaks to her feet. I dodged the elements and ducked behind the upturned couch, grabbing Julian and pulling him to my side at the last minute. I yanked Sophia next to me just before a fireball went right through her. "Sophia, control the fire!" I screamed, but she had frozen. All her eyes could focus on were the flames crawling up the edges of Imogen's house. Imogen and Sassy dove behind the couch with us. Jonah sent a blast of air at the task force members, knocking them off their feet. He ran to our side and crouched as he screamed, "I have an idea, but it's not going to be pretty. We need a shield." "Pawi, don't dip out on us now," I begged. She didn't respond to my words. "Sophia, wake up!" Imogen snapped. She slapped Sophia across the face. I guess that got her attention, because suddenly a giant shield bloomed around us and our familiars. "Hold on!" Jonah called. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the house. It was huge, several feet across and burning with heat. When the lightning bolt connected, it erupted in a huge detonation, one that ripped at my eardrums. The electricity bounced off Sophia's shield and created cracks in the dome, but it held. The second explosion caused the house to crumble. It fell inward and crushed the task force members. The rubble overhead smashed against Sophia's shield, forming a dome around us. We could hear painful screams and then silence as the task force bodies were swallowed up by the flames and broken concrete. "We've got to get out of here." I tugged at Sophia's wrist. She kept the shield up as we moved, but remained shell-shocked as we crawled our way out. A few moments later, we'd broken free and managed to pull ourselves onto the lawn. All that was left of the house and everything we'd gained in the past few weeks lay in a burning pile of wreckage and debris. The carport was still intact, thankfully, and we still had the truck filled with a few essentials, but everything else had been destroyed. I couldn't believe this. After 2 months, how had they found us? Imogen's card. They'd traced it to the area. There was no other explanation. "My house!" Imogen sobbed. She'd fallen to her hands and knees. Sassy looked at her face for comfort, though it didn't seem to help. "We gotta go," I said quickly. "If the task force showed up here, more will be on their way." "Where are we going to go?" Imogen cried. "There's nowhere left." Ancestors if I knew. Sophia had slowly come back to reality. "The cave system under Kinpago," she blurted. "There's an underground river there. The task force won't expect us to be so close. It'll be easy to hide in plain sight. The camping stuff is still in the truck. We can make it." We'd kept the car stocked with some supplies and personal belongings, just in case something like this happened. We never thought we'd actually have to resort to running once again. "You want us to camp in caves?" Jonah's tone was dripping with resentment. "I know you don't like caves, but we don't have a choice. We need to hide somewhere. We've got nowhere else to go," Sophia shouted. There was no better plan, and we had to leave immediately. I opened the truck door. The keys were still in there. "Get in the car. We're going." When no one moved, I dropped my voice and growled, "Now." Imogen wept as she sat in the front passenger seat with Sassy. Julian and Esses hopped in, and Squeaks climbed onto the bed. She seemed petrified after the pain she'd experienced. Jonah rubbed her head and mumbled a few comforting words before he covered her up with the tarp. "Where are we at, Jonah?" I asked. "I know it's a 12-hour drive, but we can't stop." "There's enough gas money in the truck to get us back to Orenda Academy," Jonah mumbled. "But after that, we're out, man." It's gotta be enough. We were living on a prayer right now. We drove all through the night and early into the next morning. My body screamed for a break, but that just wasn't possible. If we stopped for more than 5 minutes to refill the tank, it'd increase our chances we'd be found again. I didn't sleep at all that night. Imogen and Sophia eventually slipped into a sad unconsciousness, but my eyes were glued open. We'd been lured into a false sense of security. We thought we were in the free and clear. We'd never be free. Eventually, we ended up right back where we'd started. Jonah parked the car in the woods outside Kinpago, a couple miles off the reservation. We were so tired, but we forced our helpless bodies onward as our gazes scanned the woods for task force members. We didn't run into any, but it was a small comfort. I think we were almost hoping they'd spring upon us, just to end our suffering. To lose everything once was demoralizing. To lose it twice, you didn't feel like a person anymore. When the morning was still early, we came to a cave entrance. Jonah whimpered, but Imogen took his hand and dragged him inside. Sophia used her Anachi light to guide the way. As we walked, the cave began to shimmer as crystals grew from the walls. Small cave dragons called dracaverns buzzed throughout the cave, giving welcoming noises. Julian jumped up to try and nab them, but they fluttered away from his teeth every time. "Where are we going, Sophia?" Jonah asked grumpily. I knew he was pissed at us for dragging him down here. "I learned in my Elementai Explorations class that the river here used to nourish the Anachi," Sophia said. A group survived here for months during the last Hawkeye War before the Coigny found them. They didn't need food as long as they drank from the river. It'll keep us alive until... Her words dropped off. Until when? None of us knew. I heard a tiny trumpeting noise. I looked down. Small creatures were at our feet. They looked like tiny elephants that were made of clouds. They hovered above the ground and made trumpeting noises as they dug in the dirt for what, I don't know. Food, maybe? They seemed friendly and cried a hello as we approached. "Oh my gosh! Elipes!" Imogen said. She stooped down to run her hand over one of the small elephants. "I can't believe it." "What are Elipes, Im?" I asked. "They're air creatures. They're supposed to be extinct, but it turns out they're just endangered. The Hawkeye used them as cave explorers. Their eyesight and sense of direction are useful underground, and their trunks can make noises that can be heard for miles." Imogen stood. "Jonah and I found one once in the Anichi dorms. It was hurt. We brought it back to health, but it found a way out before we could release it into the wild. This is where he must have come from." "I miss Alejandro," Jonah said with a wistful sigh. I shook my head. "I bet these Elipes can lead us to the river," Imogen said. "Go on, little guys. Show us the way." The Elipes raised their trunks and floated above the ground ahead of us. The cave grew dark, the path winding. The crystals became larger, and eventually all light was lost as we relied on our ears to follow the Elipes forward. "I fucking don't like this," I heard Jonah mutter. "I think I know where we are," Sophia spoke from up ahead. "Vanessa and I explored this tunnel last semester, but we went back after a while. We have to go deeper." I didn't think we could go deeper if not for the Elipes. We would have gotten completely lost if not for their trumpets leading the way. The walls were so tight, it was a miracle we could slip through the crevices at all, especially with squeaks behind. Eventually, the cave widened. Hundreds of feet above us, there was an opening in the cave that gave light to the outside world so we could see. Sophia dimmed her magic, and I looked around in wonder. There were a few trees and bushes dotted throughout this cave, all clustered around a wide river. The Elipes and Dracaverns weren't the only magical creatures down here. Moles the size of horses with fur that sparkled like the crystals dug holes in the ground, while white fennec foxes with wings for ears fluttered in and out of the hole in the ceiling. Deer that had crystals growing out of their backs rested beside the calm water, while a creature that looked half reptile, half cat slithered across the floor. I watched as the cat reptile batted at the river, trying to catch the silver fish that glowed and swam beneath the river. The noise scared scaled rabbits with iron horns, sending them scurrying across the cave floor. Giant blue moths nested in the trees, giving the area a calming ambiance. There were so many creatures down here I'd never seen before. It was a whole ecosystem living in the caves. This river was the stuff of legend. "That must be it," Sophia whispered. The animals, including the Elipes, charged toward the river. Squeaks splashed in, and Sassy drank deeply. Essus filled his little cheeks with water as Julian lapped. The Elipes used their trunks to drink, squirting each other as they trumpeted. Sophia knelt by the river and cupped her hand to take a drink. Her expression became amazed, and she said, "Liam, come taste this." I knelt beside her. I took water into my own hands and raised it to my mouth. As I sipped it, I instantly felt full. What was more, the river seemed to have the same healing effects on me as Essus did. My tiredness faded, and the pangs radiating throughout my muscles ebbed away. "This river is definitely magical. At least we won't have to worry about food," I said. "Great, so we're stuck down here." Jonah threw the camping gear down. I sighed. We sat by the water and watched the familiars play. I'm sure I shared the same feeling of listlessness that my companions did. None of us knew how to proceed. This was worse than the Elemental Cup. All we had to do during the tournament was get to the finish line, and the elders would stop hunting us. This never ended. There was no conclusion in sight. It just went on forever. We slept through most of the day and the night afterward. The LP herd continued to stay. They and the other magical creatures were our only avenue of entertainment as we sat by the magical river and stared into its depths, trying to reason what to do now. No one had spoken since we'd gotten here. It was eerie. Jonah shifted from where he sat beside us, his hands buried in Squeak's feathers as he asked, "So, how are we going to search for our families now?" Nobody said anything because we knew the real answer. We couldn't. We were basically waiting down here to die. Without warning, the Elopes scattered. They hurried down the tunnel we'd come from yesterday, squealing and trumpeting. Essus perked his ears, mouth dropping as he watched them go. Both Sassy and Julian raised their heads. "What's there?" Sophia's words drifted away as we heard a soft tinking noise behind us, like the sound of metal hitting stone. We turned. A small golden bell had fallen without explanation into the middle of the cave. Without explanation, the golden bell broke open. A purple gas emitted from it and began spreading throughout the cave. It immediately entered our lungs and filled the area. We all started coughing. Jonah retched, and Squeaks had a similar reaction. Sophia gasped for breath and tried to stand, but she fell immediately. I tried to get to my feet too, but I couldn't. My limbs were made of lead. My eyelids felt like they had bricks attached, and my mind desperately longed for release. All I wanted to do was crawl into a ball and rest. I tried to resist, but the more I thought about resisting sleep, that's all I wanted. "Imogen!" I gasped, hoping for an explanation. She was breathing harder than most of us. "Sleep hex," Imogen coughed. "From the Miriamic Coven." That was it then. They had us. Jonah and Squeaks were already gone, sprawled out on the ground with their eyes closed. Imogen succumbed, and she only had time to pull Sassy to her side before her eyes shut. I reached for Sophia. My fingers grazed her hair as the four of us, along with our familiars, slumped to the ground and passed out. "Jake, they're coming around. We'd better have a good explanation." A voice I knew stirred me awake. I expected to be in a jail cell and separated from the others when I woke up, but that's not what happened. Julian was still tucked into my side, and so was Sophia. She was just coming out of it, Essus curled on her lap. I realized we'd been placed on a couch. Jonah and Imogen were nearby, sleeping on opposite armchairs. Their heads stirred. Sassy and Squeaks both sat up from their places on the rug. We were in another cave, though this one didn't look like the one we'd come from. It almost looked like a room. The floor was polished marble, and the walls had been sculpted to create a hollowed-out area you could stand in. It was well lit, and there was furniture placed all around. I could see a dining room and a kitchen around 15 feet away. The place looked well lived in and neatly kept. This was somebody's house. There were two men in the room. The first was tall and broad, a giant that stood at 6'7", long blonde hair sprawled across his muscular shoulders. A dark gray hippogriff towered beside him. I briefly recalled them. We'd only met them in passing, but they'd helped save our lives at the Battle of Arenda Academy. Jacob and Sabor. My attention turned to the second man, who had a colorful feline creature at his side. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I still had to be dreaming. No way could this be real. I'd watched his death with my own eyes. Standing across from us was someone I never thought I'd see again. Cade. Cade.
Chapter 6. Sophia. Nobody moved. We were completely frozen in shock at what we were seeing. Cade Garcia stood in front of us in the flesh. I couldn't believe it. I literally couldn't believe it. That gas we'd inhaled must have been causing hallucinations because Cade was dead. We all knew that. My eyes darted to Imogen. Was she seeing the same thing I was? Tears welled in Imogen's eyes and her bottom lip quivered. 100 emotions flickered behind her eyes like she couldn't decide on just one. She looked directly at Cade and didn't take her eyes off of him. Sassy had a similar look on her face, only she was eyeing Arabelle. Cade stared back at Imogen with relief painted on his features. He breathed. Imogen swallowed, like she was having a hard time breathing. She stood on shaky feet and reached out for Cade's outstretched hand. No, I wanted to say. It could be a trap. But I was still so shocked that I couldn't find my mouth. Cade and Arabelle had drowned in the elemental cup. Unless someone had summoned the ancestors, they shouldn't be standing in front of us. Imogen ran her hand up Cade's arms until her fingers settled on the side of his face. A single tear spilled over her lids, and she whispered breathlessly, "You're alive." Cade ducked his head in shame, but the relief on his face didn't go away. He was obviously really happy to see Imogen.
I'm alive. I wanted to tell you, but...
Thud! Imogen's fist slammed into Cade's jaw, and he went stumbling to the side. My stomach lurched, and I leapt to my feet, along with Jonah. "Imogen!" the two of us shouted at the same time. Imogen ignored us. She stomped right up to Cade and kicked him in the shin. "Ow! Imogen!" he cried, landing on one knee. Imogen smacked him, and he lifted his arms to protect his face. "How could you do that to me?" she shouted. "I thought you were dead!" "You have to understand," he started, but Imogen cut him off. "I put you in the ground!" she roared. Sassy had shifted into kitsune form, and her vines twisted in the air in warning. Essus hissed at my feet and lowered his horns, like he was about to headbutt someone. Arabelle, Cade's Alabrihe, bared her teeth, jumping into defense mode to protect her elementi. But it was only as much of a warning as Sassy's vines were. Neither of them struck. Imogen didn't seem to notice. She kept slapping Cade and shouting things. "We held a funeral for you! I've grieved for months!" She grabbed her short hair, which had barely grown past her ears now, and tugged on it. "I cut my hair for you!" Jonah jumped in and grabbed Imogen around the waist. Liam had come up behind me and wrapped an arm around me like he thought I might try to get in the middle of it, too. Julian sat nuzzled in his other arm. Imogen kicked her legs out as Jonah dragged her away, and the two hippogriffs in the room squawked. Jake, Cade had called him, stood back looking uncomfortable. Tears streamed down Imogen's face as she struggled out of Jonah's hold. "You liar! You asshole! I hate you! I fucking hate you! How could you lie to me like this?" Cade's face paled. He looked freaking terrified of Imogen right now. He'd never seen her like this before. She'd changed since his death. Imogen's struggling did nothing but make Jonah hold her tighter.
Calm down,
he insisted.
Let's be rational.
"Rational?" she screamed. "Nothing about this is rational! He's supposed to be dead!" At those words, Imogen gave up fighting. She threw her hands over her face, and her whole body slumped in Jonah's arms. Jonah lowered her to the ground and cradled her in his arms, rocking her back and forth. Imogen's shoulders shook, and Sassy finally backed down. "I can't believe you're alive!" Imogen sobbed. My chest tightened as I stared down at Imogen. She looked so fragile right now. I wished I could do something to help. Liam must have felt the same way because he pulled me closer and squeezed me tight. I was still trying to wrap my head around this being real, that Cade was, in fact, alive. Cade stood cautiously, never tearing his gaze off Imogen.
Please, let me explain.
Cade didn't get a chance to say anything more as a pair of footsteps sounded down the hall. A guy rounded the corner. His feet nearly slid out from under him, but he grabbed the stone wall and righted himself.
She's here?
He asked Jake. The stranger's eyes scanned the room frantically until they fell upon Imogen. He stilled, and I finally got a good look at him. He was a few years older than me and pretty tall, with blonde hair. Something about him looked familiar, but I couldn't place it until a fennec fox followed him into the room. I'd seen him in the caves. He was there the day my Elementi exploration class went to see the Dracovern, and Vanessa and I got lost going after Essus. But who was he? And what business did he and his friends have hexing us and dragging us here against our will? Imogen's sobs ceased at the sound of the stranger's voice, but she didn't look up right away. It was like she was waiting for someone to make another noise, like she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Cade shot a soft look at the stranger, like the two knew each other. He stepped back, and the blonde guy with the fennec fox moved forward. He walked straight up to Imogen and Jonah and knelt right beside her.
Imogen?
He asked in a soft tone. She dropped her hands from her face, but she kept her eyes squeezed tightly shut. She pressed her hands over her ears and shook her head back and forth. No, this isn't real. You're not real. Why are you doing this to me? Her pained cry was heart-wrenching.
Imogen, please look at me,
the stranger said. He reached out and touched the bottom of her chin, then forced her face upward to look at him. Slowly, Imogen dropped her hands from her ears and opened her eyes. Her whole face was red, and tears streamed out of her eyes. Sassy nudged her with her nose, but Imogen didn't notice. She was so enamored by the stranger and stared deeply into his eyes. I had no idea who he was, but Imogen obviously knew him. This isn't real, Imogen whispered. Even the ancestors can't bring people back from the dead. Please don't make me go through this again. The stranger looked as if Imogen's pain had pierced him right through the heart.
It is, Imogen. I promise you.
Imogen sniffled and wiped the tears from her cheeks. But you died in the tournament, Trace. I inhaled an audible breath, but neither Liam nor Jonah looked as shocked as I was. They must have recognized him the moment he came in, but I'd never met him before. It was Trace Anild, Imogen's older brother, the one who'd been buried alive in a cave-in during the tournament a few years ago, except they never found the body, or Cade's. In fact, there were a lot of bodies that had gone missing in the tournament. They'd always been written off as victims of the elements, crushed by the land or taken out to sea. Ancestors! This was real! Trace and Cade were still alive. Relief swept through me. Imogen's breathing pattern changed. It was a mix of relief and anger all at once. She threw her arms around her brother's neck, and Jonah finally let her go. She squeezed Trace so tight that his face started to turn red.
Imogen,
he gasped. No, she replied, without loosening her grip. I just got you back. I'm not letting you go. Not now, not ever.
If you don't let go, I'm gonna pass out,
he said through ragged breath. Imogen finally relaxed her hold on him and pulled away. She wiped tears from her eyes and looked to Cade. He had this longing expression on his face, like he wanted to hug her too. Imogen sighed and stood, then offered her arms to him. Cade didn't hesitate a second. He wrapped her in his arms and pressed his nose into her hair.
I missed you, Imogen,
he mumbled as he drank her in. She sniffled when she drew away. I missed you too, and I'm glad you're alive, but I'm mad at you. She shot a pointed look at her brother and added, at both of you. Lying to me like this is bullshit.
Believe me,
Cade said.
I never wanted to lie to you.
Imogen crossed her arms. Then explain yourself. Jake finally stepped in.
You should probably sit down so we can explain.
The four of us exchanged a glance, like we weren't sure whether to trust Jake or not. But even though Cade faked his death and didn't tell any of us, we trusted him enough to stop and listen. None of us sat, though. We were still on high alert after being kidnapped. I curled Essus close in my arms. Squeak sat next to Jonah, though she kept throwing glances at the other hippogriff. Sassy and Trace's fennec fox familiar were sniffing each other. Imogen petted Sassy on the head. Her voice came out dry, but she tried to be nice. That's right, Trace. You haven't met my familiar yet. This is Sassy. Trace let her sniff his fingers. When she bowed her head, he scratched her behind the ears.
Hello, Sassy. I think you and Maxwell are going to get along great.
Trace turned to the rest of us.
If you haven't gathered, I'm Imogen's oldest brother, Trace.
He extended his hand to Jonah. Jonah shook it firmly, though he had this dark look in his eyes, like he was pissed at him for hurting Imogen.
I'm Jonah, the best friend. I'm the guy who will protect Imogen with my life.
Cade leaned in to add,
Don't worry, he's a sweetheart.
Jonah's lips tightened and he shot a cold look at Cade.
When I want to be.
Trace turned to Liam and I and shook our hands.
You must be Sophia and Liam. I've heard so much about you.
I was wary to shake his hand because I was mad at him. It wasn't fair what he or Cade did to Imogen. Imogen sniffled. So, if you're both here, is this where Mom and Dad went? My heart fluttered in my chest as I thought about being reunited with our families. Trace looked at Imogen with a soft expression.
Yes, everyone's here and they're safe.
What about my family? I demanded.
And mine,
Liam added harshly. Jake stepped in again and held up a hand.
They're all here. You don't need to worry.
Well, take us to them, I cried. Jake didn't get defensive over my tone, but instead spoke calmly.
All in due time, Miss Henley. There's much to discuss.
Liam's features hardened.
We want to see our families. Who are you to deny us of that? Yeah,
Jonah added, though he looked more like he was drooling over Jake than angry at him.
Who exactly are you? Forgive me,
Jake said. He extended a friendly hand toward Jonah.
We met briefly the night of the Academy battle, but we haven't been formally introduced. I'm Jacob Weatherby, leader of the Resistance. You can call me Jake.
My eyes nearly popped out of my skull, and Liam stiffened beside me. Resistance? I balked. There's a resistance?
You're Jamin's people?
Liam questioned. Jake laughed.
Hardly. Though Jamin is with us now, we do not sanction anything she or the Interhouse Alliance did. We are a separate group formed many years ago to fight against the Elders. It's like I said on that night at Orenda. I'm on your side.
Liam crossed his arms. He wasn't entirely convinced.
If you are on our side, why do you drug us with an illegal hex to bring us here?
Jake's eyebrows shot up, like he was impressed Liam knew the sort of magic he'd used.
That kind of magic is only illegal in Kinpago. The Resistance makes their own rules.
Liam's features darkened.
That doesn't answer my question. No, I suppose it doesn't. I'm terribly sorry we had to knock you out.
Jake sounded like he meant it.
We couldn't risk you running before we had a chance to explain. We couldn't lose you for again.
Again? I asked.
We meant to bring you here that night we came to Orenda,
Jake explained.
but you disappeared. Miss Henley's grandparents went back for you, but we found them dead with no trace of the rest of you.
My grandparents were part of the Resistance? I asked. I tried to keep a level head, but it was just one more thing someone had lied to me about. It was hard not to feel bitter about it. Jake nodded.
Yes.
Imogen narrowed her eyes. How'd you find us in the caves?
We have magical creatures all around Kinpago, keeping watch for us.
Jake told us.
Especially in the caves. The Elopes work for us.
I wasn't sure I was buying it. He claimed they came for us that last night at Orenda, but why not sooner? Why would you wait until we were about to be executed to get us out? We'd been treated like shit for months by that point. Jake had a deep look of regret on his face.
The elders were watching the four of you very closely. We couldn't risk them finding us, or everything we'd fought for years would be lost.
Where exactly are we? Liam demanded.
We're not far from Kinpago,
Jake answered.
but we're outside the magical boundary that protects the city. We call this place Hokevale.
It sounded like a Hawkeye word, though with the little Hawkeye language I'd picked up on, I couldn't translate.
Hokevale.
Liam mused aloud.
Harmony Valley? Peaceful Valley.
Jake corrected.
It would be easiest to explain if I gave you a tour. Hold on,
Jonah said, and Jake eyed him curiously.
There's something I've been dying to know. That night at Orenda wasn't the first time we saw you. We saw you coming out of Head Dean Alric's office a year ago. You two were fighting about something. Before we come with you, we want to know what.
Jake's expression softened.
I was not an enemy of Alric's, if that's what you're thinking. In fact, I was a strong ally of his. If you must know, I was trying to convince Alric to join me here in Hokevale. He wouldn't come.
Liam seemed to accept that.
How big is Hokevale? I want to see it.
Jake gestured to the door.
Right this way.
We all exchanged a wary look, but Cade and Trace moved to follow Jake immediately. So we kept our familiars close and followed behind. Jake led us past a large, modern kitchen that seemed to be built right into the cave. There were outlets in the rock wall and running water. Next, we were guided through a fancy living room that was all straight lines and gray-toned decor, like it came straight out of an expensive condo magazine. A long wall of glass stood in front of us, looking out over a patio with ferns and other greenery around. A huge rock face was all I could see beyond that, but when we stepped outside, I got a better look at Hokevale. The town was tucked tightly between two towering cliffs. Glass panes lined the walls of the rock in random intervals. I could see curtains over some of the windows or rooms beyond them. It was like there were apartments built straight into the cave system. But those weren't the only houses. The canyon was huge, at least several hundred yards across, and so long that I couldn't see all the way to either side. There were clusters of thatch roof cabins all around, and they seemed to keep going where the canyon twisted out of sight. Light chatter filled the air as people came and went from their houses. Huge familiars like dragons and griffins walked wide trails, and were careful not to step on the many garden plots that were arranged carefully between the cabins. Navita tended to the gardens, growing plants and flowers I'd never seen before. I noticed a beautiful plant that looked like a transparent rose, almost like ice. Elementi drove carts and carriages, like back in Kinpago. One guy drove a cart led by a strange familiar. It had the beautiful white body of a horse, but had the head of a lion and the wings of a dragon. His cart came so close that I could see that he was hauling boxes upon boxes of magic beans, the kind we used to eat at the dining hall that were said to be blessed by the ancestors. Next, my eyes landed on a rainbow-colored sloth with a single golden horn growing out of his head. He walked slowly and carried a basket full of fruit. The Unisloth walked straight up to us and held up one of the fruits in my direction. It was the size of an apple and yellow in color, with soft spikes all around it. I glanced uncertainly at Jake.
Go ahead,
Jake encouraged.
They're Anichi kiwis. They're delicious.
Anichi kiwis? I asked curiously, as I took the fruit from the Unisloth. He began handing them out to my friends. Though the river had kept us full, now we were kind of starving. I wondered if it was some kind of trap, but to be honest, I was too hungry to care. We each took a bite. Sweet flavors burst in my mouth, and the juice dripped down my chin. It tasted like a mix between a pear and a mango, but had the texture of a kiwi. Jonah moaned.
This is really good.
Jake's eyes gleamed.
Yes, they're my favorite, actually.
The town was filled with joyous laughter that intensified as we followed behind Jake. My eyes darted every which way, trying to take it all in. A group of people our age sat around a daytime fire, watching as a middle-aged Coigny man manipulated the flames and told a story I couldn't hear. A few cabins down, a Navita woman hung a wet sheet on her clothesline, until an older Tawakwa man came over and sucked the water right out of it. She thanked him, and together they folded the sheet. Tiny familiars fluttered around them. From this distance, they looked like butterflies that lit up and changed color. Children sprinted past the woman and squirted the old man with water guns, but he held up his hand and caught the water mid-air. He splashed it back on them and laughed. They ran away squealing in exhilaration. The kids met up with several other children and a group of baby familiars who were dancing in a straight line down the street like a parade. Some of the children leapt and twirled, spinning multicolored streamers above their heads. Others wore masks made to look like dragons and rode on the backs of magical creatures. 3 children spotted us and ran over, giggling. They held out beaded necklaces designed with the colors of all 5 houses. "For you," a young girl said, before curtsying in front of me. I was stunned, but I couldn't refuse, so I took the necklace she offered and looped it around my neck. "It's beautiful," I told her. "What's the occasion?" The young girl gave a mischievous smile. "You don't need a reason to dance in the street." She curtsied again before hurrying back to join the parade of children. My eyes continued to scan the streets, but there was so much to take in. 2 fox-like creatures galloped alongside each other. They were completely white in color, with fur so long it brushed the ground. Their legs were longer than their bodies, and each had a set of golden antlers growing out of their heads. They nipped and played with each other like they were engaged in a mating display. Not far from them, I noticed a crowd of people dancing beside a street performer. The man played an upbeat tune on the flute. He was accompanied by a pink panda on the drums. Another creature danced to the music and encouraged others to move their bodies. It had the head of a wolf, the body of a deer, and the tail feathers of a peacock. Its entire body shimmered a beautiful blue and green. "Ancestors, look!" Imogen pointed upward, and we all looked to the rock face above us. A giant mural had been carved out in the rock high above our heads. It was in the ancient Anichi form of art, and it depicted all different types of familiars running alongside each other. The rocks moved, too, making it look like the creatures were running. Jake smiled proudly.
It's infused with Navita magic. The rocks move in and out to create the illusion.
Imogen turned to Jake. How long has the resistance been around? This mural must be at least a century old.
The resistance didn't create the mural,
Jake explained.
the Anichi did. The Anichi used to come to this canyon?
Jonah asked.
Used to,
Jake asked.
They're still here.
The Anichi are alive? Imogen squeaked. She sounded half shocked and half exhilarated. She was probably going to interview the first one she saw.
They're alive, but without their magic,
Jake explained.
But how did they survive?
Liam asked.
They were supposed to all die off after the Great War. Most of them did,
Jake said.
But a few of them escaped. The ancestors led them to this canyon, where they've been protected for over a century.
But they should still have their magic, Imogen argued. Jake shook his head.
The ancestors took away their ability to bond at the end of the war, as a means to protect the last bit of their magic so the Coigni could not destroy what was left. Without their bond, the Anichi can't use their powers. I thought the Coigni killed all the Anichi creatures to weaken their magic,
Liam said.
They tried,
Jake agreed.
but like the Anichi, a few survived.
Imogen tapped her chin thoughtfully. So, if only their bond is broken, do the Anichi creatures themselves still hold power?
Good question,
Jake said.
The answer is complicated. The Anichi creatures have magic, but without elementi to bond with, they aren't as strong. Some can create light, others minor shields, but healing magic is nigh on impossible without a bond.
What about the river inside the caves, where you found us? Imogen asked. That has to have some healing powers.
It does,
Jake confirmed.
but only inside the caves. If we remove the water from the stream, it loses its magic. It has proved useful at times, but it is far from the magic Anichi needs. They've been waiting a long time to see their magic restored.
He shot a look at me, though I couldn't read what it meant. Did he know I was part Anichi and could use my magic? I honestly wasn't sure how I could do it myself. It had to be because I was mixed house, so I was able to bond from my Coigni side. Though that still didn't explain how Essus, an Anichi creature, was able to bond with me if the others of his kind couldn't. Holy shit! I was mixed house! I didn't know why it never occurred to me before. I obviously had Anichi blood, but I'd assumed it came from one of the last Anichi before they died off. Knowing they were still alive changed everything. I whirled toward my friends, and my voice increased several pitches. Do you guys realize what this means? That the Anichi are still alive? Ancestors! Your parents! Imogen realized. Exactly, I stated. My Anichi side could be way closer than I thought. What if my real parents are here? What if one of them is Anichi? Cade furrowed his brow.
I thought your parents were the Graysons.
We thought so too, I said. Jake pressed his lips together.
We're aware of your Anichi connection, but we haven't been able to track your lineage just yet. You can talk to Chief Kawak about it after our tour. I thought you said you were Chief,
Jonah pointed out.
No, I said I was the leader of the Resistance,
Jake replied.
We live in harmony here with the Anichi tribe, but they still have their traditional council. Think of the Resistance as the Anichi's military.
Jonah drooled even more when Jake said that. I bet screwing a military captain was at the top of his bucket list.
Anyway, there's much more to see,
Jake started, but the sound of a "bah" coming from the sky cut him off. We looked upward, and puffy white creatures with large, feathery wings came swooping down in a herd. It wasn't until they landed in the middle of the road that I realized what they were. Winged sheep! I exclaimed. We didn't have any of those back in Kinpago. A winged canine dropped from the sky behind the sheep. Its tongue hung out of his mouth, and he looked positively pleased as he ran circles around the herd. They took off into the air again, and the sheepdog followed.
Come on.
Jake cocked his head, while the rest of us were still trying to take it all in.
Let's take a walk.
Liam took my hand, and we walked side by side behind Jake.
Hokavale is a very tight-knit community,
Jake said.
We built our houses in the caves and in cabins because we want to be as connected to the earth as possible. We hold our native roots very dear.
I couldn't stop looking around long enough to really listen to him. There were so many familiars I hadn't seen before, like a white koala bear with a mane around its face. It clung to the side of the canyon and looked as if it was sleeping. Essis squealed and pointed over to a group of lemurs swinging in a tree. They all had the same color of eyes as Essis did. A moment of familiarity struck, and I slowed my step. Wait, hold on. Everyone got this same worried look on their face when I stopped to turn in a circle.
What's wrong?
Liam asked with urgency, like I'd just spotted something dangerous. I held up my hand to tell him to give me a minute. Then it hit me. I'd seen all these creatures before, but they were only in drawings. Mixed among the familiar creatures like dragons and unicorns were Anichi creatures that were supposed to be extinct. Those are Anichi creatures! This could be where Essis came from, I exclaimed, turning to Liam. I was so excited about meeting Essis' family that I could hardly contain myself. But before Liam could respond, Jake frowned.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with his species.
My head dropped. Essis grumbled in my arms, though I couldn't tell exactly what he was saying. Where did all these creatures come from? Imogen asked thoughtfully. I mean, I realize the Anichi creatures left with the tribe, but there are others here too. You said we're out of the magical boundaries of Kinpago. How did all these familiars get here? Jake took a breath.
That's one of the many secrets we've kept from you to avoid the elders catching on. We've been smuggling creatures out of Kinpago for some time. I believe you're familiar with Professor Kostas and Professor Fawn?
Liam's face paled at the mention of Professor Fawn, and his tone became harsh.
We are?
Jake noticed Liam's hostile tone, but he shrugged it off. He had no idea what Liam had done.
I'm sure you remember they were caught smuggling magical creatures out of Kinpago. That was for you?
Jonah asked in astonishment.
But I thought they said they did that to create distrust in the elders.
Jake shook his head.
That was only an explanation used as a cover-up. The truth is, they were bringing creatures here to bond with our people, as we had more elementi than creatures at the time.
But the professors took bonded creatures too, Imogen pointed out.
That was only a precaution to keep them from getting sick from the plague,
Jake explained.
We had to take the vulnerable out of the equation to avoid further damage.
Jake quickly added,
But once the plague was cured, we returned those creatures to their rightful owners.
I still remembered when Essere disappeared. Isabella was devastated that her filly pixie was missing. It all made sense now. She was the daughter of Madame Laurel, one of the first elders to get sick from the plague. A small creature like a filly pixie was especially vulnerable to contagions, and she would have caught the plague for sure, had the resistance not protected her. I wasn't saying it was the right way to deal with things, but all the pieces of the puzzle were starting to fall together. How exactly does the plague tie into the resistance? Imogen questioned. Jake frowned.
I'm afraid what you know about the plague is true. Professors Fawn and Kostas helped to implant the plague in Kinpago. We intended to use it to take out the elders and nothing more, but it got out of hand. Innocent people weren't supposed to get hurt. A miscalculation on our part.
A silent beat passed. No one wanted to relive all that.
Let's keep moving,
Jake said.
We've barely started, and there are people I want you to meet.
Jake led us to one of the nearest gardens, where a Navita girl crouched in the dirt and made a flower bloom right before our eyes. Her back was to us, and her hair was tied up. I saw the Philly pixie land on her shoulder, and my jaw dropped. "Isabella?" Imogen squeaked. Isabella glanced up, and shock immediately took over her expression. "Ancestors! Liam, Sophia, Imogen, Jonah, you're all back!" Isabella jumped to her feet, and suddenly, it was like the entire block had gone silent. All around us, eyes turned from porches and out windows to look at us. The crowd over by the fire heard Isabella shout our names, and they all went silent. It was only when they got to their feet and looked over to us, I realized I recognized them all. It was a group of 12 people we'd smuggled out of Kinpago. The ones Liam found marked as dangerous in the Elder's computer files. Liam seemed to notice the same thing I had, and he turned to Jake.
You weren't lying about you and Alric being allies. You were working together the whole time.
Jake nodded. Jonah slammed a fist into his open palm like he'd just been hit with realization.
This is what Alric was hiding from us last semester. This is what no one would tell us about. Precisely,
Jake said. People started flooding out of their houses and began walking toward us at all angles. It was kind of weird, but welcoming at the same time. I recognized so many faces that I knew. I didn't think I'd ever been so relieved in my life. I saw Riley and a few others who Jake must have got out the night of the Arenda Academy battle. A girl with wild blonde curls stuck her head out of a nearby cabin door and squealed, "Aunt Kay, they're here!" Taylor came rushing out of the house, a shimmering red armadillo at her heels. She hadn't bonded before we'd helped smuggle her out of the castle, so she must have bonded after she arrived in Hokavale. "You finally made it!" Taylor exclaimed, pulling each of us into a hug one by one. Taylor had been less than friendly to me in the past. It was strange to see her so nice. "I can't thank you enough for helping me get out of Kinpago," Taylor said as she drew away from Imogen. "You knew about Hokavale all along?" Imogen asked. Taylor shook her head. "No, after I left in the woods, I hitched a ride to my aunt's like I said I would. She brought me here." She gestured to her aunt, who'd come up beside her and gave us a sweet hello. "Who else is here?" Imogen asked, looking around at the welcome party. "All of us," Isabella said brightly. "Everyone you guys saved, and so many more." A group of 4 people stepped forward, and my jaw dropped. I hadn't seen them in over 2 years, but it was clear as day. It was the entire yellow team from our Elemental Cup. None of them had survived our first task in the water. We thought they'd drowned, but here they were, alive. "Hold up," I said, pressing my fingers to my temples. It was all so much to take in at once. "How many people died in the tournament but ended up here instead?" Trace was the one to answer. He and Cade had been so quiet I almost forgot they were there.
There have been dozens. We've been recruiting kids from the tournament for years. It's the best way to get people here without the elders suspecting anything.
Liam pressed his fingers to his lips in thought.
So, all that talk about the tournament getting more dangerous, that wasn't true. It just looked like it because of the people the resistance was getting out?
Trace nodded.
Remember that huge cave-in that happened during the tournament last year?
How could we forget? It had been broadcast for all of Kinpago to see.
Most of those people made it out through a special tunnel we'd directed them to,
Trace said.
And the water task you lost people to your year, our Tawakwa got them out.
Imogen turned on Cade, though she didn't sound as mad as before. That's how you survived, she realized. There were Tawakwa underwater who staged your death.
Cade nodded. Yeah, it was the only way to get out without drawing suspicion. I'd planned on it for years.
Imogen's lips tightened. You could have told me.
No, he couldn't have.
Trace snapped at her. He shot her this look that said, we'll talk about it later. I have so many questions, I stated. My head spun, and I didn't even know where to start.
Same here,
Liam said firmly.
And I intend to answer them all,
Jake said, as a girl came up behind him, pushing a small cart.
But first, how about some spirit tea? Spirit tea?
Jonah asked, sounding intrigued. It's really good, Isabella said. You have to try it. Jake held an arm out to the girl who was pushing the cart. I recognized her from the Orenda Academy battle. She'd been there with Jake, but I'd barely seen her a minute. I didn't even know her name.
This is my sister, Sarah,
Jake introduced.
She's one of our generals.
Sarah gestured down to her cart filled with tea mugs and a steaming teapot. I was going to bring this back to the house, but I see you're already giving them the tour. Jake reached for one of the teacups.
Spirit tea, anyone?
Jonah reached for the first teacup after Sarah filled it. He took a sip and moaned.
Ancestors, that is heavenly!
Sarah passed out 3 more cups, and we each took a sip. It was warm and bubbly on my tongue. It was really sweet and flowed down my throat smoothly. What is this exactly? I asked. Spirit tea is infused with Anachi magic, Sarah explained. It has a magnificent calming effect. I thought Anachi magic wasn't working, Imogen pointed out.
Oh, it's still out there,
Jake responded, shooting a glance at me.
It's just not readily available to all. Creatures still have some magic, remember? And the kiwis you ate earlier grow healing properties.
Everyone seemed to like the spirit tea. Even Liam, who seemed a bit distrusting of Jake, took another gulp. I lifted the cup to my lips again, but I stopped mid-sip. It suddenly occurred to me that I shouldn't be accepting unknown substances right now. I didn't know for sure if I was pregnant yet, but I had missed my period. It was best not to risk it. I knew I should have taken a test when we were back at Imogen's, but every time I thought of going to the store to pick one up, I chickened out. I wanted a child with all my heart. But I thought that even if Liam and I had kids someday, or adopted, it'd be way down the line, not in the middle of a war. And certainly not here, in this strange place with these strange people. Besides, I didn't even know if Liam wanted a kid. At least, not one he fathered himself. He had a hard enough time accepting his illness. What would he do if he passed it down to our child? He'd blame himself. And I couldn't put even more guilt on him than he was already experiencing. The problem was, I really worried that might be true. Liam had said Anna told him he was about to meet other people like him with his condition. My first thought when he told me was that the person he was about to meet was his own child. But that only made me feel sad, because I knew Liam would be torn on having a baby if he thought his child would have his disease. The truth was, I wasn't trying to hide anything from Liam, since I didn't know the truth for myself yet. So I decided I'd tell him only once I knew for sure. I'd wait until my next period to see if it came. And it had to, because Liam was sterile. Even if I had this wishful thinking at the back of my mind that maybe I was pregnant, I knew I couldn't be. Not with Liam. It wasn't possible. And yet, I put the spirit tea aside anyway, just in case. We stayed another few minutes as the crowd around us greeted us until Jake suggested we move on.
Let's continue the tour,
he said. We returned our teacups to the cart, left Jake's sister behind, then followed behind him. My breath caught when I noticed a woman standing at a man's door. There was a cart beside her, and she looked like she was delivering something. Dark brown, feathery wings, the shade of her skin, rose from her back. They were almost as tall as she was. I'd never seen anything like it. I was just about to ask Jake about her when the man inside threw his head back in laughter. Long, pointed fangs protruded from his mouth. The interaction didn't go unnoticed by my friends.
Did I just see a celestial and a midnighter?
Jonah asked under his breath.
Yes,
Jake answered.
Oakavale is a neutral tribe. Though our main population is elementi, we provide protection to other supernaturals who have left their own people. As long as everyone chips in, they are welcome here.
They let angels and vampires into the village. Interesting. It seemed like the population here was composed of the outcasts of society, which was appealing to me because that's what my own little group was. The fact that the Resistance was a city of rejects only made me want to open up to the possibilities here. We continued on the tour. As Jake pointed out various things, I noticed Jonah couldn't stop staring at his ass. The houses gave way to a dozen open-air amphitheaters, all set throughout beautiful flower gardens. Each amphitheater was small, with a few wooden benches and a small stage. Most of them were full of people, but were spread far enough apart that one group wouldn't bother another. My eyes roamed over the flowers we passed by on the path. There were so many I'd never seen before, like huge white puffballs that sang a pleasant tune. I spotted a cluster of multicolored flowers that looked like they had tentacles. I reached out to run my fingers over the tentacles, and I felt a surge of magic rush up my arm, though I couldn't place what kind it was.
This is one of our many schoolyards,
Jake said, gesturing around at the full amphitheaters.
The children have a school building up the canyon, but our college-level classes are taught out here in the open air.
I looked from class to class to see what they were teaching. One woman stood on a stage and waved her hands in the air. The leaves beneath her twisted to her will and seemed to tell a history lesson I wasn't familiar with. The next group sat on the ground in an open classroom that didn't have any benches. They were weaving baskets and looked to be meditating. All the students were either our age or older. My eyes fell upon the next class, and I stopped in my tracks. Two men stood on stage in front of a chalkboard. Their familiars, a golden reindeer and a hound, were curled up next to the stage. The older man pointed to a term written on the board.
Can anyone tell me what it means if I said the witness's affidavit was presented as evidence in court?
Several hands shot up, but I didn't hear the answer because Liam balked at my side.
Is that Vanderbilt, our lawyer?
He was hardly recognizable. He was well put together and looked years younger. Ancestors, it is, Imogen gasped. And that's his son. I didn't even know they left Kinpago.
Oh yes,
Jake said.
Ludwig joined us shortly after the riots in Kinpago Square. He got out with his son, Sean. They co-teach a college class on law together. How'd they even know about the resistance?
Liam asked. I had the same question. If Vanderbilt knew, he never gave us any clues. Jake shrugged.
Sean's been with us since he was a teenager.
I thought he was adopted after the elders found out he was mixed house, Imogen said.
He was,
Jake confirmed.
But once he came of age, he returned here in order to bond.
He said at our trial he lived on his own in the woods when he bonded, I recalled. He was really with you all along? Jake nodded.
Right, but he obviously couldn't tell the elders that.
Liam eyed the classes as we passed.
How many people do we know came from here? Not many,
Jake said.
Most of our spies in Kinpago were born there. All except for Madam Wells.
What? The four of us squeaked in unison. Liam composed himself first.
Madam Wells came from Hokavale? She was born here? Yes,
Jake said.
She's half Anachi, half Tawakwa. She moved to Kinpago years ago with the single goal to get herself on the Tawakwa Elder Council, to infiltrate it. She was eventually able to convince your father to turn to the Resistance, which was how we managed to ally with him after Oleander took over.
We exited the schoolyard, and Jake gestured forward, where aisles upon aisles of vendors lined the streets.
This is our market, where we trade goods like food and clothing. We have more modern conveniences at the store around the corner.
Sophia! I turned toward the sound of someone squealing my name, and my heart stopped. A girl with a parrot on her shoulder rushed over to me with her arms stretched out wide. The air knocked out of my lungs, and I was so struck with joy that I nearly dropped Essus. He jumped out of my arms, landing at my feet. "Amelia!" I screamed, sprinting over to her. Our bodies slammed together, and she pulled me into a hug so tight that I could hardly breathe. Her sweet apple scent filled my nose. Amelia drew away and wiped at her eyes. "Ancestors, I can't believe you're here! We tried to go back for you, but you were gone!" I grabbed her face in my hands and looked her straight in the eye. "I'm here, Amelia. That's all that matters." She wiped at the tears on my cheeks and chuckled, like she was so overwhelmed with joy to have me back. She took my hands in hers, and she gasped when she felt the ring on my finger. She looked down to my hand and squealed, "Great Spirit, you're engaged!" Her eyes darted around the group, though I didn't know what sort of answer she was looking for. It was like she was asking if everyone else knew about this. Her eyes landed on Trace for a few seconds, then returned to me. I sniffled. This wasn't exactly how I wanted to tell her, but I was just so happy to see her that I didn't care. "I am." "Congratulations!" She threw her arms around me and squeezed me tight again, then turned to Liam and hugged him. He seemed a little surprised. As she drew away from him, I noticed a tattoo on her forearm where her Bayami mark used to be. It had been covered by an image of a feather. "I'm so happy for you two," she gushed. "Liam, do you mind if I steal your fiancé for a while? You know, sister stuff?" Liam glanced at me. He didn't look happy about separating in this strange place, but it wasn't like I was running off with just anyone. I trusted Amelia with my life, and I missed her so much. Sister time sounded perfect. "I'll be fine," I said. "You guys go ahead. I'll catch up on the tour later." Amelia squealed. "Yay, I have so much to tell you." Liam handed Essus back to me.
Don't get her into any trouble,
he warned my sister. Amelia crossed her heart with her finger. "Promise." Amelia grabbed my hand and dragged me away from my friends. We wove between vendors so fast I could hardly take anything in. Essus scurried to catch up behind us. "Whoa, Amelia!" I laughed. Her bright mood was infectious. I almost forgot I was mad at her for all the secrets. "What's up with you?" "What do you mean?" she asked, slowing her step. "You're like so happy," I pointed out, before quickly adding, "Not like that's a bad thing." "I am happy," she said. "Hokavale is amazing. It's so different from the Hosho. Everyone is so nice here." "And?" I sensed there was something more. She blushed deeply. "And I'm dating someone." "Trevor?" I asked. Her face scrunched up. "Ew, no, he was just my roommate." "Then who?" I asked. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she said, "Come on, there's something I want to show you." Amelia led me past the vendors and toward the face of the cliff, far away from anyone else. We stopped in a secluded area brimming with beautiful foliage. A trickling waterfall ran down the side of the cliff and into a small stream, which disappeared into a wide cave opening. Beautiful ivy climbed the rocks, and the sunlight glistened off the wings of shimmering dragonflies. "Amelia, it's gorgeous," I breathed. Essus started batting at the dragonflies, chittering. They fluttered around him and landed in his fur. "I know. It's probably my favorite place in all of Hokavale," she said. "Have a seat." Amelia led me to a park bench. We sat down facing the beautiful stream. She bounced a little in her seat and turned to me. "I have so much to tell you." "You can start with your boyfriend," I teased. "Why won't you tell me?" She bit her lower lip, like she was half excited and half scared. I frowned, feeling my mood quickly shift. I'm sick of you hiding things from me." "That's why I'm so excited you're here," she exclaimed. "I don't have to hide anything from you now that you know about the resistance." If that was supposed to soothe me, it didn't. I was excited to see her, for sure, but I wasn't thrilled that she'd lied to me or left me behind. "How long have you known about it?" She dropped her head guiltily. "A few years, before I even knew you were an Elementi." "Ancestors, Am!" I cried. "I'm so sick of you lying to me." "I had to," she insisted. "Look, the Resistance did everything to keep you alive, and part of that was not telling you about them. You were already a target. They were trying to keep you from becoming a bigger one. And, to be honest, they had to protect everyone else, too. They knew the Elders would come looking for you once you fled Kinpago. We couldn't risk putting the Resistance in jeopardy until we had no other choice." "That's why no one told us?" I demanded. "You, Cade, Alric—" "Exactly," Amelia said. "And no one could tell your friends because they'd tell you, and then the Elders would find out. If the Resistance was exposed before we brought you in at the proper moment, this whole thing would be over." I pressed my fingers to my eyes. "I'm not even going to begin to pretend that makes any sense. You should have brought me here with you." Amelia's features hardened. "Believe me, I wanted to. But the task force came for me so fast. Trevor and I had to leave." "Why did they come for you?" I asked. "Amelia, I want to know everything." "Okay," she said softly. "I'll tell you." The tension in my shoulders eased as I settled into the bench and listened. Amelia took a deep breath. "Let me start from the beginning. A few years ago, Trace and I got involved." "Imogen's brother?" I balked. "But you were so against Liam and I being in an inter-house relationship." "Exactly," she emphasized. "Because it didn't work out for me and Trace. Not at first. We had to break it off, for obvious reasons." I shook my head, trying to absorb the information. "Wow, you and Trace! I didn't even know you two knew each other." Amelia snorted. "I thought it was obvious. When you first told me about Liam, I accused you of running off in the woods to blow a Navita guy, remember?" My jaw dropped as realization dawned. "Ancestors! You blew Trace in the woods?" "Shh!" Amelia hissed. She glanced around, but we were alone. "Anyway, yes, I gave him a blowjob, big deal. Then we got together, and it was this whole big thing. Trace was the one who brought me into the Resistance. But things had to end between us when he faked his death in the tournament." "You sound bitter about it," I pointed out. "I was," she admitted. "But I stayed with the Resistance because I believed in their cause. They used me as a spy. That's why I took the job on the hose hoe." Realization hit me. "And that's why you kept your job after you were sorted into Bayami. even though you had all that money. Amelia nodded. Not that I have it anymore, thanks to Oleander. I frowned. He shut down Imogen's bank account, too. Anyway, Amelia continued, I got caught spying. This bitch named Jill Larson somehow found out and turned me in. Jill? I squeaked. I remembered her. She was in my Hawkeye careers class and had been horrible. I remembered she'd talked about wanting to work on the hose-ho. Yeah, Amelia said. But she's old news. Probably still working for the DeForti on the hose-ho like some little pet. I'm glad we left, honestly. I mean, I regret leaving you behind, but I'm really happy here, and Trace and I are back together. I guess I have you to thank for that. Me? I asked. She nodded. I never would have considered getting back into an inter-house relationship if it wasn't for you and Liam. Now that you're here, everything's just right. What about Mom and Dad? I asked. They're here somewhere, aren't they? Yeah, they've been here for about a year now, she said. They're working closely with Jake. They're actually the ones who created the communication system between the Resistance and Bayami. What communication system? I asked. The Dracovern, she said. We used them to send coded messages back and forth through the caves. Ooh, I said in realization. That's why Alric always had cave dragons hanging around him last semester. Amelia sighed in relief, like a huge weight had just lifted off her shoulders. I'm so happy you finally know the truth. Me too, I said. I just wish you hadn't kept it from me. I had my reasons, Amelia insisted. But you're here now. You're really going to like it. And you can train with the Anichi. I furrowed my brow at her. I never told you I had Anichi powers. Amelia eyed me. Seems I wasn't the only one keeping secrets. My stomach sank. No, I guess not. A few Resistance members saw you use a shield during the Battle of Orenda Academy, she explained. I knew it must be the spirit totem. I touched the totem lying beneath my shirt. Amelia and I had a long talk about the totem before she left for the Resistance, about how the ancestors had her leave it in the cave for me to find. Anyway, do you remember sign language from that class you took in high school? Amelia asked. I furrowed my brow, confused by the sudden change of subject. Yeah? Why? Amelia stood from the bench and held her hand out. There's a friend I want you to meet. She's going to help you with your powers. My Anichi powers? I asked. Amelia nodded. She's Anichi herself. My heart beat wildly in my chest. I was going to meet my first Anichi, and I'd finally become one of them.
Chapter 7. Liam. Out of all the things I'd been expecting, this certainly wasn't it. A lot of the people we thought were dead were still alive. The Anishi hadn't died out. They were merely in hiding. And by the ancestors, this place was incredible. Oakvale had so much to offer. Julian peeped in my arms as we took in the sights, Jake leading the way. The buildings that weren't built into the side of the mountains were constructed in Anichi style, built out of stone with intricate carvings into their sides, vines wrapping up the pillars. Houses were made of wood with thatch roofs. We passed by a ball court, stone with sloped sides, where Anichi kicked a leather ball around in some sort of old game. Nearby was a large square temple to the ancestors, built upward in large steps like a pyramid. The whole village reminded me of the architectural structures of indigenous South America. Statues were placed beside gushing fountains that represented spirit warriors of old, and the Anichi here dressed as if we were still living in ancient times. Men and women walked in brightly colored robes which were sewn with beads around the shoulders and middle. All genders wore feathered headdresses, and some even wore masks that were painted with geometrical shapes in green, red, and yellow. Others wore necklaces that were made of bone and had striped shawls that covered their bare chests. It was clear that Hokavale was a place that was far more attached to the past than Kinpago ever could be. I had to swivel my head from one direction to the other constantly to take it all in. Even though I'd come from a magical society, it was like we were walking into a brand new world. I noticed that Jonah stayed close to Jake, but Imogen had distanced herself from Cade. They weren't holding hands or even walking close together. Cade kept sending desperate glances at Imogen, pleading her to acknowledge him, but she fixed her eyes everywhere but his face. Trace, who'd obviously gotten the message that Imogen needed space, kept away a few paces back. I couldn't blame her. They'd put her through hell, keeping a secret that I wasn't sure was worth the price. Jake gestured to a restaurant that had sloping stairs built into the side of a mountain. People ate inside the carved hollow. I smelled spices, as well as fish cooking above. "This is Falcon's Nest. It's one of our main restaurants here in the village. You'll find a variety of traditional Anishi dishes inside, as well as entertainment. It's where many of the recruits come to take a break after training for the day. On the main level, you'll find the Blue Rabbit, the best ice cream shop in town. Their dark chocolate and chili spice flavor is worth a try." I wrinkled my nose. That sounded gross, but Jonah tilted his head in interest. Jake pointed to the other side of the square, to a building that looked like it was a round stone dome. There was the sound of an explosion, and the door bent. Green smoke slowly filtered out of it. "Rattlesnake Rarities," Jake stated with a grim frown. "There you'll find any potion or magical artifact you desire, Hawkeye made or not. Though it sounds like the poor shopkeeper set something off again." "You'll let any magical items into Hokavale?" I questioned. Trade with other magical races was strictly regulated in Kinpago. "Provided it isn't exceptionally dangerous and won't harm the cause," Jake replied. "In fact, Hokavale's entire industry is based off trading with other supernatural races. Though resources are limited, the taxes on magical imports and exports ensure we have enough money to take care of our people and keep the resistance running." "Isn't trading risky?" Imogen asked. "Yes," Jake agreed. "We must be very careful not to expose ourselves, but our tradesmen are very good at keeping our location a secret." We passed by a small building where I could hear loud shouts and the sound of people typing furiously inside. Through the window, I saw that papers were flying everywhere. It was apparently a busy news day. The door opened and little newspapers folded up into origami birds floated outside, propelled by air magic. The origami birds fluttered their wings on the wind and were blown down the street, probably to be delivered to people's houses. Sassy and Arabelle rose up on their hind legs to try and catch them, but they floated out of reach. "We have our own newspaper, the Armadillo. It's not biased like the media in Kinpago," Jake added at my curious look. "The reporters are paid to only report the facts and nothing else." "Any particular reason everything's named after an animal here?" Imogen asked. "Several types of creatures are very symbolic to the Anishi," Jake explained. "The other houses understand that they are guests here, and these are primarily Anishi lands, so we try to assimilate to their culture as much as possible." Jake handed me this week's copy of the Armadillo. It was a pretty funny paper. The columns were printed all different ways, so you had to tilt and rotate the paper in order to read it. One of the main articles on the front page was the total death count of the Battle of Arenda Academy. I wasn't sure I wanted to know, so I pocketed the paper and didn't bother handing it off to the others. "Why show us all this?" Jonah asked aloud. "We're doing our best to make sure you feel at home here," Jake said. "It's very important you feel like you're a part of our cause." And what is that? I questioned. I didn't want us getting involved in anything that wasn't our fight. Jake stopped and turned toward me. Our one task, and it's always been this way, is to overthrow the elders and find a way to restore the healing powers of Anachi. Our tribe deserves to be united. Every house has its place in our world. Our ultimate goal is to restore the tribe back to what it used to be. No more sacrificing children, no more separating people based on house lines. Just a unified community, one tribe for all Elementi. It sounded great. Didn't think it was possible. Look, buddy, we're tired. We don't want to be involved in this war any longer. Jake drew himself up. I understand your concerns, but I think we both know that's not an option. Considering Sophia is the reason you're all here, and the one we've been waiting for, I'm sorry to say you don't have much of a choice. We won't force you, but we know you'll do the right thing. Jake didn't say anything else on the matter, just kept walking. Jonah, Imogen, and I shared a glance. What exactly were we signing up for here? I know you guys don't understand, Cade began. It'll take some time. Imogen made a skeptical noise. Must be a pretty important cause for you two to fake your deaths and cause pain to everyone you care about. Cade blanched, but Trace didn't say anything. He seemed like he was sorry for the grief he'd caused Imogen, but I didn't see anything in his eyes that hinted at regret. A pretty girl stood outside a candy shop holding a tray of sweets. The sweets themselves were small blue butterflies that whizzed in the air. On closer inspection, I could see they were gummies. The girl with the tray had dark hair and eyes, though there seemed something reckless about her that was different from any Hawkeye. Meet Malwina. She comes from the Anachi tribe but is part Arcania, Jake said. She owns the candy shop Jaguar Confections. She enchants the candies with illusions to give them a more interesting experience. One of the jelly butterflies flew toward Julian and landed on his nose. He snapped it up and got a blue tongue for it. I took one out of the air and tossed it in my mouth. It tasted sour and had a raspberry flavor that fizzed on your tongue. Julian darted up my arm and looked around for more sweets. When he didn't find any, he yanked my jacket hood over my head in disgruntlement. I laughed. I hope you enjoy the treats, Malwina said kindly. Come by any time, and I'll give you a free bag of anything you like, on me. I caught a thin Slavic accent peppered in her words, and she beamed a bright smile. Everyone was so nice here. This had to be a trap. Jake tweaked Malwina's chin. You still keep a jar of hippogriff gumdrops in the back? For you, always. Malwina batted her eyelashes, and Jake grinned. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Jonah scowling. Jonah seemed put off by how kind Jake had been to the girl handing out samples. She seemed nice, Jonah stated in a bitchy way as we left the candy shop behind. Ancestors, he was already jealous. Malwina and I are very close friends, Jake replied. Have been for some time. I see. Jonah looked down at the dirt path and mumbled, I hope she makes you happy. It's not that way between us. Women don't offer what I'm interested in, Jake said in a teasing way. Really? Jonah's eyebrows raised. Jake gave a laugh. I'm gay, Jonah. Jonah's eyes widened. Oh, I've been single for some time, Jake went on. I haven't found anyone who's quite what I'm looking for, but I'm hoping that's about to change. Jake's eyes roamed up and down Jonah's form hungrily, and I saw Jonah visibly gulp. Okay, that was an obvious hint. He was definitely hitting on Jonah. Talk about sex eyes. As Jake moved on, Imogen eagerly started forward. She elbowed Jonah. Did you hear that? He's on the market, and he's totally making eyes at you. Shut up, Jonah hissed under his breath. His cheeks reddened. This was weird behavior for Jonah. Normally, he'd throw himself at any guy who gave him an ounce of attention. It almost seemed like he was shy around Jake. Totally weird. Imogen, who obviously needed a distraction from Cade and her brother, decided to meddle. "So, Jake, how did you get involved in the resistance?" she asked sweetly, trying to appear innocent. Jonah waved his hands frantically, trying to get her to shut it, but she ignored him. "My parents were resistance fighters. They died a few years ago in the fight against the elders." Jake frowned. "My sister was next in line to lead, but she turned down the position, so I stepped in." "How old are you? You seem pretty young to be the leader of the resistance army," Imogen said. 27. I graduated from Miranda Academy almost 6 years ago," Jake replied. "Ooh, an older man," Imogen whispered. Jonah sent her the finger. Squeaks and Sabor were behaving oddly. They were eyeing each other and taking tentative steps. That is, until Squeaks decided to get too close, and Sabor reacted. Sabor gave a screech and lunged out at Squeaks with his beak. Squeaks jumped out of the way and delivered a hoof to his face. Sabor shook his head, shocked, before he rose up on his hind legs and beat his wings at her. Squeaks lowered her head and charged, knocking Sabor off his feet. The two of them battled ruthlessly, lashing out with their beaks and looking to draw blood. It didn't seem like they were trying to kill each other, but still, the battle was brutal. Holy shit. Something similar had happened between Alvarez and Squeaks before. Was this a bad sign? "Squeaky!" Jonah shouted. He ran forward to intercede until Jake threw out an arm to stop him. "Wait," he said. Jonah paused. The fight continued until Squeaks had the upper hand. She knocked Sabor on his back and put her beak to his throat. Sabor heaved a few times and Squeaks backed off. She led him onto his feet, and unexpectedly, the two hippogriffs started cooing at each other. Squeaks gave a low trill, and she nestled her head into Sabor's neck. The male hippogriff puffed out his feathers like he was proud. "What just happened?" I asked, feeling completely lost. "Hippogriffs are noble creatures. When they first meet, they fight to assume dominance," Jake replied. "Once the battle is over, they take roles and become friends. Squeaks won the fight, so Sabor will follow her lead from now on." "Wow, how do you know so much about hippogriffs?" Jonah asked eagerly. He obviously found Jake's hippogriff knowledge another thing to swoon over. "I majored in breeding of magical creatures. I was going to be an expert in hippogriff behavior and reproduction," Jake replied. His shoulders dropped. "But the resistance needed me more, so I gave that up." Squeaks and Sabor were walking so closely together they were touching. In a quiet voice, Jonah said, "I hope you can get your dream back." In a restless way, Jake gazed at Jonah and said, "Someday, once this war is over." His tone implied it might not ever be, which is what we were all worried about. We left the center of town and edged toward the residential area. The shops ebbed away until all there were around us were houses. Jake led the group and said, "I'd like to show you to your new living quarters." "Ezra!" The sound of my brother's name cut off Jake's words. It was a young woman shouting it, though not a voice I recognized. I turned just as a girl half my height slammed into me. She was a curvy girl who looked Tawakwa and had to be 19 or so. Her black hair was piled in a ponytail, topped off with a big pink bow. She giggled loudly. Without explanation, the girl flung her arms around me and squeezed tight. Julian peeped in curiosity, and before I knew what was happening, the girl planted a kiss straight on my lips. What the hell is going on? I immediately pried my mouth off of hers. I didn't shove her away, but I took a few steps back. I was so shocked I couldn't speak. Thank the ancestors Sophia wasn't around. Somehow I managed to stutter out, Sorry, I'm engaged." The girl's eyes widened as she took in my features. She yanked my jacket hood down and tilted her head when she saw my long hair. "Hey, you're not Ezra." I gave a hoarse laugh. "No, I'm not." "You must be Liam. My boyfriend told me so much about you." Her smile brightened. "I'm Stevie, by the way." I opened my mouth to ask who her boyfriend was when a voice I did know shouted, "Liam!" I almost thought I was hallucinating until I realized this had to be real. I spotted Ezra in the crowd, his features a combination of ecstasy and ease. He pushed people aside to get to me. His thunderbird, Diami, gave a welcoming cry from where he flew overhead. Julian meeped and flew off my shoulder to greet him in the sky. I started forward. "Ez!" I ran as fast as I could. When we met, we flung our arms around each other. I clung him to me as tightly as I possibly could. Ancestors, I never thought I'd see him again. I felt my knees go weak with relief as I held him. Fuck what anyone thought. I didn't care. My brother was alive. That was all I cared about. Ezra's eyes were wet as his hands tightened on my shoulders. "Bro, I thought you were dead." "So did I." I gave a half-hearted laugh and wiped at my eyes. "Is everyone—" "Mom and the kids are here. We managed to get half of Tuakwa out before—" Ezra trailed off. "Never mind. It's not important right now." Ezra grinned. "Dude, you are a hard man to find. Do you know how frickin' long we've been looking for you guys?" "I assume the night we left you came here?" I asked. He nodded. "I knew about the resistance a couple months before everything went down. I tried convincing Alric we needed to tell you, but he didn't allow it. The night of the battle, Dad—" Ezra broke off abruptly. At the mention of our father, I asked, "Does everyone know?" Ezra sighed. "Yeah, we found out the next day. Did you see it happen?" he whispered. I nodded slowly. Ezra's voice became choked. "I am so sorry." "It's over now. There was nothing we could do." Ezra shrugged. "There wasn't anything anyone could do that night." Ezra's gaze shot to the side and a smile brightened on his face. He reached out an arm and the Tuakwa girl slid into it. "By the way, this is my girl Stevie. You guys had a pretty intimate first meeting." Stevie giggled. "You can say that again. Sorry I kissed you." "It's okay. Just don't tell my fiancé." I laughed. "You finally popped the question, huh?" Ezra asked slyly. "Yep. It was more of a will you marry me and go on the run kind of thing," I stated. "That sounds so romantic, doesn't it, Ez?" Stevie asked sweetly. "You know I'll do better," he replied. She tilted her head up and he kissed her in a way that was almost embarrassing to watch. Fuck, they were all over each other. When they finally stopped making out, Ezra held her even tighter. What was going on? This was so weird for Ezra. I thought he'd never settle down. By the way he looked at her, she seemed different from all the rest. I got the feeling Stevie wasn't one of Ezra's rotating girlfriends. Maybe this one would stick. I heard footsteps behind us. Jake and the rest of the group were looking onward in interest. "I think before we show you our living quarters, a few reunions need to be in order," Jake stated. "The Maito family is residing on the beach, while the Onilds can be found in the main town." "Isn't it a little strange there are no house neighborhoods or districts?" I asked. "We don't do that here. We're an integrated community, not a divided one." Jake turned toward Imogen and I suggest both of you meet up with your families first." "Are you sure they want to see me?" Imogen crossed her arms and frowned. Cade looked uncomfortable, while Trace gave a long sigh. "Your family would be delighted, I can assure you," Jake said, letting the jibe roll off. Jake turned toward Jonah. "I'm sorry to say the Resistance wasn't able to locate your family, Jonah. The Chawneys are particularly close with Oleander, and it was thought if we reached out, our cover would be blown. Jonah shrugged. The family I have doesn't give a shit about me anyway. The people I care about are already here. That's too bad. Jake frowned and looked concerned. In any case, would you like to continue the tour? There are still a few places around town I haven't shown you. Of course. Jonah nearly jumped at the chance to go on a private walk with Jake. Jake waved Trace off. We'll meet back up in a few hours. Ezra, you know where to take him? Ezra nodded, and Jake replied, Good. I'll give you some space. The group split up. Imogen headed off with Trace and Cade, while I followed Ezra and Stevie, and Jonah went back into town with Jake. I'd normally be uneasy about splitting up like this, but the presence of my little brother had me at ease. If Ezra was here and he was okay with it, it couldn't be dangerous. Stevie seemed a little pale. She walked slower than Ezra. I noticed he slowed his steps so she could keep up. Her breathing was a little ragged, though she acted like it was no big deal. Babe, you should go back home and lie down. Ezra frowned. We've been running around all day. I'll be fine, Stevie protested, though she didn't look it. I want to get to know your brother. It's nice to be around someone who finally understands. I screeched to a halt. Wait a minute. Did you just say... Oh, yeah. You've got it too, don't you? Stevie shrugged before she dug in her pocket. She took out an inhaler and inhaled a puff before she said, My little brother Tegan and I were both diagnosed last year. Holy shit. Anna was right. You have combined magical suppression syndrome? Yepper. Royally sucks, doesn't it? Stevie pocketed her inhaler and smiled. But your brother, he's been so sweet. He knows exactly how to take care of me because he has experience with you. You're perfect the way you are, babe. Ezra leaned over and kissed Stevie's forehead, and she giggled. I had so much to talk to her about. So, is it the same for you? Like, is your fatigue really bad and you've got this really intense pain in your back and no energy? You catch everything that goes around and every organ in your body pretty much goes to shit? Stevie asked. For sure. It's all there. A warmth bloomed in my chest and radiated outward. Finally, someone who got it. My friends loved me, but they could never really understand what I went through on a daily basis and what hell it was. Not to point out the obvious, but the disease comes from Anna Cedric's bloodline, I said. Are you sure you two aren't related? Hey, screwing your cousin is hot, Stevie cracked. Ezra burst out laughing and he said, No, not really. We've checked. Anna's son had 2 children. Stevie and I are from different lines. We're not into incest. I'd be into incest for you, Stevie joked. Ezra snickered. You guys are gross, I cracked, yet I couldn't keep the smile off my face. Stevie might be a stranger, but I immediately felt a closeness with her I never had with anyone else. I wasn't alone. The fact gave me such a sense of relief. But one thing didn't make any sense. I had Essus, so I was still alive, but how were Stevie and Tegan around if Anichi couldn't heal anymore? Stevie read the look on my face. There is one healer left in the Anichi tribe, she admitted reluctantly. She heals us and keeps us going. You'll meet her later. Meanwhile, Professor Perot's been treating us on the side, trying to find a cure. I almost fell over in shock. Perot? He's here. Yeah, he lives just down the way, Ezra said. We can visit him before we check in with Mom. That'd be great. Ezra took a different path, and soon we entered a small cottage. Diami was so big now he had to wait outside. The cottage had a thatch roof, but seemed modern inside, with wood floors and working appliances. The cottage was small, only a 1-bedroom, though it felt smaller because it was packed with alchemist bottles and dozens of potion ingredients. A peacock rested on a perch above a bubbling cauldron. He sang a hello and stared curiously at Julian in my arms. "Hello, Baxter." I stroked his feathers, and Baxter let out a low coo as Julian growled. The back door opened. I marveled as Professor Perot strolled in with an armful of bottles. His expression brightened when he saw me. "Liam!" he burst. "I am so thankful that you finally joined us." "It's nice to see you too, Professor." Perot looked different, older than he had been when he'd left Arenda Academy. There were more wrinkles on his face than I remembered, and there was a sadness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. I took a step forward and looked around. "So, this is where you've been?" A guilty visage crossed his features. "Yes, I apologize. I wish I could have told you more, but Caspian and we didn't agree on what to do." Perot stumbled over Alric's name. He nearly flinched. It was clear the loss had devastated him. I said the only thing that might provide some comfort. "I was with him until the end," I commented lowly. "His last wish was to see you before he died. Until the last moment, he was thinking of you." Perot turned his back to me and started setting potion bottles onto the table. "Well, that's something I can hold on to. Caspian and I had quite a disagreement before I left. I wanted him to come to Hokavale with me, but he thought he could still change things in Kinpago. We, never got a chance to make up." Baxter gave a mournful cry. He appeared to miss Valda very much. Perot observed Stevie and said, "Miss Deschini, you're looking a bit better. Finally got over that cold." "Thanks to your potions," Stevie replied brightly. "I think you finally found a recipe that worked." "Stevie and Tegan have both been instrumental to my research," Perot informed me. "Now that I have a small population of people with your disease, Liam, I am finally able to test on a broader scale." "He's honestly been a saving grace," Stevie said. "Tegan and I didn't have any idea what was wrong with us until he showed up. Getting an answer was a miracle." "You showed many of the symptoms Liam did, and your test results all came back the same. It was only a matter of making absolutely sure," Perot said. I leaned against the desk. "So, was the resistance your plan all along? How did you know about it?" My question provoked awkwardness from Perot. He made a face and admitted, "This is where most of the teachers who fled Arenda Academy went. After your trial, and shortly before the deaths of Professors Costas and Fawn, Madam Wells came to the school and informed everyone she thought she could trust about the resistance. Caspian had already been told several years ago by Jacob. I found out by accident, sometime sooner. It was never my plan to be here. I wanted to stay at Arenda Academy, but after your fiasco at the trial, I knew all hope was lost in Kinpago. If I truly wanted to make a difference, I had to come here and aid the war effort." Perot looked down. "It was something Caspian refused to admit. He insisted on going down with his ship." I put a hand on his shoulder. "Ulrich saved many lives. He helped us smuggle dozens of people out of the city. He sacrificed himself and did everything he could to stop the elders. You should know his death wasn't a waste." Perot gave a weak smile. "I know it, but it doesn't stop the grief." Couldn't reply to that. Perot sighed and said, "I almost wish I had stayed, taken up a spy position for the resistance, like Professor Cheveo." My eyes widened. Professor Cheveo had been my teacher for Hawkeye leadership, as well as war and negotiation. Cheveo works for the resistance? "Yes, he's still in Kinpago, doing what he can to keep an eye on Oleander. He works as intel for the resistance," Perot said. Julian chirped. He flew away from me and onto the desk, where he nipped at Baxter's feathers. Baxter moved his tail away in disgruntlement, and Perot laughed. Who's this little fellow? Julian, I said. He's my buddy. Ancestors, Liam. Did you bond again? Ezra asked in wonder. He reached out to scratch Julian on the back, and Julian's tongue lolled. I didn't know that was possible. I didn't exactly bond, but Julian's my companion now. He hatched and imprinted on me, I explained. Extraordinary, Perrault marveled. This will make a difference in your treatment. That is, if you still want me to be your doctor. Perrault's tone was full of guilt. He really did feel bad for walking out on me. Of course I do. You were the best doctor I ever had, I said. Perrault's manner lit up. Ezra reached for something. By the way, bro, here are your pills. He handed me a small brown bag that was sitting on Perrault's desk. The town's got its own pharmacy, so you won't have to do without. Thank the ancestors. I pocketed the bag in my jacket and said, We should probably get going. My mother's waiting. Goodbye, Liam. I hope to see you once you get settled in. Perrault gave a nod, and I waved as we left the cottage. Diami chirped and flew low as we exited. Julian pumped his wings and took to the sky behind him. Hokavale is built in the safety of the mountain range, but the ocean is close by, Ezra said. It's where most of the Tawakwa village relocated, though some chose to mix in with the other houses in town. We walked for another mile or so until the rocky ground leveled out. A beach came into view. Homes were dotted along the shoreline, most of which looked brand new. As we came to the beach, a strange animal rose out of the waves and pulled itself onto shore. The front half of the creature was like a large bird. It had a beak and talons with feathery ears, though the feathers coating its front half looked more like scales, shiny and iridescent. The back half of the creature was a long mermaid's tail, a fin that shimmered as the creature moved it back and forth. The animal let out a pretty cry like a siren as we approached, and Stevie brightened. This is Nihoni, my familiar, Stevie said. She stroked the creature's scales, and it chortled pleasantly. She's beautiful. I've never seen a creature like her before, I noted. She's a cipher, Stevie replied. Half griffin, half hippocampus. They're rumored to be extinct, but Anichi was hiding them. Did you bond when you came to Hokavale? I asked. Stevie shook her head. I've lived here all my life. I've never been to Kinpago. Trust me, man, if this babe was walking around back home, I would have noticed, Ezra purred. Stevie smiled. Diami landed, and he snuggled his head into Nihoni's feathers. The cipher nipped him playfully, and Diami threw a wing over her body. Julian stared up at the cipher in wonder. Stevie climbed onto Nihoni's back. I should probably get going. I was supposed to be back by now. See you tonight, Ezra? You know it, baby. Ezra gave her a wink, and Stevie let out a girlish laugh. Nihoni swam out to sea, then dove downward. Diami hung his head like he was sad she was gone. So how long is this one going to last? I asked as we left the shore. Ezra gave me a flat look. Forever, he stated. Stevie's awesome. She's been there for me like nobody else has. Are you sure this isn't another phase? I teased. Nah, dude. She's the one. I can feel it. Ezra shook his head. Wow, that was pretty intense, coming from Ezra. You never liked being tied down. What changed your mind? She's different. She gets me, he said. The way I love her, I've never felt like that for anyone else. You two haven't been together that long, I commented, but I guess when you knew, you knew. I'd had a feeling Sophia was meant to be mine the first time our gazes connected. I hadn't believed in love at first sight until then, but hearing it from my brother was a little strange. Okay, we might have banged on the first day we met, he admitted, and he grinned wickedly. The chemistry is off the charts. It's been pretty intense, but I'm telling you, She's the girl for me. I just know. Thank the ancestors. Hopefully now Ezra would stop being such an insufferable man-whore. Something crossed my mind. I'd been putting off asking this because I was afraid of the answer. Ez, where's Madeline? I asked. Did she make it here with you? I prayed to the ancestors she'd made it out of Arenda Academy the night everything went down. He paused, as if he hated to deliver bad news. We don't know where Maddie is, Ezra admitted. We haven't seen her since the night of the battle. She's missing. My chest ached. Do you think she's... No. Ezra shook his head. We've had spies sweep Kinpago, and her name doesn't come up in any of the death counts. She's still alive. Most likely Oleander's got her. We just don't know where he took her. Fuck Oleander. He could go straight to hell. The moment I got my hands on him, I was going to make him pay. Painfully and slowly. Do we have any leads? We've got people looking. It's only a matter of time. There are only so many places he could have hidden her. Ezra scowled. We can't find Drew either. Most likely they're together. I hoped we'd find Maddie soon. There was no telling what Oleander was doing to her. She needed to be with her family. But even if we did find her, I worried she wouldn't come back without Drew, though I doubted he was still alive at this point. Even if they had been taken together, chances were Oleander had already killed him. He had no use for Drew like he did Maddie, except to torture him, so Maddie did what he wanted. The thought made me sick. We approached the outside of a 2-story home that was built on stilts on the side of the beach. 2 kids were playing outside. A boy and a girl knelt by a long cylinder. The boy lit the cylinder with a match, and they ran away. The cylinder soared into the sky until it erupted against the clouds, sending sparks everywhere. The kids cheered and gave each other high fives. Where did you 2 get fireworks? I asked. They turned around, and their mouths fell open as they saw me approach. Liam! They both screamed at the same time. Cade and Christian flung themselves onto me. I put an arm around each of them and lifted them up. They hugged my neck and squeezed until I could hardly breathe. You're alive! Cade screamed. I knew you'd come back. Pay up, Christian. Christian ignored her. You're not toast, he exclaimed. I was dead wrong. That you were. I laughed and put them down. I ruffled Christian's hair and asked, How do you like it here? It's pretty awesome. Even the Coigny are nice, Cade exclaimed. They gave us these fireworks to play with for free. She gestured to a large box sitting nearby. I grimaced. Whatever Coigny decided to give fireworks to a couple of pyromaniac 9-year-olds was probably an idiot. Yeah, and there are no stupid Deforti around to ruin everything. Christian wrinkled his nose. We can do what we want. I wanted to ask how they were doing after Dad died, but they seemed happy right now, and I didn't want to bring up things that would upset them. So instead, I asked, Where's Mom? On the porch with Jackson. Cade frowned, and she looked down at the ground. She doesn't like leaving the house much. Or ever, Christian replied sourly. Apparently, Mom was a subject of contention for him. I should see her. Please don't burn your faces off, I said. Both of the twins gave me eerily similar salutes. Aye, aye, Captain, Christian barked. Diami stayed behind to watch them as Cade and Christian rummaged through the box of fireworks. Are they okay? I asked Ezra as we approached the house. For the most part, yeah, as good as they can be anyway, Ezra said with a sigh. Christian's been a bit explosive and Cade's somewhat sad, but there are a lot of distractions here for them, which helps. After a beat of silence, Ezra added, I feel most bad for Jackson. He's not going to be able to remember Dad at all. The statement made my throat get tight. It hurt that my dad was gone, but Ezra and I were both grown. I felt worse for the younger kids, who hadn't gotten as much time with him, especially my baby brother, who wouldn't have any memories of Dad except pictures we still had. The house was quiet and clean. It didn't have much, but it was definitely still cozy. Mom had apparently done her work to make sure the rest of the family felt at home here. "How's Mom doing?" I asked. I dropped my voice to a whisper, though I didn't need to. It felt almost sinful to raise my voice in such a subdued environment. Houses, even new places, took on a weird feeling once somebody died. "Mom took it really hard," Ezra said quietly. "She didn't eat or come out of her room for 3 days after she heard the news." "Oh no, poor Mom." "She probably needs time alone with you," Ezra noted. "I'll wait in the kitchen." He gestured toward the screen door. Julian flew to the counter beside him to stay behind. He knew I needed some space. I headed toward the door, an impending feeling of dread working its way over my form. In a way, this felt worse than watching my dad die. I didn't know how I could face my mother again, how I could admit that I did nothing, that it was basically my fault. I walked onto the porch and caught a slight ocean breeze. At first, I thought I saw my grandmother sitting in a rocker holding a baby, but with a jolt, I realized that it was my mom. She looked like she'd aged years in a few months. Her hair was in disarray around her face, and she wore a shawl over a dress that hung loosely off her too thin form. Her expression was drawn and tight. She kept her dark eyes, which were now hollow with loss, fixated on Jackson's face like he was the only source of comfort she had. "Mom?" I whispered. She slowly sat up. Mom silently rose from her chair as she turned to face me. When her sight landed on me, her lip wobbled. She stretched out an arm and shuffled toward me. "My firstborn." I hugged her. Jackson writhed at her side. I heard her give a sniff. This was harder than anything I'd had to do recently. Seeing Mom without Dad, it was like seeing the ocean without the waves. Unnatural. She didn't seem, I don't know, there anymore. I could only imagine how she'd screamed when she'd heard the news. The happy, optimistic woman that was so full of life was gone. She'd been replaced by someone I didn't know. Nothing could knock my mother down in life, except this. Mom brushed my hair back. "I knew you'd return." Her voice shook. "I didn't think the ancestors would be so cruel as to take you away as well." "I wasn't going to leave you." I kept my hold tight on her. "I'm sorry. About everything." Mom didn't respond. She only inhaled slowly, as if she was hoping I wouldn't vanish on her, too. I tried turning the subject to happier thoughts. "Sophia said yes," I offered with a slight smile. "You have a wedding to plan." Something small sparked in her eyes, though it wasn't the light I was hoping for. "I'm so happy for both of you. Sophia must begin her shanty training. I made sure the blanket you wove for her was one of the few things I took from the house." "Thanks, Mom. That's going to mean so much to her." "I'll make sure your ceremony will be beautiful. But your father won't be there to—" A tear ran down her face. I quickly wiped it away and said, "His spirit will be there. That's what counts." She gave me a watery smile. "You don't need to see me cry. It's time you moved on to your new home." "I'm not staying here with you?" I asked. "No." Mom shook her head. "You have a life of your own now that you need to begin with Sophia. I'll be fine. I promise you." I hoped she would. Her fingers trailed away from mine as I left the porch, and she sat back down in her rocker again. She looked out at the sea like she could make herself believe Dad was out there waiting for her. She hummed a lullaby to Jackson, and he gurgled in her arms. Dad had been the love of her life. She'd been with him for over 20 years, most of her life. Without him, she was lost. When I joined Ezra, he appeared as hopeless as I did. Worse than you thought, huh? I gave a helpless nod. It was all I could do. Julian hopped off the counter and planted himself on my chest. I held him, desperately wanting something happy to distract me from the darkness that was pressing in all around the house. As much as I hated to admit it, I didn't want to stay here. I didn't think I could handle my mother's grief on top of my own. Hopefully the wedding will give her a distraction, Ezra mumbled. She doesn't do anything but sit there all day and look at the sea. She needs something to do. I agreed. I worried Mom was going to lose her mind. So where are we going anyhow? I asked Ezra as we returned to the beach. Katie and Christian were setting off fireworks again, and Diami was doing his best to outmaneuver them in the sky. Jake's put aside a house for the 4 of you in town, Ezra said. We're to meet up there. Did you partake in the ceremony for the chiefhood? I asked Ezra. He shook his head. No, I was waiting for you to get back. You need to do it. Tawakwa can't go on without a leader, I said. Ezra's face remained passive. Soon, after the funeral is over. We needed you to perform the rites, Liam. We couldn't move on until we were sure you were dead. The mention of the memorial made my guts twist. I wasn't ready to say goodbye yet to all the people we'd lost. But it had already happened. There was no choice but to move forward. Diami stayed behind, and Ezra led me back into town. By this time, it was growing dark. He took a long, winding set of steps upward that were carved into the mountainside. I followed, and eventually we came to a door that was set into the side of a stone wall. Ezra opened it, and Julian gave a gasp as we stepped inside. The area inside the mountain was carved out to look like an actual house. The kitchen was wide and vast. It had stone countertops and modern appliances. The kitchen opened up to a living room with designer couches and a large screen TV. Every piece inside, from the rugs on the floor to the paintings lining the walls, was beautiful and spoke of craftsmanship. Some of the rock had been carved out into openings and lined with glass to make windows that velvet drapes covered. The Anachi had spared no expense in furnishing it. Jake and Jonah were already inside, lounging on the couch in front of the TV. Sabor and Squeaks had curled up next to each other on one of the rugs. Imogen was sitting at one of the high-top chairs next to the counter, drumming her fingers and appearing irritated. Sassy lay in a surly way on the floor. Neither Cade nor Trace were with her. She caught my curious glance. I told them I needed space, Imogen said harshly. From both of them. From her tone, some sort of argument had obviously taken place at the Onild residence. There were dried tear stains on Imogen's face. Her attitude had totally changed from earlier. She seemed pretty pissed. I averted my eyes and instead focused on Jonah and Jake. They were talking in low tones, and both of them were smiling. Seemed like they were getting along. Seconds later, the door opened. I felt relief when I saw Essis skitter inside and immediately go to the fridge so he could fling it open and rummage for food. Julian left my arms and flew to the countertop, where he and Essis argued over who had first dibs on the cupcakes the Kerbal had found. Sophia and Amelia walked in. The tightness in my chest loosened. I knew we were safe, but still, I didn't feel at ease these days unless Sophia was in a place I could see her. She wordlessly reached out and took my hand, and my entire form relaxed. At Sophia's arrival, Jake rose to his feet. The Anachi Council would like you to know that everything will be provided for you here. All your needs will be taken care of by the tribe, and you are welcome to stay as long as you like. Before I leave you to get settled in, there's someone we'd like you to meet." There was the sound of a lock clicking as a girl exited one of the bedrooms and ventured inside the living area. She was young, 19 or so, and had tan skin with long white hair that fell all the way down her back. Her face was kind, and she wore a white cotton sundress that seemed to dance around her form. Bangles jingled around her ankles, complementing beaded moccasins and thick jewelry that hung from around her neck and earlobes. She almost twirled into the area. A twinkling set of bells hung loosely around her hips, like a belt. A luna moth, bright green in color and no bigger than the girl's hand, perched on one shoulder. Imogen's eyes widened when she witnessed the girl. She obviously appreciated the girl's sense of style. Jake gestured to her. "This is Luana and her familiar Sierra. She's the firstborn daughter of Chief Kawak, the leader of the Anachi tribe. She's our resident healer and our expert researcher to boot." Luana bowed her head, then raised her hands. She pointed her thumb to her chin and held her fingers up while rolling her hand across her face. Sophia's expression brightened, and she moved her hands in calculated motions. "You're so sweet. It's nice to meet you." Luana is deaf. She uses sign language to communicate, though she can read lips as well," Jake clarified. "I took 4 years of sign language in high school," Sophia said. She continued to sign as she talked, so Luana could understand her fully while she was speaking. Luana's expression brightened, and Jake added, "Quite an asset, Miss Henley. Luana will be your teacher here while you're residing with us. She intends to help you grow your Anachi powers." Luana's hands moved quickly. She took a step forward, and Sophia looked at me as she said, "She wants to know if it's okay to touch you." Sure," I said. I put out my hand. Luana took it. Her hands were soft and cool. Esses gurgled from the kitchen like he was envious. Luana's eyebrows knitted together. She closed her eyes, and I felt a wave of serenity pass through me as warmth bloomed from her fingertips and rushed over my form. The exhaustion and pain from our flee from the elders was whisked away and replaced with a pleasant buzzing. My mouth dropped open in awe. Luana's healing powers seemed more developed than Esses's were. She dropped my hand and stood back with a smile, signing again to Sophia. "She says, 'Your vitals look good, and everything's working as it should,'" Sophia interpreted. "Though she also says you haven't been getting enough sleep, and if you keep refusing to eat, things are going to get worse." Luana smirked playfully, while Sophia had this gloating look on her face that she always got when she was right. I gave a low snicker and said, "Well, doesn't look like I'll be getting away with much of anything with you around, will I?" Luana let out a laugh. Her eyes wandered to Jonah before she put a hand to her head and pretended to tug at a few strands of hair with her thumb and forefinger. Sophia giggled and said, "She thinks you look fabulous, Jonah. Your hair looks really healthy." Jonah shook his head. "Well, darling, some of us are just born to be pretty." Imogen's cheeks reddened as Luana and Jonah shared a private laugh. Imogen seemed, I don't know, jealous of her? It was weird. "So, Luana, I have a question," Jonah asked. "If all the Anachi lost their powers, why do you still have magic?" "She's the only Anachi who hasn't lost access to her healing," Jake informed us. He began signing as well, so Luana wasn't kept out of the conversation. "She's the only reason our society has been able to be kept secret all these years. She keeps the shield around the community sustained at all times so that the elders cannot find us." "Couldn't the elders see the town from the air if they flew over?" Jonah asked. Jake shook his head. "The shield extends higher than any elementi or familiar can fly." "Doesn't that mess with the weather?" Imogen asked. A bit harshly, if you ask me. "No," Jake answered simply. "Luana can let in air particles if she wants. Keeps our weather stable." The shield must be huge, Sophia said thoughtfully. Luana shrugged, as if to say sustaining the shield was easy. She made swooping motions with her hands, and Sophia frowned. She says that the ancestors permitted one female from the Anachi tribe from each generation to keep their powers so they would be able to teach the others how to use spirit once the war was over and their magic was restored. The last Anachi to be able to heal was her mother, and her mother before her, though both died in childbirth at the arrival of their daughters. Luana's expression became tight at the mention of her mother. I felt sorry for her. I knew what it was like to lose a parent. Sophia put a finger to her lips, then began signing while she spoke. Though if that's true, I don't understand why I can use spirit magic as well. Maybe your mixed blood means you still have access, because you're not pure blood Anachi, I suggested. Luana read my lips and nodded. Luana is very special. She's been chosen by the ancestors as the one who will retain the knowledge of Anachi magic for the tribe. A Menularti. It means memory holder, Jake clarified. Luana's face grew unpleasant as she saw Jake sign the term, and the Luna moth fluttered on her shoulder. If I had to guess, she didn't like being called special any more than Sophia did. We'll discuss more in the morning, Jake said, and he strode toward the door. Jonah's eyes were on his strides as he paused at the entrance. I understand this is a lot to process, and you need time to recover. Yeah, my girl's waiting on me, Ezra added. He clasped my hand, and we bumped shoulders. See you tomorrow, bro. Luana waved a kindly farewell as she departed after Ezra. Imogen sent her a smoldering look. Sabor's giant hooves clomped on the floor as he followed his elementi. Before Jake could exit, Sophia touched his arm lightly and said, Well, what do we do now? Jake hesitated. Then he replied, The Anachi Council will summon you. We have to find stations for you here in the Resistance. Stations? Sophia blinked a few times. What do you mean? All of us have jobs here. It's crucial to keep our survival going, Jake replied. As the prophesied one, you have the most important job of all. But the prophecy already came true, Sophia said in a rush. I couldn't stop it. We have reason to believe that there's still hope. If you're as powerful as the prophecy mentions, we can still use your powers to turn this war around. This isn't over, Jake replied. Sophia backed away and shook her head. I don't know if I want to be involved in all that. My friends and I just need a place to stay. I don't believe you understand, Miss Henley, Jake said slowly. The Resistance has been waiting decades for your arrival, ever since the prophecy was first made. You're our last missing piece that we need to defeat the Elders and unite the tribe once and for all. Your participation is crucial. If you decide you don't want to be a part of this, it's over for good. Your training is essential to the survival of our people. Think about that before you meet the Anachi Council tomorrow. Jake gently closed the door behind him, taking everyone but Jonah, Imogen, Sophia, and I with him. The minute everyone else was gone and the four of us were alone, Imogen burst. Fuck this place, she shouted. I want to leave. Im, are you crazy? My eyes widened. This is the first safe place we've found, and everyone we love is here. We can't go anywhere. They're up to something. I know it. Imogen crossed her arms. Julian and Esses looked up from their place on the counter. They'd found a bag of chips and were devouring it quickly. Sassy and Squeaks looked on with longing eyes. What are you talking about? This place is awesome, Jonah mumbled through a full mouth. He'd stolen a cupcake from Esses and devoured it in seconds. They got some cute guys here, don't they, Jonah? Sophia teased. Jonah blushed. It's too perfect, Imogen protested. They had everything here waiting for us. They obviously want something. They wouldn't be giving us a free house if there wasn't a price attached. Obviously, there's a price attached, Jonah rolled his eyes. And we've got her, don't we? All eyes fell on Sophia. She sighed and her shoulders drooped. I don't want to become some kind of war puppet. But this is a good thing, Jonah insisted. You wanted an army to rescue those kids from the camps and get revenge on the elders for all they've done. Now one's practically fallen in your lap. Are you going to turn it away? Sophia ran a hand through her hair. No, I guess not. It depends on what they ask, I argued. Maybe Jake is right, and there's more to the prophecy than what we're seeing. You guys are missing the obvious. Everyone lied to us, Imogen hissed. There was no truth whatsoever. We were kept in the dark for so long. It's not like they didn't have a good reason, Jonah pointed out. The resistance couldn't bring Sophia in until they were sure the elders weren't watching her, so she wouldn't expose their location. They couldn't just take Sophia and the rest of us until there was no other choice, because they knew the elders would send people to look for her. If we knew about the resistance before we got here, we probably would have given it away. You guys know we can't keep our noses where they belong. We would have demanded to get involved, and it would have exposed the whole operation. That was the most honest thing anyone had said all night. Jonah was right. The four of us had no concept of minding our own business. We would have blown the secret somehow and ruined everything if we knew. Imogen's glare demanded I back her up. I've gotten over the fact everyone lied, I stated bluntly. I'm more or less glad we're all still alive and together. Well, I haven't. Relationships are built on trust, and there's none here, Imogen replied bitterly. I know my family is here, but I don't care. I don't want to be around them if they can't be honest with me. Sophia frowned. I'm not happy with Amelia for keeping this a secret for so long, but Liam is right. We have to forgive them. My boyfriend broke up with me by faking his own death, Imogen screamed. And my brother let me believe he was dead for years. Now my family just expects me to welcome both of them with open arms. Are you guys seriously okay with that? I mean, it's not right, but you can't change the past, I said. Imogen let out a frustrated noise and buried her face in her hands. Sassy gave a worried whine. There are still too many variables we don't know about. Imogen shook her head. How is the Anachi tribe going to get their powers back? And when? After the war is over and the tribe is united? Are the ancestors just going to stroll in and be like, here you go, you can use spirit magic now? No one seems to know. Maybe nobody does. It's been years since they lost their magic, Sophia offered. Exactly. Another fucking mystery, Imogen shouted. Somebody has to know something. And I swear, if I find out one more person is lying to us, I'm going to cause an earthquake and make this entire place crumble to the ground. Jonah said. He went to put a hand on her shoulder, but she wrenched away. His face fell. He was obviously hurt. I crossed my arms. Jonah, you once said that the only people you could trust were the three of us. Do you still think that's true? He was the only one who didn't have family here. He wasn't biased. Jonah stroked his beard. I can't say for certain, but I have a good feeling about this. It seems like this is the right place for us to be at this time. And having an army backing us up is a hell of a lot better than continuing to be on the run. You're just saying that because you want to get a look at General Weatherby's dick, Imogen said nastily. I do not, Jonas screeched. Squeaks's eyes narrowed, totally calling him out. I reached out and put an arm around Sophia. Polly, I'm going to leave this up to you. I drew her close. If you want to go, we'll go. But if you want to stay, we'll stay. You're the one they want. If you want to join the resistance and fight back, we'll be behind you." Sophia took a few moments to mull it over. She pressed into me as she said, "If we want to rescue those kids, I don't think I have a choice. This is the right thing to do. For now, at least." Jonah sighed in relief, while Imogen huffed and turned away. It was like Sophia was one more person that had betrayed her, though that totally wasn't the case. "Let's get some rest," I suggested. "It's been a long day." Imogen rolled her eyes. "Whatever." She stomped down the hall and wrenched a bedroom door open. Sassy barely had time to dart inside before Imogen slammed it behind her. A picture fell off the wall. Jonah stared after her. "I guess she's taking that one." I took Sophia's hands. "Come on, Polly. We need to sleep." She didn't object. Esses and Julian remained in the kitchen, tossing popcorn between themselves to catch. When Squeaks jumped up and caught a kernel in her mouth that Julian threw, Esses raised his arms like she'd scored a touchdown. Jonah settled on the couch and turned on the TV like he couldn't sleep and needed a quick distraction. Sophia closed the door behind us. I swept her into my arms and laid her on the bed. It was so soft and comfortable. She hummed as I pulled her against my chest. Holy hell, for the first time in forever it seemed quiet. Not like a sound, but as if something drastic and terrible wasn't about to happen for the millionth time in a row. Maybe we could finally sleep without nightmares tonight. Didn't know if I was that optimistic. "I hope I'm making the right choice," Sophia whispered. Her words seemed uncertain. "You did. There was no other choice to make," I replied. I trailed my fingers down her spine and said, "I wanted you to know, I met someone with my disease today. She's Ezra's girlfriend. It was so incredible to meet someone like me. She's got a brother with the same condition." "That's great, Liam." Sophia seemed relieved, though I wasn't quite sure why. It was like she was worried about what Anna had said for some reason. She was already nodding off. "You okay, Pawi?" "I've been really tired lately," Sophia sighed. "More than usual." "You'll get your strength back. We're safe. For now." She didn't respond. She was asleep. My mind wandered. The resistance was more than what we could have ever hoped for, but at the same time, Imogen's warning wouldn't leave my head. The Anachi Council wanted us here for a purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought us in. We were welcome here, but our stay wasn't free. I just hoped when the Anachi Council summoned us, we could give them whatever it was they were expecting.
Chapter 8. Sophia. I woke the next morning feeling more refreshed than I had in months. The four of us still weren't totally settled on this idea of hanging out with the resistance, but it was better than watching for the task force every 2 seconds. Though Hokavale had this uncertainty around it, I felt safe from the elders here, and that was a relief I wasn't sure we'd ever find. I rolled over in bed until I was snuggled against Liam's side. He sighed and wrapped me tight to his chest. Esses and Julian stirred at our feet, but they didn't wake. A beam of sunlight streamed in from a small window in the corner of the room, lighting Liam's face at the perfect angle. I stared up at him. A sense of gratitude settled in my chest and filled me with warmth. We'd come so far, and after everything we'd lost, I was glad he was still here. Thank the ancestors, I thought. No, seriously, thank the ancestors. Liam was still here because the ancestors wanted him to be. It was why he'd survived Nashoma's death. Everything that had happened since was to perfect design. Had Liam not come to take me to Orenda Academy, we never would have gotten together. If I'd bonded with anyone but Esses, Liam never would have survived this long. If I hadn't taken a walk that night and found him on the bridge, I couldn't imagine. The ancestors wanted Liam alive. I didn't know where all this was coming from. Maybe it was being here in this place, where the elders couldn't touch us. But it was only hitting me now as I stared into my fiancé's face while he slept. The ancestors had a job for Liam. And the Great Spirit knew they had a job for me from the start. But I didn't get it. We'd failed. We hadn't gathered the prophecy pieces in time. The prophecy had been fulfilled. Defortai had taken over. And yet, I couldn't get what Jake had said out of my head.
We have reason to believe that there's still hope. If you're as powerful as the prophecy mentions, we can still use your powers to turn this war around. This isn't over.
It hit me in that moment. We were still here. Against all odds, the 4 of us had survived the night of the Orenda Academy battle. We'd escaped 2 separate attacks by the task force. Liam hadn't taken his meds in months. Shawana told me I was supposed to die to fulfill the prophecy. And we were still here. We should have died 10 times over by now with all the shit we'd been through. And yet, we were still alive. All 4 of us, and our 3 familiars. Which only meant one thing. The ancestors still had a job for us. The prophecy wasn't over. Jake was right. It was like Shawana had told me. Prophecies could be interpreted in different ways. They were always fulfilled, but it was the interpretation that mattered. I thought back to the night I'd spoken with Shawana at the Anachi Temple. My mind raced through all the things she'd told me. I could be the prophesied one, but only if I wanted to be. But she said she'd hoped it would be me. You are the first child with the tools to carry the prophecy out, she'd told me. I didn't know what that meant. My power? The spirit totem? I dug back through my memory more, trying to make sense of it all. You will understand when you are ready, she'd said. Once you find all the pieces to the prophecy, once you see what the future truly holds for your house, you will understand what has to be done. But I didn't understand. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Unless there was a part of the prophecy we'd missed. I inhaled a sharp breath as something else came back to me. I shot upright in bed and swatted Liam on the chest. He startled awake and grabbed the sheet, which caused Essis and Julian to roll off the end of the bed. Essis screamed as he went tumbling to the floor. Liam gasped and glanced around the room, but he quickly relaxed when he saw it was just me. Liam! I cried.
Bowie, what's wrong?
Liam, we forgot! I said. He furrowed his brow and pulled the blanket up higher on his chest. Essis and Julian jumped back onto the bed and fought for the prime cuddling spot at Liam's feet.
Forgot what?
My breath wavered. We forgot! We haven't been looking at Coigny's full piece of the prophecy. There's more to it. Liam tilted his head.
What do you mean?
My first semester here, Doya told me that I had to find a powerful item that would help fulfill the prophecy, I reminded him. Shawana said that was part of Coigny's piece, but a part they didn't share with everyone else. I can't believe we forgot about it. Liam rubbed his eyes, still trying to process what I was saying.
Wait, so you think we still have a chance because we haven't found this item yet?
Yes, I said brightly. Liam pushed himself to a sitting position and groaned.
We didn't address it because we don't want to fulfill the prophecy,
he pointed out.
We've been trying to prevent it.
Maybe we don't have to, I said. Liam looked at me like I was utterly insane.
Now you want to fulfill the prophecy? I thought we already had. When fire blazes through the sky.
But remember what Showana said? I pressed. Liam stared at me blankly, like he didn't remember much of what was said that night. She said, the prophecy is only a destination, but there are many paths to the end. Your choices will affect the outcome. You, Sophia, have the power to determine the fate of the Hawkeye. Liam tilted his head. He still didn't get what I was going at. The outcome can be changed, I told him. We just have to change the meaning of the prophecy. Liam pressed his lips together thoughtfully.
Maddie said something similar. She said a prophecy can be good or bad, and there could be many different paths to take to the outcome, but it will be fulfilled regardless.
Right, I agreed. Liam, if there's still time, maybe we can change what the prophecy means. Liam frowned, like he didn't believe we had time left, like he thought we'd already reached the end.
I hate to say this, Soph, but maybe your spirit totem had something to do with it. Maybe that was the object you were supposed to find, and now the prophecy's been fulfilled.
I shook my head. No, I showed it to Doya. She didn't think the totem was it. Ancestors! She sent Naomi after Amelia because she thought she had something powerful. Doya was looking for this thing that's in the prophecy.
Doya never told you what you needed to find?
Liam asked.
Did she give you a name?
I shook my head. No, but it must be something more powerful than the spirit totem. Liam looked deep in thought.
I don't know many objects that are more powerful than a spirit totem.
I do, I stated. Liam's eyebrows pinched together.
You do?
The Asa Imperii, I reminded him, and recognition fell across his face. I thought about using it to contact the ancestors to get all 4 prophecy pieces. But what if it is part of the prophecy? What if that's what we've been looking for? Liam opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, a knock came at the door. Come in, I called. Imogen stepped inside. She was wearing a new white top with multicolored threads through the neckline, along with a flowing skirt made of a rainbow of colors all swirled together. It looked as if she'd just gone down to the market to buy it. Her short hair was spiked up, and Sassy stood at her side with a rainbow bow around her neck. Imogen glanced between the two of us on the bed. I'm sorry, if you were having a moment—
No, it's okay,
Liam assured her.
What's up?
This just came, Imogen said, holding up a small envelope. The Anachi Council wants to see us. Thanks, Im, I said. We'll be right out. Imogen shut the door and Liam turned to me.
The Anachi's going to want something from you, Pawi. I can feel it. But before we give it to them, we need to get something in return.
What's that? I asked. Liam took a deep breath.
We need to find out what they know about the prophecy.
Liam held tightly to my hand as we left our new house. Imogen was corralling all the familiars who had started a game of tag with one another, while Jonah was fussing with his hair. You look great, Jonah, I told him. Jake's going to think you're so hot. Jonah's eyes lit up.
You think?
I looked to Liam and both of us started laughing. Jonah narrowed his eyes at me.
Oh, I see. You were being condescending.
No, I assured him. I just think you're worrying too much. Be yourself.
Yeah, bro,
Liam said.
You're the Storm Lord. There's no reason he shouldn't love you.
Jonah puffed out his chest as we walked down a dirt path.
You're right. I am the motherfucking Storm Lord. The one, the Almighty.
I snickered. You might be getting a little ahead of yourself there, Jonah. He pointed a teasing finger at me.
That's my lord to you, missy.
I swatted his hand away. Julian! Imogen cried as he jumped on Sassy's back. She scooped him up and brought the dragon to her chest. He was getting so big now he looked like a toddler in her arms. "Behave yourself!" Imogen tickled Julian's stomach, and he blew a puff of smoke. She turned back to us and waved a hand. "Come on, guys! The temple's this way!" We came to a stone temple built in the middle of town. It looked a lot like the abandoned Anichi temple we'd explored over a year ago, except it was smaller. However, it was a skyscraper compared to the houses built around it. It was made entirely of stone and built like a tall pyramid, with stairs going all the way up to the top and doors leading inside. Anichi symbols were carved into the sides, and tall statues of familiars, some over 50 feet tall, were placed around its base. Instead of entering through the front doors, Imogen led us around to the back, where there was a smaller stone building not far from the temple. It looked like a mini temple itself. Beautiful carvings of the sun and moon were placed above the door, and the most amazing windows were set into the side of the building. The windows were cut into pictures like stained glass, but the glass wasn't colored. The pictures were more or less carved into it, giving the glass ridges and valleys that formed images of magical creatures. It allowed the light to filter through without anyone being able to see inside. "I thought we'd be going to the temple," I said. "The temple is for sacred ceremonies and prayer," Imogen explained. "Even at the height of Anichi times, they didn't hold their council meetings within a temple. The letter says to meet here, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the Anichi headquarters." The door to the Anichi headquarters opened. One of the last people I expected to see stepped out. His hair was gray, as always, but I could have sworn his age lines had smoothed out, and he definitely looked in better shape than the last time I saw him. He actually looked in his proper 50s, instead of giving off the old man vibe I always got from him. Holy crap! Was it really him? Bane kicked a doorstopper into the door and didn't notice us right away. He wore a tank top, which I couldn't say suited him, but it was fair considering the heat. At least it wasn't a Speedo again. Bane grabbed the hem of his shirt and pulled it up to wipe the sweat from his brow. I averted my eyes as his six-pack came into view, but Jonah's gaze locked tight on Bane's abs. Imogen cleared her throat, and Bane looked up. Delight crossed his features as he dropped his shirt. He adjusted his thick-rimmed glasses like he couldn't believe what he was seeing.
"Ah, my favorite students," he said brightly. "I heard you were back."
Jonah's jaw dropped, and his voice rose several pitches.
"Bane?"
Bane furrowed his brow.
"Yes, it's me, Mr. Chani."
Bane stepped forward to shake Jonah's hand, as if to prove he was there in the flesh.
"You look surprised to see me," Bane remarked. "I got out of Orenda Academy with the others."
Jonah choked on his words.
"No, not surprised at all, just—"
Jonah eyed him up and down, but Bane didn't notice because he'd moved on to Liam and shook his hand.
"Good to see you, sir,"
Liam said.
"And you."
Bane gave a firm nod. When Bane got to me, he pulled me into a tight hug. He was all sweaty, but it was hard to care when I was so happy to see him. Bane had been a really great mentor when we went through the tournament. I was glad he'd made it to Hokavale. Bane clapped me on the shoulder when he drew away.
"All's good, Sophia? You're glowing."
"Yeah," I said. "Fine." Bane turned to Imogen and sighed, then held his arms out wide.
"Miss Anild, so glad you're back."
Imogen hugged him. "We're so glad you're okay. We were worried you didn't make it out." I could have sworn Bane was blinking away tears, but it was hard to see behind his glasses.
"Yes, the events of the battle were tragic, to say the least. So, Miss Anild, how comes the research?"
"What research?" she asked.
"Oh, you know."
Bane waved his hand.
"You're always doing some sort of research."
While Imogen and Bane kept talking, Jonah nudged Liam in the side and muttered under his breath,
Holy ancestors! Bane's a total silver fox.
What? I hissed. Jonah stared at Bane.
Yeah, he got totally hot over the summer. What are you talking about, Jonah?
Liam demanded.
I'm saying Bane's fine,
Jonah said.
If I didn't already have my eyes set on someone, I'd totally tap that.
Ew, Jonah! I punched him in the arm. It must have been pretty hard because he scowled at me and rubbed his bicep. Squeaks shot daggers my way for punching her elementi. Bane's eyes brightened and he gestured to the door.
Come, students, the council is waiting.
We walked forward, but Liam spoke before we reached the door.
I don't mean this to come out the wrong way, Professor, but what exactly are you doing at the Anachi headquarters? Oh, I work closely with them when I'm in town,
Bane explained.
I'm a Tawakwa representative. We have representatives now?
Liam asked.
For the time being,
Bane said.
We're trying to build up house relationships.
Hold on, I said, stopping outside the door. What did you mean when you said, when I'm in town? Where else do you go?
I'll explain later, Miss Henley.
Bane gestured to the open door.
Right now, the elders are waiting.
The word elders made my guts twist, but I realized he meant the Anachi elders. I didn't think we had anything to fear from them. Not yet. Bane hesitated at the door.
Before we go in, you should know the Anachi greet their elders with the Hawkeye phrase, Ancestros benisad porve, or ancestors' blessings to you. I suggest you give them the proper respect.
I steeled my nerves and stepped inside. 4 elders and the Anachi chief sat on stone chairs behind a thick stone table. Behind them, a complicated swirling design was carved into the wall. I recognized the symbol from the totem pole on the mountain where Liam had first told me about the ancestors. It was the symbol for spirit. Each of them had a creature at their side. I barely noticed most of them, as my attention was caught by the creature in the middle. It was a large white jaguar, bigger than any feline I'd ever seen. At least the size of a brown bear and easily 1,000 pounds. But it wasn't the size that shocked me. It was the mesmerizing blue lines that ran through its skin. The lines were the same color as its eyes. They cut through the white fur and created shapes that reminded me of Anachi art, but seemed to create an image I couldn't make out. Each line glowed, and there was an ebb and flow to the color that made the creature shimmer. I'd never seen anything like it. Imogen leaned over and whispered to Bane, I thought Anachi couldn't bond.
They can't,
He answered.
These creatures are merely companions. They serve the elders but are not bonded to them. Like Julian,
Liam murmured, and the dragon at his feet chirped. Before I could take another step, Essis jumped out of my arms and scurried to the center of the room. He stopped in front of the chief's chair and bowed so low that his nose touched the ground. Chief Kawak brought his hands together at his chest and bowed his head back at Essis. I was so shocked to see Essis take part in an Anachi custom I myself wasn't aware of. Liam stepped forward and followed Essis' lead by bowing to the chief.
Ancestras benisad porve,
He spoke in perfect Hawkeye. Chief Kawak bowed back and repeated the phrase in a slow, calm voice.
Ancestras benisad porve, Mr. Maito, a pleasure. I'm very honored to meet you, Chief Kawak,
Liam said. It took me a few moments to tear my eyes away from Chief Kawak's companion before I could take in the chief himself. He was an older man, but his face was smooth of age lines. The wisdom in his eyes, however, spanned far past his years. White feathers had been twisted into his long, dark braids. He wore no shirt, though his chest was covered by a thin white shawl. The other elders wore similar clothing. I noticed there were 3 women on the council and 2 men, unlike back in Kinpago, where each house was ruled by one sex or the other. I stepped forward and bowed to Chief Kawak as Liam had. Ancestras benisad porve,
Ancestras benisad porve,
Chief Kawak replied.
Miss Henley, welcome to Hookevale. We hope your stay has been pleasant so far.
It has, Chief Kawak, I said. Thank you for the lovely accommodations. Chief Kawak exchanged greetings with Imogen and Jonah as well, addressing each of them by name. When they'd finished, the four of us stood in line beside our familiars, while Bane had taken a seat to the side. Chief Kawak gave a polite nod to the four of us.
Welcome, fellow Elementi. You've been summoned here because we have business to attend to. Hookevale is not like the Kinpago you're used to. Monetary exchanges are rare and reserved for luxury items. Everything else will be provided to you, so long as you do your part and provide for others within the community. Each of you will be assigned a job according to your skill set, assuming you accept your residency in Hookevale and vow to abide by our rules.
What rules are those? Liam asked, using a diplomatic tone. Chief Kawak took a breath. He seemed like the kind of guy who wasn't rushed by anything. He spoke slowly, like he had no concept of time and just went with the flow.
Simple, Mr. Maito. We do not harm one another. We take care of each other.
Liam nodded.
We agree to those terms and accept our residency in Hookevale on one condition.
Bane held his breath, like he couldn't believe Liam had the gall to try making a deal. Chief Kawak's expression didn't falter, but there was something behind his eyes that suggested very few people had tried to negotiate on this before. Truth be told, the refugees here needed Hookevale more than Hookevale needed them.
What do you propose, Mr. Maito?
Chief Kawak asked cautiously.
Your people say we might be able to turn the prophecy around,
Liam stated.
Which means you need us.
Chief Kawak shook his head, though he remained calm.
No, Mr. Maito. We need her.
My tongue went numb as Chief Kawak gestured to me. For a brief moment, I couldn't find my words. After a silent beat passed, I realized people were waiting for me to speak. I cleared my throat. I won't go forward without these three and their familiars, I said, gesturing to my friends at my side. So yes, if you want me, you need all four of us. Our proposal is simple. We will take the jobs you assign us and follow your laws, provided you tell us everything you know about the prophecy. Chief Kawak didn't hesitate. Instead, he simply nodded and said,
Agreed. This arrangement will only work if we trust each other. But we need the four of you to be honest as well, and tell us all you know.
I was a little taken aback by his kind nature. I was so used to elders who lied to get what they wanted and twisted the truth to meet their own agendas. I didn't know whether I could trust him or not, but nothing suggested otherwise. The Anachi truly wanted to help us because they believed we could all benefit together. I glanced to my friends, and they all nodded in unison. If we were going to move forward, we had to trust the Anachi. I turned back to Chief Kawak. We can agree to those terms.
Then by all means, Miss Henley,
he said, gesturing in front of him.
The floor is yours.
I came forward and told the Anachi elders that we knew the prophecy had been split between the houses, then recited what each piece had said. It didn't take very long. What the prophecy had spoken of had already happened, and it was easy to explain to the council the meaning of the different pieces with events from the past. What I don't understand is how we can change this, I concluded with. Jake said there's still hope for the prophecy, but all the pieces have come true. which makes us think we might be missing something, since we haven't found the object Coigny's hidden piece speaks of. Chief Kawak looked deep in thought, like he was contemplating how all the pieces fit together. Something akin to realization crossed his eyes, like he had a missing piece and had figured it out. And that's when it hit me. Holy ancestors! Why hadn't I realized this the second we were told Anichi was still alive? Shawana said she split the pieces between the houses, but she never specified how many there were. We'd assumed it was just the 4, since we thought Anichi had died out. But she was Anichi. We thought she was one of the last, but she wasn't. What if she'd given a piece to Anichi? Chief Kawak, I said slowly, as realization dawned. Do the Anichi have their own piece? Imogen's eyes went wide, like she couldn't believe we'd never considered it. Chief Kawak took a deep breath.
I'm afraid not, Miss Henley. At the time the prophecy was given, Anichi was dying out. If we'd have received a piece, it would have died with us. But you know something,
Liam guessed. Chief Kawak nodded.
You're looking at the prophecy wrong. You assume the Coigny piece comes first, but it doesn't. It comes last.
Wait, Imogen said. We thought we'd reached the end because Yapluma's piece came true. But you're saying we still have another step? Chief Kawak nodded, but his eyes turned to me.
What do you think the Coigny prophecy means, Miss Henley?
I mulled over what I knew. The fated Coigny child, born in the summer solstice in the year of the dragon, shall bring glory to the greatest house. I hesitated, like he was looking for a specific answer. Well, the Coigny child, that's me, bringing glory to the greatest house. For a long time we thought that was Coigny, because they're the most powerful. But when De Forti took over, we figured it was them.
And do you believe De Forti is the greatest house?
Chief Kawak questioned calmly. I furrowed my brow, wondering what he meant by the question. Well, they're the strongest.
But are they the greatest?
He asked. That depends on your definition of great, I replied.
There you have it, Miss Henley,
he said simply.
If you change whom you believe to be the greatest house, you change the prophecy altogether.
I looked to Liam, my heart pounding in exhilaration. It was true. The prophecy could be changed.
So what does it mean then?
Liam asked Chief Kawak breathlessly. Anichi! Imogen and I exclaimed together at the same time, looking wide-eyed at each other. Yes, I cried. Liam, it was never about Coigny or De Forti taking over. It was about Anichi. Imogen whirled toward Chief Kawak. You think Sophia can restore your magic and bring Anichi back? Chief Kawak nodded. It was weird he was being so calm when the rest of us were bursting with excitement. We'd spent so long trying to make sense of this prophecy, and it was finally coming together. With Anichi restored, their healing magic would be... I couldn't find the words. I just stared at Liam, mouth agape. With that kind of magic, Liam wouldn't suffer anymore. It'd be so much more powerful than anything Esses could do for him. This is great!
But the air piece,
Jonah cut in.
The fire in the sky, Hawkeye's extinction, how does that not come last?
Bane leaned back in his chair.
It's all about how you interpret it, Mr. Chani,
he reminded him.
I think that's pretty damn clear,
Jonah said.
We saw the fire. The Hawkeye are going extinct. And what definition do you give the Hawkeye?
Chief Kawak added.
The residents of Hokavale have not lived with the Hawkeye for over 100 years. Are we still one of them?
All the pieces were coming together in my mind. Wait a minute. So if the Hawkeye refers to the Elders, and the greatest house is Anachi, that means we really do have a chance of winning this war. We can restore the tribe. You guys, the Orenda Academy fire wasn't a sign of the end. It was a sign of hope.
You must not forget the last piece of the prophecy, the missing piece from Coigny,
Chief Kawak warned.
You must find a powerful object to fulfill it, Sophia.
Right. The Asa Imperii, I stated.
That is our best guess,
Chief Kawak said. I turned to my friends to assess their reactions. We were all so sick of fighting, but today, we'd been given renewed sense of hope. I could see in each of their eyes. If we had a chance to get rid of the Elders after everything they'd done and bring healing magic back to the tribe, we'd do everything in our power to obtain it. I hadn't felt this hopeful since before we found the Navita piece. Then we'll do it, I told Chief Kawak. We'll help you get your magic back. A smile touched the corners of Chief Kawak's lips.
Bless the Great Spirit, Miss Henley. That is wonderful to hear.
I bit my lower lip. We aren't sure where to start with the Asa Imperii.
Not to worry,
Bane said.
I've been working on that.
Liam looked shocked.
You have? We'll let you discuss the details with Professor Bane,
Chief Kawak said.
But first, we must give you your assignments. Mr. Maito.
Liam held his head high. He was obviously willing to do whatever job assigned, no matter how small, in order to help serve others.
You will be serving as a teacher,
Chief Kawak told him.
A teacher?
Liam floundered.
I, have no teaching experience. But you have real-life experience,
Chief Kawak reminded him.
Your magic is powerful and exceptional. You can use your prolific talents to teach young warriors how to use their magic in battle.
Liam seemed hesitant, but he didn't reject the offer. Chief Kawak turned to Jonah next, who had a proud smile on his face.
What you got for me, Chief?
Jonah asked.
Kick back, relax, Stormlord duties.
Chief Kawak frowned, which was the most emotion I'd seen him show this whole meeting.
Not exactly. You will be training each day to grow your Stormlord powers, Mr. Chani.
Jonah eyed him curiously.
Training with who? With our commander, of course,
Chief Kawak said. Jonah's eyes lit up.
I get to train with Jake?
The chief nodded, but he didn't seem to notice Jonah's excitement.
The Stormlord's powers are truly unmatched. Jacob has personally requested you train to become his officer and serve in the rebellion's army. Personally requested?
Jonah practically squealed.
You've got it, sir!
Jonah was more thrilled about his newly appointed position than I thought I'd ever seen him before. I knew it wasn't all just to show off his Stormlord powers either. He just wanted one-on-one time with Jake.
Miss Arnild,
Chief Kawak continued.
You will be helping grow food in the Navita gardens. Feeding the tribe is an exceptionally important job.
Imogen's face dropped. That's it?
Well, yes.
Chief Kawak sounded confused.
You are Navita, correct?
Well, yeah, but I can help in more ways than that, Imogen said. She shot a glance at Jonah. I could have sworn I saw jealousy in her eyes, which was weird, because I'd never seen Imogen act like that toward him. It was like she couldn't believe he'd been assigned to the military and she was stuck growing pumpkins. Chief Kawak pressed his lips together, as if wondering what they'd missed.
What sort of special skills do you have, Miss Arnild? Are you a weaver, a seamstress?
No, I'm smart, Imogen snapped. It was obvious the second she said it that it came out the wrong way. Imogen pressed her fingers to her lips, like she couldn't believe she'd just spoken like that to a chief. Bane jumped out of his chair and scrambled in front of her.
What she means, Chief Kawak, is she's very skilled in research and strategy. Miss Anild is one of the brightest students I've had the pleasure of mentoring, and she's had plenty of experience in combat. She might serve better in a role, say, working with the strategy team.
Bane shot Imogen a glance, as if to ask if that was a good suggestion. Imogen gave him a subtle nod.
Very well,
Chief Kawak said.
Elder Bane, you may introduce Miss Anild to Carter Thompson, and we'll see how the arrangement works out.
Carter's here? Liam asked. I hadn't really met Carter before, but I knew his story. He'd been injured during flight class and held hostage by the Tawakwa elders in order to convince Liam they could bring people back from the dead. Carter had escaped Kinpago with his familiar, Tiara, over a year ago.
Yes, Carter's here, Bane confirmed. He's one of our leading strategy officers within the Resistance. I'm glad he's safe,
Liam said. His words left tension in the air I was sure we could all feel. We all knew what the Tawakwa elders had done to Carter, how they had kept him prisoner for so long. What about me? I asked to break the silence. Chief Kawak took a breath before answering.
For you, Miss Henley, we have no appointed position.
What do you mean? I asked, confused. I was the prophesied one. They wanted me to restore their magic. Shouldn't they have something they wanted me to do?
Restoring our magic is the greatest gift you could ever provide the tribe,
Chief Kawak said.
We don't want your focus torn by giving you more than you can handle. That is why we ask only one thing of you, Miss Henley.
What's that? I questioned.
Grow,
he said simply.
Learn your powers and connect with the ancestors. My daughter, Luana, will assist you in your training. When the time is right and you are ready, the Anachi will reveal themselves to Kinpago and we will go to war.
The thought of war left an unsettling feeling in my gut, but I knew it was necessary. Yet I couldn't accept this position without requesting one more thing from the chief. I'd been thinking about it since we got here. There's one thing that might help me, I said.
Anything,
Chief Kawak agreed. I don't know who my true parents are, I told him, before going on to explain. I think one of them might be Anachi. Do you have any idea who they might be? Chief Kawak frowned.
I'm afraid we have no knowledge of this matter. However, we can provide you access to the Anachi Hall of Records. Luana can help you search for your parents.
I breathed a sigh of relief. At least I didn't have to figure this out on my own. Thank you, Chief Kawak.
No reason to thank me, Sophia,
he said, catching me off guard when he called me by my first name.
All we ask is that you be ready when the Resistance makes their move against Kinpago.
I swallowed. Something told me we didn't have much time left. So, tell us more about the Asa Imperii, Imogen said to Bane once we left the Anachi headquarters. Bane led the way down a dirt path that twisted through town and pointed toward the beach.
Where do I begin, Miss Anild? I've been researching the Asa Imperii most of my days. It is my life's work.
You used to be an explorer for the Hawkeye, right? I asked. Bane nodded.
Correct. I spent many years searching for the Asa Imperii under the direction of the Tawakwa Council. I'm afraid I only hit dead end after dead end. Then what makes you think we still have a chance?
Liam asked.
The Anachi have reawakened my hope, Liam,
Bane said brightly. I'd never seen him look so happy before.
They have many insights I wasn't aware of before. It's kickstarted my research all over again.
What kind of insights? Imogen asked, sounding intrigued.
Let's talk about it inside,
Bane offered. He gestured to a small house along the beach. It was on stilts like the others, but was one of the smaller homes I'd seen. Bane led us up the stairs and opened the screen door for us. Inside looked a lot like one of his classrooms. In other words, nothing spectacular. There was a small living room that sat across from an equally small kitchen, with 2 doors that led off to other rooms, the bedroom and the bathroom. The most notable feature was the wide window that looked out over the ocean, but it was hard to enjoy the beauty when his house was such a mess. There were dishes piled in the sink and papers spread all over the table, along with a pile of clean clothes heaped on the edge of the couch. The coffee table was overspilling with stones and old Hawkeye artifacts, like a smudging wand and a miniature totem pole. Esses and Julian ran forward. They both grabbed one of the stones off the table, then started fighting over a shiny one they'd uncovered underneath. "Esses," I scolded, scooping him up and putting the stones back. Liam took the other stone from Julian, then turned to Bane.
I see you've been cleaning up,
he said, not a hint of sarcasm in his voice. He was actually being serious.
Yes, I try to keep it neat,
Bane replied. My eyebrows shot up. This was Bane's idea of clean? I'd hate to see what his house looked like back in Kinpago.
So, what's all this?
Liam asked, gesturing to the coffee table.
Clues about the Asa Imperii? No,
Bane replied. He picked up a large piece of fabric that I was surprised to see was folded nicely. It had intricate stitching and colorful threads. Though I couldn't tell what the image made, it looked like it might be one of the tapestries from Orenda Academy.
This is what I managed to save from the castle. I tried to get as much as I could.
Imogen stepped forward and ran her fingers over a wooden carving of a kitsune. Tears welled in her eyes. I knew she'd taken it hard, that all that history had been destroyed in the fire. Her voice cracked when she spoke. At least you managed to save some of it.
Yes, well, I wish I could have saved more,
he said in a melancholy tone.
Now, about the Asa Imperii. Miss Unhild.
Bane walked to the kitchen table and pushed a stack of papers aside to reveal a book so thick I might have had trouble lifting it myself. He pointed to the page, and we all stepped closer to take a look. It showed a picture of a small axe decorated with feathers and symbols carved into the blade.
Asa Imperii roughly translates to ancestral control,
Bane explained.
This tomahawk would give the owner the power to control the ancestors. We believe this is the item that could win us this war. You've been looking for it since you came here?
Liam asked. Bane smiled proudly.
Yes, it's why I'm in Hokevale only on short stints. My assignment is to find the tomahawk and bring it back. So you've been exploring again, and that's why you look like that?
Jonah asked, eyeing Bane up and down.
You noticed?
Bane's features brightened. Jonah lifted his sleeve and flexed his bicep.
Let's compare.
Bane waved his hands.
Oh, no, Mr. Johnny.
Come on, Jonah encouraged, flexing and unflexing his arm. Bane sighed.
Oh, all right.
Bane flexed his arm, and the two of them leaned close. I was actually surprised to see how buff Bane was. His arms were almost as big as Jonah's. Imogen giggled, while Liam pressed his fingers to his eyes and groaned.
Guys, can we get back to the Asa Imperii?
Liam suggested.
What have you learned since you came to Hokevale?
Bane relaxed his arm and he turned back to the book.
For one, I've learned the history of this particular Asa Imperii.
There's more than one? I asked. If this one is lost, maybe we need to look for another. Bane shook his head.
This is the last known one in existence. It's why I've been after it for so long. I've learned that this Asa Imperii was created by the Anichi at the end of their reign. In fact, it was created by Shawana Harjo herself.
Shawana made an Asa Imperii? Imogen balked. How? Bane frowned.
Well, I don't know the exact magical theory behind it. That knowledge was lost when the Anichi fell. What I do know is that she created it hoping it would end the war. But it was lost before the prophecy was made.
That's how it fits into the prophecy, I said thoughtfully. As a Natterai, she must have created it knowing it could end the war, but she didn't know until she made the rest of the prophecy that it wouldn't end it until...
Until you came along.
Bane finished for me. He eyed me intently before snapping back to attention a few moments later.
Anyhow, the Anichi knows of hidden temples and cave systems that are unknown to the rest of the tribe. I've spent my months here exploring these areas, hoping it is hidden within these secret Anichi locations.
What can we do to help? I asked. Bane shook his head.
Nothing, I'm afraid. I took a team with me on my first excursion, but...
He got a faraway look in his eyes.
I prefer to work alone. But don't fret. I feel like I am getting closer every day. In fact, Thalassa and I will be leaving this week to explore an Anichi temple that was lost to the sea long ago. It will be quite interesting to explore underwater.
Bane sounded really excited. I was so happy he'd finally gotten back to something he loved. Liam crossed his arms.
Are you sure there's nothing we can do to help? Didn't you say a while ago that the Asa Imperii might be calling out to Sophia?
Bane pressed his lips together.
I thought it could be, but if it's protected somehow, then perhaps not.
What about the missing Coigny piece? Can we start looking for that? I asked. Bane frowned.
I'm afraid that's a problem. We would have to gain access to a Coigny elder, and none of them are willing to help us, seeing as how all of them want us dead. Not to mention that any clues we could find would be back in Kinpago, and it's not worth the risk sending you there to investigate. The Resistance spies are stretched as it is.
A knock came at the door, and it opened. We all turned to see Luana standing there, her Luna moth on her shoulder. My father said you'd be here, Luana signed to me. Is it time for our lesson? I asked. Whenever you're ready, she replied with a smile. I turned back to Bane. Luana's come to get me for our lesson.
That's fine,
Bane said with a wave of his hand.
You should all be getting introduced to your jobs anyhow. Liam, how about I show you to the school? Miss Unild, I can take you to meet Carter. And I'll go looking for Jake,
Jonah said, sounding overly eager. Squeaks shook her wings, like she was excited to see Sabor as well. We'll meet up for dinner then? I asked everyone.
We'll see.
Jonah winked.
Depends on how my training goes.
Liam rolled his eyes.
Slow down there, bro. Me?
Jonah joked.
Slow down? Honey, do you know me at all? Yeah, which is why I'm warning you,
Liam stated. Jonah's jaw dropped.
You don't think I come on too strong, do you?
Imogen scrunched up her nose, and Sassy made the same face beside her. I'm going to opt not to answer that. Jonah huffed.
Fine. I'll see you guys for dinner.
I turned to Liam and pulled him into a hug. I'm going to miss you. He kissed the top of my head.
I'll miss you too. Are you going to be okay on your own?
I nodded. I can handle myself. Besides, I'm really excited to learn more about my Anichi powers.
Have fun then,
Liam said, before placing a kiss on my lips. Ready to go, I signed to Luana. She smiled sweetly and gestured for me to follow her. Essis jumped into my arms, and we followed Luana back toward the middle of town. Essus kept his eyes on Luana's familiar, like the glowing Luna moth mesmerized him. "You know Bane well?" Luana asked while we walked. "He was my mentor," I told her. "That must have been fun." I shrugged. "Yes and no. He can be dull sometimes, but he makes me laugh." "He's funny?" She looked a little surprised. I scrunched up my nose. "He tried to give me and my boyfriend sex advice once." "Liam?" she asked. I nodded. Luana started laughing. Awkward. It was strange to have such a silent conversation with someone, but understand everything they were saying. I hadn't used sign language in so long, but it came back naturally. "Liam seems nice," Luana pointed out. "He is," I told her honestly. "I like your other friends," she told me. "Imogen's really pretty. I love her hair." "I'm sure she'd love to hear you say that. She cut it for Cade." Luana frowned. "I heard she was really mad about what he did." "Yes, but she's going to forgive him," I signed. "I know it." "That's good. I know he missed her a lot." My heart sank. I felt bad for Imogen and Cade. I hoped they could make up. They always made a really good couple. "Where are we going?" I asked Luana when we turned down a new path. "To the caves," she replied. "It's not far." Luana led me to a door set into the side of the canyon. I expected us to walk into a house like the one we were staying in, but instead we came to a long, dark tunnel. "Can you produce light?" she asked me. I nodded, and she gestured ahead. I stepped into the doorway and took a deep breath. Light illuminated out of my palm, filling the tunnel. I couldn't see to the end, though, because it dipped down. Luana stepped into the light. "This is where we will train. It's safe down here, and no one will interrupt us. Follow me." Luana's familiar, Sierra, flew off her shoulder and led the way down the tunnel. After a minute of walking, we came to a cavern at least 25 feet across. There were lights all around the floor that illuminated the area, along with a beautiful waterfall that trickled down the cave wall. It gathered into a shimmering blue pool before disappearing into a hole in the wall. The room housed a few plush chairs and various potted plants. A large shelving unit was stacked neatly with towels and pillows. Essus jumped out of my arms and bounded over to one of the chairs, where he settled in comfortably. Sierra fluttered over to him, and he touched her wings softly. "What is this place?" I asked. "It's a meditation space, but it's all ours." Luana offered a kind smile. "Do you think you can show me what you can do, so I know where to start?" I showed Luana my light, then demonstrated throwing it across the room. It burst against the wall. I made a force field around myself, and she pressed against it with her hands to feel. Then I closed my eyes and focused on the magical buzz of light around me. I grabbed hold of it and shaped it to my will. I could tell when I disappeared, because I could feel the light wrapping around me like a warm cocoon. It felt good, like I was safe when I was invisible. Luana clapped. When I opened my eyes, she signed, "You're much farther along than I thought." "I've been practicing," I admitted. "You're very good," Luana complimented. "It took me forever to learn invisibility. All I want is for people to see me. Being mute, no one hears me." My stomach sank at the thought, and I felt really bad for her. "I hear you," I told her kindly. She smiled. "I thought invisibility would be hard, but it's easy," I told her. "Do you think it's this?" I pulled the spirit totem from under my shirt to show her. "It's a spirit totem." Luana's eyes went wide. She looked positively entranced. I've never seen one before. Do you think since it's spirit, it'd strengthen your powers? I asked her. She pressed her lips together in thought. I'm not sure. Should we give it a try? I offered. I was so excited to have someone to learn from that I wanted to know everything. Luana's eyes brightened. I'd love to. I handed the spirit totem to her and she placed it around her neck. Essus became immediately alert and raced across the room, planting himself between us. He growled at Luana. It's okay, buddy, I told him, pulling him into my arms. She's good. Essus relaxed. Luana closed her eyes and looked deep in concentration. I couldn't see her working her powers, but the look on her face told me she was trying something. After a minute of silence, she opened her eyes. She pulled the totem over her head and handed it back. It doesn't work for me because I'm not a spirit warrior. What did you do? I asked. I tried to expand my protection magic around Hokevale, she explained. It didn't budge. I'm not sure your totem is the reason invisibility comes easily to you. Any other ideas? I asked. Luana's face fell and she hesitated. She signed slowly. It's easy when you want to disappear. What? I didn't want to disappear? Or did I? My stomach sank when I realized it for the first time. It's hard being the chosen one sometimes, I guess, I told her. Luana sighed. I get it. In Hokevale, I'm the chosen one. I'm the only one who can do Anachi magic, so people depend on me for so much. It can be a lot of pressure. Thank you. I chuckled. I suddenly felt a close connection to Luana. We both knew what it was like to have everyone looking to us for answers, and not always having them. If invisibility is easy because all I want is to disappear, why is healing so hard? I asked her. I really want to help Liam, but I don't know how. Luana frowned, and she reached out for my hand. I followed her lead as she took me to the shelf with the pillows. She handed me one, then took one for herself. She led me back toward the waterfall, where we both sat down on our pillows. Luana faced me and gestured to take a long breath, then let it out slowly. I followed her guidance and took deep breaths, letting my shoulders sag as hers did. Luana held her hands out to me, and I placed my palms in hers. I was caught off guard when I felt the buzz of magic enter my skin. It was like when Essus had healed me in the past, but instead of settling in one area that needed healing, it filled my whole body with warmth. I wondered if Luana was trying to diagnose me rather than heal. When she dropped her hands away from mine, I signed, I'm not sick. Nothing's wrong with me. Not physically, she agreed, but there's a block in your mind. We must work to break it. I furrowed my brow. How does that apply to my training? Sadness crossed Luana's face. Because you can't heal anyone without first healing yourself, Sophia. Her words settled deep into my heart. All this time, I thought I was the only person relying on myself to heal mentally. But when she put it like that, I realized others needed this from me too. I didn't want to let them down. I wanted to help. I had to help myself. I had to get better. Healing magic comes from love. You can't love anyone if you don't love yourself first, Luana signed.
You must work on forgiving the mistakes of your past if you're ever going to progress as an Anachi.
There was a hard lump in my throat. I had made a lot of mistakes. Some I felt I couldn't forgive myself for. But I had to try. She smiled. Come on, we'll start with breathing exercises. The rest of my day involved meditation with Luana. I expected to feel frustrated because I didn't feel like we were making any progress. But slowly and surely, I felt my resistance ease. It wasn't gone, but I had an inkling of control over it. By the end of the day, I felt this warmth in my heart that hadn't been there for a long time. Something about being around Luana was peaceful and encouraging. I was glad she was mentoring me. On my way home, I stopped by Jake's to discuss a few things. I wanted to tell him my ideas about the child camps, as I felt it was something that couldn't wait. Unfortunately, he made it sound like getting in and out would be more difficult than I imagined.
We need more intel,
Jake informed me.
It's something we're working on, Sophia. We'll get those kids out, I promise you.
At least there was progress being made, though it wasn't moving as quickly as I'd hoped. When I returned to the house for dinner, Imogen was at the stove browning meat in spices that smelled savory and delicious. Sassy and Julian were on the counter putting vegetables into a pot. Squeaks was supposed to be helping, but she was just eating the carrots instead. Jonah and Liam sat at the table with a huge pile of rocks spanned out in front of them. Another guy sat next to them, though I didn't know who he was.
Amethyst is probably my favorite,
The stranger said.
It always holds my magic better.
At least, I thought he was a stranger. His back was to me, so I couldn't tell, until I noticed the sleeve of tattoos on each arm and the scorpion on his shoulder. Luca? I asked. It was the tattoo artist from the Yapluma village, the one who'd done my flower tattoo on my shoulder and the Bayami tattoos on our arms. Luca turned and smiled at me.
Sophia, great to see you again.
Essus hopped onto the table and wiggled his tail at Luca, then pointed to his butt. Luca's eyebrows pinched together.
What does that mean?
I laughed. I think he's asking you for a tattoo on his ass. Luca laughed.
You sure about that, little guy?
Luca scratched Essus under the chin and he purred.
How was your training?
Liam asked me. It was good, I told him as I sat. I really like Luana. She's so peaceful. Imogen shot me a look from across the room, but I couldn't read it. I wasn't entirely sure she trusted Luana. I turned back to the guys. What's going on here? Jonah smiled.
We're practicing transference. Direct orders from the commander himself.
Jake gave you homework? I asked. Jonah frowned.
It is not homework. It's a very important assignment. We're building up our arsenal so we have extra magic when we go against the elders.
I picked up a white stone and flipped it around in my hand. You know how to do transference, Luca? He shrugged.
I've done it once or twice.
I raised an eyebrow. What made you become a tattoo artist? He could have done so much more if he was that strong of an elementai.
I love it. It's my passion,
Luca said.
That's actually why I came over, to see if you guys wanted your Bayami tattoos covered up. On the house, of course.
Liam and I exchanged a glance. He gave me this look as if to say it was up to me. To be honest, I'd gotten used to all of us having matching tattoos. It was like a symbol of our bond after everything we'd been through.
I sense hesitation, Luca said. You don't want the Bayami mark, do you?
Imogen had turned from the stove. She had a frown on her face like she was thinking the same thing I was. I looked to Jonah. He seemed less than thrilled about covering up our tattoos, too. I don't know, Luca, I admitted, running my fingers over my tattoo. We've kind of gotten used to them. Luca's eyebrows knitted together in confusion.
You know what it symbolizes, don't you? You know what Bayami means? We do,
Liam said, his eyes shifting over the group.
but it serves as a reminder of what we survived. And maybe we can change the meaning.
Luca stared back at us like we were crazy, but a smile slowly crept across his face.
It's no wonder the ancestors chose you for.
I furrowed my brow. What do you mean?
You're not like everyone else,
Luca pointed out.
Everyone else wanted their Bayami tattoos covered up. But you guys, you see things differently. Be proud of that. It's the reason you'll save us all.
Luca stood casually, like his words hadn't meant anything. But to me, they hit hard.
Anyway, Luca said, I'm teaching art at the elementary school. If you ever change your minds, you know where to find me. Though something tells me you won't.
Liam nodded.
We'll let you know.
Luca left the house, and the four of us looked back and forth at each other in silence. It was like we were all trying to weigh each other's reaction to know if we made the right choice. We aren't going to change our minds, are we? Imogen asked. I like matching you guys.
Me too, Jonah said. Screw the elders. I'm a proud Bayami.
Agreed, I added.
If we can change the meaning of the prophecy, we can change this too,
Liam stated.
Reject team for life!
Jonah cried, shooting to his feet and lifting his tattooed arm in the air in victory. For life, Imogen laughed from behind the kitchen island. We all joined in, and soon the familiars were chuckling too. Squeaks laughed so hard she started choking on a carrot, and Jonah had to slap her back until she coughed it back up. Imogen turned back to the stove, taking deep breaths to calm herself. Dinner's almost ready. Can you guys clear off the table and set it?
Sure,
Jonah said as he started packing the crystals into a box.
I'll put them in my bedroom since we won't get back to this until Sunday.
What do you mean? I asked. What's happening tomorrow? Jonah's face fell and he looked to Liam. Liam's eyes looked heavy and he frowned. He stepped around the table and took my hand in his. My guts twisted because I could tell whatever he was about to say wasn't good.
Everyone's been waiting for us,
Liam said softly. He took a deep breath.
They're all ready to say goodbye.
Say goodbye? I knew what Liam meant. I knew what had to be done. But I didn't know how anyone could be ready for this. I didn't want to say goodbye. Liam nodded solemnly.
Tomorrow, we'll hold a funeral for the people we lost.
Tears dotted my cheeks the next afternoon, and my bottom lip trembled. The house was quiet, since everyone else had already gone down to the funeral site after work. I'd purposely stayed with Luana longer so I'd come back to an empty house, because there was something I had to do before the funeral. Grief twisted in my stomach. For the months we stayed at Imogen's, I could pretend none of it ever happened. I could imagine my grandparents were back in Kinpago and happy. At Imogen's, it was like we were in our own little world, where death hadn't touched us. It was obvious I'd been avoiding this for too long. Now that we were back with our tribe, we had to face what happened. I had to accept that my grandparents were gone. Maybe we don't have to do this, I'd said to Liam last night while we lay in bed. We'd just gotten back from visiting my parents, and the funeral was weighing on me. It's been so long already.
We must, Pawi,
He'd replied, while running his fingers through my hair.
If we don't, they'll get stuck here as ghosts. A Hawkeye funeral is more than a funeral. It's a ceremony that sends our loved ones to the other side with the ancestors.
If that's true, why aren't there ghosts everywhere? I asked. I mean, if you have to perform this ceremony so they can move on.
Every culture's different,
Liam explained.
Some cross over with angels, others with reapers. Our people can only cross over when we let them go.
I don't want to, I thought. But I didn't say anything. I just leaned my head against Liam's chest and let the anguish silently build in my chest. It wasn't fair that my grandparents had died the way they did. They should still be here with me.
At least they'll be in a better place,
Liam had said, though his tone was stilted.
in the ancestral lands.
That was the only comfort I had in doing this. I didn't want to curse my grandparents to wander the earth forever. Now I sat in my room, running my fingers over one of the last photographs I had of my grandparents. It had been in my bag in the truck before we left to Imogen's. Essis snuggled against my side, rubbing his paws over my leg to help me feel better. In the photograph, my grandparents were much younger, since I'd taken it from Lucy's scrapbook. It was one of only 2 photographs I had left of them. And I had to let this one go.
Bring something personal,
Liam had told me.
You'll see why when the funeral starts.
I already knew. I'd been at Cade's memorial. I'd seen the things they'd burned for him. Now I had to burn the one thing I'd managed to save after all the wreckage. But it was the only way to set their souls free. Grandma, Grandpa, I whispered. If what Liam said was true and they couldn't cross over until the funeral was performed, I had to believe they were here with me. I've spent these last few months denying that you're really gone. You did so much for me. You gave me a family when I'd lost my own. You taught me to use my powers. You helped me find myself. Sobs built in my chest, and I wiped the tears from my cheeks. I bet you're ready to move on by now. I'm sorry it's taken me so long, but it's not fair to you for me to wait any longer. I bet you're waiting to see Lucy. I know she wasn't my mother, but I hope you'll tell her about me. I let out a shaky breath. I know you weren't my real grandparents, but you were the best grandparents I could have ever asked for. I stood and walked over to the vanity, where a pair of scissors sat. Essis scurried up the chair and stood on the tabletop. He reached for the scissors and held them up to me. I sniffled and took them from his hands. Thank you, Essis, I whispered. You miss them too. Essis gestured to my hair, and I nodded. I know, buddy. It's time. I didn't know what to expect when I arrived on the beach that night, but I didn't expect everyone to turn and stare at me. Everyone else was already here. Liam's family stood around a stone altar next to the ocean. I noticed his mother's braid was missing, and her hair fell just above her shoulders. The rest of Liam's siblings had all cut their hair and were staring at the ground with darkened expressions. Behind the altar, a totem pole stood tall. It had been carved into the shape of a bear. Ezra had made it. He said that totems were always constructed after the deaths of important people. My chest tightened when I thought of Luana and his familiar, Tatum. It was hard to face the totem because I thought Luana might blame me for what happened. What if he was here and considered me his murderer? Not far from them stood Imogen's family, along with Cade.
They all had a solemn look on their faces that only made my grief churn faster in my gut.
Perot and Bane stood next to each other. Perot twisted something colorful in his hands, though I couldn't tell what it was. Beside them were my parents and Amelia. I walked up to them first and pulled each of them into a hug in turn. Essis joined in on the hug from my shoulder. I'm so sorry for your loss, my mom whispered to me. I know you loved your grandparents very much. Dad squeezed me tight.
We miss them too.
Sometimes I forgot that my parents had lived in Kinpago for so long, and my dad had worked with my grandpa. Amelia ran her fingers through my hair when I hugged her. Her fingers stopped at the ends, which came right above my shoulder now. I like your hair, little dweeb. I sniffled. Thanks. I cut it for them. Amelia nodded and her eyes glistened. She pulled her braid over her shoulder to show me it was shorter, too. I cut mine for Alric. He was a really good headmaster. I furrowed my brow. I thought you already held funerals for everyone else. Amelia shook her head. Perot wasn't ready, but now that you're saying goodbye to your grandparents and Liam's dad, he figured he couldn't wait any longer. He's got to cross over sometime. Yeah, I said softly, for a lack of anything else to say. Amelia rubbed my arm. We'll be right here, Sophia. Go join Liam. I took a deep breath and turned to my friends. They were each dressed in the nicest clothes we had. Imogen's hair had been buzzed short again, and Jonah wore his hair down. It fell in waves just above his shoulders. Liam's dark hair had been cut to the same length. Each of their familiars stood beside them with the same sad look on their faces. All held something in their hands, offerings to the ancestors. Liam's gaze was the most intense. It was mixed with all sorts of emotions, some of which were impossible to read. The pain, though, was most evident. Liam reached out to me. I took his hands, but I was surprised when he pulled me into a tight hug instead. It's going to be okay, Liam, I whispered, though I didn't truly feel it myself.
I miss him, Pawi,
Liam said, for only me to hear. I miss them all, I whispered. Liam drew away and took my hand.
Let's get started.
Liam, Perot, and I stepped up to the altar, and our familiars followed at our feet. I knew from Cade's ceremony that the closest living relative traditionally performed the ceremony for the dead. In Liwanu's case, it was his firstborn, Liam. My grandparents didn't have anyone but me, and Alric only had Perot.
Remember,
Liam said lowly,
don't speak the names of the dead. It might keep them from crossing over.
I nodded as we stopped in front of the altar stone. The light from the full moon glistened across the water. The beach was quiet, except for the waves lapping against the shore. Liam looked up at the totem pole and a single tear fell down his cheek.
Chifte auto aqua, e reldea ve.
Liam spoke in Hawkeye.
Dea naan un bengo te ancestras, te ancestra teria.
Toaqua Chief, I release you. Go forth and join the ancestors in the ancestral lands. Liam's mother stepped forward and held out a beautifully decorated headdress. The only thing she'd saved of her husband's possessions after she'd fled Kinpago. There were so many feathers I couldn't count them. Liam took his father's headdress from her hands. Before he stepped to the altar, he reached and drew his mother into a hug. Sobs rocked her chest, but she didn't make a sound. Beside her, Cade and Christian were making enough noise. They held on to each other and cried. Ezra rubbed their shoulders, though he looked seconds from breaking down, too. Liam held his mother a few moments longer than normal, until she finally drew away and stepped back. Liam swallowed, but he kept his features stoic, as if trying hard not to show emotion. I knew what he'd say if I asked him about it.
I have to be strong, Pawi.
That was fine, because I was going to cry enough for the both of us. Liam approached the altar and placed his father's headdress on it. He stepped back and reached out for my hand. The photograph of my grandparents shook in my fingers, and my voice cracked when I spoke. I spoke the words Liam had taught me. E analia, e reldea ve, dea naan un bengo te ancestra teria. My grandparents, I release you. Go forth and join the ancestors in the ancestral lands. I stopped in front of the altar and held the photograph above it. I hesitated at the last moment. For reasons I couldn't explain, my fingers just wouldn't let go. You have to, I told myself. Otherwise, they'll get stuck here. I dropped the photograph and took a sharp breath as it landed on the altar. Tears streamed down my face, and I couldn't move. Liam had to wrap an arm around my waist and lead me back a few steps. Perot approached the altar next.
E pawi, e reldea ve, dea naan un bengo te ancestra teria.
My cherished one, I release you. Go forth and join the ancestors in the ancestral lands. Perot set the beaded fabric he held onto the altar. It was only then that I realized what it was. A Hawkeye collar, big enough to fit a dragon. It was Valda's, Alric's familiar. She must have worn it during ceremonies. Perot stepped back in line with Liam and me. Liam glanced between the two of us, and we spoke the words he'd taught me together. Ea mare onus, venina an un obla ve corae te ancestras. Loved ones, come forward and offer up your hearts to the ancestors. Liam held me close as we watched our family and friends come one by one to place an offering on the altar. Imogen was first, and she placed a beaded necklace on the altar. Por te ancestras, Imogen whispered. For the ancestors. Jonah followed her and set a loaf of bread beside her offering. My family was next, and each gave a stone. More and more people kept coming, all placing food, jewelry, or other treasures on the altar. Anything that would please the ancestors. I prayed that more offerings would keep coming because I wasn't ready for what came next. But all too soon the altar was full. Everyone stepped back, and the beach went completely silent again.
Pawi,
Liam whispered.
it's your turn.
It took me a few moments to find my feet. When I did, Liam and Perot followed me up to the altar. I held my breath and hovered my hand over the headdress. I couldn't take my eyes off the picture of my grandparents, though. My chest was so heavy that it felt like rocks were weighing me down.
Ready?
Liam asked, squeezing my shoulder. I squeezed my eyes tightly, and tears fell freely down my face. I had more to say before I was ready. I didn't know where it came from, whether I'd picked up on enough Hawkeye by listening to Liam, or if my ancestral guides were speaking through me. But I found the Hawkeye words slipping off my tongue with ease. Veni e mare de alte adzil au coigni, navita tawakwa unya pluma, I said. Tali an hokela, an nan ancestras. You are loved with all the strength of fire, earth, water, and air. Guide us peacefully, our new ancestors. Warmth rushed through my body, and the feathers of Luanu's headdress lit up in flames. Perot gasped beside me, and Liam stiffened as the flames consumed the items set atop the altar. The fire blazed so hot that it felt like it was burning my face, but none of us took a step back. We watched in silence as the flames consumed our loved ones' personal belongings and the offerings our friends had shared. It seemed to take hours, but it must have only been minutes. Either way, it was over far too soon. Perot waved his hands, and the wind swept up the ashes. They settled onto a large piece of driftwood placed beside the altar. Liam lifted the driftwood, cradling it close to his chest so that the ashes wouldn't fall.
He stepped to the ocean and calmed the waves.
Then placed the driftwood into the water. The ocean current carried the ashes out to sea. It was so quiet, so melancholy, until the sound of Haloki's voice cut through the silence. Ancestras, she sang, her voice cracking. Benesad an mare onus. Ancestors, bless our loved ones. Imogen and Jonah joined in on the funeral song, and soon everyone was singing the soft, sad melody. I didn't know the song well, but I sang the words I did know. Liam pressed his nose into my hair and sang in a deep voice. Essus hummed in my arms, and Julian swayed at our feet. Tears streamed down Haloki's face. She stepped forward until the ocean waves washed over her feet. As the song grew in intensity, Haloki dropped to her knees in the water. Liam rushed to help her up, but she waved him off. She needed this moment to grieve. Liam returned to my side. Imogen's and Jonah's voices grew louder as they came to stand next to us. Sassy curled herself around Squeak's legs, and Squeak nuzzled her beak into Sassy's fur. We all joined hands as the song grew in intensity. Then, without any sort of warning, the ocean water spiraled up into a column as the piece of driftwood lit a flame. I gasped. One moment, the driftwood was floating peacefully out to sea, and the next, it was nothing but ash. The column of water crashed back down to the sea, and ashes rained down onto the water. I glanced around at my friends, who had stopped singing out of pure shock. It was clear that wasn't a normal part of Hawkeye funerals. But Liam didn't seem at all concerned. From beside me, he relaxed. Imogen started up the song again, and I just knew. It was their sign that they'd crossed over. Luana, Alric, and my grandparents, they were all in the ancestral lands now. For the first time all night, a sense of peace fell over me. Liam tugged my hand.
It's time to cleanse the area, Pawi.
Haloki handed me a bowl full of sage and pressed a smudging wand into Liam's hand. I lit the sage, and Liam used the feathered wand to spread the smoke and purify the space. It was a signal to the end of the ceremony, an assurance that the spirit that crossed over wouldn't stick around. And I was glad for that. At least, if we couldn't move on, the people we'd lost would be free.
Chapter 9. Liam. After we received the sign from those who'd moved on, it finally seemed like life could get back to normal. Hokavale was starting to become our home, and though it couldn't replace what we left behind, it offered something better. Hope. We had another chance to figure out the prophecy and save the Hawkeye. All we needed to do was wait until Bane had a lead on the Aza Imperii, and we'd be able to end this war for good. Even so, I sensed there was something, off about things. Something that warned life would never be normal again, but in a good way. I didn't get how to describe it, as that's just how I felt. My nerves were shot the first day I was supposed to instruct students. This was Jonah's thing, not mine. I didn't even know how to teach. I'd never done it before. My stomach was in knots all the way to the Anachi school. Julian walked behind me. He'd grown exponentially in the past few days and was too big for me to carry anymore. He held his head high as we wandered the village streets, like he knew exactly what he was doing. Glad to see someone had some confidence around here. You did a good job teaching me fire, Sophia pointed out. She was walking beside me as she was meeting up with Luana nearby. Essis sat in her hood and chittered, waving to people as we passed them by. That's you, though. It's not a whole crowd of people. Ancestors, I was on edge. I didn't want to mess this up and get us in trouble with the Anachi Council. You'll be fine. I have faith you'll do great. Sophia gave me a kiss on the cheek and added, They wouldn't have picked you if they didn't think you were a good leader. That's what I was secretly afraid of. People always told me I was good at leading, but privately I kind of thought I was shit. I hadn't been able to guide my team during the Battle of Arenda Academy, and now I was being trusted with a whole classroom. Sophia and I parted, and I left to go teach the class alone. After walking for 15 minutes, I entered an open area underneath a rock formation. It was a clearing about 20 feet across, open to the air. There were elaborate fountains and other clearings nearby where classes were being taught. Students were clustered around in a half circle. Most were around 18 and looked Anachi, though there were some other houses scattered here and there. Their conversation died down when I walked to the front of the group. Their eyes seemed curious, not doubtful like I expected. I cleared my throat. Hi, I started. Glad to see you all made it. I'd been expecting an empty class. They blinked at me. It was like they were waiting for instructions on what to do. Julian headbutted my legs. Get it together, dumbass. Act like someone in authority. I forced myself to stand up straight. We're going to start by learning a technique of magic I call Interfusion. Specifically, the definition of Interfusion is harnessing magic from sources other than your own body. It's the opposite of transference, which is channeling your power into another object that you can use later. Excuse me, what's the point in doing this? An Anachi girl at the front raised her hand. We can't do magic. Learning theory is interesting, but it's not going to help us fight, is it? Well, no. I paused. But I have an idea on how we could get you to access your powers. Excited conversation broke out amongst the classroom, and a few people got wide-eyed. I'd been thinking about this since I was assigned to teach. Bane had taught me Interfusion last semester, and I'd used it to draw energy from a magical creature in order to perform spectacular feats of water magic. Anachi couldn't use their own magic, but what if they could perform healing spells by taking power from other sources? Settle down, I began. It's just an idea. But if it works, it changes everything, doesn't it? A boy near the back asked. It would, but you have to understand how it works first, I said. An elementai can summon power from their familiars to charge their spells, but you don't have to be bonded to a magical creature in order to gather magic from it. A girl at the front raised her hand. Is that how people use their magic before they bond? If that's the science behind it? Elementai gain their magic once they come of age and once their familiar is born, I explained. An elementai can still do magic even if they're unbonded because their creature is still out there somewhere, waiting to be found. That doesn't work for us, though, she objected. The other houses get their magic before they bond, but we don't have any familiars. This isn't going to work for us. The other houses have magic before they bond because their magic is predetermined. They draw from their familiar even if it's far away. Your bond was severed by the ancestors, but you might still have the ability within yourself to draw from other things, like the earth, I explained. The Anachi couldn't do healing magic because they didn't have familiars, but what if their abilities weren't completely gone, just blocked by the severed bond? I discussed this in detail with Bane earlier, but he shrugged me off and insisted such a thing wasn't possible. Yet I wasn't sure. I was almost convinced the Anachi still had their magic. It was merely obstructed somehow instead of gone completely. "So you're saying we still might have our magic, we're just struggling to access it?" a student asked in excitement. "Exactly," I said. "Think about what the ancestors did. You could still have access to your powers. The ancestors just blocked your ability to harness it in order to protect you and protect your magical creatures, so the other houses wouldn't go after your familiars in order to destroy them all, and therefore destroy you." "So, the ancestors thought it was best to take away our powers in order to keep our creatures alive?" the girl questioned. "If that's true, how do we know we're drawing from another source besides our familiar?" I shook my head. A connection with a magical creature is sacred. When you have it, you feel it. Taking power from something else, such as nature, feels different. It's like you can feel there's a limited source of power instead of an endless connection that loops inward on itself. They still looked confused. I rushed to explain. A familiar is an elementized soul, their life force. That life force is endless because it's a consistent connection. When that life force is taken away, the body can no longer exist without it. That's why elementi die when their familiar does. The girl at the front wiggled uncomfortably. "Pardon me for asking this, but how can you still do magic? Your familiar, well, he isn't here, and you're still alive and using Tawakwa magic stronger than anyone else in your tribe." I was taken aback for a moment. "I don't know. It's one of the great mysteries about me. So far, I've never gotten any answers." "You must have some other life force driving you somehow," a boy suggested. "It's the only way you could still be alive." I shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe." I gestured to Julian. "Julian isn't my familiar, but I can still harvest magical energy from him as a source. Though you don't have familiars, the rest of you can still harness magic from the earth around you to fuel your energy. Watch." I concentrated my focus on Julian. As I felt his magic flow through me, I took a breath. Holy shit, dragons were strong. There was enough power in Julian for me to level the place. I only had to take a small amount. I sent Julian's power toward a fountain 50 feet away. The water in it erupted and spewed 100 feet in the air, forming into the shape of a dragon before it splattered back down into the fountain. People oohed and clapped in response. "Can we try it now?" someone burst. "It might be the perfect way to get our powers back." I hesitated. I was worried about teaching Interfusion. I'd been the only student in Bain's whole class to master it last semester. I'd suggested he try to teach it to the Anachi students, but Bain was so insistent this wouldn't work that he didn't even want to try. He feared getting their hopes up only to let them down. I didn't know if any of these kids could pull it off, but I had to try. If they could use magic, it'd change the whole course of this war. "Let's start by clearing our intention," I began. "Focus on the elements around you and pick something you can pinpoint your attention to. A leaf, a rock, it doesn't matter, so long as it's elemental. It's similar to meditation. Let yourself become one with nature, and once you feel that connection solidify, pull on it and draw that power into yourself. Don't draw too much. If you do, you'll kill whatever you're working with. You must form a connection with life around you and realize that everything is connected, a constant moving form of energy. Once you do that, you'll be able to use your magic in any way you desire." The Anachi students instantly quieted, and the area became silent. A Navita girl concentrated, but as she attempted to channel magic from a rock, it broke in two. A Coigny guy scowled as he watched the leaf in front of him shrivel up and turn black as he sucked all the magic out of it without being careful to moderate what he took. Minutes passed and nothing happened. I was worried I was a shit instructor and this wasn't going to work. This was a stupid idea. I can't get it, one of the students complained. I don't even know what magic feels like. How am I supposed to get this? Magic is it's like breathing, I said. I felt like I wasn't explaining the process correctly. I was totally struggling with this. All it is a transfer of energy. When you use your magic, you're directing your intention and your will onto the area around you. You know it works because you'll be able to feel the magic shifting in your veins, almost like getting a chill. Suddenly, the Anichi girl at the front gasped, and a small orb appeared in her hand. It was tiny, much smaller than the ones I'd seen Sophia make, but it was there. The small flower she'd picked had only slightly wilted in her lap. "I did it!" she cheered. The orb vanished, but a huge smile lit up her face. "I did Anichi magic!" "I can do it too!" another voice at the back cried. A guy was creating a small beam of light to erupt from his fingers before it flickered out. Notes of astonishment and praise broke out amongst the classroom. "Well done!" I felt euphoric. My plan actually worked. So the Anichi's powers weren't completely taken away. The ancestors had merely restricted their access. They could still use magic so long as they could siphon it from a base. As time passed, more and more Anichi could use Interfusion to harness their blocked magic. By the end of the class, Anichi students were creating light beams and making small balls of pure energy to throw around. Only one Coigni and one Toaqua had managed to make Interfusion work, and only for a short time. But the Anichi kids were performing Interfusion flawlessly. I didn't know if they had a closer connection to the earth or what. It seemed like Anichi had a sensitivity to harvesting energy and could do it much easier than all the other houses could, which made sense because the way I understood Essis's powers worked, he was able to manipulate a person's own energy for healing purposes. No wonder Anichi themselves had no issue moving magic from one source into another. It still didn't solve the main problem. Anichi needed their own powers back, and they had to be able to channel the energy from themselves if they were ever going to restore their house to full power. Pulling magic from rocks and plants wasn't going to cut it, but at least it was a start. I instructed several more classes throughout the day and got the same results. I felt exhausted, yet accomplished. Every Anichi student was able to master Interfusion. If Anichi could fight back, the elders didn't stand a chance. My friends and I had all agreed to meet up at the Falcon's Nest at the end of the day to recuperate. I'd never been there, so I didn't know what to expect. I climbed the staircase and entered into a restaurant that looked like a jungle. Vines hung from the ceiling, and plants grew out of the walls that constructed the restaurant in a circular orb. Ivy wrapped around columns placed by the booths, and flowers bloomed from pots that were placed beside ferns larger than my body. Animals were packed into the restaurant. Tropical birds, their feathers a multicolored rainbow, flew from branch to branch overhead, while sloths slept against tree trunks and monkeys ran along the floor. The ceiling itself was painted black, with tiny lights shining in the ceiling to represent a starry night. In the middle of the restaurant was a large, circular aquarium that reached all the way to the ceiling. Schools of tropical fish swam amongst Anichi water creatures, like hammerhead sharks that glowed a pearly white sheen, and a white hippocampus who had pearls for scales lining her back. Julian and I passed a small stream built into the floor. A white crocodile with feathery wings and a long white mane lining his back hissed as we walked by, sinking further into the coolness of the stream. Julian snapped at the crocodile, but I told him to leave it alone, so Julian merely let out a resentful flame before carrying on. A kangaroo wearing an apron hopped after her coigni elementi, who was carrying a tray full of food. I caught sight of Sophia, Jonah, and Imogen sitting at a circular booth in the corner of a room next to a waterfall. The booth looked big enough for 10 people. Jake was with them, along with Luana. Both Jake and Jonah must have just gotten off duty. Jonah was sitting on the opposite side of the booth, in between Imogen and Luana. Jake kept sending him grins, but Jonah was too shy to meet his eyes. Imogen scanned the menu in front of her.
I don't know what to pick. Everything looks so good.
Thank the ancestors, Jonah almost shouted. I haven't gone out to eat in ages. It's nice not to cook for once. The Anachi Council provided a monthly allowance to all its inhabitants so long as they contributed to the village. And thank the ancestors for that, because we'd been flat broke. Sophia beamed as I slid in the booth beside her.
You look like you've had a good day.
It was fantastic. Julian tried to squeeze his way under the table, but I told him no, so he stuck his tongue out at me and crawled away. He walked to a booth opposite ours, one made for familiars. Sassy, Squeaks, Sabor, and Essus were already sitting at the table. Julian nudged his way in, and it caused a shoving match between him and Squeaks that he obviously lost. Julian grumbled as he took a spot next to Essus across from Squeaks. She chortled as Saber looked on fondly. Luana's familiar sat on Sassy's nose, calmly moving her wings, while Essus banged his menu on the table loudly in a rude attempt to get the waitstaff to hurry up and take his order. I heard you found a way to help the Anachi with their powers. Jake leaned forward on the table and cocked an eyebrow at me. You've managed to do more than any of us ever had in less than a day. I knew Chief Kawak made the right choice assigning you to teach the Anachi students.
What?
Imogen squeaked in surprise.
How'd you do that?
It's Interfusion. I told you guys about it before, I said. The Anachi can't use their own magic, but they can take it from something else. It'll make a difference while we're searching for a way to bring their powers back for good.
Liam, that's amazing,
Sophia gushed. Luana signed on the other side of the table, and Sophia added,
Luana says what you did is incredible. If the Anachi can learn to heal for themselves, she can focus on teaching me, as all the burden isn't on her. She doesn't have enough magic for everyone to use, but if they can start harnessing power for themselves, who knows what they could do?
It was nothing, really, I said. More luck than anything. I'm sure the Anachi tribe respects you for what you can do on your own, without Interfusion. Luana frowned slightly. She signed again, and Sophia said,
Luana doesn't quite feel like people respect her. She's more or less just someone that's on the outside because of what she can do.
Oh, so you're an outcast, Jonah clarified. He threw his arm around Luana's shoulder. That's perfect. You'll fit right in with us. Imogen scowled, but Luana's whole expression brightened. It was then that a waitress came up to the table. She had long black hair and wore a navy t-shirt with the restaurant's name. There was a design like a tattoo across her cheek in tan ink. It looked like a constellation, maybe Scorpio, circled by strange ruins I didn't know the meaning of. A wombat waited at her side as she held a notepad to take our order. I'd like to introduce you to Lonnie, Jake began. She's the owner of the Falcon's Nest and also our local astromancer. Lonnie gave a scoffing noise and rolled her eyes.
Half astromancer, Jake, Lonnie replied. An astromancer? So you're an enchanter. You can control the stars. That has to be amazing, Imogen said in interest, leaning forward.
Lonnie gave a small laugh.
I'm not quite that good. But yes, I do get my power from astronomy. It's very complicated magic. I'd love to sit down with you and learn all about it, Imogen gushed.
Lonnie frowned slightly, and she shared a glance with Jake.
I'd love to tell you about where I came from, but I'm not sure how helpful I'd be.
Things have probably changed since I've been home. What do you mean? Sophia asked. Lonnie gave a sigh. I've lived in Hokavale for almost 10 years. I had to run away a long time ago. Really? Why? Sophia leaned close to the edge of her booth. Lonnie frowned. Astromancers are only permitted to be male. If a female is found having the powers of astromancy, the officials either forcibly take your magic away, or, if you refuse, kill you. I didn't want to give my magic up, so I had to leave my home. Wow, that was terrible and ridiculously sexist. We're really sorry, I said honestly. It sucked to lose your home. We all knew how that felt. It's okay. I've found a place where I belong with Shonda now, Lonnie said, and she knelt down to pat the wombat on the head. Besides, I always wanted to run a restaurant. And you do a fine job of it, Lonnie. Jake patted Lonnie on the arm, and Jonah's eyes narrowed. Ancestors, it was too early for him to already be getting envious. Jake hadn't even asked him out yet, which I was sure would happen soon. Jake obviously liked Jonah, and I knew Jonah was too big of a wimp himself to ask Jake on a date, so he'd have to make the first move. The Falcon's Nest had a menu that was pages long, but we decided to try authentic Anichi food at Jake's suggestion, and he was totally spot on because it was amazing. The tamales and homemade corn tortillas that you could pile with every vegetable imaginable were frickin' awesome. Across from us, Esses scarfed down his 8th taco, while Sassy was nice enough to share her pork dish with Julian. Sabor and Squeaks were tugging on a slab of boar meat between them. Squeaks ripped it away, only to bite it in half and share it with the other hippogriff. Sabor coughed up a bit of his food and spat it on the table. Squeaks gobbled it up, her sights on Sabor the entire time. Sabor cooed in pride. That was so fucking disgusting. Gross. I wrinkled my nose. Jake laughed. It's typical hippogriff behavior. They feed each other, he explained. He looked over and grabbed a napkin. Jonah, you have something on your face. Jake reached across Luana and wiped a smear of hot sauce off the corner of Jonah's mouth. Jonah went utterly still, while Luana giggled. Ancestors, they were making me sick too. I noticed Sophia was picking at her chicken lime soup. Sophia had opted out of getting anything too out of the ordinary and ordered something bland, though it didn't look like she was eating it. Are you all right? I asked. She looked up. Esses, whose cheeks were smeared with taco sauce, glanced at us with full cheeks. I'm okay, just feeling a little nauseous. She pressed a hand to her stomach and grimaced. I figured that'd be over with since we'd settled in. You should probably eat. It might make you feel better. I knew I always felt ill whenever I didn't eat, and Sophia had been picking at all her meals lately. Maybe. She continued playing with her soup and took small bites. I kept my eye on her, wondering when this was going to end. Luana shuffled through her purse and handed Sophia a bottle of ginger pills. Thanks, Lou, Sophia said as she popped one. Luana gave her a kind smile. When Sophia tried to hand the pills back, Luana shook her head as if to say they were for her. Sophia put them back in her purse, and Luana gazed at the two of us in a way I couldn't read. Imogen stared into her drink. She threw heated glances at Luana every now and then, though she did her best to ignore them. As we finished up our meal, the entrance to the restaurant slammed open. I tried not to pay attention, thinking it was just a creature trying to force its way in or whatever. Oh, hell no, Jonah said. I turned around. My stomach sank when I recognized the woman who'd just walked in. It was Jamin Risk and a couple of her Inter-House Alliance members. Fucking ew, Imogen said. She didn't bother to keep her voice down. Jamin caught it, and her eyes roamed our way. Jamin's gaze narrowed when she recognized us, but she didn't bother to offer a greeting, just took a booth on the opposite side of the restaurant. All the familiars had stopped eating and were glaring at Jamin in a clear warning to stay back, except for Julian, who didn't understand what was going on. Jake glanced at Jamin before dropping his gaze. Clearly, there were no feelings lost between Jake and Jamin either. "She bothering you?" Jonah asked. His tone had gotten deeper, like he was willing to deal with any issue that caused Jake's slight discomfort. Jake's hand tightened on his beer. "Let's just say she's caused plenty of problems for the Resistance since she's been here." "Why don't you kick her out?" Jonah questioned. He scowled. "Exiling anyone from Hokavale would damage our mission of peace. And until she does something that truly threatens our tribe, it would go against our values to cast her out. Not to mention, she's the type to expose us out of resentment." Jonah wore an expression that clearly said Jake should toss her on her ass anyway. Sophia gripped my arm tightly. "Liam, I can't be around her," Sophia whispered. Her skin had turned a slight shade of green, like Jamin's mere presence was triggering a whole lot of flashbacks she didn't want to get into. I got it. It was totally upsetting to be around the woman who'd basically caused the Kinpago riots and started a night of hell. "Let's get out of here." None of us wanted to be in a place where Jamin was hanging around. We paid for our meal and left to go back home. Sophia didn't relax until Jamin was out of our sight. Her body eased underneath the arm I'd wrapped around her waist. She clung to Esses, who was trying to clean his fur but only spreading the taco sauce around. When we got back to the house, Sophia immediately headed to the bathroom. I wondered if I should follow her. She still looked kind of pale, but figured it best to give her space. Seeing Jamin was enough to make anyone puke. Jake leaned on the kitchen counter as Jonah opened the fridge to start handing out drinks. "You know, I hear you're the Storm Lord, but I haven't actually seen you in action." Jake's eyebrows waggled. "I'd like a demonstration of what you can do." It sounded like he was talking about way more than conjuring lightning. Jonah leaned on Squeaks. He was trying to be casual, but it was so utterly awkward to watch. "You got a place for me to practice? I can go all day." "I bet you—" Jake's words were cut off as Sophia came rushing into the living room. She held a bottle of lotion in her hands, but her fingers looked sticky and full of goo. I realized what had happened and barely held in a snicker. Jonah took one look at Sophia holding the lotion bottle and completely lost it. "Jonah! Did you really replace my lotion with lube?" Sophia screamed. Jonah couldn't answer. He was laughing too hard. Sophia rolled her eyes, but she couldn't stop the grin that spread across her features. "I can't believe you. That is so childish." "Hey, you started it. You pulled my pants down and exposed my beautiful boxers for the world to witness," Jonah combated. "I would have liked to see that," Jake teased, and Jonah turned fucking red. "Oh, this prank war is on," Sophia laughed. "I'm totally going to get you back." "You can try, baby, you can try, but I'm a master prankster. You'll never win." Jonah shook his head. The corners of Jake's lips twitched. Imogen's mouth remained flat as she sat at the table, drumming her fingers. "We were just seeing if the Storm Lord here could give Jake a demonstration of his powers," I added. "Why don't we go down to the beach and see if we can make a lightning storm?" "Sure, I could use a refresher," Sophia said. "Just give me a minute to get all this shit off my hands." Jonah hissed in glee. Sophia stuck her tongue out at him. Storm clouds had already gathered over the beach when we arrived, making the entire landscape dark. Jonah rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Hold on to your panties, boys and girls, because things are about to get spicy." Jonah flung a hand toward the sky, and a lightning bolt crackled across the clouds instantly. I rolled my eyes. Squeaks cheered in delight, and Sabor let out an awed coo. Lightning balls flew from Jonah's fists as he fired them across the ocean. As he swirled his hands, a windstorm whirled around him, and the hippogriffs had to flatten themselves to the ground so they wouldn't be in danger of being carried off. Julian was blown backward, but I knelt to the ground and held him down. He gave irritated growls as Jonah increased the intensity of the windstorm, directing his magic at a tree so that the wind whipped it out of the ground. Above him, lightning ricocheted across the sky, making the heavens above crack into a million pieces. He wasn't even breaking a sweat. Jake sat on a flat boulder and watched, clearly impressed. Jonah sent a small tornado twisting across the beach before giving a quick glance back at Jake. Okay, Jonah was totally showing off to impress Jake. It was so obvious. Sophia set Essus on Julian's back before she walked toward the shoreline. She concentrated, her one hand holding the spirit totem as a lightning bolt flickered out of the sky and connected with the ocean. It wasn't as strong as Jonah's, but to be honest, I was relieved that she could still conjure lightning at all. I worried she'd all but lost the ability after the riots. Sophia cast a few more lightning bolts, but they seemed timid and unsure. As Sophia and Jonah worked, Imogen sat by herself and stroked Sassy's fur, staring out at the water. What was wrong with her? She'd barely spoken at dinner, and now she was acting like a loner. When the windstorm died down and Jonah was busy conjuring larger and larger lightning bolts for Jake's entertainment, I walked toward Sophia. "You seem to be conjuring lightning just fine," I told her. "Why are you still struggling with making flames?" She'd used fire at the funeral, but that was different. I'd seen it in her eyes. "Lightning doesn't feel like fire. I know that doesn't make sense, but it doesn't seem as destructive," Sophia explained. I nodded. Jonah hovered several feet in the air around the lightning storm he created before he landed next to us, and the bolts died down. "You know, Sophia, I wonder if we could channel lightning together," Jonah suggested. "It would be really helpful if we could shoot lightning back and forth during a fight. You know, like share it instead of having to conjure it every time we need to." "I don't know if it works like that," Sophia protested. "I thought you said only a Storm Lord can control lightning." "We don't know until we try." Jonah took a wide stance. "I'll call it down, then I'll try to send it to you. You catch it, okay?" "Okay." Sophia prepared herself, and I backed off. As Jonah's attention turned toward the skies, Luana's eyes grew wide, and she shook her head no, though Sophia didn't see her. "Soph, maybe we should reconsider," I blurted out. Her eyes flashed to me, then to Luana. She hesitated, and Jonah noticed, though he was already channeling the lightning, and it was too late to recast the spell. "Shit!" I heard Jonah shout. Then everyone screamed as the lightning bolt crashed down from the sky and collided with Jonah's body. He immediately went rigid. As the lightning absorbed into his body, he collapsed onto the beach limply. It happened in less than a second. The lightning was gone and the clouds had cleared, but Jonah was unconscious. His clothes were singed, and a smoking smell filled the air. Harsh burns covered Jonah's skin, from his face all the way down his arms and torso. "Jonah!" Imogen had jumped up and ran to him. She fell on her knees. I bolted to his side. It looked like the lightning bolt had hit him directly in the back. "Jonah, wake up!" Imogen tried shaking him awake, tears in her eyes, but he didn't respond. I worried he'd suffered some kind of cardiac arrest. That lightning bolt had hit him with all it had. Squeaks barged her way through and nudged Jonah, but he still didn't stir. Jake was there almost as soon as Imogen was. He stooped next to Jonah and studied his features, as if trying to remain calm and assess the situation, but it was clear that even he was at a loss for what to do. His breathing was ragged as he stared down at Jonah's body, eyes nearly paralyzed with fear. Sophia's hands were over her mouth. She shook her head as she hushed. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I should have caught it." "It's not your fault," I forced out, but only because I felt like it was mine. I'd interrupted the spell, though at the same time, maybe Sophia would have been at the receiving end of that lightning bolt instead. This had been a bad idea all around. There were footsteps behind us. Luana knelt by Jonah's side and pushed Imogen out of the way, fear in her gaze. Imogen fell to the side. Luana hurried to put her hands over Jonah's heart. Esses scampered off Julian's back and helped her, laying his tiny paws on top of her hands. Sierra fluttered off Luana's shoulder and landed on Jonah's nose, aiding her help in the process. Everything seemed frozen in time for a few horrible minutes. I didn't know if their healing magic was going to work. Then Jonah's eyes opened, and he coughed. A sigh of relief echoed around the group as we watched Luana and Esses's healing magic clear away the burns, giving him fresh, new skin. Jake helped Jonah slowly sit up, and Sierra fluttered off his nose. He took a few more ragged coughs before he looked around, dazed. In a thin voice, he rasped, Shouldn't have given it so much juice." Luana ran her hand along Jonah's back as she helped him stay upright. Imogen's lip was trembling. "You idiot! You know better than to try something like that." Before Jonah could say a word, Imogen made a noise that sounded like a sob before she whirled to her feet. She stomped several feet away and turned her back to us. Sassy nudged at her ankles, but Imogen ignored her. Jake's hand shook. He held it up to Jonah's face and gently cupped his cheek, turning his head so that Jonah was looking directly at him. Jonah became still as Jake's eyes searched him, like he was trying to figure out if Jonah was really okay. "I think you've shown me quite enough. You need rest." Jake's voice was thick and rough as he dropped his hand from Jonah's skin. He sounded like a commander now, not a friend. Sabor clacked his beak in agreement. Jonah's head hung low. He was totally embarrassed about messing up in front of Jake. Luana signed a few words, and Sophia said, "Luana's right. The important thing is Jonah's okay. We can work on his Stormlord powers another time." "This went too far." Jake's tone was so firm everyone else seemed scared to speak. He hefted Jonah into his arms, one arm under his back and the other beneath his knees, rising quickly to his feet. Jake cradled Jonah close to his chest, and Jonah let out a small noise of alarm. Jake carried Jonah's weight all on his own until he settled Jonah onto Squeaks's back. Jonah's cheeks were absolutely burning. Squeaks carried Jonah back to the house. Jake then helped Jonah onto the couch, carrying him in that same intimate position again before putting him down. Jonah spread out and put a hand over his eyes. Though he'd been healed, the lightning strike still took a lot out of him. Squeaks lay beside him and nipped at the edges of his fingers. Once Jonah was situated, Jake stood at the door with a stoic expression. His voice was impassive as he stated, "I'll be back in the morning to assess your condition. Get some sleep, soldier." Jake whirled around on his heel, and he and Saber swept out of the house like they couldn't wait to get out of there. The moment Jake left, Jonah groaned dramatically. "I made myself look like a complete ass," he complained. "You just got carried away. I'm pretty sure Jake's still impressed." "You were throwing lightning around like it was nothing," I offered. "Yeah, until I totally toasted myself," Jonah whined. Sophia nervously played with her hands. "I'm sorry I wasn't ready to catch it. You getting hurt was my fault." "Nah, Sophia. I could have redirected that lightning at something else. I just panicked last minute." Jonah sighed heavily. Now the guy I like is going to think I'm a total dumbass. Hey, if he's been working with you for any amount of time, he already thinks that, I joked. Jonah groaned again. Jake seemed to leave in a hurry. Sophia frowned, like she didn't approve. Well, duh. He doesn't want to involve himself with a loser like me, Jonah moaned. Hey, losers are cool. Requirement of being part of the reject team, I offered. Luana smiled. She liked that. Imogen let out a scathing noise. Isn't it obvious? Jake blames himself. He thinks he was a distraction, and that's why you messed up. Jonah's eyes grew in clarity. Really? Obviously, Imogen muttered. I bet he's beating himself up right now. It was his idea in the first place to go down there and mess around. Imogen's tone was resentful. It implied if something bad had happened to Jonah, she would have blamed Jake. Jonah smacked himself in the forehead, then winced. Ow! Great. Now he's really going to hate me forever. That's very drastic, I added flatly. He's not going to hate you. Sophia knelt by Jonah's side. I just don't think he could handle seeing you hurt like that. Jonah huffed a piece of hair out of his eyes. This is going to make work awkward as fuck. Squeaks chortled in agreement, and Sophia subbed cheerfully. Well, you could always suck his dick. I bet that would cheer him right up. Jonah shot Sophia a glare. Right, like I'm going to give a blowjob to my commander just to smooth things over. Works for us, I said, and Jonah moaned louder as Sophia giggled. There was a knock on the door. I thought Jake had come back, but when I opened the door, I saw my brother, along with Stevie and Cade. Ezra and Stevie were fucking attached at the hip. You never saw one without the other. As usual, Stevie had one of her signature bows in her hair. It was blue and matched the dress she was wearing. Ezra seemed particularly somber. Hey, do you mind if we hang out for a bit? I've got, stuff on my mind, he said lamely. Ezra's chiefhood ceremony was tomorrow. I knew it had been weighing on him heavily since Dad's funeral, but he looked worse than ever. There were huge bags under his eyes, and his shoulders sagged. It was like he was dreading dragging himself down to the river tomorrow to perform the ritual. If you need help preparing, I've got your back, I offered. Just tell me what you need. Ezra shrugged. I just don't want to be alone right now. I figured we could have a party or something, get my mind off it. Ezra acted like he was going to his own funeral and not a ceremony to make him leader over all of Tawakwa. He should be meditating and concentrating on what he had to do, not trying to find a way out of it. My dad was gone. The Water Tribe needed him. But my brother was not me, and we worked in different ways, so I said, sure, come on in. I noticed none of their familiars were with them. I gave a curious look, and Stevie said, Arabelle, Diami, and Nihoni are playing by the ocean. They have a thing for hide and seek. I couldn't imagine Diami hiding anywhere because he was so fucking huge. Ezra stopped when he saw Jonah lying on the couch. Whoa, what happened to you? Lightning bolt got out of hand, Jonah mumbled. Sophia smiled. Well, look at the bright side. At least you got some attention from your man. He totally babied you. He's not my man, Jonah said wistfully. I gave a scoffing sound. Jake was carrying you around like you guys were on your honeymoon. He was not, Jonah burst. Stevie fluttered her eyelids. Jonah, Jake is totally into you. He's changed since you've come around. Really? Jonah raised his head like he couldn't believe it. Stevie nodded, the bow in her hair bobbing. Yep, he can't stop talking about you. It's so freaking cute. Jonah pressed his hands to his stomach as if to try and stop his insides from doing backflips. It's so hard to believe, he confessed. I've never had someone who, I don't know, actually likes me? Fuck Raynar a million times over for giving Jonah issues. One of the many reasons I figured that prick needed to be removed from the picture permanently. Sophia put a hand on Jonah's. You need to get used to it, because Jake definitely likes you for you. He's also a closet freak, if any of you knew. Stevie giggled. He puts on a clean persona in public, but from what I've heard, he's into some pretty dirty shit between the sheets. You might as well have told Jonah Christmas was coming early. A huge grin spread across his face, and he twisted into the couch pillows, trying to hide it. This was his personal dream come true. Ezra sat on the couch opposite Jonah and pulled Stevie onto his lap. He's not the only one who can be filthy, baby. He nipped at Stevie's neck and she squealed. Please don't have sex on my couch, I complained, and everyone laughed. Cade broke into a smile, but his attention was obviously on Imogen. She hadn't moved from her place in the kitchen, nor looked at him since he'd walked in. Luana signed quickly, and Sophia said, Luana wants to play a game. Truth or dare, Stevie burst, and she giggled when Ezra tickled her sides. Are we 10? I asked, but Sophia scooted over as I sat down next to her to join the circle. I pulled her onto my lap, too, and she smiled as she curled up against me. Don't be such a wet dick. It's a classic, Jonah stated. Even Imogen left the kitchen and sat against Squeaks near the couch next to Jonah, though it was pointedly far away from Cade. Stevie's eyes glimmered as she bounced on Ezra's lap. I want to go first, Stevie burst. This is my favorite game. Imogen smiled. I've got one. I dare you to. Put chocolate syrup on a pickle and eat it. Noises of disgust went up amongst the group, but Stevie got off Ezra's lap, opened the fridge, and rummaged through it. I nearly gagged when she ate a whole pickle smeared with the thickest chocolate sauce we had. Easy, Stevie said. You guys are weak. Stevie's a truth or dare champ, Ezra noted. She'll never turn down a bet. Ezra, truth or dare? Jonah started. Dare, he stated confidently. Stick ice in your boxers, Jonah threw out. Ezra's mouth dropped open. Are you serious? Are you gonna chicken out? I teased. Ezra gave me a hardened look. No. Stevie grabbed a handful of ice from the kitchen. She gave it to Ezra, who looked totally unhappy. I snickered as Ezra shoved the ice into his boxers and immediately started gasping. That's fucking cold, he whimpered. My dick's gonna be 3 sizes smaller than normal. That might be a good thing, Stevie offered playfully. Sophia snorted and the rest of the group chuckled. Ezra took deep breaths, though a smile played at his lips. Don't ever ask me for dare, Jonah wiggled his eyebrows. I always come up with the worst ones. Okay, Cade, truth or dare? Sophia asked. Truth, Cade responded. Fucking pussy, Jonah added. Cade gave him the finger. Truth, huh? Sophia's eyes got bright. Okay, if you could trade lives with anyone in this room, who would you pick? Cade sat back for a moment and considered the question before his eyes went to me. Definitely Liam, Cade said. He's the happiest. Fucking ancestors. No one has ever said that before, Jonah cracked. Ezra died laughing. I mean it, Cade protested. He's got his girl. That's all a guy ever wants. Imogen stiffened. My hands threaded through Sophia's hair and she laid her head against my chest. I felt honored. Well, thank you, Cade. That's actually kind of nice. It's the truth. Then Cade's gaze darkened and his attention turned toward Imogen. But I'd also like to change lives with Imogen, so she doesn't have to live with what I did to her. Awkward. Not the right time to bring up something like this. We were playing a game, for fuck's sake. This was supposed to be fun. Imogen's face contorted into a snarl, and Sassy's fur visibly bristled. Cade, can we not fucking talk about this for 5 minutes? She snapped. The room got quiet. Nobody said anything. Cade looked down, almost as if he was ashamed he'd brought it up. Imogen smoldered from her seat on the floor, and the group didn't dare to try and calm her. It was Luana's turn, and my turn to ask the question. I decided to hurry it along, to break the tension. Luana, truth or dare? I was starting to pick up on a little sign language, and I moved my hands as I asked the question. Sophia had been teaching us how to use sign language so we could communicate more easily with Luana. Luana made the sign for truth, and I asked, "Who do you like most in this room?" Luana tapped her chin in thought. Then she smiled and began signing. Sophia translated. She says she likes me because we have a common understanding, and Jonah makes her laugh, Sophia went on. But she also thinks Ezra and Stevie are cute together, and Cade is really sweet. You're like a big brother, Liam. You make her feel warm and welcome. Plus, she likes that you like basket weaving. It's one of her favorite hobbies. You told her? I asked, surprised. Luana nodded eagerly. Yes, I told her that today. Sophia gazed fondly at me. I gave Luana a soft grin. It was nice to find somebody who liked the stuff you did, and basket weaving was definitely one of those fringe things not a lot of people were into. Dude, you're still doing that? Ezra teased. He snickered, obviously thinking it was lame. Go fuck yourself, Ez, I snapped. But, Sophia began, breaking our little spat, Luana said the person she likes most is Imogen, because she thinks they have a lot in common. Imogen's eyes grew wide. She slowly sat up. I thought she was about to thank Luana for the compliment until I heard the nasty tone emitting from her lips. How can you say you like me? You don't even know me. You don't know any of us. Luana's mouth dropped open in shock. A couple people gasped. Both Sophia and Jonah looked horrified. That was fucking rude, I started. I don't think Imogen heard me because she kept carrying on. I don't even know why she's here. She's new to this group. It's not like she went to school with us, Imogen rambled. She doesn't belong here. Fucking damn it. I tried to ask something safe and it had resulted in this. Luana was visibly tearing up. I didn't know if she'd caught everything Imogen had said, because a lot of words couldn't be lip-read, but she'd caught enough that it had hurt her feelings. Jonah turned his head away, like he was embarrassed how Imogen was acting. Sophia simmered. I felt her temperature rise by a few degrees as her skin boiled against mine. Stevie and Ezra glanced away, not sure of what to do. Cade looked a couple seconds from breaking down. He probably figured this was his fault for setting Imogen on edge. All right, that was enough. Sophia scooted off my lap as I stood up. Imogen, can I talk to you? Outside, I demanded. Imogen huffed like a bratty teenager. She jumped to her feet and rolled her eyes as she stomped out the door. Sassy followed her, her tail dragging along the floor. Jonah tried to remedy the situation by asking Ezra another dare. As I entered into the cool night, the door snapping shut behind us was a reminder of Imogen's harsh attitude. I didn't know how to handle this. The rest of us were adjusting pretty well to life in the Anachi village, but Imogen was still imploding. Imogen crossed her arms as she faced me. Going to lecture me, Mom? Fuck yeah, I am, I started. What's the deal? Why are you acting cold toward Luana? Why are you guys defending her? We don't know her. We can't trust her, Imogen shot out. That's total bullshit. She's harmless. She's been nothing but sweet and kind since we got here. Her dad took us in. We'd be on the streets if it wasn't for her, I argued. That doesn't mean I'm going to kiss her ass like the rest of you, Imogen shot out. I rolled my eyes. You're being dramatic. Out of all the people who've treated us like shit, she's the one person who's welcomed us with open arms. You should be grateful. Imogen let out a hollow laugh. Grateful? I want to go home. I heard what she was really saying. She wanted to go back to Kinpago. She wanted to go to Orenda Academy again, go back to a time when she and Cade weren't having problems. But that was a false reality. We were here now, and we had to make the best of it. I don't know why you have such a problem with Luana. You guys are a lot alike. Imogen's arms tightened against her body. Yeah, she's a better version of me, right? No wonder it's so easy for her to take my place. Take your place? What the fuck? Where was this coming from? Jonah and her are practically glued together whenever she comes over. I know it won't take long for the rest of you to do the same, Imogen quipped bitterly. Something Imogen didn't say, yet that I knew immediately was true, resonated in the back of my mind. Whatever she said, Imogen saw Jonah as hers. She was already being forced to share him with Jake, which she couldn't say anything about because she knew Jonah liked Jake and she wanted him to be happy. But it was unacceptable to Imogen for Luana to swoop in and take away what attention Jonah had left to give, even though that wasn't the case at all. There's enough room for everyone. Just because Luana's our friend now doesn't mean she's replacing you, I argued. Imogen shook her head and stared at the ground. Yeah, right. I sensed Luana wasn't the real problem here. You don't have an issue with Luana. You have a problem with Cade, I stated bluntly. This all stems from you guys not getting along. Why don't you get back together and work it out? Did you and Sophia get back together right away after you tried to kill her and she lied to you about Essis? Imogen snapped. Fair point. It had taken 5 months for us to get over our shit and forgive each other, and I hated to admit it, but Imogen and Cade's problems were even worse. But we did get back together, and that was the main point. Sophia and I came out on the other side, though. We worked through our issues. You guys can, too. Imogen gave a cruel laugh. Worked through your issues? Come on, Liam. You two still haven't sorted out your shit. What happened to you guys talking about your problems? Because since we left home, it doesn't seem like either one of you are doing anything but avoiding the problem. That fucking stung. I didn't think it had been that obvious to everyone else. Shit. Sophia and I needed to get it together. We're working on it, and that's our business. My tone was getting a little heated. And what lies between you and Cade is yours, but you keep dragging it into the entire group. It's bringing everyone down. Liam, he broke my heart. Imogen's voice cracked, and she put a hand against her heart as if she could actually feel it cracking. I have never been in this much pain before in my entire life. It feels like I'm dying, and there's nothing I can do to make that pain go away. Sassy's ears drooped at Imogen's admission. I'd been in that position before. It fucking sucked. But it did get better. It wouldn't have, though, if I hadn't faced my problems. You can't keep running from this, I insisted. You're putting yourself through hell. I can't help it, she wiped her face. If Cade is the one who's supposed to love me the most, and he did something like this to me, who's to say the rest of you won't betray me too? I was completely astonished. That's never going to happen. We're your friends. It's not the same as being in a relationship. I don't even know if I want to be with Cade anymore. Her lip wobbled. He hid that my brother was alive and faked his death. I have a hard time believing anyone who could do that to me really loves me. Do you think there's someone else out there for you? Ancestors, it seemed ridiculous to think of her with someone other than Cade. I don't know. She pulled at her spiky hair. I just don't want to get hurt again." I was going to blurt out the automatic answer that wasn't true, but I held myself back. Cade or Imogen could both die in this war. Not to mention, Cade had put the cause before Imogen once, so who's to say he wouldn't do it again? She wouldn't last a second time if he gave her up twice to play war hero. And that's exactly what she was worried about. I understood where she was coming from. I'd have a hard time trusting Cade, too. But if there was one thing I learned, if you were meant to be together, fire, water, earth, or air couldn't keep you apart. If Imogen and Cade were meant to be, nothing either of them did or said would prevent them from being together. Yet Imogen still needed time to figure out if this is what she wanted, and I wasn't going to push her, not when it had been Cade who had fucked up. "Look, you can be mad at Cade. You have that right," I began. "But don't take it out on Luana. She didn't do anything wrong." Imogen was seconds away from crying. She turned away from me and said through a thick voice, "Just leave me alone, Liam. All of you need to leave me alone." Imogen ran off. Sassy darted after her. I watched as she disappeared into Hokavale's streets. I thought about going after her, but the village was safe and she obviously needed time to cool off. The door opened behind me and my brother slipped out. He leaned against the wall of the house. "You shouldn't be too hard on her." "Well, damn, Ez." Imogen's attitude was seriously making it harder than it already was to adjust here. "I had a hard time forgiving Cade, too, after I learned he was still alive," Ezra started. "Believe me, I was pissed. Imogen wasn't the only one who punched him. We had a go-round like you've never seen. Water and rocks were flying everywhere." I chuckled. "I would have liked to see that." "It was rough." Ezra's shoulders sagged. "Shit, man, he's supposed to be my best friend and he let me believe I watched him die. That's fucked up." Ezra shook his head. "But that's the thing. This cause was so important to him, he was willing to give up his own happiness and hurt the people he loved. If we're gonna win this thing, we all need to make sacrifices. Imogen will come around in her own time. I did." I certainly fucking hoped so. I didn't see any other alternative. Secretly, I worried Cade had done permanent damage to Imogen's soul that no spirit magic could ever repair. Dawn seemed to come early the next morning. I woke up right away with energy in my veins. Couldn't really explain it. It seemed like the very air was different, charged with some kind of magic that told me everything was going to be different. I'd prayed to the ancestors I didn't wake up sick on this day, and I didn't. Thank fuck. I took it as a sign that things were gonna go well. Ezra's chiefhood ceremony wouldn't be held until sunset, but there was a lot to do. I had to get the feast ready for later and organize what was needed for the ceremony itself. As I did the work, it felt like someone was almost whispering in my ear, but I couldn't hear what was being said. Something heavy weighed on my shoulders, and I couldn't shake it off. Yet it was a good kind of weight, a comforting one. As weird as it sounded, it seemed like there were people I couldn't see surrounding me, preparing me for whatever was to come tonight. I had just managed to get the final preparations in place before we had to get ready to leave. Ezra was already waiting at my house. We'd be going together. "Hey," he said dully as I entered. He was wearing a deerskin jacket and pants, a beaded shawl in a dark blue color draped around his form. He stared at the floor, seemingly sinking under the weight of his clothes. None of it looked like it suited him. He seemed out of place. "Are you ready for this?" I asked. Ezra scoffed. "No." He didn't offer another word. I chewed the inside of my mouth and hoped to the ancestors he could pull this off today. If he couldn't, Tawakwa would be without a chief and our line would end. Then the whole water tribe would eventually die out. I think Ezra understood how drastically important this was. I just don't think he wanted the responsibility. My clothes were already laid out for me on the bed. As I was Ezra's second and would be helping him perform the ceremony, Mom had made me a shawl of my own. The shawl was beaded with traditional Tawakwa designs of the ocean in all different shades of blue. She'd also sewn me a deerskin, fur-lined jacket similar to Ezra's, with matching pants and beaded moccasins. The fur hood hung over the shawl as I draped it around my shoulders. This was an important day. It once would have been my day, but now it was Ezra's, and because of that, I wanted to support him all the way. I held no resentment toward my brother for taking what should have been my position. I wanted the best for our tribe, and that meant being behind Ezra no matter what. "You look handsome," Sophia smiled as she watched me exit our room. She straightened the shawl that was on my shoulders and brushed it off before she stood back. She was wearing a blue beaded dress that had the same pattern as my shawl. It had been Mom's the day Dad had become chief. She insisted we needed to match. Esses had on a feathered necklace. He gave a twirl, his eyes growing at the sight of the beads on my shawl. The little guy loved shiny things. "And you look beautiful." I leaned down and gave Sophia a quick kiss. Jonah made a gagging sound. "Can we go? I want to get to the party." Both he and Imogen were wearing simple deerskin outfits, though they had a few beads scattered in from the colors of their houses. Sassy had on a feathered headband, while Squeaks wore purple paint smudged across her feathers. "I just want to get this over with so I can get some sleep." Imogen rubbed her face. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she seemed distant. She held tightly to her stomach as if she felt ill and shivered once. Imogen was never one to turn down dancing with Jonah. She was acting off, but she was probably still upset about last night. "Imogen's right. Let's do this." Ezra rose from his chair, and we followed him outside. Julian and Diami were both waiting for us. Julian was wearing a beaded blue collar that matched Diami's. He gave a welcoming chirp, and I ran my hand over his head as we walked down to the ceremony site. The ceremony itself was to be held in a wide river underneath the span of the mountains. Ezra was silent as we walked out of the village and into the trees. He seemed broody. He broke off ahead and walked alone. Diami closely followed, bobbing his head. It was like Ezra was weighing some momentous decision, and he needed advice. Diami must have suggested something, because up ahead, Ezra started. He gazed at his familiar like whatever he'd said was impossible, and glanced back at me before setting his eyes forward. "Hopefully the next time we have a big celebration, it'll be for our wedding," Sophia said eagerly. Esses cheered in her arms. A jolt went through me. She was right. We were in a safe place. There was nothing holding us back from getting married, save for actually planning the wedding. "I guess that's true, huh?" I marveled. "Once we set a date, I'll be counting down the days. I can't wait to be Liam Henley." She tripped, and I went to catch her. "Huh? Why would you take my name? I want to be Sophia Maito." Sophia's nose scrunched up, and Esses chittered in agreement. "In many Hawkeye households, husbands take the names of their wives instead of the other way around," I explained. "It's considered modern for a woman to take a man's last name if they're elementi." "Why? I don't get it." Her eyebrows knitted together. "The Hawkeye are a matrilineal society. We trace our ancestry through our mothers, not our fathers," I explained. "That's why chiefs are called by their last name and chieftesses by their first, so people don't get confused, and you have the same family line of daughters taking a chieftess's name over and over." "Oh," Sophia said. "But what about Ezra?" "He'll be called Chief Maito until he's married, then he'll switch to his wife's last name," I explained. "It's the Tawakwa way." I mean, that's great for him, But that's not what I want, Sophia said. I've always dreamed of changing my last name, so I think we should make an exception and keep your last name for the both of us. My dad took my mom's last name. It's tradition, I argued. Sophia snorted. Like we're very traditional. We've gone against everything the tribe ever stood for. Julian grumbled, and I said, That's true, but it doesn't have to be that way. I'm willing to compromise, but I've always had a certain dream in my head on what I wanted my family to look like, and I want our kids to have your last name, she argued. Why are you worrying about it now? I asked. Having kids isn't something that's going to be easy for us. It's a long way off. Sophia stuttered. I'm just saying, I think taking your name connects me to you. I always liked the idea of there being a man of the house. She made it sound like some sort of sexual thing. This shit probably turned her on. I didn't know you were so tied to gender roles. Fuck gender roles. It sounds so negative, Sophia spat. It doesn't matter what gender we are. I just want you to lead the family, and I want to nurture. It feels right to me. Why can't we do that with your name, though? I asked. We could, but at the same time, I feel your name is more Hawkeye. It would tie our children more strongly to our heritage. This is what I want, Sophia said firmly. I'm a strong, independent woman who wants her man to take the lead. This is the modern age. I can have both. She'd convinced me. Not like I was going to win the argument anyway. All right, if it's that important to you, we can fuck tradition and you can take my last name. Sophia smiled and hugged Esses. Yay! I chuckled. Fucking yay. For as much as she wanted me to be the man in our relationship, I don't think it was a secret who really wore the pants. Ancestors, I was going to be such a yes dear kind of husband. But that didn't bother me. Anything to make her happy. Just before we got to the river, we found Luana waiting for us. She was wearing a white deerskin dress that tied around one shoulder, a feather in her hair, and no shoes on her feet. Stevie was with her, but instead of her dress matching Ezra's, it was made in a totally different design. I didn't get what was going on. Why didn't Mom give the dress to Stevie instead of Sophia? But I figured Stevie and Ezra weren't engaged yet, and Sophia and I were, so the rules were a little different. Luana signed a hello, welcoming us to the ceremony. Her smile was genuine when it hit our eyes, even when she looked at Imogen, though Im's gaze darted away. Luana led the way, and the trees parted as we came to a rocky bed underneath the span of a great mountain. The river directly across from us was at least 20 feet wide. It ran along the edge of a huge cliff and twisted behind a large rock face. The entire Tawakwa tribe, or what was left of it, was gathered around the area. Hundreds of people had their eyes on Ezra as he approached the river. Bane was waiting by the water. He wore plain deerskin clothes and held a wooden staff in his hand. The staff had the Tawakwa symbol carved into the top of it, and beads and feathers were wrapped around the top of it. Bane would be standing in place for my father today. This was the last thing he had to do before he set out on another expedition. Seeing the staff made me cringe. It had been my father's staff, and his father before him, and so on. The staff was hundreds of years old and had been passed down from son to son for generations. Bane had rescued it from Serpent Assembly before he left Kinpago. All of this was a harsh reminder that Dad wasn't here. He was supposed to pass the chiefhood on to Ezra. It was how it always had been done, but since Dad had died before Ezra had graduated Orenda Academy, someone needed to take up the role in his place. As we came near the water, leather drums began beating a sacred song. I watched as my mother placed incense on a stone altar near the water. Cade and Christian held on to Jackson, though their eyes were focused on me. Sophia's family gave us a polite nod. Sophia, Imogen, Jonah, Luana, and Stevie stood back as Ezra and I proceeded toward the river. Diami and Julian remained close to us. As the drums kept beating, Bane raised his voice. I bring forth the son of the Water Chief. Today, we ask the ancestors to accept his leadership and guide his soul as it ascends to a higher purpose, Bane spoke. He gestured to me. I reached for the bowl of green war paint on the altar and smudged it under Ezra's eyes carefully before I smeared it on Diami's feathers, then stepped back. Green was a symbol of new beginnings for the tribe, and with the arrival of the new chief, it meant a fresh start for all of us. Ezra had gone completely white. Diami had an intense look that obviously signified he wasn't done speaking. And with every silent word, Ezra got paler and paler. I worried he was going to be sick. Come on, bro. Don't back out now. Not that he could. There were several qualities that made a great chief, and they were personified by the ceremony. Once the ceremony began, the contender could not speak, as silence showed you were willing to listen to your people and the ancestors. Ezra couldn't talk from this moment on, otherwise it'd break the entire ceremony. A chieftain is always strong and brave in times of danger. The son of the chief will now prove his strength and courage by demonstrating the power of his magic, Bane said. Ezra swallowed. Diami let out a cry as Ezra walked into the water, the river coursing up to his knees. As the river rushed past, Ezra raised his arms and water began rising in 2 columns beside him. There were several parts to the ceremony, and each one was difficult. Ezra had to prove that he had stronger water magic than anyone else and make the formation of the Lizla at Samun, the rising eagle, to show that he was worthy of leadership. It was magic only chiefs could perform. If Ezra failed this part of the ceremony, it'd end before we even began. Ezra's face contorted as he attempted to perform the spell. He was struggling, but I didn't know if it was with the water. It seemed more like he was fighting himself. The columns grew, but they didn't merge together like they were supposed to. The magic seemed weak and frail. Fuck, he wasn't going to be able to do it. My heart swelled with hope as the 2 columns began inching toward each other. Maybe this could work. Maybe Ezra could pull this off. Then Diami let out another coo, and it was like his whole face changed. Ezra glanced back at Stevie. She gave him a kind smile before she mouthed, "It's okay." With that permission from Stevie, Ezra dropped his arms. The 2 columns crashed back into the river, sloshing water on shore. Whispers and noises of shock broke out amongst the tribe. I was so stunned, it felt like my heart had stopped. The drums halted completely. The sound was so abrupt, it shook me to my very being. Ezra stared at his reflection in the river for a few moments before he shook his head. As the crowd gasped, Ezra ducked his hand into the water and washed the green paint away. Diami scrambled into the water. Ezra furiously washed the green paint off his feathers as if he couldn't stand to look at it. Bane didn't know what the hell was going on. I forfeit, Ezra said, and the tribe broke out into panicked cries. I forfeit the chiefhood. This isn't where I belong. My stomach bottomed out. I literally felt sick. It was almost like he'd failed the ceremony on purpose. Ezra, I said in a strained voice. What was going to happen now? If Ezra wasn't going to be chief, who would? Maddie was gone, and she couldn't be a chiefess anyway, as she was already a Natarai. Cade and Christian were too young. We were in the middle of a war. The Tawakwa tribe needed a leader now. My little brother walked on shore. He had eyes only for me as he clapped a hand on my shoulder and spoke. It's always been you, brother. Ezra reached out and took the green paint from the altar. He held it up to me as if asking if I was ready. Wait, was he suggesting what I think he was? I took a step back and shook my head. No, I can't do this. I'm not worthy. The tribe rejected me years ago. This is your right. You're firstborn, Ezra said firmly, compassion melting from every word. This is what you've been preparing for your whole life, and you know damn well I'd follow you anywhere. Discontented murmurs broke out amongst the tribe. Bane stood there with his mouth hanging open. Most people mirrored him. Mom, though, only wore a gentle smile. Out of all the people in the Tawakwa tribe, my mother was the only person who didn't seem surprised. My thoughts flickered to Sophia's dress, and I realized my mother's intuition had predicted this all along. Ez, you've got to... Liam, Ezra shrugged and smiled. You know this isn't me. He was so right. This wasn't what he wanted for himself. But this is always what you've wanted, a small voice I hadn't let speak for a long while whispered. It felt so good to listen to. A part of me wanted Ezra to reverse all this, go straight back in the river and try again. But he couldn't. He'd already broken the ceremony pact by speaking. He wouldn't be accepted as chief now. It was already too late. Ezra shook his head. I wouldn't be a good leader. I can't put everyone ahead of myself. He laid a hand on my chest. But you can. It's what you've always done. You deserve to be chief, and our people deserve someone like you. My mind was working overtime. Dad had taken the chiefhood away from me, but I could get it back. There were no water elders here to stop me. I could make a council of my own. Yet how could I? I didn't have a familiar. Without one, I couldn't complete the ceremony. A growl at my side answered that for me. Julian could stand in for Neshoma. I had a companion now. But would it be enough for the ancestors to accept me? My eyes searched the crowd until I found Sophia. She came forward without me even having to ask. Esses chirped loudly, like he was insistent I hurry up and do it already. Imogen and Jonah's expressions seemed unsure, but not Sophia's. She had that fiery look about her that I loved, the one she always got when we were about to do something that was meant to be. Do you think this is the right thing to do? I asked Sophia. She was going to be my wife. I valued her opinion more than anyone else's here. I can't give you the answer. You have to feel it in your heart, Sophia replied. If this is what you want, you need to accept your fate. Don't do it because you think the tribe needs you. Do it for you, because you want this. Because I know more than anyone this was your first love in life. Your people. I swallowed down a lump of nerves. I'm not sure I'm strong enough. We were talking about the entire tribe here. I didn't know if I had the capability to lead them during a war, to be responsible for everyone like that. You can't take a leap of faith if you have a parachute, Sophia said kindly. This is your destiny, Liam. The only thing you can do is trust and jump. She always knew the perfect thing to say. I faced the Tawakwa tribe. As I scanned the various faces, I caught sight of so many people I knew. These people had jeered and hated me after Neshoma's death. I had faced nothing but shame and dishonor from them over the past 2 years. Could they really accept me as their chief? I won't do this unless it's with the blessing of the tribe, I announced. I don't want to lead people who feel like they have to follow me out of obligation. I want to lead those who've decided I've earned the right to. Mom came forward. I think we all agree that you've long past earned your place, she said softly. This is your birthright. We will be behind you all the way. Katie and Christian clapped, while Jackson gave a yawn. Well, at least he didn't care either way. I waited anxiously for someone to speak up, but no one did. No one would go against the widow of the former chieftain. Their silence was all the confirmation I needed. It said they'd be willing to follow me, no matter the consequences. Everyone was waiting on me. Shit, it was making me anxious. My mind scrambled as I wondered what to do, but there was only one clear answer. Could have used a bit more preparation. Like we ever did anything unless it was last minute. Fuck it. Here goes nothing. I nodded to Bane, who had the proudest look on his face. He placed a hand on my shoulder, like Ezra had done, and squeezed it tightly as a father would. "It is time." Bane bowed his head, and the drum started up again. I turned to Ezra, and he applied the green paint to my face. He smeared it across Julian's scales, and the red dragon chortled like this was his personal day as we strode toward the water together. Now that the green paint had been applied, I had to be silent until the ceremony's end. I took a deep breath, and my hands circled the water. 2 columns rose, just like Ezra's, but this time the water twisted together as it met in an arch above me. I could hear gasps as I shaped the water to my command. Julian watched, his scales sparkling as the spray hit his scales. The water twisted into multiple different strands, hundreds of them that I had to keep aloft, all at the same time. Yet this was easy for me. It was like something I was meant to do all my life. Twisting the strands together in a difficult pattern was just like basket weaving. Bewildered shouts grew behind me as I shaped the water to create a dynamic, beautiful portrait of an eagle spreading its wings wide. The portrait was 50 feet long and just as high. I moved the water so that it looked like the eagle was flying, moving its wings in flight, and the astonished cries grew louder. The water rushed through the multiple avenues I created, making the eagle look alive. I only dropped the eagle back into the river when my arms were burning and I couldn't hold it up anymore. As I walked onto shore, the Tawakwa tribe stood back in awe, like they couldn't believe I'd pulled it off. Even my friends seemed impressed. Not Sophia. Her look was nearly gloating as she watched me proceed to the altar. It was like she couldn't wait to rub it in everyone's faces that they were wrong about me. You know, I really loved that she was Coigny. I stopped at the altar and picked up a knife. "A chief is always generous. He is a servant above all other things, and is willing to lay his life down for the tribe," Bane continued. "The firstborn of the chief will show his compassion by bleeding freely for his people." Sophia winced as I cut my hand with the knife, but I barely felt it. I knelt down and cut the bottom of Julian's paw. I worried I would hurt him, but the dragon acted like he didn't care at all. I then turned toward the face of the mountain. Back home, we had a rock wall where all the chiefs of the past had placed their bloody palms and left a mark. There was no such thing here, so I left my handprint on the side of the mountain instead. Julian placed his cut paw on the rock and placed a mark beside me, chortling in a pleased way. "A chief is always faithful. He listens to the ancestors and accepts their guidance as he leads the people of the tribe into a new life," Bane continued. He stepped away from the altar, giving me full access. Ezra stood back. Not far enough away he was removed, but close enough I could feel his encouraging presence cheering me on. Shit. This was the fucking part I was most worried about. I'd been rejecting the ancestors for the past few months. I'd said horrible things about them and doubted my faith. I'd all but hated them, cursed their names, and now I was asking for approval from them to lead the Tawakwa tribe. This is where my big mouth gets me. Never say never, Liam. I still didn't know if I was ready to forgive them for my dad's death and for putting the people I loved through so much pain. But the time for that was past. If I was going to become chief, become chief, what the fuck? I had to make amends with the ancestors for everything that happened, and for my past mistakes. Julian laid a paw on my shoe and made a low song in his throat. I decided to pull myself together and show the world I still had balls. I used flint to light the incense, then called upon my magic to guide a stream of water into an empty bowl beside it. The beating of the drums grew louder, and singing voices appealing to the ancestors swelled around us. While the embers were burning, I grabbed tightly onto them and tossed them into the air. The sky lit up. The sunset became more vibrant and altered into a painting of red, orange, and yellow. Every familiar from every water chief that had ever lived danced through the sky, their deep voices crashing through the twilight as eagles, bears, wolves, deer, bison, turtles, and fish came down from the heavens and upon the earth. The colors bled through the clouds as the familiars touched upon the ground. As their forms hit earth, they changed. In their place appeared a line of men. The line trailed down the river in both directions as far as the eye could see and was endless. Each of the chieftains were adorned in traditional Tawakwa clothing and gazed at me with stoic expressions I couldn't read. Each of the spirits were transparent, like ghosts, though their outlines clearly shone as the rushing water shimmered against their forms. The ancestral chieftain standing closest to me was my father. He was only a few feet away, the water rising to his ankles. It was a complete shock seeing him as an ancestor and not as I remembered. He remained expressionless like all the other chieftains, but at his appearance I felt my face drain of color and tears rise to my eyes. Standing beside him was my grandfather. Both had been such great chiefs. How could I ever hope to be as great as them? Moments passed, and the singing went on as the line of chieftains stared me down. My throat became raw, and a tightness pressed down on my chest as I struggled to breathe. My hands almost shook as I stared them down. This was it. Either they'd accept me, or they'd turn their backs on me and reject my claim. There was nothing else I could do in this moment to prove myself. They were going over the choices I'd made in my life. If they weren't good enough, if I wasn't a good enough choice, all this was over. An animal broke its way through the line of chiefs. He floated through the spirits and drifted over the river until he came upon a rock that inclined over the water. The noble black wolf held himself high, where his gaze connected with mine and made my knees go weak. All the chieftains looked to Neshoma as if waiting for his answer. Neshoma tilted his head downward in a gesture that told me I'd finally accepted who I was. It was at that moment rain began pouring from the sky, coming down in waves, soaking my clothes. And as he bowed, the line of chieftains did as well. They bent slightly and dipped their heads as if greeting an equal, welcoming someone worthy of their ranks. My dad and grandfather both nodded, and as they did so, the chieftains changed back into their familiar forms. The music ended as the ancestors vanished, taking the colors with them, and any doubt I had that this wasn't what I'd been born to do. The rain continued to fall down in a torrent. As the ceremony ended, I turned around slowly. This was a dream or something. It couldn't be real. Bane offered my father's staff to me. I took it. As I gripped it tightly in my hand, I felt a warmth flood through me I couldn't explain. It was like all the wisdom the ancestral Tawakwa chiefs had flowed into me in this moment. I had finally become one of them. The faces that gazed back at me were full of reverence and respect. "We welcome Chief Maito!" Ezra shouted, and he knelt to one knee. Bane followed his lead. Mom got down on one knee, and Cade and Christian whispered in excitement as they went to bow. The crowd behind them kneeled in unison. Hundreds of Tawakwa got to one knee and bowed their heads, echoing Ezra's chant. The familiars they were with, no matter how big, also bowed alongside their elementi. Imogen knelt. She slapped Jonah's leg, who seemed like he couldn't believe it. When Imogen smacked him again, he snapped out of it and quickly knelt. As Chief Maito rang out over and over, something hit me. They weren't talking about my father. They were talking about me. Holy shit. I'd actually done it. I was chief. All these people were bowing to me. Julian growled pleasantly, like everyone was sucking up to him personally. My eyes caught Sophia's. She gave a gentle smile. Essus had jumped to the ground and prostrated himself out flat on his face like he was worshipping some kind of king. Sophia knelt down, but instead of going down on one knee, she took two. She sat back on her feet and placed her hands in her lap, tilting her head downward so that it looked like she was praying. Her offering seemed so intimate and humble. Even though there were hundreds of people here, what Sophia had done seemed reserved just for us. I walked to her and held out my hand. She took it and gracefully got to her feet as the cheers died down. People rose to their full height. I took a breath. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I needed to say something. "I know I'm not the chief you expected," I cried out over the sound of the downpour. "But I hope that I will become the chief you deserve." A roar of praise and applause went up amongst the tribe, and I pulled Sophia close. Through the raindrops coating her eyelashes, she looked at me in a way she never had before. I'd achieved my dream. Everything I'd ever wanted was right here in my grasp. I was no longer a boy. I was Chief Maito, and this was a new beginning. For all of us.
Chapter 10. Sophia. Liam, a chief. I'd be damned if I didn't think that was sexy as hell. Over a week had passed since his chiefhood ceremony, and I still got tears in my eyes every time I thought about it. It was so beautiful and touching. And that hot-as-hell Tawakwa chief, he was mine. I stirred awake on Sunday morning. A beam of sunlight shone through the window and landed on my face. I could feel the warm weight of Essus curled up on my belly. Julian had gotten too big for the bed and slept on his own bed in the corner of the room now. I reached over for Liam, but he wasn't there. My eyes shot open, only to see Liam's face above my own. He sat on the edge of the bed, beaming down at me. I gave a start, but I quickly relaxed. I reached out and ran my fingers across his arm. "What is it, Chief Maito?" I asked. A light smile touched my lips when I called him that. He insisted I keep calling him Liam, but something about referring to him as Chief turned me on.
Don't you know what day it is, Pawi?
I tilted my head to the side. Sunday? Liam smirked.
Yes, but it's also June 21st.
Already? I asked. I had forgotten. Liam held up a cupcake. It was decorated with white frosting, and a red and blue candle burned in the center.
Happy birthday, Pawi.
I set Essus aside on the bed and pushed myself to a sitting position. "It's your birthday, too," I reminded him. Liam shrugged.
Doesn't mean I can't treat you. What are you going to wish for?
"I can't tell you," I teased. "Then it won't come true." Liam gazed at me dreamily.
I know what I wish for.
I pressed my hands over my ears. "Don't tell me!" Liam chuckled.
I won't.
I dropped my hands into my lap. "Will you blow it out with me?"
But it's your cupcake,
he argued. A smile spread across my face. Our cupcake. Liam hesitated a moment, then said,
our cupcake.
Together, we leaned forward and we blew out the candle together. I got a warm and fuzzy feeling when we did. We did everything together these days. Liam pulled the candle out of the cupcake and licked the frosting off the bottom.
Just so you're prepared, Jonah's been planning us a party.
Ancestors, I groaned. He wanted to throw you a bachelor party complete with dick suckers and male strippers, right? Liam chuckled.
Sounds about right.
What about Imogen? I asked. Liam bit into the cupcake before offering it to me. I took a bite as he said,
She seems to be coming around.
Party planning is a good distraction for her, I said. Liam and I didn't need a birthday party, but if it put Imogen and Jonah back on good terms, I was all for it. When I got out of bed, the house was quiet. Imogen and Jonah were both gone with their familiars, but there was a whole feast laid out on the table. Esses scrambled up the chair and sat on the booster seat we'd got him. He started digging into bacon and eggs immediately. Julian tried to wedge himself into a chair, but he was getting too big. I turned to Liam. Did you do this? He took my hand.
I might have had some help from Imogen. The good news is we have the house to ourselves all morning.
I smirked and wiggled my eyebrows. That is very good news, Chief Mito. Liam groaned.
Can we stop it with the chief thing?
I shrugged. You're going to have to get used to it eventually, Chief. Liam pulled out a chair and offered it to me, but I didn't sit down. Instead, I stepped up close to him, so our chests were only inches apart. I stood on my toes and pressed my lips to his. Warmth pooled in my belly as his ocean scent surrounded me. Liam parted his lips and my tongue grazed across his bottom lip. I reached up and wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my full breasts against his chest. Liam's hands trailed down to my ass and he squeezed. My panties suddenly became very wet. Liam drew away and took a deep breath, like he'd been holding it for the last minute.
Aren't you going to eat?
My eyes trailed down his torso. Even with a t-shirt on, I could see the definition in his muscles. I was hoping something else was on the menu.
Soph, the food's going to get cold,
Liam insisted. I glanced at Esses, who was scarfing down bacon like it was candy. My stomach twisted at the thought of all that grease, and suddenly I wasn't very hungry at all. Meat was disgusting to me lately. The smell of it always made me nauseous. Esses has that covered, I said.
But I worked hard on this,
Liam protested. I snickered as I pressed my lips to the corner of his jaw. Liar, Imogen did it. Are you really choosing food over sex right now? Liam stilled.
Fuck, when you put it that way.
Liam swooped me into his arms and pressed his lips passionately against mine. After lying in bed for a while, Liam turned to the clock and said,
We should probably get going. We don't want to be late for our own party.
They can wait for us. Come back to bed, I protested, as Liam started to get up. Liam rolled over and kissed me, but he gave a half-hearted groan at the same time.
Soph, I don't know how much I have left in me.
I wiggled my eyebrows. That's what I'm here for.
No, like, literally,
Liam said.
I don't have any left in me.
I frowned. Fine. Can we at least fool around in the shower?
Geez, what's with you, you horn dog?
Liam teased, poking me in the side. I shrugged. I just really love you. Liam kissed my nose.
I really love you too, Pawi. I think after that it's pretty clear.
I snickered. I'm just saying, in case it wasn't. Liam sat up and threw the pillow at my face.
Let's get you a shower. A cold shower.
I grumbled as I got out of bed. I was totally horny lately. It was like no matter how much we had sex, I was never satisfied. Liam and I showered, dressed, and ate a cold breakfast before heading down to the beach with our familiars. It was a beautiful day, and I was dressed in a pretty, flowing sundress. Liam and I walked hand in hand through the magical streets of Hokavale. For once, it felt as if nothing bad could touch us. When we got to the beach, there was a big happy birthday sign hung from the porch of Haloki's house. Jonah and Ezra were playing beach volleyball with their familiars, while Stevie and Luana sat on the sidelines. They were only half paying attention to the game. The rest of their attention was on the crystals in front of them. It looked as if Luana was trying to teach Stevie a little about transference. Amelia and Trace were splashing in the water with Christian and Cade. My parents and Haloki sat at one of the picnic tables and chatted, while Jackson played at their feet. Imogen lay on a beach chair. She wore big sunglasses and looked like she might be sleeping, except she was stroking Sassy's fur at her side. Cade was at the grill, and Arabelle eyed the beef patties with interest. Essus smelled the scent of cooking meat and tried to jump out of my hands, but I held him back. "Hold on," I whispered, ducking back around the corner of the house before anyone saw us.
What's wrong?
Liam asked as I put Essus in his arms. "Nothing," I said with an evil grin. "I'm going to have some fun first." I felt when I turned invisible, because the warmth of the sunlight bent around me. Liam peeked around the corner of the house and snickered as he watched my footsteps in the sand.
5-4 serving,
Jonah announced. He threw the volleyball in the air and served it over to Ezra's side. Ezra bumped it back to Jonah's side, and Jonah sprinted toward it. I stuck my foot out in front of him, and he face-planted into the sand. The volleyball bounced a few feet in front of him, and squeaks ruffled her feathers. She shot him a glare as if to blame him for missing the ball. Jonah jumped to his feet and dusted off his shirt, then cleared his throat.
I meant to do that.
Ezra rolled his eyes.
Sure you did.
Meanwhile, Stevie was clutching her stomach and laughing from the sidelines. Luana held her hand over her mouth, but her shoulders shook in laughter.
5-5 serving,
Ezra announced. While the ball soared over to Jonah's side, I ducked under the net and stood on Ezra's side. Jonah bumped the ball to Squeaks, who hit it over the net with her head. Diami hit the ball with his wing, and it bounced off the net and back toward Ezra. Ezra dove for it and bumped it up. Then I jumped and spiked it over to Jonah's side. Jonah looked ready, but he was quickly taken off guard when the volleyball picked up speed. It bounced in the sand, and Jonah shot a questioning glance over to Ezra.
What the hell, man?
Jonah demanded.
We said no elements.
Ezra shot him a confused look.
Hey, I'm not the one with air power.
Jonah pointed to the volleyball.
Then explain that.
He sighed and scanned the volleyball court, looking totally unamused.
All right, Sophia, you can come out now.
I couldn't contain my laughter. I doubled over and became visible again. Liam stepped out from behind the house with our familiars, and all three of them were laughing. Amelia and Trace had stopped in the water to look at us, and they both began laughing as well. Jonah pressed his lips together and flipped me off.
Screw you, Sophia.
It only made me laugh harder. Now, Jonah, we both know neither of us would enjoy that. That got Jonah to crack a smile, though he turned away from me like he wasn't willing to admit the comment amused him. He returned to the boundary line and announced,
Those last 2 points didn't count. We're back to 5-4 serving.
Ezra groaned, but agreed. I glanced to Amelia, but she looked like she was having fun showing Christian and Cade magical tricks in the water. I turned to my friends and was about to sit by Stevie and Luana when I saw that Imogen hadn't even noticed us joking around. I wondered if she was in one of her moods again. If so, I'd only make things worse by sitting by Luana. I didn't get why Imogen didn't like her. Luana patted the sand beside her to invite me over, but I signed that I was going to sit by Imogen. She nodded in understanding. I lay down on the chair beside Imogen. We faced the volleyball game, so I could watch as Essis and Julian joined. Poor Essis was going to get crushed by that volleyball, but I'd given up on trying to stop him from playing sports, as he was always so insistent about it. Liam left our familiars at the volleyball court and went to talk to his mom. Seeing him play with Jackson in the sand just about made my uterus cheer. I could have jumped him right there on the beach if his family weren't watching. Usually, it upset me to see Liam with a baby. It reminded me of all we'd never have. But my perspective had changed lately, and I enjoyed watching him with his baby brother. It was all too adorable. I turned to Imogen and nudged her in the shoulder. "Hey, Im." Imogen startled. She sat straight up and lifted her sunglasses to her head. I expected her to look all grumpy and down, like usual, but her eyes lit up when she saw me. "Sophia, when did you get here?" she squealed, looking thrilled to see me. It was such a change from her usual mood lately that it caught me off guard. A party must have put her in the right state of mind. "Just now," I said. "You didn't see me messing with Jonah?" She shook her head. "I must have dozed off, but you're here! Happy birthday!" Imogen reached over and drew me into a hug. I held on a little longer than normal because it felt nice to hug her again. Imogen drew away. "So, what have you been up to lately? I feel like we haven't talked in ages." "No, because you've been shutting me out." I shrugged. Same old, same old. Luana and I have been working on shields, light, and invisibility. I'm starting to understand the transference technique better, but I haven't done it yet. Imogen scoffed and lay back on her chair, covering her eyes with her sunglasses again. "Please, I bet she's not even that good at it." My stomach sank. Okay, so maybe Imogen wasn't in the bright mood I thought she was. "Lay off her, okay?" I demanded. "She's helping me get better so we have a chance when we go up against the elders." "Whatever," Imogen said. My mouth hung open. What the hell? I was about to say something when Cade's voice sounded over the beach. "Food's done!" I wasn't very hungry, but at least it gave me an excuse to walk away from Imogen. She was kind of being a bitch. I didn't get her lately. "Oh, food!" Imogen said brightly, like she hadn't even noticed her weird behavior. "I'm starved." Imogen went on ahead of me, and I followed behind her to the 4 picnic tables set up by the grill. Liam and I sat by each other while everyone scrambled to take a seat. The familiars sat off to the side, where there was food laid out on a long table for them. Amelia plopped down next to me and threw an arm around my shoulder. "Happy birthday, sister!" I complained, shrugging her off of me. "You're all wet!" She looked to Trace across the table and wiggled her eyebrows. "I will be later." Trace turned bright pink. I slapped her in the shoulder. "There are children here!" She glanced around, but Christian and Cade were seated a few tables down. They didn't hear. "Donuts, anyone?" Jonah asked, holding out a box of donuts to everyone. Liam and I had just eaten breakfast, but those frosted donuts looked delicious. "I'll have one," I said. Jonah held the box out to me, and I took a long one covered in white frosting. I bit into it, and I started gagging. A fatty, rotten taste filled my mouth. I spit the bite out in the sand. Liam rushed to pour me a glass of lemonade, while Jonah doubled over laughing so hard he couldn't even breathe. "What the fuck is in that, Jonah?" I demanded, while I wiped my lips with a napkin.
Jonah gasped. Mayonnaise!
"You're pure evil!" I threw my donut at Jonah's face, and it smashed straight into his mouth and exploded. Mayonnaise coated his beard. He stopped dead in his tracks, but everyone else burst into a fit of laughter. Jonah reached for the napkins.
I try, babykins, I try.
Settle down, Haloki insisted gently. She looked better than she had at the funeral, but still, I worried about her. She wasn't back to her old self yet, and I wasn't sure she would ever be. Liam, would you do the honors of saying the prayer? Jonah sat beside Imogen. Everyone bowed their heads and reached out to hold hands. I was a bit nervous. The last time we'd asked Liam to pray, he'd totally freaked out on us. But the chiefhood ceremony must have changed him, because he recited the prayer without complaint.
Ancestors,
Liam said,
we thank you for this beautiful day with our friends and family. Bless this food and keep us safe. Akote et veni.
Akote et veni, everyone repeated. I was secretly relieved. Liam must have made his amends with the ancestors. I was happy about that. His faith meant a lot to him. I couldn't imagine him without it, honestly. I squeezed Liam's hand from under the table because I could tell he was nervous leading the prayer.
I didn't know what to say,
he whispered under his breath.
It was usually my dad's job.
You did fine, I assured him. It got really quiet as people started to dig into their food. The tables were full of endless options. Some were traditional Hawkeye foods like corn and beans, along with a sweet fry bread for dessert. Others were the usual summer cookout dishes I remembered from home, like hamburgers and potato salad. Liam, of course, went straight for the fry bread. I nibbled on things here and there, but I was more focused on listening to the light chatter around me. It felt really nice to have all my friends and family in one place on such a lovely day.
Hey, Jonah,
Liam said when he finished his first piece of fry bread.
Where's Jake today?
Jonah's shoulders slumped from across the table.
Running late. He has some work to do.
Imogen nudged him in the elbow. Somebody's disappointed, she teased. Jonah shot a glance around the tables.
Announce it to the world, why don't you?
He mumbled under his breath. The next table over, Luana signed to him, and Jonah burst into laughter. He'd been picking up what he could so he could communicate with her. Imogen's eyes darkened. What did she say? Jonah patted Imogen on the shoulder.
Nothing, babykins. She just says you're right.
Imogen poked at her food and covered the side of her face with her hand so Luana couldn't read her lips. She mumbled under her breath, Well, fuck you. Jonah laughed, but it was nervous laughter. We all got kind of uncomfortable after that. Luckily, we were saved by Jake. He rounded the house and pulled up a chair at our picnic table, while Sabor pranced off to the familiars table.
I hope I'm not too late,
Jake said.
I'm starving.
Jonah rested his chin on his fist and gazed dreamily at Jake.
Trouble at work, boo?
Jake sighed.
All I ask is for 1 day off.
What's wrong? I asked. Jake began piling his plate high and took 2 hamburgers to start.
Oh, come on. I don't want to trouble you guys on your birthday.
What if we can help? I offered. Jake lifted his gaze from his food and frowned at me.
Can you help with a drug problem?
Liam's brow furrowed.
There's a drug problem in Hokavale? How could anyone living here turn to drugs? This is Peaceful Valley.
Imogen gave Liam this look of total unamusement. You're forgetting the shit half the people living here have gone through. There are a lot of refugees who've gone through hell and back who want some kind of escape.
True,
Liam admitted.
how bad is it?
Jake bit into one of his burgers. He got ketchup on the side of his face. He wiped it with a napkin, but Jonah looked at him like he wanted to lick it off himself. Ancestors! Could he be more obvious?
Well, we don't know where it's coming from, exactly,
Jake said.
so someone has to be trading with them. We don't know who, and it's starting to become a real problem among my soldiers.
Problem how? I asked. Jake took another bite. Then he glanced at Haloki and the kids, and he lowered his voice so only those of us at our table could hear.
A couple of the privates started on it because it boosts their powers for a while. They thought it might help us go up against the elders, but they didn't tell me about it. I only noticed when they started getting irritable and aggressive toward each other.
It can't be all bad, Imogen argued. I mean, if it boosts their magic, maybe it's good. And it's not like anyone has died from it, right? Jake shot her a dark look, as if she couldn't even begin to understand how dangerous it was.
Not yet. But like most drugs, overdoses are possible. People have died. Black ivy, or nightshade, as it's called on the streets, isn't the Hail Mary it's been made out to be. I can't have my soldiers fighting amongst themselves. And the withdrawals are even worse.
What withdrawals? Imogen asked curiously.
It screws with your magic, big time,
Jake explained.
Makes it super addicting. I'm starting a whole rehab program to get my privates off the damn thing. Problem is, none of them will tell me how it's getting into Hokivale. We'll help you any way we can,
Jonah offered. Jake sighed.
Thanks, but I'd like one day to forget I'm a commander. Can we relax?
No sooner had Jake said it than Luana gasped. It was so abrupt that everyone stopped to turn to her. She'd totally frozen up, though her lips quivered. I jumped out of my seat and rushed over to her. I signed to her, but she didn't react, so I took her by the shoulders and shook her. "What's wrong?" I demanded. Her eyes glazed over, and for a second, I thought she might be choking. Sierra fluttered over and landed on Luana's shoulder. That snapped her back to attention. She started signing to me so quickly that I could barely make out what she was saying. "Someone's trying to get through my protection shield." Terror was written all across her face. "The elders?" I asked. She shook her head. "I don't think so. There aren't that many." My heart hammered. "How many?" 8, Luana answered. Shit. It wasn't exactly an army, but if 8 Deforti knew where we were, there had to be more coming. "What's going on?" Amelia demanded. Jake answered for her.
She says someone's trying to get through her shield.
"Fuck them!" Jonah jumped out of his chair. "We can face the bastards!" He lifted his hands to the sky, and storm clouds started rolling in. "Jonah, wait!" I cried. "Let her finish!" "Any familiars?" I asked her. "Yes," Luana said. 4 elementi, 4 familiars." I didn't know how she knew all that, but she must have sensed their magic against her shield. "Can you tell which kind?" I asked. "All coigni," she answered. "A dragon, chimera, basilisk, and a kirin?" I gasped, and my heart pummeled against my ribcage. "What?" Imogen demanded. "What's she saying? Someone translate!" I ignored her. My hands shook fiercely as I signed to Luana. "Let them in." "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yes!" I'd never been more certain. "They're my friends." Luana's eyes went wide. "They're a mile down the beach." I took off running in the direction Luana pointed. I was mixed with so many emotions that I forgot to explain to everyone else what was going on. All I knew was that I didn't have time to waste. Sand kicked up at my heels, and I lost my flip-flops along the way, but I didn't care. "Sophia, wait!" someone shouted from behind me. It could have been anyone. I couldn't tell. My legs protested as I ran faster, and my lungs started to feel heavy. It had been a long time since I'd worked out, and I wasn't in the same shape I was last semester. "Sophia!" someone yelled again. I skidded to a halt in the sand as the shadows of a dragon and chimera came into view. Tears welled in my eyes and spilled over my lids. I was so happy I couldn't contain it. I started waving my arms. "Down here!" I yelled. Amelia caught up to me, and Jonah slowed behind her. Liam, Imogen, Jake, and Luana weren't far behind, along with their familiars. Amelia grabbed my arm and gasped for breath, while Kiwi landed on her shoulder. "Sophia, what in the name of the ancestors is—" Amelia broke off when the dragon and chimera swooped down from the sky. 2 people sat on each of the creatures' backs, along with a smaller familiar with each one. I ran up to the blue dragon. "Vanessa, I can't believe you're here!" I cut off when Vanessa slid off Aisha's side. She barely looked anything like I remembered. Her belly was flat instead of round from pregnancy like the last time I'd seen her. She looked skinnier than I ever remembered, and her eyes were hollow and sunken in. Dirt coated her face, and her clothes were tattered and ruined. I glanced to Bren, Lindsay, and Miranda. They all looked equally worn, like they'd just walked through a blazing inferno to get here. Bren had a huge cut above his eye, and dry blood was crusted in the wound. I gaped at them, and my stomach turned hollow. Several other people came up behind me, but I didn't turn to see who had followed. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "What happened to you guys?" Lindsay slid off Aisha's back and crossed her arms. "The fucking task force happened, but we made it." She came forward to give me a hug, and before I knew it, everyone was embracing. I wrapped Vanessa tight as tears began to stream down my face. Then I hugged Miranda. Liam shook Bren's hand and gave him one of those one-armed hugs guys give, and Jonah did the same. Essus had followed. He approached Bren and bowed to him, like he was asking if it was okay to heal him. So much was happening at once, everyone all talking over one another, that I couldn't take it all in. I drew away from Miranda and wiped my eyes. "Where's the baby?" I asked Vanessa. "I want to meet him." Tears entered Vanessa's eyes, and her bottom lip quivered. It was like an arrow through the heart. I knew without having to ask that something terrible had happened. She barely held back a sob as she spoke. "That's why we're here," Vanessa said softly. She looked fractured, like she was barely holding herself together. "I went into labor during the Battle of Orenda Academy. After I gave birth, the task force found me and took our little Xavier. They're not just taking Bayami kids now. Oleander's taking the children of anyone he considers a threat. We've been trying to get him back, but we've achieved nothing, except almost getting arrested. We need your help." I gasped. Their child was missing? I couldn't imagine anything more terrifying. I froze up so quickly I nearly forgot to answer. Just picturing what they were going through made me sick. "Of course," I answered automatically, snapping back to attention. Lindsay wiped her nose. Everyone had gone silent to listen to their story. "Things are really bad in Kinpago, Sophia. Bayami's basically bending over now that they've taken all the kids." My guts sank. The child camps had haunted me for months now, but it sounded worse than I could ever imagine. "How many children have been contained?" I asked, my voice wavering. Vanessa opened her mouth, but she couldn't find the words. She curled into Bren's chest. 700 at least, Lindsay answered for her. My mouth hung open. Jake had told me we needed further intel to save the children. Intel we didn't have and had to work carefully and patiently to get. It wasn't going to be easy getting Xavier out. I swallowed the lump in my throat. You know I want to help you, but if Xavier's being kept in those camps, we're going to need an army to set him free. Jake stepped forward.
Luckily, you have access to one of those.
Bren eyed Jake up and down, looking curious.
Who are you?
Jake held out his hand.
Jacob Weatherby, Commander-in-Chief of the Resistance.
Bren looked more than happy to shake Jake's hand.
Ah, so you're the one Alric spoke so highly of.
Jake nodded proudly.
The one and only. So, what can you tell me about these camps?
Lindsay and Miranda exchanged a glance, but it was Lindsay who spoke. Well, Miranda and I have been in and out of the camps all summer. Alric's last request for us was to join the task force and go undercover. A lot of kids from Orendo were recruited after the battle, and we've been trying to help the kids as much as we can. Jake looked impressed.
You know the layout?
Miranda smirked. A lot more than that, handsome. Jonah shot her a look that said, hands off. Jake barely noticed.
Well, hello, Intel. Let's see what we can do to save those kids.
Vanessa exchanged a glance with Bren. We just have the one kid. Jake shook his head.
I'm not just talking about Xavier. We're busting them all out.
I hadn't felt more excited and nervous at the same time in all my life. Those kids needed us, and we were finally going to save them. It felt like I was finally living up to what everyone expected of me as the prophesied one. And this time, I wasn't scared. After our friends arrived, we'd all ditched the party and followed Jake into the caves to strategize. My friends and parents had come along. Only Haloki and the kids had stayed behind. Jake had a door at the back of his house that led into a huge cavern I'd never been in before. The ceiling was 50 feet high, and there were doors in all directions, which I guessed were entrances from other high-ranking officers' homes. A metal balcony had been built along the perimeter of the room, which was where we came in. The main part of the cave was down a level. It was set up with long wooden tables, all covered in maps, blueprints, and other documents useful to the Resistance. Several people were there already when we arrived, including Carter and his friend James and their familiars. We should go tonight, I insisted. The sooner the better.
Hold on,
Liam said.
Let's think about this.
I don't care when we go, just tell me what to do, Imogen added.
I'm going to fuck those task force members up,
Jonah promised. Everyone talked at once that I could hardly make out what they were saying.
I just want to be smart about this,
Bren said.
I don't want my son to get hurt.
Lindsay spoke at the same time. I'm ready to take the fucking task force down. Those kids don't have much longer, Miranda added. I'll help any way I can, Amelia said over all of them.
I'm there all the way,
Ezra offered.
Can we calm down and listen to Jake?
My dad insisted. It was weird to see my parents so close to the Resistance. Sometimes I forgot they'd been working with Jake for so long. Essesh shook his fist at everyone, like he wanted to be part of the argument.
Guys,
Jake insisted at the head of the largest table.
Can we just...
Everyone kept on talking at once. Jake's nostrils flared. He obviously wasn't used to being ignored. A loud bang filled the cave when Jake slammed his hand down on the table.
Will everybody shut the fuck up?
The entire cavern stilled. Even Sierra, who was fluttering around above our heads, swooped down onto Luana's shoulder. The brush of her wings through the air was the last sound I heard before it went completely silent. All eyes turned to Jake. He took a deep breath.
Now that I have your attention, I need anyone who's not part of my strategy team or the 4 newcomers to leave. We'll update you all with our plan of action shortly.
But we want to help, Amelia protested. Jake pressed his fingers to his eyes like he couldn't take any more of this today.
You will. But first, I need this place cleared of non-essential personnel.
Trace tugged on Amelia's arm. Imogen stayed put, since she'd been working with Carter for the last few weeks on strategy. Liam and I started to leave, but Jake stopped us.
I need you two to stay,
he said.
But we're not strategy,
Liam replied.
You're a chief, and Sophia's been working on some ideas,
Jake pointed out.
I need both of you.
Liam nodded in understanding.
Then we'll stay.
Half the people cleared out of the room. The rest of us sat at one of the long wooden tables. I sat between Liam and my parents, while Jonah and Imogen sat across from us. Bren, Vanessa, Lindsay, and Miranda took the seats on the end. Jake leaned his knuckles onto the table and took a deep breath.
Carter, bring us up to speed. Where are we at?
Carter grabbed a couple maps off one of the tables and reached over James' shoulder to set them on the table in front of us.
Professor Cheveo's in Kinpago feeding us information,
Carter explained.
But getting inside the camps has been tricky.
Not to mention communication is slow since the Battle of Orenda Academy, my mother added. Carter nodded.
Right. This is what we know so far.
Can I see that? Lindsay asked, and James pushed one of the maps over to her. Jake eyed her curiously.
Are we close?
Lindsay pressed her lips together as she surveyed the map. Miranda peeked over her shoulder. This section is wrong, Miranda said, pointing to a corner of the map. Right, Lindsay agreed. They expanded this section a few weeks ago. They moved the infants to the south to make room for some of the older kids here. And these buildings are switched, Miranda added. The bathhouses are here, and this is the dining hall. Thank the ancestors they're still feeding the kids, Imogen said with a sigh of relief. Lindsay scoffed. If you can call it that. They give them just enough calories to live. And don't get me started on the bathhouses. They're a nightmare.
Okay, I want Lindsay and Miranda over on those tables with Carter, James, and the Henleys,
Jake announced, pointing across the room.
We need your help creating a new, updated map.
As the 6 of them hurried off to start drawing up new maps, Jake turned to me.
Sophia, last time we talked, you had a couple ideas in mind. Let's discuss them.
Maybe we need to restart, I suggested. A lot has changed since I came up with those plans. They say there are at least 700 kids in those camps now. If any part of my plan is going to work, we're going to need to split up into teams. Our distraction is going to have to be massive, and everything else is going to have to move insanely fast if we're going to get out of there. We'll need more than one way out. Jake nodded, looking thoughtful.
You're on the right track, Sophia. You mentioned dragons?
Well, that was my initial idea, I said. But I think we can go bigger than that. You've got your boats, and we have the caves. Jake turned to a chalkboard and started writing down ideas.
Yes, we've discussed all those options.
As Jake began to write more things on his list, Imogen's face grew more and more worried. Hold up! If we get too complicated, we're not going to be able to get in there for at least another week. We need to do this now. I half agreed with her and half didn't. If we went in without a clear plan, we were going to get ourselves and the kids killed. Not to mention doing this would expose ourselves and accelerate the war if anything went wrong. We couldn't screw this up. Jake turned to Imogen.
I thought you were good with strategy.
Imogen's eyebrows shot up. I also want to get these kids out of there.
It's my job to make sure they aren't all killed on the way out, as well as prevent Hokavale from being discovered,
Jake said calmly.
So we're going to do this the right way. Make no mistake, Miss Anild, none of us will rest until we save each and every one of those kids. We leave within the week.
I stood in front of the mirror, frozen. The spirit totem hung from around my neck, and my hair had been pulled into a tight bun at the base of my skull. I'd thought so long about getting those kids out of the camps that I couldn't believe the day was finally here. Essis sat on the vanity and reached out to me. He wore a tiny black jumpsuit and a miniature cap Imogen had sewn for him. He patted my hand with his paw, as if assuring me everything was going to be all right. I had no choice but to believe him. I didn't want Essis coming. I worried about him because he was so small. But we also needed him. He had the power to heal, and something told me we needed as much healing power as we could get tonight. Liam stepped into the room. He wore black cargo pants and a matching t-shirt, just as I did. Julian stood behind Liam, his scales coated in black paint. It was the best way to conceal ourselves in the darkness. Liam stepped up behind me and ran his hands down my arms.
You okay?
I steeled my nerves and turned to him. I will be, once those kids are out. Liam brushed his fingers across the side of my face.
Hey, just think, you get to see Adriel tonight.
My heart leapt at the thought. Adriel had been my foster kid in my parenting class last semester. We'd formed a strong bond, and I missed him terribly. There were a lot of other children in those camps I knew, too. Ones from the group home and others from the daycare at school. I wanted all of them to be safe. I wrapped my arms around Liam and pressed my head against his chest. I don't want to split up. The plan was to have multiple teams. The first were the scouts, who'd already gone ahead. The next was the distraction team, who would get the attention of the guards, while several different extraction teams would sneak into the camps and break the children free. The extraction teams would work on getting the kids out of Kinpago, while the distraction team kept the guards busy and burnt down the camps so they couldn't be used again. Liam had been chosen to lead the Tawakwa soldiers on the distraction team, as he was chief, while I was picked to be on an extraction team, as I was one of the few people who knew some of the children inside the camps. We had planned this so the elders would believe it to be a Bayami protest, therefore keeping Hokavale a secret. It was a good plan, but unfortunately it meant Liam and I needed to separate. Liam sighed.
Pawi, we talked about this. I'm chief now. I have responsibilities. I need to lead the distraction team, and you need to get the kids out. They'll trust you.
I know, I whispered, but I'm going to be worrying about you the whole time. Liam took my hands in his and drew away to look me in the eye.
I'll be thinking about you too, but we'll make it.
I nodded in agreement. We have to. The ancestors didn't get us this far only for us to fail.
Then what are you worried about?
Liam asked. I swallowed. I don't know. I just have this horrible gut feeling.
It's just nerves,
Liam assured me.
You want to do this, right?
Absolutely, I replied without hesitation.
Then you've got to stay strong,
Liam told me.
I know you have it in you, Pawi. Those kids mean so much to you.
They do, I agreed. I'd do anything for them.
Then you have nothing to worry about,
Liam said. I paused for a few moments, letting his words sink in. You're right. I shouldn't worry. I just need to get in, get those kids, and get out. Liam kissed the top of my head.
There's my strong Sophia.
I took a deep, calming breath. I'm ready, Liam. And whatever happens tonight, I love you. He pressed his soft lips to mine, then said,
I love you too, Pawi.
Liam and I joined Jonah, Imogen, and their familiars in the living room, then left to meet up with Jake at the largest cave entrance in the entire valley. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the canyon was cast in shadows. There must have been 100 soldiers at the cave entrance. Some of the soldiers I recognized from Kinpago, like Riley and Trevor. Others were civilians like us who'd been recruited for this particular mission, like Amelia, Trace, and Luca. Bren was all suited up and looked ready to kick some task force ass to get his son back. Vanessa stood beside him, but she was only there to say goodbye. She was too fragile right now to come along. Lindsay and Miranda were at her side, hugging her and assuring her they were going to get Xavier back. Ezra cracked his knuckles, and lightning crackled across Diami's feathers. Stevie was close by, but she'd opted to stay behind at Ezra's request, though I overheard her complaining about not coming along. Luana was ready and would be joining Liam on the distraction team. Cade watched Imogen from a distance, though he didn't say anything to her. They'd be on the same team, despite Imogen's protests. Something told me Cade had pulled a few strings to be with her, so he could make sure she was safe. Jonah ran his hands down Diami's wings and snickered like the lightning tickled him. He gathered a ball of it in his hands and tossed it from one hand to the other.
Oh, yeah, he said proudly. Let's see what the task force thinks of this.
Imogen stood close to Jonah, arguing with her teen brothers, Soren and Roland. You're not coming, she insisted. You're too young.
We want to help, Roland snapped at her. We can fight just as good as you, Soren argued.
You're not even bonded yet, Imogen cried. Do Mom and Dad know you're here? Go home! Soren and Roland didn't budge until Trace stepped in and demanded they return to their parents. I saw my parents next to Amelia and approached them. Liam followed beside me, holding my hand. Hey, you guys, I said softly. Mom turned from Amelia and pulled me into a hug. I thought you weren't coming, I said. Mom drew away. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but it was obvious she was trying not to let it show. We're not. You know we prefer to work behind the scenes. We wanted to say goodbye. Dad wrapped an arm around Mom's shoulder, but he looked to me.
We can't believe you two are doing this. Can't say I ever thought either of you would grow up to join the military.
Really? Amelia teased. I've always been tough, Dad. Mom sniffled. He just means it's dangerous out there. If it were up to us, you wouldn't be going. Well, we are going, I said. Those kids need us. Dad's features softened, and he shared a similar solemn look as Mom did.
We're so proud of you, Sophia. Of both of you.
Amelia chuckled. Please, she's the chosen one. I've done nothing. That's not true, I argued. You got me the totem. She shot me a pointed expression. The ancestors got you the totem. You're going to save those kids too, I pointed out. Amelia smiled proudly. Of course I am.
All right, everyone.
Jake's voice boomed across the crowd.
Let's head out. I'll see you on the other side, Pawi.
Liam squeezed my hand, then kissed me. I said goodbye, and before I knew it, Liam was jumping onto Diami's back with his brother. Julian wasn't big enough to ride yet, but he would fly alongside Diami to fight with us. Several people took to the skies with their familiars that were too big to fit into the caves. There were several dragons, hippogriffs, a chimera, and a thunderbird, along with a few other flying creatures. I had to ask about one of them, and Amelia explained it was a Minokawa. a large dragon-like bird from Filipino lore. The rest of us followed Jake into the caves and didn't stop until the tunnel came to a T. He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a shrill whistle. Moments later, the soft sound of slithering along the cave floor met my ears. I stumbled back a few steps as a huge serpent came into view. It was at least 5 feet in diameter and took up half the tunnel. I couldn't even tell how long it was, as its body stretched deep into the tunnel beyond. It had a long nose and minuscule eyes, like a mole, but a long, thin body and the scales of a snake. It was mostly black and shimmered a dark green in the light of the military's flashlights.
My team will go first in case we run into anything in the caves,
Jake announced.
The rest of you will follow behind. Let's move.
Jake stepped forward and climbed atop the snake's back with ease. He squeezed his knees behind its neck and held onto its scales to stay secure. Several of his men joined him until he gave the signal and the snake took off down the tunnels. It slithered so fast that it was out of sight within a few moments. Once it disappeared down the tunnel, another serpent came forward and stuck its head out of the neighboring tunnel. It waited patiently. I suspected there were plenty of other snakes waiting to haul us all to Kinpago like a subway train. The rest of us climbed atop the snakes. They were tall, but a man in my group helped hoist me up. I thought the snake would feel slippery and unstable, but I straddled it comfortably. Essis settled between my legs and held on tightly. The creature took off. I was surprised by the speed. We moved so fast that strands of hair whipped out behind me, but I never felt like I was going to fall off. It felt like we were moving at least 50 miles an hour. I didn't actually know where Hokavale was in relation to Kinpago, since we'd been knocked out when we got here, but it only took a half hour to get there with the speed of the snakes. When we dismounted the snakes and emerged from the caves, it was dark out. A quarter moon should have been shining above us, but thick clouds had already moved in, blocking out all light from the sky. We split up into several groups on the ground, and everyone moved quietly. I was in a group of about 10 soldiers, led by one of Jake's higher-ranking officials, an older Yapluma guy named Anton. He was accompanied by a boar with leathery wings. Amelia and Trace were the only 2 people I knew in my group, since my friends had been assigned to others. We reached the edge of the trees, and Anton crouched down low. Shadows from the lights in the camps crossed his face as he brought a finger to his lips, signaling us to stay quiet. My guts sank as I scanned the camp. It was tucked into a valley, and we couldn't see Kinpago or the ocean from here. Hundreds of yards of chain-link fence with barbed wire on top surrounded what looked like a military camp. There were dozens of large canvas tents in rows, along with a couple of larger tents that must have been the dining hall and task force headquarters. Several large lights, like those that lit football fields, towered above the perimeter. We could see task force members roaming between the tents carrying Noxite guns. Others stood atop lookout towers that had been twisted out of trees and were obviously built by Navita. The sound of a child's cry could be heard several acres away at the other side of the camps. Car doors slammed in the distance. Then someone said,
Take 'em away!
We all froze as the gates to the camp opened and a military vehicle drove out. Essis clung tightly to my shoulder as his eyes followed the moving Humvee. It passed only 20 yards from where we were hiding in the trees. I noticed the cargo space in the back was piled high with something. At first, I didn't know what it was. I thought maybe it was just garbage, until I saw the shadow of a limp hand hanging out of the back. I threw my hands over my mouth to keep from throwing up. Amelia gasped under her breath and turned to pull my face to her chest. "Don't look, Sophia," she whispered in my ear. But it was too late. All the bodies had already taken shape in the night. Children of all ages lay slumped lifelessly atop one another. One of the precious children's heads was rolled back in my direction. The little girl's pigtails swayed back and forth. Her lifeless eyes were clouded over, but I could have sworn they looked straight at me. Fuck the task force! Fuck the elders! Trace's hands curled into fists. He looked like he was about to stir up some serious Navita magic, but our commanding officer gestured for him to stay put. Amelia kept a tight hold on me, but I couldn't stop shaking. My skin heated in rage. The air around us cooled as the storm rolled in further. Soon lightning crackled across the sky. A light rain trickled down through the trees onto us, and the raindrops sizzled on my skin. Amelia noticed and began controlling the water above us to keep us dry. Inside the gates of the camp, the rain pounded down so hard we could barely see the lights anymore. Task force members shouted to each other through Jonah's storm as they tried to use their elements to calm the wind, but they were no match against the Storm Lord and his army of Yapluma soldiers. Amelia could tell I was losing patience because I was shaking more and more as the seconds ticked by. Essus cracked his fingers from my shoulders and positioned himself to fight. Crack! Lightning split through the sky and connected with the ground inside the camp. The deafening sound of thunder made the ground beneath my feet shake. Through the downpour, we could see the flames as they began licking into the air, consuming the headquarters tent. Task force members began running across the camp to help put out the fire ignited by Jonah's lightning. But with a Coigny team on the other side helping accelerate the flames, it was no use. As soon as the task force members scattered, our commanding officer gave the signal. 2 Yapluma on our team waved their hands, and their air power knocked 2 task force members out of their lookout towers. The lights shining on the camp shattered as debris flew into them. When all task force members were out of sight, we started forward. Once we got to the perimeter of the gates, Trace threw up his hands. A huge mound of earth shot upward beneath the gate, and the metal twisted and groaned under the assault. The earth fell flat back into place a second later, but the gate was still twisted, leaving us a space to duck under and get inside. It seemed that the gates were more about keeping the kids inside than keeping anyone else out, because they weren't particularly strong. The task force couldn't use Noxite chain link, or it'd render their own magic useless. We entered behind a row of tents. We were mostly concealed, but I wasn't naive enough to think we'd gotten rid of all the task force members. My eyes darted both ways, and I noticed a task force member appear from the other side of one of the tents. He saw us immediately and aimed his Noxite gun at us. Amelia reacted instantly. She gathered water from the air and formed it into a ball. It went flying toward the task force member and slammed into him so hard he was knocked out cold. Suddenly, a loud, shrill noise cut through the storm. The sound of an alarm. I could hear the sound of the task force marching through the dirt on the other side of the tents. People began shouting at each other, and the sound of children crying met my ears. "Go, go, go!" Anton shouted. We ran toward the front of the tents to take the task force out. There were 24 task force members on this side of the camps. Everything happened so fast. Elements began flying faster than I could process them. Water swirled upward from puddles on the ground, and whirlwinds whipped through the camps. Trace and other Navita made roots grow from the ground, tripping task force members or holding them in place. Trace slashed his hand through the air, and one of his roots whipped a task force member so hard in the face it knocked his helmet off. Trace's Fennec Fox familiar, Maxwell, jumped forward and sank his teeth into one of the task force member's legs. I heard a woman's voice cry out. The task force fought back just as brutally with their own elements. As Anton used his air power to knock a task force member on his ass, another used earth to throw rocks at Anton's face. Coigny shot fireballs at our team members, but each of them were lucky enough to dodge them. A task force member raised his gun at Amelia, but Kiwi flew forward and knocked the gun out of the guy's hands. Amelia dove into the mud to grab it, then shot the guy in the leg. He cried out in pain before he slumped to the ground unconscious. Across the way, the fire consuming the headquarters tent was so large that the flames must have been at least 50 feet high. A screech came from the skies, and I looked upward to see a sparkling dragon swooping downward. It let out a fiery breath, lighting the dining hall aflame. The earth rumbled beneath our feet, and I froze in place. I didn't know what had happened. All I knew was my body wouldn't let me take another step forward. Essis crawled off my shoulder and grabbed me by the face, bracing his legs against my chest. He slapped me with one of his paws, trying to snap me back to attention. It suddenly occurred to me that I was standing in the middle of a fight without making a single move. Slowly, I raised my hands, just to test them out. I aimed my palms at one of the task force members, but no fire came out. My stomach dropped to my toes and my lips quivered. I felt completely hopeless in that moment. What the hell was wrong with me? I ducked back behind one of the tents where no one could see me. I crouched into a ball, curling my knees to my chest. My throat closed up and I couldn't breathe. I gasped for breath as rain soaked my hair and dripped down my face. I tried to control the light around me to make myself invisible, if just for a moment to recover, but my heart raced so fast I couldn't keep control. My body flickered in and out of view. It felt like I was having a heart attack. Essis shook me again, but I barely felt him. I didn't even realize I was rocking back and forth. All I saw was the swirl of roaring flames in front of my vision. All I heard was the sound of dragons in the sky. Fuck, no, not now! It was the riots all over again. It was the Battle of Orenda Academy. If I moved, I could die. Just as all the people who'd fought before me. A sob bubbled up in my chest as faces of those we'd lost flickered across my vision. Ben, Marcy, Luana, Alric, my grandparents. I had to save those kids. But I just couldn't add another face to the list of the fallen.
Essis chittered and tugged at my hand, yet I'd gone as still as a statue. Every muscle in my body felt like it was made of rock, and I seemed to weigh 600 pounds. Fuck! I thought I could do this! Tears began falling down my cheeks. They felt hot in contrast to the rain. I forced my hand to move, though it had never felt so heavy, and I clutched the spirit totem around my neck. "Ancestors, please!" I cried, squeezing my eyes shut tight. "Help me do this! I don't want to be afraid anymore!" I needed to be brave. My friends thought I was brave. Liam thought I was brave. But I wasn't. I was nothing, because as much as I wanted to, I couldn't move from this spot. I was a total coward.
Sophia,
A gentle male voice said. I gasped as my eyes shot open. No way was that voice real. My grandfather was dead. But there he was, standing in front of me and holding on to my grandmother's hand. The two of them weren't quite solid, and yet they seemed so real I thought I could touch them. They looked down at me with gentle expressions. The rain dropped straight through them. My bottom lip quivered. What the? Am I hallucinating? Grandma shook her head. You asked for our help, Sophia, and we came. Holy shit! Tears streamed down my face harder, but for a different reason this time. I couldn't believe they were here. Essis stilled and turned to them. He bowed reverently, and the two of them bowed back. I miss you so much, I told them.
Sophia, there isn't time.
Grandpa said in a rush.
You must get up and fight.
My whole body shook. I'm trying, but when I get out there, I just freeze. I can't control it. You must, Grandma said. How? I sobbed. Grandpa knelt to my level and looked me straight in the eye.
You must stop fighting against yourself, Sophia. Accept this war and you can end it.
Accept it? I balked. How can I accept what they're doing to these kids? You will find a way, Grandma whispered. For only through acceptance can you stop what's happening. Ignorance and denial will only increase the hate. Find the courage to stand up to it.
Fight, Sophia, and don't look back,
Grandpa encouraged.
You're going to see something that's horrible, but you need to keep going.
Something horrible? What do you mean? I asked, desperation filling my tone. It's time, Grandma said urgently. Go, Sophia, and know that we will always be in your heart. Our spirits are all around you. Then, just like that, they vanished. It was like they hadn't even been there at all. But it also felt like they left something behind. Hope. Accept this war? Stop fighting against myself? What does that even mean? Essus stood on my knees and took my face in his hands again. His fur was soaked and stuck to him, but when I looked into his eyes, there was more clarity there than ever. Essus gave me this look I couldn't explain. It wasn't one of tough love like I was expecting. It wasn't like he was trying to tell me to push past my blocks and pretend they didn't exist. It was a look of compassion. One that said he was by my side no matter what. And that's when it hit me. The trauma would never go away. The riots happened, and I couldn't pretend they were all part of some horrible nightmare. People I loved died at Arenda Academy, and nothing I could do would bring them back. I couldn't rewrite what had happened to me or keep pushing the memories aside. Because the more I pushed, the more the memories pushed back. And that's what kept me from moving forward. And I couldn't keep running away. That would only make the memories worse. I had to summon what courage I had and face them without backing down. I wrapped Essus in my arms and bowed my head, pressing my nose into his wet fur. Horrible, fiery images flickered behind my lids. This time, instead of pushing them out of my mind, I embraced them. I watched the flames burning down the blessing tree in Kinpago Square. I felt the rumble of the earth as the buildings crumbled down around me. I relived the moment of Ben and Marcy's death with reverence. And then I did it all over again with the Arenda Academy battle. Thick smoke filled my lungs, though it was only just a memory. Luana's voice echoed in my ears. Alric's body burned in front of my eyes. My grandparents lay on the forest floor, and the horror of it all came rushing back, gutting me to the very core. But with it came something else. Acceptance. I was a victim of trauma, but I, and only I, got to decide what I did with that trauma. I wasn't going to hide it away anymore. I would let the memories come as they please, and I would cherish that through it all I learned how to be a fighter. It was okay that my grandparents were gone because they were in a better place. They fulfilled the duties they had to the ancestors. It was okay that we were forced out of Arenda Academy because we found the resistance instead. And whatever happened here tonight, it would be okay. Because I was going to save those kids. The sound of the fight came back to me, and children's screams met my ears. I regained control of my body again and leapt to my feet. Essus scurried to my shoulder and pointed forward. I sprinted around the side of the tent to see our team was still fighting task force members, though they'd taken over half of them out. Amelia and Trace were already ushering kids out of one of the tents. A task force member aimed a gun at Anton's familiar, but I threw a force field around the boar, and the Noxite dart dropped out of the air. A solid ball of light shot out of my palm. It slammed into the task force member's chest, and he was blasted backward. I stood there in shock for a moment, unable to believe what I'd just done. My light had solidified enough to make a firm impact, and I hadn't struggled with it at all. I didn't take too long to dwell on it because I had work to do. I turned to the nearest tent, but a task force member jumped in front of me. Before I could use my elements, they flipped their visor up. I stumbled back, surprised to see Mia's eyes staring back at me. "Sophia, it's me!" she said in a rush. My insides flared with rage, and I raised my hand. A ball of light shimmered in it. "Get the fuck out of my way!" Mia's eyebrows knitted together. "You don't understand, Sophia. I want to help. It's the only reason I'm here." I eyed her up and down. I didn't have time for this shit. "You're task force." "I'm also pregnant," she reminded me. "Are you still going to hurt me?" The light in my hand dimmed. I hated Mia with everything I had in me. And yet I couldn't harm a pregnant woman. It went against everything I stood for. "I really do want to help," Mia insisted. "I've been slipping the kids food when I can, and I bring them books and toys to play with when the other task force members aren't looking. I've changed, Sophia. I really have." "You left Micah?" I asked in shock. Mia glanced to her feet and bit her lower lip. No. He's the father of my baby." "Then you haven't changed at all," I snarled. "You're just trying to stall me." "Sophia, I swear," Mia said, but I cut her off. "You really want to help?" I asked. "Then get the fuck out of here, bitch." Mia's eyes shimmered, but I had more important things to do than try to save the bitch who nearly got my fiancé executed. I shoved past her and ducked into the nearest tent. 25 terrified children huddled together in a corner of the tent. I expected to see cots set up for each of them, but there was nothing more than a few blankets thrown on the ground. DeForti didn't even have the decency to provide a canvas floor. The kids had literally been sleeping in the wet grass. I turned my attention to the kids instead. They were all very young, between the ages of 4 and 6. Their hair was caked in dirt and looked like it hadn't been brushed in months. A couple of them had visible bruises on their faces. Most of their clothes were torn, and some were wearing oversized t-shirts that clearly weren't meant for children. The oldest boy stood at the front of the group, his arms spread out like he was protecting the others. "You want them? You'll have to go through me," he said bravely. I rushed over to them and bent to their level. My heart broke as I watched them quiver in fear. "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here to rescue you." "How do we know we can trust you?" the boy demanded. "Sophia?" a young girl squeaked. The children parted to allow a girl to step forward. Though her face was full of dirt and her eyes were sunken in from malnourishment, I recognized her. "Camilla?" I asked. She was from the daycare. "You know her?" the older boy asked Camilla. She nodded. "I know her too," another boy added. He peeked over someone else's shoulder. I realized it was Josiah, another one of the boys I cared for. My guts twisted as more familiar faces came into view. I recognized a couple from the group home as well, but I didn't see Adriel anywhere. He must have been in one of the nearby tents. "You can trust me," I told them. "I'm going to get you out of here." The children didn't need much more explanation than that. They all jumped at the idea of escaping, but I pressed my index finger to my lips. "Shh," I instructed, and they quieted to listen. I looked them straight in the eyes and spoke firmly. There are a lot of you and only one of me. To get out of here safely, I need you to stay quiet, keep close, and follow all of my instructions. Do you understand? They all nodded in unison, except for the oldest boy who hesitated. I turned my attention directly to him. I knew if I didn't get him on board, things could go terribly wrong. "What's your name?" I asked gently. He didn't answer. "You want to get out of here, don't you?" I asked. Slowly, he nodded. "I bet you have family back home you want to get to," I added. He nodded again. "Look, I'm not the task force," I assured him. "I'm a member of a group who stands against the task force. I've sworn myself to do whatever it takes to get you back to your families. So, are you with me?" The boy swallowed. "Will I get to see my mom again?" His eyes watered. All I wanted to do was promise him the best outcome. But I couldn't make a promise I couldn't keep. I didn't know if his mother was dead or alive. "We will try our best," I said. "Then I'm in," he stated. "And I'm Coulter." "Come on, Coulter," I said. "Let's get you somewhere safe." Essis chittered proudly as the children followed behind me. Essis took the back of the group to make sure we didn't lose anyone. I created a force field around us as we exited the tent. Turns out we didn't really need it. The camp was quiet in this corner, as all the task force members had been taken care of. Mia was nowhere to be seen. Anton noticed me leaving with the kids and sent me a thumbs up, then went off to help the rest of our team with the other nearby tents. War continued on the other side of the camp. The flames were so large by now, they must have been consuming other tents. The fire cast shadows across the side of the mountain. A large screech sounded through the air, and I looked up to see a dragon with at least 10 kids on its back spiraling out of the sky. My breath stalled in my chest when I saw a large arrow like a harpoon sticking out of the dragon's chest. It was probably made of noxite, too. None of us had known the task force had these sorts of weapons. The dragon faltered, still beating its wings in an attempt to get away. We didn't have time to stick around and witness the damage. It wasn't something I wanted the kids to remember anyway. "Quickly," I instructed, ushering the kids in the opposite direction. We faced no more task force members when we left. The children and I slunk through the darkness and back through the opening in the gate I'd come through. They followed me through the forest as I led them to the nearest cave opening. The kids moved slowly, but I made sure no one got left behind. I kept scanning the forest, expecting the task force to jump out from behind a tree at any moment. But they never did. We reached the cave opening, and I ushered the kids inside. When I got there, Amelia and Trace, along with several other soldiers from our group, were rounding up kids. Essis crawled back onto my shoulder. 56, 57. Amelia cut off when she saw me enter the caves with my kids. She breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Ancestors, Sophia, you got out! Where's Anton?" "Rounding up another group," I told her. "Good," she said in relief. "He should be here soon. The second he arrives, we're out of here."
"I'm here,"
a voice sounded from behind us. Anton rushed into the cave with his boar familiar at his side. A group of kids followed behind, and 2 other soldiers took up the rear. Anton took a quick look around at the kids and counted up his team.
"Everyone's here. Let's go."
"Everyone?" one of the soldiers balked. "What about Kreshock and Denver?" A shadow crossed Anton's face.
"They didn't make it."
The soldier's head dropped, and Anton started into the cave. "Wait!" I cried, glancing around at the children. I didn't recognize all of them, but there was definitely one familiar face missing. "Where's Adriel?"
"Who?"
Anton asked. He sounded irritated, like he didn't have time to wait around for anyone. Adriel, I cried. My foster kid. He was supposed to be with this group.
Look, we can't go back for just one child, Anton snapped. We have to get these kids out of here.
It was clear he was grieving for his team members, but that wasn't an excuse to leave a kid behind. Adriel has autism, I told him. He could have gotten lost in the woods. He could be confused and alone out there.
We can't go back now, Anton demanded. We're leaving.
Fine, I snapped. You leave, I'm going back. I turned on my heel and stomped toward the cave entrance.
Don't go out there! That's a direct order!
Anton commanded, but I kept walking. Wait, Sophia! Amelia cried. Stay with the kids, Am! I called back to her as I broke into a run. I've got this! Adriel didn't like new people. I feared that if Amelia came with me, it'd scare Adriel off. It was probably why he'd gotten lost in the first place. I hurried off into the trees. Essus jumped off my shoulder, then started swinging through the treetops. He landed in front of me and stopped dead in his tracks. I slowed behind him, listening to the sounds in the woods. I hoped to hear Adriel crying, but I couldn't hear anything over the sound of familiar roars and children's shouts back in the camps. Essus stood on his hind legs and sniffed the air. He pointed to his right, and my heart lifted. He ran so quickly that I could barely keep up with him. He was nothing more than a blur in the forest. I sprinted after him, my heart hammering quickly. Essus stopped abruptly, and I skidded to a halt behind him. He looked over a deep ravine and let out a sad squeak. "What is it, boy?" I asked as I approached. "Is it Adriel?" My words halted on my tongue as I reached the edge of the ravine. My guts felt as if they were trying to force their way out of my throat, and my heart pummeled against my ribcage. It was a ditch carved into the earth, and it was filled with something awful. I saw the bodies first, and then the stench hit my nose. I pinched my nose tightly because the smell was enough to make me puke. The pile of bodies, elementai and familiar, seemed to span forever. I couldn't tell where it ended. There were so many corpses in the pit, so many rotting bodies at various stages of decay. I shouldn't have done it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I had to make sure what I was seeing was real and not just shadows I was making into images in my mind. I lifted my palm, and my Anachi light shone across the ravine. I gasped as lifeless eyes stared up at me. At the top of the massive pile, I saw the young girl who'd been carried away in the Humvee when we arrived. But that single pile of kids we saw earlier was just the beginning. I couldn't tear my eyes away as I began walking along the top of the ravine and looking into the faces of the dead. I feared what I would find, but I needed the confirmation nonetheless. The further I got away from the fresh bodies, the more grotesque they became. Some of the bodies were bloated and their faces unrecognizable. Others had flesh rotting off their skin. Tiny white maggots squirmed through holes in people's faces. One of the bodies was missing an eyeball. It was replaced by a dark hole that sent a shiver down my spine. That's what sent me over the edge. I doubled over and spewed my guts. When I stood back up, I could still feel bile rising in my throat. I held my mouth closed. The ravine wasn't just full of children, either. There were just as many adults as there were kids, and there were piles upon piles of familiars. I stopped in my tracks when I came upon the body of a woman. Children had been stacked on top of her, but her face appeared through the sea of corpses. Her features were pale and swollen. I hardly recognized her. But there was something about the way her hair had been tied at the base of her neck. The carcass of a hummingbird thrown next to her was all the confirmation I needed. It was Miss Evangeline, the head of the group home. Her body must have been dumped here months ago. An invisible force slammed into my gut. I knew they'd been executing people. Liam saw it the night of the Orenda Academy battle. Was I so naive to think they'd actually kept some of them alive? To be honest, part of me had hoped. But they'd never been arresting Bayami in the first place. They'd been marching them to their graves. It was clear what they were doing with the children. Anyone who stepped out of line met the same fate. I moved my light over another group of bodies, and my knees buckled beneath me. Essis stood at the edge of the ravine and began crying. Tears streamed down my face, but I didn't dash them away. I let them fall freely as I gave a wretched cry of grief. Beneath us lay Adriel's body. His eyes had been pecked out by vultures and his mouth hung open. He looked in shock, as if asking why this had happened to him. "I'm sorry," I whispered softly. "I'm so sorry, Adriel." A soft breeze rustled through the trees. At least Adriel hadn't had to face the camps. They'd killed him right away. It was better that he was in the ancestral lands with the others. Except, I suddenly realized he wasn't. Adriel was an orphan. He had no family that cared about him. The one person that did, Miss Evangeline, was gone. If no one had done a funeral for these people, they were stuck here. I can't let that happen. I let tears continue to fall until I felt I had none left in me. Finally, I wiped them away. I folded my hands in reverence and bowed my head. Essis did the same at my side. Adriel, Miss Evangeline, and all the others who have been laid to rest in this cruel, inhumane way, I pray for you, I whispered. I pray that the ancestors will have mercy on you. The tribe will not forget you. I didn't know if this would work, but I had to try. It was one thing for the task force to murder so many innocent people. It was pure evil to damn them to walk the earth for the rest of eternity. They deserved to be in the ancestral lands. I stood. I thought I'd cried as much as I could, but tears dotted my cheeks once again. My stomach felt hollow as I raised my hand. Heat flowed through me, and for the first time in months, fire ignited in my palm. I hesitated. For a moment, I thought of continuing down the ravine to see what other faces I might find. But I knew what would be there. The bodies of those we lost in the Orenda Academy battle. Somewhere in this ditch lay the bodies of my grandparents, and probably Liam's father. Seeking them out would be nothing short of torture, and I'd already said goodbye to them. They'd already moved on. It was time the others got to as well. My voice carried out over the ravine. Al te torten, eir dea ve, dea naan un bengo te ancestra teria. All the forgotten, I release you. Go forth and join the ancestors in the ancestral lands. I was no longer afraid of my fire. Fire was destruction, but it could also give life, bring warmth, bring peace. I could use my flames for good, not evil. Fire was what had allowed humanity to survive, and it was what would set these poor people free. Being Coigny wasn't a curse. It was a gift. Though the flames had destroyed Orenda Academy, they'd also kept me alive so many times. Fire had rescued the people I loved. The elders had used fire for hatred, but my flames would come from love and light. I dropped my fire into the ravine, and flames licked high. Warmth blazed through my chest as I commanded the flames to spread and grow bigger. It wasn't the dangerous kind I'd shied away from. It was peaceful. I couldn't explain how I knew it, but I could have sworn that as my flames rose into the sky, I could feel the spirits of the dead rising, too. As I watched the flames lick around Adriel's body like a motherly embrace, I could almost hear his soul saying, "Thank you." Essis turned away from the flames and wrapped his arms around my leg. We stood there for several minutes, watching the fire spread across the ravine. I got hotter and hotter as the fire grew to epic proportions. But I didn't take a step back. For the first time, I felt like my fire was actually fixing something, instead of destroying it. And that was marvelous to watch. A loud screech sounded above us. Essis and I both snapped out of it to look upward. My heart lurched when I saw a giant bird soaring above us, lightning crackling at the end of its wings. Diami! Diami cried out again, but he'd already disappeared from sight. Julian should have been with him, but I hadn't seen him. Diami's cry faded. Then came the horrible sound of a crash in the distance. My heart stopped. Liam! Essis, we gotta go! I shouted, scooping him up into my arms. Essis clung to me tightly and cried out as I started sprinting through the forest. It was obvious he was just as worried about Liam as I was. When we emerged from the trees, we weren't anywhere close to where we'd been when we got the kids out of the camp. We were way on the other side, where the fight was still going on. From here, I could see a sliver of the ocean through the valley. Fire blazed on the water, its light glistening across the ocean waves. The boats we'd brought to transport some of the kids were on fire. Where the hell was Liam? I heard the cry of a dragon. It sounded a lot like Julian, so I went running in the direction of the sound. I found my way through the gates where one of the other groups had broken through. Essis screamed in my ear and pointed in the direction I thought we heard Julian. Jonah's storm had lifted, but the fires he had started continued to blaze. In the distance, I saw the headlights of the task force's Humvees rushing away. It didn't look like they were running, more like they were chasing someone down. I rounded one of the tents and skidded to a halt. A lone man lay on the ground, groaning and clutching his chest. A large scorpion circled him, panicking. "Luca!" I cried, rushing over to him. Fire had singed his shirt, leaving a gaping hole in it. Beneath his shaking hands was crusted, raw skin. It was red in most places and peeling off of him, but some parts, the burns were so bad the skin was black. "Sophia!" Luca gasped. My heart beat wildly as I knelt to his level to inspect his injuries. "It's okay, Essis will heal you." Essis jumped out of my arms and placed his hands on Luca's skin. "No, Sophia!" Luca insisted breathlessly. He shoved me. It wasn't very hard, but it seemed to take all his strength. "You have to get out of here. He could come back any second." "The guy who did this to you?" I asked. "Luca, I'm not leaving you. Essis is going to heal you." Essis began working his magic, but I knew it would take a long time. Burns were particularly difficult wounds to heal. "We'll get you walking," I promised him. "Forget about me," Luca insisted. "Save yourself." Essis hesitated. "No, Essis," I told him firmly. "Heal Luca." A chilling, sinister laugh came from behind me.
He's right, you know. You should have left.
Every muscle in my body tensed. I turned to see Logan standing there. Rage tore through my belly as I remembered what he did. How he tried to rape Isabella. He wore a task force member uniform, but his helmet was nowhere to be seen. His face was covered in dirt and soot, and his hair stood up at all angles. Pure, unadulterated hatred marred his features. His lion familiar bared its teeth beside him with a similar look in his eyes. The lion was still missing chunks of hair from when I burned him last semester. It chilled me to the bone that Logan's familiar was still following him around, because few familiars joined their task force elementi. I guess that's the difference between you and me, I stated. I don't abandon my own. Logan chuckled.
You're right, Sophia. You and I are very different. Why don't we finish what we started?
Logan jumped forward. Instinctively, I threw my hands up and created a force field in front of me. Logan slammed into it, but his familiar took a different route. The lion jumped over my force field and landed on the other side of us. It bared its teeth and growled at Luca. I threw my other hand behind myself to expand my force field, but the lion had already attacked. Before I expanded my force field around all of us, the lion had leaped inside of it. He swiped his paw at Dominique, Luca's familiar, and she went flying to the side like she was nothing more than a rag doll. The lion took another swing, and his paw slammed into Essis. My poor familiar was knocked several feet away before he came to a sliding stop. The lion's jaws clamped around Luca's throat so fast that I didn't have time to react. All I could do was scream. Luca opened his mouth, but his cries were quieted as the lion clamped his sharp teeth together. Blood squirted out of Luca's jugular, spraying warm, thick liquid across my face. Essis screamed and jumped on me. The whole front of his body was covered in blood. Logan's familiar shook its head back and forth, ripping flesh off Luca's body. Luca's eyes stared lifelessly to the sky. I saw the emptiness in them and knew he was gone. The lion had moved so quickly that neither of us had a moment to defend him. In moments, Dominique had quivered and curled up on her side, dead. Anger so hot rose within my body that I could smell the scent of my clothes beginning to singe. I shot to my feet and whirled toward Logan. "You asshole!" I screamed. "You fucking bastard!" Logan held his palms up and wiggled his fingers in a keep-'em-coming gesture.
That's right, baby. You know what I am.
I drew my force field back so that it contained Logan's familiar inside of it, but allowed Essis and me to step out. The lion growled as it was trapped within the prison, unable to escape. "You fucking demon spawn!" I screamed as I formed fire in my palm. I shot it straight at Logan, and it came streaming out like a fire torch. He jumped out of the way and rolled across the ground.
Think I'm scared of a little fire?
He taunted as he got back to his feet.
I am fire, sweetheart.
Logan shot a fireball at me, but I caught it in my hands and threw it to the side. It should have hurt like hell, but right now I didn't feel much of anything but the raging anger coursing through me. After everything Logan had done, trying to rape Isabella, threatening to rape me, and killing Luca, I wanted him to die. I bet he had plenty of blood on his hands working for the task force. Ancestors knew he didn't have a noble mission when he joined them. It was only a second after I tossed his fireball to the side that I realized it wasn't an attack. It was a distraction. In the split second I dealt with the fireball, Logan had reached for a pistol on his hip. His hand snapped upward and he pulled the trigger. I tried to jump out of the way, but I wasn't fast enough. A sharp pain shot across my leg, and numbness began to spread. I yanked the Noxite dart from my leg, hoping I was quick enough to reduce the damage. Essis' paws were on me in an instant, trying to work the Noxite out of my system. But it was already too late. My knees buckled beneath me, and I fell to the ground, numb all over. I couldn't raise my hand to shoot magic at Logan. I was paralyzed, except my eyes followed him, and I found I could move my tongue. Once the Noxite dart hit me, my force field died, and the lion walked free. I tried to turn invisible, but it didn't work. "What is this?" I demanded, though it didn't come out as firm as I intended. Whatever Logan had shot me with wasn't like normal Noxite. If it were, I'd have passed out by now. This was enough to immobilize me, but not knock me out completely. Logan laughed and stepped forward. He swung his foot out, and it connected hard with Essis' stomach. I'd have seared the motherfucker when he kicked Essis out of the way, but I couldn't move. Essis squeaked in pain when he landed in the dirt not far from me, his eyes slowly closing as he passed out.
It's nothing more than a diluted serum I came up with myself,
Logan practically sang.
Works really well on girls like you. Now, how about we find ourselves some privacy?
Logan reached for my ankle and started dragging me behind him into one of the tents that was still intact. "Get off me!" I insisted, but it came out sounding like a mumble. Logan let out a deep belly laugh.
On the contrary, I'd like to do the exact opposite.
Tears poured out of my eyes faster. "No! Ancestors, I beg of you! Don't let this happen! Help me!"
Relax, Sophia,
Logan whispered.
This will be fun.
For a moment, I thought that the ancestors had abandoned me. I'd already asked for their help once tonight. Would I be so fortunate to be granted another blessing? The sound of the tent ripping open met my ears, and it sparked radiating hope inside my chest. My eyes darted in the direction of the entrance, but I couldn't see past Logan's broad shoulders. Then the voice came, and it was like I'd taken my first breath after being on the verge of drowning.
You're right.
Logan's head snapped in the direction of the voice, though he didn't get off of me. I heard the sound of quick footsteps, then saw a shoe swing out of nowhere and connect with Logan's stomach. He went flying off me and rolled across the dirt. My heart melted when I saw Liam standing above me. Rage knitted his features. He kept his angry gaze on Logan. Liam lifted his hands. Rainwater from outside seeped under the canvas. It gathered in the air above him, an undeniable threat.
I'm going to have a lot of fun killing you.